Chapter 79. Montez, let go of Yu Yao. Li Wei roared while glaring. Montez stood in the beast arena. At this moment, the beast arena's ritual array was like Montez's weapon. Red energy ropes danced about like whips, preventing all the Great Feng Mafia family disciples from getting close. Li Wei suddenly appeared in the air, looking at Montez in shock. Li Wei, you are here? Montez smiled coldly as he looked at the sky. When Yu Yao saw Li Wei, she felt stupefied at first. Then she suddenly said, "Elder brother Li Wei, I am elder brother Li Wei's woman. I am Yu Yao." Li Wei's expression changed. "Montez, how did you get out? Didn't you turn into an idiot? Weren't you crippled?" Li Wei exclaimed. "How did I get out? Ha 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 ha. My good junior brother, after Master died, I was the one who raised you all. I was the one who taught you all your cultivation. 20 years. 20 years. Montez roared with a vicious expression. Yu Yao, who was at the side, trembled in fear. "Let go of Yu Yao. Let go of Yu Yao." Li Wei said, anxiously, "Do you know how to panic now? Yu Yao is really lucky. I killed her once, but she is still alive, although she is like a walking corpse. Li Wei, you are still so infatuated." Montez sneered with a ferocious expression. Li Wei slowly landed in the beast arena. At this moment, the red energy ropes did not stop Li Wei. Li Wei stared at Montez with a pained expression. "Montez, yes, you raised us. However, aren't you still using us to earn spirit stones for you? I am in the Great Feng Mafia family. Aren't we earning money for you? We are just your tools." "Tools? I raised you all up and gave you so much, giving you a stable life. Are you still not satisfied? Yu Yao was not satisfied back then, and you are not satisfied either. Back then, you helped me earn spirit stones. Now, you are helping that old bitch Ding Rue, right? Look, what can you do? Without my protection, what can you do?" Montez said coldly. "You can say whatever you want about me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I've never disobeyed you before, but Yu Yao, you know that she's my fiancée. We're about to get married. You killed Yu Yao. You killed Yu Yao," Li Wei said with bloodshot eyes. "She asked for it. Where's Feng Ling? Where did you take Feng Ling?" Montez glared and roared. "Do you know how my eye went blind?" Li Wei pointed at the covered eye with his reddened eyes. "I pinched it myself. From the moment I saw Yu Yao's corpse, I made the decision myself. How blind was I to have listened to you? How blind was I to obey your every command? How blind was I, the eldest senior brother, that I admired the most actually killed my fiancé. Everything that I saw was fake. From the moment I saw Yu Yao's corpse, I told myself that Yu Yao couldn't die in vain. I had to avenge her. I dug out this eye that couldn't see black and white. Now I see it clearly. I want to take revenge on you. I want you to suffer all kinds of torture." Li Wei roared at Montez in a crazed state. Montez's expression turned sullen as he looked at the crazed Li Wei. He took a deep breath and said, "It was my fault for killing Yu Yao. However, it has been so many years. You have tortured me enough. Release Feng Ling and return her to me. Then we are even." "Even? Even? Then what about Yu Yao? What about Yu Yao?" Li Wei roared with bloodshot eyes. Montez looked at Yu Yao, who was beside him. At this moment, she was incomparably wooden. She was no longer as lively as she was 20 years ago. Now, she only had a soul left. "Li Wei, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm asking you, where is Feng Ling?" Montez roared. Ha ha. Feng Ling? Feng Ling died long ago. Since you killed my Yu Yao, naturally, I have to kill your Feng Ling as well. That is only fair, right? Li Wei smiled bleakly. No, no. You said it before. You said that Feng Ling was still alive. When I was first locked up, you said that you would make me beg for death. If I died, you would kill Feng Ling. You said that as long as I am not dead, Feng Ling will not die. Montez roared while glaring. A large number of Great Feng Mafia family disciples surrounded the beast arena. At this moment, no one dared to go down. They all goggled in disbelief. She's dead. Senior Sister Feng Ling died long ago. She died long ago. Li Wei shook his head. A crazed look flashed in Montez's eyes. However, he immediately calmed down. No, since you hate me so much, it is even more impossible for you to kill Feng Ling. Feng Ling is still alive. She is definitely still alive. Release Feng Ling, otherwise I will make sure that Yu Yao dies completely. Montez grabbed Yu Yao with a ferocious expression. Ah, Yu Yao cried out in pain. You've already killed Yu Yao once. I already told you that Feng Ling is already dead. Let go of my Yu Yao. Let go of my Yu Yao. I'll give you whatever you want. Li Wei said anxiously. Kneel. Montez shouted while glaring. Li Wei looked at Yu Yao, who was in pain from Montez's grab, and tenderness flashed in his eyes. Then he slowly knelt down and looked at Yu Yao in a daze. My precious Yu Yao, you will be fine. You will be fine. Perhaps Li Wei's consolation worked. Yu Yao slowly relaxed. She looked at Li Wei and muttered, Elder brother Li Wei, I am your woman, Yu Yao. When Montez saw Li Wei kneel, he showed satisfaction on his face. All right. Now tell me, where is Feng Ling? Montez glared at Li Wei. Feng Ling died long ago. She really died, Li Wei said in pain. Are you sure that I won't dare to kill Yu Yao again? Montez was furious. Eldest senior brother, I beg you, release Yu Yao. I beg you, Li Wei suddenly cried. Humph, do you really think I don't dare? If you don't release Feng Ling, I want Yu Yao to die immediately. Montez roared. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and activated the array formation's mechanism. Buzz. A blue light barrier suddenly appeared above the bestial battle arena. The light barrier descended from the sky and enveloped the entire bestial battle arena. As long as Yu Yao came into contact with the blue light, the bronze mask on her face would explode. Don't. Eldest senior brother, don't, Li Wei immediately said, anxiously. Pa. Montez smashed the mechanism with his palm. He sneered and said, You saw it. The mechanism is broken. The blue light will soon envelop us. I can't stop it. When the blue light touches your precious Yu Yao, you know the result. Li Wei's eyes widened. Bang! Meng Tai used his voice to simulate the terrifying explosion. Li Wei's expression immediately changed. I want Feng Ling otherwise. Yu Yao's head will explode. You know it. You force my hand. There's not much time left. Montez stared at Li Wei. Eldest senior brother, Feng Ling is really dead. She's really dead. Release my Yu Yao. Li Wei said anxiously. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Montez roared, his eyes wide. In a distant corner, Gu Hai's expression darkened. As expected, I can't rely on Montez. He never thought of helping me remove the mask. He kept urging his Feng Ling. Humph. Big brother Li Wei, I'm scared. Yu Yao rushed toward Li Wei. She looked like she was going to crash into the blue light barrier. No, Li Wei suddenly cried out. Montez's expression also changed. He quickly pulled Yu Yao back. If Yu Yao died, he would be too weak to save Feng Ling. Rip. With a tug, Meng Tai tore Yu Yao's sleeve. Immediately, a peach-shaped birthmark on Yu Yao's right arm was revealed. Montez shuddered and rubbed his eyes. How is this possible? Why does Yu Yao have Feng Ling's birthmark as well? A pained expression appeared on Li Wei's face. Whoosh! Montez touched Yu Yao's hair. Immediately, a large amount of hair fell off due to his quintessential energy, revealing her scalp. On Yu Yao's scalp was a tattoo that looked like a peony flower. No, no, no. Montez staggered, looking like he was about to fall. He looked at the tattoo on Yu Yao's scalp in horror. Suddenly, Montez saw the scar on Yu Yao's chin. The scar extended from his chin upwards, as if it was circling his face. Fengling? Your Fengling? Montez suddenly exclaimed. Yu Yao stared blankly at Li Wei, looking like she wanted to go over. Your Fengling? Your face? How did your face become Yu Yao's? Face change? You changed Fengling's face. She's Fengling? She's Fengling, isn't she? Montez roared with wide eyes. Buzz. Not far away, the blue light barrier seemed to be moving closer. Montez suddenly showed a look of horror. Li Wei, she's Fengling? Quick, quick, take off her mask. Quick. Montez looked like he was about to break down. Li Wei quickly got up and walked over with a pained expression. She's Yu Yao. She's Yu Yao, Li Wei said with an incomparably firm tone. Big brother, Li Wei. Yu Yao called out blankly when she saw Li Wei walking over. I got it, I got it. You brought Fengling with you and changed her face to torture me. Yu Yao died a long time ago. I was wondering how you could know how to refine corpses. It turns out that you changed Fengling's and Yu Yao's faces. You tortured Fengling every day. You used her to torture me? Montez seemed to have broken down and went limp. I told you. She's Yu Yao. She's Yu Yao. Li Wei roared with reddened eyes. Quick, Li Wei, third junior brother, I beg you, please say Fengling. I beg you. Montez watched in horror as the blue light got closer and closer. He had broken the mechanism and could not stop it at all. Fengling was about to die because of him. Montez wished he could beat himself to death. What a stupid thing he had done. Kneel down, Li Wei cried out in pain. Plop. Montez knelt down without hesitation. When Li Wei walked over, Montez did not dare to resist. Bang! Li Wei's foot landed on Meng Tai's body ruthlessly. Meng Tai was immediately sent flying. Meng Tai was already severely injured in the first place. This kick even broke his leg, deforming it and sending him crashing into the wall of the beast arena. Uffed, Montez spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly on the verge of death. He crawled to his feet, trembling. Quick, say Fengling. Quick, elder brother Li Wei. Yu Yao looked at Li Wei woodenly. Li Wei showed an anxious expression as he reached out and placed his hand on Yu Yao's mask. His hand seemed to slip. However, at this moment, there was no time to think. He quickly circulated the energy in his hand. Kacha! The mask fell off. Bang! Li Wei tossed the mask aside, and the blue light instantly swept across Yu Yao's face. Elder brother, Li Wei. Yu Yao looked at Li Wei in confusion. Yu Yao! My Yu Yao! Li Wei hugged Yu Yao, his entire body trembling. My Fengling. That's my Fengling. Li Wei, look at how you tortured Fengling. Li Wei. Montez, who was lying in a pool of blood, roared in anger. In a corner outside the beast arena, Gu Hai stared at the bronze mask that Li Wei tossed away. Fengling's consciousness and perception were forcibly twisted for 20 years. During these 20 years, everyone hypnotized her into thinking that she was Yu Yao. She has already taken over Yu Yao's consciousness and thought of herself as Yu Yao for 20 years. 20 years. She forgot that she was Fengling. She only knew that she was Yu Yao. As for Li Wei, for 20 years, did you hypnotize Fengling or yourself? Can you still tell who is Yu Yao and who is Fengling? Montez, you committed a sin. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai did not linger, leaving with a step. At this moment, all the great Feng Mafia family disciples were attracted over. This was the time for the evil men to break free. This opportunity could not be missed. Chapter 80. After leaving the Beast Arena, Gu Hai headed for the VIP area. At this moment, the gang's area was in chaos. However, the VIP area would not be affected for the time being. After all, it was very far away. Now, there was thick fog, lightning, and thunder. Many of the guests who came to gamble stayed in their residences. Gu Hai entered a blacksmith shop first. "How's the forging going?" Gu Hai asked seriously. Sir, you are back so soon? Didn't you say that you would take one day? I only forged more than half of them. There is still a small half left," that blacksmith said worriedly. "Did you forge them according to the order I gave you?" Gu Hai asked seriously. "Of course," the blacksmith immediately answered. "That's good. Give them to me." Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes." Gu Hai waved his hand and put away the large number of forged copper pipes into a compressed space. Then Gu Hai turned his head and left the blacksmith shop, heading for the next one. "Milord," Shangguan Hen said respectfully at the door. Gu Hai's expression changed as he stared at Shangguan Hen for a while. Shangguan Hen did not leave. "That's good as well. How's the forging? Did you forge them according to the order I gave you?" Gu Hai asked. "Yes, milord. I forged more than half of them, but there is still a small half left." "Milord, did you have a smooth journey?" Shangguan Hen asked. "That's enough. Where are the copper pipes?" Gu Hai asked. After retrieving the copper pipes, Gu Hai quickly left with Shangguan Hen. Due to the heavy rain, Shangguan Hen saw very few great Feng Mafia family disciples on the way here. Now, there were even fewer on the way back. Shangguan Hen suppressed his curiosity and rushed to Evil Men Valley with Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not enter Evil Men Valley. Instead, he climbed up a tall mountain beside Evil Men Valley. Evil Men Valley had a thick fog around it. Now that the thick fog spread out, it became even more hazy. The two of them climbed to the top of the mountain. Gu Hai waved his hand. Walala! A large number of bronze coffins were taken out. Looking at the copper coffin, Shangguan Hen's pupils constricted. That was because the amount that had been taken out was even more than what he had overseen. Did this mean that his lordship had other blacksmiths in addition to his supervision? His Excellency did not hang himself to death. "Help me assemble it," Gu Hai said in a deep voice. "Yes." Shangguan Hen took a deep breath. Gu Hai took out a ceramic vase and inserted the thickest copper pipe into it. "My lord, what can this vase do?" Shangguan Hen asked blankly. "The vase is made of ceramic. It's an insulator that isolates electricity," Gu Hai explained. He then took out a few more vases and slowly fixed them on the mountain. Then he connected the copper pipes one by one and soared into the sky. At the bottom, he used a copper pipe to support the mountain valley. There was a chain tied to the support, and it fell vertically from the mountain valley into the mountain valley. "My lord, are you going to draw lightning into the mountain valley to help us remove the seal?" Shangguan Hen exclaimed, his eyes wide. Ceramic was an insulator that isolated electricity. If lightning was drawn into the copper pipe, it would only enter Evil Men Valley's chain. "Let's go back to the mountain valley." Gu Hai nodded. But can this attract lightning?" Shangguan Hen revealed a look of disbelief. Was this really lightning? Was this a joke? This is called a lightning rod. With lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, it could be attracted at any time. Furthermore, I installed this lightning rod at the highest point of the mountain peak, the highest point in the surroundings. As long as it is connected to the ground, it will immediately gather a large number of electrons. The tip will discharge, and a large number of negative electrons will discharge into the sky, forming an electric field. If the electric field is strong enough, as long as lightning forms in the clouds, it will instantly be attracted by the electric field and be guided here, Guhai explained. Shangguanhen was speechless. Clearly, Shangguanhen did not understand. However, it sounded quite impressive. Electrons, negative charges, discharge at the tip, form an electric field. Lightning rod. My lord, this subordinate does not understand. Shangguanhen said truthfully. There is no need to understand for now. Let's enter Evil Men Valley first. Guhai said. All right. Shangguanhen nodded. When they reached the entrance of the mountain valley, Guhai removed his black robes and returned to Shangguanhen's escort. Open the door. Shangguanhen called out. Why are you back so soon? The guard showed an uncomfortable expression as if he had just been woken up from a dream. The Don gave the order. There is no need for so much nonsense. I will bring him in. There are still some things to be interrogated in the mountain valley. It will take some time. At that time, I will come out alone. There is no need for you to open the door again. Shangguanhen said. All right. Going in and out on a rainy day is really troublesome. That guard operated the mechanism and immediately removed the blue light barrier. Guhai and Shangguanhen entered the mountain valley. That guard immediately brought out the blue light barrier again. Then he rushed into the valley and cursed before returning to the room at the side. When Guhai and Shangguanhen entered the mountain valley, a large number of evil men were already waiting. My lord, did you make the chains that fell from the sky? Gao Xianji immediately rushed over. That's right. Gather everyone and immediately follow my instructions. Tie the chains and prepare to undo the seal. Guhai said. Yes, Gao Xianji answered. Guhai took out a large number of chains again and instructed everyone on how to tie the chains to their bodies and how to connect them to other chains. When the four legates saw the diagram that Guhai gave them, they gaped. Lightning? Is this a joke? My lord, even the sect leader doesn't dare. No, even the cultivators of the Yuanying state don't dare to take the lightning head-on. We are just mortals now. Without cultivation, isn't that courting death? Chen Tianshan suddenly exclaimed. That's right, my lord. The current of the lightning is too violent. We can't withstand it at all. Scar also exclaimed. Gao Xianji and Shangguanhen didn't say anything. They quietly waited for Guhai to explain. Clearly, the two of them were also very worried. Lightning? What a joke. That was courting death. Guhai looked up at the sky and said, Don't worry. The voltage of the lightning is about 1,000,000 volts. We have 3,600 people. The way I tied the chains is a combination of parallel and series. The series divided the voltage, parallel divided the voltage, and 1,000,000 volts. The voltage that falls on each person is already very small. The current is also very small. Gao Xinji? Chen Tianshan? Scarface? Shangguanhen was speechless. 1,000,000 volts, series divided the voltage, parallel divided the voltage. What did that mean? You don't have to worry. So much. You might not understand what I'm telling you. You just need to know that I've already experienced attracting lightning into my body. I've experienced it many times when I was cultivating in the acquired realm. Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. Guhai's words were enough. They didn't understand anything else. They just needed to know that Guhai had experienced it many times and was fine. That was enough. When the time comes, I'll be the first. You don't have to worry. Now, follow my instructions and tie the chains. Remember, don't make any mistakes. If you do, you'll lose your life. Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes, the 4 division heads answered. The 4 division heads quickly guided the centurions. and the centurions guided the sergeants. They quickly tied the chains. Finally, one end of the chain connected to the chain that was dragging down from the sky. The other end of the chain was inserted into the ground. Cold sweat broke out on many of the 3,000 villains' foreheads. Can we attract the lightning? We won't be struck to death, right? Are we courting death? The group of evil men showed unsightly expressions. Then they looked at Gu Hai. At this moment, Gu Hai was standing at the very front. If the lightning struck, the first to strike would be Gu Hai, with Xiao Chun taking the lead. The group of evil men naturally no longer feared him. Damn it! This great me has never been struck by lightning before. I still don't know what it feels like to be struck by lightning. I have been in the Thousand Islands Sea for so many years, but I have never heard of anyone attracting the lightning to strike themselves. Is the lightning so easy to control? Just strike. This great me was waiting for death in the first place. If Milord can save me, I will definitely follow Milord. The group of evil men spoke continuously to encourage themselves, driving away the fear in their hearts. They had fought many life and death battles for the sake of survival. However, this time, they were simply courting death. The lightning was the most terrifying existence in everyone's heart. Who would charge straight into it? If not for Gu Hai taking the lead, who would seek death like this? Whoosh! Dark clouds churned in the sky. It's almost here. Everyone get ready, Gu Hai said seriously. The valley immediately fell silent. Outside the valley, the earlier guard walked out for some reason. This is really strange. That senior brother left with the evil men and returned. What is he trying to do? This has never happened before. That guard frowned as he pondered. Slowly, that guard walked to the entrance of the valley and peered in through the blue light barrier. With one look, that guard goggled. 3,600 evil men were gathered together, chained to their bodies as they looked up at the sky. What were they doing? Why is there a pillar on the mountain? The guard exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning immediately flashed in the sky. That bolt of lightning seemed to have illuminated the entire world in an instant. Originally, lightning flashing and thunder roaring on a stormy day was nothing much. However, that was not the case in the eyes of the guard. He saw that super huge bolt of lightning turn into an explosive lightning dragon and suddenly charge towards Evil Men Valley. In an instant, that bolt of lightning rushed to the pillar at the summit. Whoosh! Then, that bolt of lightning followed the chain and instantly rushed to Evil Men Valley. Buzz! The 3,600 evil men in the valley immediately lit up like light bulbs, instantly illuminating the valley. What? The guard's expression changed. Rumble. Only at this moment did the thunder arrive. Ah! 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 Suddenly, a series of pained cries came from Evil Men Valley. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you rebelling? A group of guards immediately ran out of the houses outside the valley. Junior brother, what's wrong? Why were there so many shouts in Evil Men Valley earlier? The group of guards who rushed over asked with a frown. However, the guard who witnessed the scene pointed at the valley with a flustered expression. He opened his mouth for a long time, but his lips trembled as if he could not say anything. All the guards looked into the valley. They saw that all the evil men in Evil Men Valley had fallen to the ground. Their bodies were charred black and gave off wisps of smoke. Lightning struck them. They all died. Come, let's go in and take a look, a guard called out. Crack! 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 Just at this moment, one of the evil men at the very front trembled and slowly crawled to his feet. Gu Hai was the first to stand up with much difficulty. Boom! A burst of energy surged around Gu Hai. Crackle! Crackle! Electricity seemed to flash on Gu Hai's body. He actually broke through again. Innate realm 6th layer? How dangerous. The lightning this time is even more berserk than before. Gu Hai muttered softly as he slowly climbed to his feet. Crackle, 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 crackle. Aside from Gu Hai, Chen Tianshan, Scar, Shangguan Hen, and the other Golden Core realm cultivators behind Gu Hai were the first to recover from the numbness. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Keek. Keek. Sinister laughter came from Evil Men Valley. It was as horrifying as a ghost city. That laughter made the scalps of the guards who were about to enter tingle. Those guards who were about to enter immediately stopped. Chapter 81. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ka. Keek. Sinister laughter came from Evil Men Valley. It was as terrifying as a ghost city. That laughter made the guard's scalp go numb. Just as Zhang Xian was about to step in, his footsteps abruptly halted. The villains are going to rebel. Lightning, they want to break the seal. Something is going to happen. Once these evil people break free. Senior brother, what should we do? Quick, go in and kill them. Kill them all. Amidst the commotion, the two guards immediately drew their swords and rushed into the valley. Senior brother, who are you going to kill? I'll kill whoever gets up. Xing. Two massive sword chis instantly shot towards the two evildoers who were crawling up. He was about to cut off the heads of the two villains. Bang! Bang! The two evil men immediately made their move. They extended their right hands and grabbed the blades of the swords. Sizzle! A large amount of electricity flowed from the evil man's body to the two guards through the sword. What? Their cultivations have recovered. The expressions of the two guards changed drastically. However, the two evil men slowly turned their heads and grinned, revealing sinister smiles. What are you doing? In an instant, the two evil men rushed over and grabbed the two guards, tearing them apart. Bang! Bang! The two guards were immediately torn apart by the two villains. Blood splattered all over the floor. Ah! From outside the valley came the roars of the other guards. What should we do? What should we do? It's fine. They're wearing masks, so they can't come out. If they can't come out, there's a blue membrane of light around them that can trigger the mask's mechanism. Quickly inform the faction leader. The guards kept consoling themselves. Boom! Immediately, Dao Ba charged towards a nearby mountain wall and brazenly slammed into it. The power of a golden core realm cultivator was incomparably vast. With a single collision, a large number of rocks were sent flying as if a great earthquake was about to occur. The other evil men picked up the rocks that had been blasted away and infused their true energy into them. Then, they brazenly smashed them against the wall. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the mountain rock that was infused with Xinqi was like a divine weapon, and it didn't take long for a tunnel to appear in the small mountain. With the strength of ordinary people, they could not even think of breaking through the walls. However, now, the evil men suddenly regained their strength. It was like they were venting the fear in their hearts for the past few years, causing great destruction again and again. The guards outside the valley were all dumbfounded. They didn't go through the main entrance, but instead made a small entrance. It's over. They've recovered their cultivation. Are they going to escape? What should we do? Quick, run. The group of guards ran toward the inner area of the sect in fear. However, the tunnel's small door had already been opened, and the evil men suddenly rushed out like ferocious tigers released from their cages. Roar! In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the group of guards with a few leaps. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. My leg, my leg. Rumble! After a series of attacks, nearly all the guards were killed. Only one remained, but he was on his last breath. The evil men forced him to open the blue light barrier outside Evil Men Valley. Gu-hai walked at the very front, slowly walking out of the valley. In the valley, the group of evil men climbed to their feet one after another. When they did, they all laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, gaga gaga ga, keek keek keek. The laughter sounded incredibly miserable and miserable. Free, finally free. Some of the evil men even started crying. They had been on tenterhooks for so long, changing batches of evil men. They finally did not have to count their deaths every day. Immediately, the evil men clamored. Cries, laughter, and curses rang out endlessly. Gu-hai stood on a large rock and looked down at the excited evil men. Gu-hai just watched coldly, not saying a word as he waited for all the evil men to calm down. After a while, some of the evil men calmed down. Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Scar, and Shangwan Hen slowly stood beside Gu-hai, appearing extremely respectful. As for the other evil men, they all showed different expressions. Heaven Legate, Gao Xianji, greets my lord. Gao Xianji was the first to speak respectfully. Earth Legate, Chen Tianshan, greets my lord. Xian Legate, Scar, greets my lord. Legate, Shangwan Hen, greets my lord. When the four legates spoke, everyone fell silent. Gu-hai had made Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Scar the legates in consideration of this. After recovering their cultivations, their hearts started to change. With these three leading the way, many others would follow and pledge their loyalty. Gu-hai still kept his guard up against Shangwan Hen. Unexpectedly, Shangwan Hen also bowed without hesitation. A look of satisfaction flashed in Gu-hai's eyes. Greetings, my lord! Greetings, my lord! Greetings, my lord! Immediately, the evil men bowed to Gu-hai one after another. Most of the evil men kept their promise with Gu-hai to be loyal to him for 20 years. Although these people were evil, they knew who granted them this freedom. Hence, they felt very grateful to Gu-hai. Some people bowed. However, some evil men did not. As these evil men looked at Gu-hai, a complicated look flashed in their eyes. Many thanks to everyone for keeping the promise from back then, Gu-hai said. Naturally, the evil men split into two factions. However, most of them stood on Gu-hai's side. Only a small portion slowly moved to the other side. My lord, many thanks for regaining our freedom. However, this humble one still has too many things to do. I want to return. My lord, many thanks for your kindness today. I will repay you in the future. My lord, take care. The group bowed slightly to Gu-hai. Many of them even smiled coldly. The group wanted to leave. Everyone, are you not going to keep your promise of 20 years? Gu-hai asked seriously. Sorry, no one can make me submit to you for 20 years. Haha, I admit that your physical body is strong. However, we have recovered our cultivations. You can't stop us. Brat, that day, you beat me up so badly. On account of you bringing us out, I'll let you off this time. Ha ha ha. Brat, if we meet again, I will beat you back. The group wanted to flee into the distance. Gu-hai's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, he shouted, Heaven, earth profound, yellow for divisions. Present, the group of evil men loyal to Gu-hai shouted, Kill those who betray the oath. Gu-hai said coldly, How dare you? Brat, what did you say? Bastard. The group of people who wanted to flee immediately glared and shouted. We obey. The loyal evil men shouted. Boom. Immediately, large groups of evil men charged over. They instantly charged into the crowd. What are you doing? What are you doing? We were in the same predicament before. Don't come over. Damn it. Are you crazy? Are you listening to him? Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Rumble. A bloody battle started. Immediately, the surroundings of Evil Men Valley rumbled, and rocks flew everywhere. These evil men had climbed out of piles of corpses and were incredibly ferocious. Only 500 evil men wanted to flee. However, there were 3,000-odd evil men loyal to Evil Men Valley. It was close to 6 against 1. The scene immediately turned into a one-sided massacre. Kill! 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 Guhai gave the order, and the evil men started killing ferociously. However, Guhai watched coldly. One could not blame Guhai for being ruthless. Right now, if he allowed these people to taunt him before leaving, his prestige would instantly vanish. The remaining 3,000-odd evil men loyal to him would definitely become distracted. Sooner or later, something would happen. Kill one to warn the rest. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Guhai wanted to kill this group of evil men who went back on their word to quickly win over the hearts of these loyal people. Furthermore, Guhai did not want such evil men who went back on their word. It was good that they died now. That way, Xiao Chen's group would not fall into chaos. Rumble. After a chaotic battle, the 500-odd evil men who wanted to flee were all killed by other evil men. After killing these traitors, the evil men looked at Guhai with even more respect. "My lord, they are all dead," Gao Xinji said. Guhai nodded. As Xiao Chen looked at the remaining 3,000-odd evil men, he took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, you have had enough of the Beast Arena, right? Now, it is time for us to take revenge. Follow me into the Great Feng Mafia family and find a way to remove the mask." "Yes," the evil men answered. Guhai jumped off the boulder and slowly walked into the depths of the Great Feng Mafia family. Heavy rain poured down. At this moment, many Great Feng Mafia family disciples had gathered at the Beast Arena. However, there were still some who did not go. Upon hearing the loud noise from Evil Men Valley, many Great Feng Mafia family disciples rushed over from all directions. "Arg! Arg! Arg! The evil men are running," a Great Feng Mafia family disciple exclaimed. Bang! Before that Great Feng Mafia family disciple could finish speaking, an evil man knocked him into the air. He vomited a mouthful of blood and crashed into a boulder. That evil man quickly stepped forward and stripped that Great Feng Mafia family disciple's clothes. Then he put them on and grabbed that Great Feng Mafia family disciple's weapon. "Ah, villains!" Bam! Before many Great Feng Mafia family disciples could shout, a group of supernaturally vigilant evil men crippled them. They took off their clothes and put them on themselves. The 3,000-odd evil men recovered their cultivations. They carried overwhelming hatred as they fought to be the first to attack. Their attacks were extremely ruthless. "Be gentler and faster," Guhai said seriously. "Yes," the evil men answered. "My lord, where are we going now?" Shang Wanhen immediately asked. "To do a good job, one must first sharpen the tools. Arm yourselves first. Then we will go to the Great Feng Mafia family's armory," Guhai instructed. "Yes," the evil men answered. The 3,000-odd evil men immediately charged into the Great Feng Mafia family's territory. Everywhere they passed, they left corpses and rivers of blood. The bloody revenge began. Chapter 82. At a large valley in the Great Feng Mafia family, a foul stench wafted out from the valley. Countless household trash was dumped here. The Great Feng Mafia family operated casinos and had many customers. Naturally, they produced a lot of trash. The many corpses from the Beast Arena were also dumped here. At this moment, the corpses piled up like mountains in the valley. This was the place that the Great Feng Mafia family disciples hated the most. However, it was a paradise for rats. An endless stream of rats lived here. As they ran through the valley, they gave off squeaking sounds. 10-odd Great Fong Mafia family disciples covered their noses as they looked at the valley in disgust. Senior brother, why are we catching rats again? This is too disgusting. We are catching them for the evil men to eat. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? How can those evil men eat them? I feel like vomiting when I see them. Just don't treat the evil men as humans. Isn't that fine? I have never treated them as humans. As long as the evil men died in the beast arena, we placed them here for the rats. For the rats. After the rats eat the evil men's flesh, the evil men eat the rats. This is a cycle. Is it really not a waste? Ha 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 ha. Hence, can't you just treat those evil men as rats? Ha 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 ha. A group of Great Fong Mafia family disciples happily chatted as they caught rats. Blurg. Suddenly, sounds of nausea came from behind the Great Fong Mafia family disciples. Ha 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 ha. Rats that eat human flesh are for us to eat? A cycle? Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. Very good. Ha ha ha. Blurg. Blurg. Sinister voices came from behind the Great Fong Mafia family disciples. Who is it? The 10-odd Great Fong Mafia family disciples' expressions changed as they turned their heads to look. However, he saw that behind the crowd there were 100 people in black robes, all of them wearing bronze masks. Everyone held onto their swords and sabers, either continuously vomiting or emitting cold-killing intent. The evil men ate rats in the past, which was already disgusting enough. However, they eventually got used to it. Who could have expected that these rats were nurtured with the flesh of other evil men? They all shivered. Everyone felt nauseous. Centurion, my lord wants us to capture the Great Fong Mafia family disciples, but not kill them. Back then, we locked them up in the beast arena and let them taste the cruelty of the beast arena. Originally, I agreed with that. However, after hearing this, I changed my mind. That's right. Centurion, we can capture the other Great Fong Mafia family disciples. However, I cannot hold back on these 10-odd. I'm going to cripple them, break their tendons, throw them into this valley, and feed them to the rats. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold it in anymore, Centurion. You are the villains of Villains Valley? Why did you run out? Why are there so many of them? How is that possible? Do you want to die? All of you. How do the guards of Vile Men Valley guard it? Humph, everyone kneel down, or I'll throw you into the rat pit. The 10-odd Great Fong Mafia family disciples still did not realize the severity of the problem. The leader of the Centurions also vomited for a while. He looked at the dozen or so rat catchers with a gloomy expression. As for His Excellency's side, I'll go and ask for punishment. Deal with it. Centurion said coldly. Yes. Boom. The 100 or so evil men immediately swarmed over, charging at the Great Fong Mafia family disciples. What? They recover their cultivation? Arg. In the Great Fong Mafia family's region. Kill. Bastards. Men. Men. Arg. Rumble. Shouts rang out in the surroundings. The evil men came out of their cages and wantonly attacked in the family's region. Most of the Great Fong Mafia family disciples had gone to the beast arena in the family's region. Only a small half remained. How could they block the 3,000-odd evil men? The 3,000-odd evil men's accumulated resentment instantly erupted. That was boundless resentment and boundless energy. Flee? There was no way to flee. Where could they flee to? Don't come over. The evil men are out. Arg. Kill. You eat dead. Rats every day. Go to hell. At this moment, Gu Hai stood quietly in the plaza of the Great Feng Mafia family's Don Masters Hall, looking down at his surroundings shrouded in rain and fog. He turned a deaf ear to the battles around him, as all of this was under Gu Hai's orders. In just 2 hours of battle, all the Great Feng Mafia family disciples in the family's region were wiped out. A portion of them were subdued and escorted over. "The evil men are out! The evil men are out!" the subdued people exclaimed. "Shut up! If anyone speaks any more, I will immediately kill you," Scar said with a glare. "Sob, sob, sob. My lord, there are about 500 people. We subdued them all." Gao Xianji reported solemnly, "Earth Legion, leave 500 people to watch over them." Gu Hai said, "Yes." Chen Tianshan answered, "Everyone else, come with me to the Beast Arena." Gu Hai said, "Yes." Everyone answered. At this moment, everyone had already changed into black robes. They held their sabers, swords, and bows as they followed Gu Hai to the gambling area. With Gu Hai in the lead, 2,500 evil men slowly walked in the heavy rain. Along the way, corpses of Great Feng Mafia family disciples littered the ground. The heavy rain had not washed away the blood yet. The group of black-robed men stepped on the blood as they walked indifferently. The place was very quiet. Aside from footsteps, the 2,500 evil men made no other sound. Although the sounds in Evil Men Valley and the family region were loud, they did not attract the attention of others due to the heavy rain and the smoke-shrouded Great Feng Mafia family. This was because everyone's attention was focused on the Beast Arena. The earlier commotion caused by Gu Hai's group was only the sound of Innate Realm and Golden Core Realm cultivators fighting. However, there were 2 Yuanying State experts in the Beast Arena. The sound of the Yuanying State's battle was not something that Golden Core Realm or Innate Realm cultivators could compare to. In the VIP area, the gamblers and honored guests from all over the Thousand Islands revealed shocked expressions when they heard the sounds. Even in the heavy rain, many people braved the rain and quietly approached to investigate. The Beast Arena immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. There were several thousand Great Feng Mafia family disciples, but there were more than 10,000 gamblers and honored guests. The Beast Arena turned increasingly lively. However, the surrounding cultivators did not get too close. Some Great Feng Mafia family disciples went to the checkpoints to prevent the surrounding cultivators from entering the gambling area. However, those who stood far away might be able to see clearly. Many cultivators stood at the peaks of various peaks, watching the battle in the center of the Beast Arena. At one of the peaks, at this moment, a white-robed young man stood there with 4 subordinates behind him. Cough, cough, cough. The white-robed young man coughed continuously, covering his mouth with a handkerchief. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Beast Arena in the distance. This white-robed young man was none other than the sickly young man who reprimanded the fake 9th young master with the first elder in the innate puzzle world. The 9th young master? That person is actually called Montez. One of the black-clad subordinates exclaimed in shock. Didn't Montez die in our independent world? Could it be someone with the same name? Another black-clad man exclaimed in shock. The 9th young master covered his mouth and coughed for a while. Then he revealed a sinister smile and said, "It is getting increasingly lively. Even demons and monsters are coming out. This is interesting. Cough, cough, cough." A large number of Great Feng Mafia family disciples gathered at the Beast Arena's spectator stands. At this moment, they all stared at the Beast Arena. Boom! Rumble! A series of loud noises came from the Colosseum. "Montez, you are indeed good at feigning death. Earlier, to get me to save you, Yao, I kicked you, causing you to fall into a pool of blood. Your acting is really good. However, there is no need for you to pretend. I will definitely save Yu Yao. She is Feng Ling, not your Yu Yao. She is my Feng Ling. I already said that she is Yu Yao. She is Yu Yao. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud sounds rang out, sounding like loud thunder. The entire Colosseum was filled with roaring sounds. A large number of ritual arrays surrounded the beast arena, making it incredibly sturdy. Inside, Feng Ling stood in a corner, holding her head with both hands. She showed a pained expression as her figure trembled as though she was struggling with something. Berserk auras raged in the beast arena. However, they avoided Feng Ling time and time again. Who am I? I am Yu Yao. I am Yu Yao. I am elder brother Li Wei's woman. Who am I? Feng Ling held her head in pain. On the other side, Montez and Li Wei fought to the death time and time again. Montez's entire body was covered in blood. An earthen yellow true dragon aura came out of his body, protecting him time and time again as he bared his fangs and claws at Li Wei. True dragon innate cultivation technique. A tortoise-shaped true energy came out of Li Wei's body. Its shape was very similar to the Bashya, but it did not have dragon horns. The tortoise-shaped true energy tore at Montez's body time and time again. Li Wei punched, and the giant tortoise-shaped true energy roared. Immediately, 10-sword chi surged out from the surroundings and shot towards Montez. Rumble! The sword chi was ferocious and too fast. It immediately slashed Montez's body. Roar! The earthen yellow true dragon screamed miserably. Montez was immediately sent flying, and a large number of wounds appeared on his body again. Boom! Montez crashed into the wall. However, Montez immediately got up and looked at Li Wei with a ferocious expression. He stomped his foot. Rumble! Earth spikes shot out from the ground, heading straight for Li Wei. Break! Li Wei punched the ground. Boom! A large number of earth spikes exploded and shot in all directions. They soared into the sky and fell to the ground. Montez, you are from the Yuanying state, and so am I. Yes, even if I cultivate desperately, I can't compare to you. I've never beaten you since I was young. However, you have already been imprisoned for 20 years. After 20 years, you are already exhausted. Yu Yao is mine. Don't even think about interfering. Li Wei said coldly. Xing. Li Wei pulled out a sword and immediately slashed at Montez. Xing. Boom. 100-sword chi rained down, sealing off all paths of escape for Montez. Montez had nowhere to run. Xing. Xing. A large number of sword chi stabbed into Montez's body. This time, Montez did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward with a ferocious expression. He punched Li Wei's chest. Boom. Xing. Li Wei was sent flying, but his sword pierced a hole in Montez's body. Uffed! Montez vomited blood as he clutched the sword wound in his chest, showing an unsightly expression. On the other side, Li Wei slowly crawled to his feet. Uffed! Li Wei vomited a mouthful of blood as he glared at Montez with a ferocious expression. Come on, come on. Let's see how many more strikes you can take. Cough, cough. Montez coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The battle between the 2 men in the beast arena was extremely intense. Montez's defeat was clear. He could not last much longer. Feng Ling held her head, not daring to watch the 2 fight in extreme pain. The surrounding Great Feng Mafia, family disciples frowned as they watched. Elder, should we help the Don? Elder, that person seems to be the former Don. Senior brother, should we make a move? They are from the Yuanying state. The surrounding battle energy can tear you apart. Are you seeking death? I'm not going. This is gambling with my life. The Great Fong Mafia family disciples frowned, but no one stepped forward in the end. At this moment, the 2,500 black-clad men slowly walked over from the inner region of the family and slowly occupied a spot. The black-clad men respectfully surrounded Gu Hai in the center and moved some distance away. Gu Hai slowly stepped onto a tall platform and looked around. Gao Xianji's expression changed as she said, "My lord, the environment here is not right. Aside from the Great Fong Mafia family disciples, there are also gamblers from the Thousand Islands sea around. From what I can see, there might be close to 10,000 people occupying the surrounding peaks." This, Chun Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. "There is no need to worry about them. They will not help the Great Fong Mafia family disciples." "Scar," Gu Hai said with a cold smile. "Present." Scar answered, "Some of the Great Fong Mafia family disciples are preventing the gamblers from getting close to the Beast Arena. Your profound legion will deal with these people. Do it cleanly. I don't like too much noise." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes." Scar answered. "Walala." Scar immediately led hundreds of black-clad men into the forest. However, some worry flashed in Gao Xianji's eyes. She whispered to Gu Hai, "My lord, I know that these gamblers will not help the Great Fong Mafia family disciples. However, I'm worried that we will expose your identity in the upcoming battle." After all, countless cultivators had been searching for Gu Hai since a few months ago. They could not find a way to find him. However, now that he appeared in such a high-profile manner, what if he was discovered? "It's fine. It's time for me to reveal myself. Let's see if they have the ability," Gu Hai said coldly and confidently. Yes, this subordinate worried too much. Gao Xianji nodded. Chapter 83. Then, Gu Hai slowly led the remaining 1,000-odd black-clad men to the Beast Arena. Scar led the Profound Legion's evil men out. Everywhere they passed, they rapidly killed. Soon, the Great Fong Mafia family disciples on lockdown were eliminated. Gu Hai's group smoothly made its way to the center of the Beast Arena. The sudden appearance of 1,000-odd black-clad men immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding gamblers. "Hey, are those black-clad men wearing hats Great Fong Mafia family disciples? They don't look like them." "Ah, look, a black-clad man wearing a hat over there killed a Great Fong Mafia family disciple." "Ah, he killed one over there as well? There is one over there as well. Look, there is one over there as well." The gamblers at the periphery immediately burst into an uproar. Although Scar had instructed them to assassinate secretly, the evil men were not very professional. They only prevented the Great Fong Mafia family disciples on lockdown from shouting. The nearby Great Fong Mafia family disciples could not discover them. However, the gamblers at the various mountain peaks in the distance had high vantage points and could see many things clearly. What faction is that? Are they trying to take advantage of the situation? Are they enemies of the Great Fong Mafia family? What are they trying to do? That's not right. They are trying to kill the Great Fong Mafia family disciples in an organized manner. Look, they got a group to assassinate the disciples on lockdown at the periphery first. The main force is behind them. Many gamblers and Xiozha had already seen Gu Hai's large group. 8 or 10 people were not eye-catching. However, this group had close to 2,000 people. Naturally, such a large group looked very grand. Cough, 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 cough. That back of the leading black-clad man. The 9th young master asked with narrowed eyes on a mountain peak. "Ah, 9th young master, do you know this group of people?" a subordinate asked, feeling curious. "I don't." However, The back of the leading black-clad man looks very familiar. I just can't recall it. The ninth young master said with a frown. Gu Hai led the group of evil men and slowly approached the beast arena. As they got closer, they occupied an important position. Suddenly, Scar rushed over from not far away. "Milord, it is more or less settled. Most of the Great Feng Mafia family disciples sent to enforce martial law do not have much status. They are all low-level innate realm disciples. They are easy to deal with." Scar smiled confidently. One after another, the profound division's evil men slowly returned after succeeding in their assassinations. Gu Hai nodded lightly, not paying much attention to it. Slowly, everyone arrived at the edge of the Colosseum. It occupied an excellent position. Standing here, he could see everything in the bestial battle arena. "Milord, the Great Feng Mafia family disciples under martial law should have been dealt with. Only the ones here are left," Gao Xinji said respectfully. 2,000 Great Feng Mafia family disciples? Hee hee, Gu Hai sneered. Slowly, Gu Hai raised his right hand. Ka 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 ka. The group of evil men quickly raised their bows and knocked their bows. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they waited for Gu Hai's order. On the surrounding mountain peaks, the gamblers and Xiuzha all widened their eyes. Only at this moment did the gamblers and Xiuzha understand how terrifying the black-clad men before them were. Are they going to exterminate the Great Feng Mafia family? They dealt with all the Great Feng Mafia family disciples under martial law. Now, they are pointing their bows at the bestial battle arena. They are going to exterminate the Great Feng Mafia family. Who are they? What a sinister group of people. When the countless gamblers and Xiuzha saw this scene before them, they broke out in a cold sweat. Ka 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 ka. Nearly all the evil men who returned drew their bows to a full moon as they stared at the bestial battle arena with hatred. What's that sound? The Great Feng Mafia family disciples in the bestial battle arena frowned slightly. The battle in the bestial battle arena was too loud. Many of the Great Feng Mafia family disciples could not hear anything else. Suddenly, a voice soared from the forest. "Enemy attack!" The evil men ran out. That voice immediately drowned out all the other sounds. Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he looked at Scar. Scar's expression changed. "Milord, this subordinate failed in his duty. They should have escaped." "Never mind." Gu Hai nodded. After all, with so many people, it was inevitable that the organization would not be well-rounded. Enemy attack. The evil men ran out. A shout soared into the sky, immediately reaching the ears of everyone in the bestial battle arena. What? The expressions of all the Great Feng Mafia family disciples changed as they turned around. "Release." Gu Hai swung his right hand down. When the evil men received the order, they immediately released the arrows infused with veritable energy. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, many sharp arrows infused with veritable energy shot towards the Great Feng Mafia family disciples in the bestial battle arena like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, ah, ah. The expressions of the Great Feng Mafia family disciples changed as they quickly raised their swords to block. However, the arrow rain came too quickly. Suddenly, the arrows pierced through a large number of Great Feng Mafia family disciples. Unfortunately, not all of these evil men are good at archery. Despite being so close, they missed most of the arrows. Gao Xinji said with a frown. "Shoot again." Gu Hai shouted. Yes, the 2,500 evil men shouted. Swish, swish, swish. The arrow rain immediately shot out again. Quickly, run. Ah, oh no. The evil men fled. Did they recover their cultivations? How can this be? Quickly, run! The expressions of the great Feng Mafia family disciples changed dramatically. Everyone knew how terrifying the evil men were. They were all ruthless people, with veritable energy infused in their arrows. They definitely recovered their cultivations. They definitely could not compare to them. The great Feng Mafia family disciples fled in horror. "Drop your bows and kill!" Guhai shouted. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 2,000-odd evil men immediately charged over ferociously like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. Their hats also fell off during the battle, revealing masks. Boom! The two sides started fighting. "Die for me! Move aside! Rumble!" After the arrow rain, less than 1,000 great Feng Mafia family disciples remained. They wanted to flee. However, the evil men had been holding in their anger for many years. How could they let them off? The evil men had crawled out of piles of corpses. They were all ferocious people who could fight against 10 each. They attacked quickly and ruthlessly. Rip, a great Feng Mafia family disciple, was forcibly torn apart and blood sprayed everywhere. "This great me wants you to feed me rats. I want you to whip me. I want you to harm me. I swore long ago that I would kill all of you. I want revenge. Die for this great me." The group of evil men crazily killed the great Feng Mafia family disciples. However, the great Feng Mafia family disciples roared repeatedly. "Ah, Don, save me. My arm. Let me go. Let me go. Ah, Don, save me." Startled cries rang out outside the Beast Arena. Inside the Beast Arena, Li Wei, who was suppressing Montez, suddenly changed his expression. He looked up and saw a group of masked men killing the great Feng Mafia family disciples. "Bastards!" Li Wei's expression changed. It looked like he wanted to leave the Beast Arena. Gu Hai stood in an empty space. Suddenly, he said coldly, "Montez, I'm here to help you. Delay Li Wei." Montez, who was lying in a pool of blood, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He immediately recognized Gu Hai's voice. Roar! Montez endured the pain and charged at Li Wei. "Die!" Li Wei glared and swung his sword. Roar! Montez endured the pain and quickly swiped his claw. A beam of light shot towards Li Wei. Shing! Montez's blood sprayed into the air. However, Montez's life force was too tenacious. He showed a ferocious expression as he charged over again, ignoring his injuries. Roar! The two started fighting again. Li Wei's sword left wounds on Montez's body time and time again. "No, no." Feng Ling held her head in pain as she watched the two kill each other. "Who am I? I am Yu Yao. I am Yu Yao. Who am I? Don't fight. Don't fight." Feng Ling looked like she was going crazy. Outside the Beast Arena, the evil men's battle was the most ferocious. The evil men killed all those who resisted. Some of the evil men seemed to recognize some of the great Feng Mafia family disciples. They opened their mouths in hatred and tore at those disciples' flesh. Some of them even bit off the flesh and swallowed it. The scene was incredibly miserable. The severely injured great Feng Mafia family disciples could not fight back at all. They were restrained and pinned to the side. The battle was extremely fast and ferocious. They won with numbers. Furthermore, all of them were ruthless evil men. In the blink of an eye, the battle reached its end. Most of the great Feng Mafia family disciples were killed. A small portion could no longer fight and were restrained to the side. Surrounded by the evil men, Gu Hai slowly walked to the front of the Beast Arena. "Die!" Li Wei roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! 100 strands of sword chi landed on Montez's body, immediately inflicting 100 bloody wounds. Then, Li Wei sent Montez flying in a mangled state. Bang! The mangled Montez fell to the ground with wide eyes. He no longer had any strength left. Montez looked at Feng Ling in the pool of blood and revealed a mournful smile. Feng Ling, cough, 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 my Feng Ling. Wind Chimes turned her head to look at Meng Tai. Meng Tai looked like he was on his last breaths, as if he would die at any moment. Suddenly, Wind Chimes shuddered and walked towards Meng Tai. Don Master, save us! The severely injured Great Feng Mafia family disciples cried out miserably. Rumble! Li Wei slowly flew out of the beast arena. When he looked around, he saw that nearly all the Great Feng Mafia family disciples had been wiped out. Li Wei showed a furious expression as he glared at Gu Hai, who was surrounded by the evil men. You rats actually managed to escape, Li Wei said with a cold expression as he held up his sword. Li Wei's aura erupted from the Yuanying state, forming a tornado around him. His veritable energy materialized a gigantic tortoise monster in the center of the tornado. The monster showed a ferocious expression as it released a surging ferocious aura. It looked like an overwhelming wave surging over, wanting to crush and crush everyone. If we are rats, then what are the Great Feng Mafia family disciples that the rats killed? Bedbugs? Gu Hai stepped forward with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai stepped forward, and the four-leggeds followed closely behind. All the evil men showed ferocious expressions. Although they could not block the strong aura of the Yuanying state, no one feared it. Chapter 84. A chaotic battle started in the beast arena. Countless gamblers exclaimed in horror from the surrounding peaks. Hiss! Hiss! Evil people. They are wearing masks. To think that they are evil people, the evil people of Evil Men Valley? The evil people all escaped. Are they here for revenge? What terrifying evil people. To think that their combat prowess is so ferocious. Previously, watching the evil people from the spectator stands was just a form of entertainment. Even though the evil people were ferocious, they did not think much of it, as they were all locked up in cages. No matter how ferocious the ferocious beasts in cages were, they could not harm them. What was there to worry about? However, now, these ferocious beasts were all out of cages. Furthermore, they were organized. How horrifying was this organized combat prowess? From the battle in the bestial battle arena, it could be seen. Combat prowess was just one aspect. The crux was that this group of evil people was incredibly ferocious. Tear their opponents apart. Even more ferociously, they used their mouths to tear off a piece of flesh and swallowed it. The countless gamblers felt their scalps go numb. This group of evil people was too horrifying. Some of the gamblers originally wanted to take advantage of this scene. However, when they got close and saw the bloody scene, they immediately turned and left. It's the evil people. Damn it! It's the evil people. The group of gamblers cried out in horror. In the blink of an eye, nearly all the Great Feng Mafia family disciples died. Those who survived were all subdued. In just a short while, this combat prowess chilled the hearts of countless gamblers. Look, Don Li is flying over. Don Li is from the Yuanying state. However, those evil people are only innate realm and golden core realm cultivators. Can the villains defeat gang leader Li? The Yuanying state? What a strong aura. Countless gamblers in the surroundings stared at the center of the beast arena. The distant battle came to an end. The 2,000-odd evil people, led by Gu Hai, faced the Great Feng Mafia families Li Wei head-on. Gu Hai stepped forward, and the four-leggeds followed closely behind. All the evil people showed ferocious expressions. In the face of the powerful aura of the Yuanying state, although they could not withstand it, no one was afraid. Under Li Wei's powerful Yuanying state aura, Almost all of the villains were swayed by the storm, as if they were about to be blown away. He actually managed to escape. You even destroyed my great Feng Mafia family, only at the Innate Realm and Golden Core Realm. A bunch of weak rats. Li Wei glared. Gu Hai waved his hand. Yes, pa 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 pa. Shangguan Hen, Scar, Chun Tianshan, and Gao Xianji quickly put their hands on Gu Hai's back. Rumble! Behind the group and the 4 legates, for Centurions each placed their hands on the legates' backs. After the Centurions, it was the 10-man squad leader. After the 10-man squad leader, the ordinary subordinates quickly supported the legates. With Gu Hai at the beginning, every layer behind him had a multiplier of 4. With their palms on the backs of the evil people, the layers formed 7 layers in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai stood at the very front, forming a fan-shaped formation. Everyone resisted the Yuanying state's aura, showing ferocious expressions. Release! Gu Hai shouted. Huh! The evil man on the 7th layer shouted. Suddenly, surging veritable energy rushed out of his hand and into the back of the evil man on the 6th layer. Huh! The evil man on the 6th layer shouted as well. He also released his veritable energy and infused it into the evil man on the 5th layer. At the same time, he guided the veritable energy from the 7th layer over. Boom, boom, boom. Layer after layer of veritable energy flowed to the front, the 4th layer, the 3rd layer, and the 2nd layer. When the evil men reached the 2nd layer, where Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, and Shangguan Hen were, aside from Shanghai Hen, who did not show any change in expression, the other 3 flushed. The veritable energy from the evil men behind them was too intense. If their veritable energy was a small stream, then the evil men behind them would be a surging river. If this river-like true qi was left in his body, it would soon cause him to explode. Pooh! Gao Xianji's cultivation was the weakest. She vomited a mouthful of blood. The veritable energy from the evil men behind her was too intense, and she could not endure it. Furthermore, Gao Xianji was transmitting her veritable energy to Gu Hai. She was just a passageway. The 4 river-like veritable energy infused into Gu Hai's body. This berserk energy caused the 4 legates to feel a chill in their hearts. Could Milord endure it? If not for Milord's earlier instructions, no one would dare to do this. The 4 legates understood that if they were in Milord's place, they might have instantly exploded. Milord, will it work? Gao Xianji called out worriedly. The group of evil men moved very quickly. The earlier scene took only an instant to complete. This caused Li Wei's expression to change. The Yuanying state's Li Wei's aura was vast. His surroundings were like a tornado, creating a strong wind that blew towards the 2,000-odd evil men in front. The strong aura originally looked like it would knock down the evil men. However, at this moment, surging energy surged towards Gu Hai. Boom! A horrifying aura also erupted from Gu Hai's body. The moment his aura appeared, it was like a mountain flood erupting, crashing into Li Wei's aura. Boom! The 2 auras clashed, kicking up rocks in the surroundings. Immediately, Gu Hai's aura was no weaker than Li Wei's Yuanying state's aura. Huh! Li Wei's expression changed, revealing an angry expression. This is... He gathered the veritable energy of 2,000-odd evil men into one person? That's impossible. With such vast energy, even the Yuanying state's physical body would not be able to withstand it. He should have exploded long ago. He should have exploded already. What kind of physical body does that person have? Is it that exaggerated? The surroundings were in an uproar. Countless gamblers goggled. This scene was not difficult to guess. It was not difficult to gather all the energy in one place. However, no one could withstand such vast energy. Those who could withstand such vast energy did not need others to gather it. This would affect their agility instead. Weren't these evil men just Golden Core realm or innate realm cultivators? How could they gather so much energy? Number 1. That's right. I remember his figure. He is the evil man from the Beast Arena 2 rounds ago, evil man number 1. He is an innate realm cultivator. Someone shouted, "Innate realm? That's impossible. Wouldn't an innate realm cultivator's physical body explode long ago?" Right, that's right. It is him. He caused me to lose money. I will never forget this. Innate realm? Evil man number 1? Surging veritable energy gathered in Guhai's body. Slowly, it flowed along Guhai's veritable energy, forming a purple veritable dragon. Roar. The veritable dragon roared and faced the tortoise-shaped monster in front. Its aura formed a storm that was no weaker than Li Wei's. Now, do you still think that you are too weak to stand up to the wind? Guhai asked coldly. Li Wei's expression changed as he looked at Guhai in shock. He also sighed at the strength of Guhai's physical body. However, in the next moment, Li Wei revealed a cold smile and said, "A rat will never be able to defeat a human. Even if you all work together, you will only end up in a stalemate." As Li Wei spoke, he stretched out his hand and swung his sword at Guhai. When Li Wei swung his sword, dozens of strands of sword chi immediately shot out. Together with a huge manifested sword, the manifested sword shot at Guhai. Everywhere the manifested sword passed, it seemed to tear apart the storm, giving off sharp sonic booms. Guhai showed a ferocious expression as he punched at the manifested sword. Boom! Suddenly, as Guhai punched, a 10-meter-wide purple manifested fist manifested in the air and crashed into the manifested sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the ground below shook. The manifested fist and manifested sword were actually evenly matched. When the manifested fist shattered, the manifested sword and manifested sword chi also shattered. Humph! Do you think that gathering energy is enough? You can't move at all. Brat, you are simply seeking death. Li Wei's expression turned cold as he moved, wanting to avoid facing Guhai head-on and cut this group of evil men apart from the side. Li Wei's idea was right. If Guhai wanted to move, he needed to organize more than 2,000 people. It was inconvenient for him to move. Even if he had strength, he could not use it flexibly. Gao Xinji and the others felt incredibly anxious. They could not move at all. Li Wei's yuanying state figure moved to the back of the group. This was a complete massacre. The group of evil men showed worried expressions. Li Wei already arrived behind the group. Then, he revealed a cold smile as he swung his sword again. "If you want to die, I will slowly send you to your deaths. I will seal your cultivation again and send you back to Evil Men Valley. As for your crimes this time, leave behind a claw for each rat." Boom! Li Wei swung his sword, and 100 strands of sword chi charged at the group of evil men. The sword chi charged at the group of evil men and sent veritable energy to Guhai's right arm. It looked like Li Wei wanted to instantly cut off the right arm of 100 evil men as punishment. Together with the 100 strands of sword chi was a huge manifested sword. This manifested sword shot at the back of Guhai's head. This attack was even more ferocious than the previous one. Guhai had his back to Li Wei, so he could not move. It looked like the manifested sword would cut him down. So, what if he gathered the evil men's energy? He can't move and can only be slaughtered. Indeed, how unfortunate. It turns out that he is just a pretty face. An innate realm cultivator is just an innate realm cultivator. He will never be able to defeat the yuanying state. Countless gamblers shook their heads and sighed. The threat of death made all the evil men's hair stand on end. At this moment, their expressions changed dramatically. They did not know what to do. "Milord!" Scar called out anxiously. The huge manifested sword looked like it would chop down on the back of Gu Hai's head. However, Gu Hai did not turn around. Just as the manifested sword was about to chop off Gu Hai's head, a large amount of smoke suddenly came out from behind Gu Hai's head. Buzz! The smoke instantly spread in all directions. Then, a huge strand of saber chi came out from behind Gu Hai's head. This strand of saber chi was hundreds of meters long, several times larger than Li Wei's manifested sword. Boom! The saber chi crashed into the manifested sword, shattering it. Then it soared into the air and instantly arrived before Li Wei. "What?" Li Wei's expression changed as he immediately punched. Boom! The manifested sword only scattered the saber chi when the manifested fist clashed. Below, the sword chi accompanying the sword astral was also struck by the small saber chi. For a time, the sky was filled with explosions. What's going on? Countless cultivators goggled at this scene in confusion. Where did the manifested saber come from? Why was there such a strong manifested saber? How could it come from that innate realm evil man? At this moment, surging white fog encased all the evil men. One could vaguely see stars in the white fog. "Is this a ritual array?" someone suddenly exclaimed. "A ritual array?" Li Wei's expression changed. "That's right, a ritual array. I already have strength. Why should I fight with you? I have strength, so I can lay a ritual array. Clouds, rise. Release." Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the Tongtian fog burst out, with Gu Hai as the center. The fog charged at Li Wei like a berserk dragon. Li Wei's expression changed as he ran towards the sky. However, the speed of the fog was too fast. In an instant, it had enveloped the entire bestial battle arena. Li Wei's speed couldn't keep up with the speed of the fog. In an instant, Li Wei was shrouded in the fog. The moment Li Wei entered the ritual array, it was like the world turned upside down. He could not tell up from down, left from right. Li Wei flew quickly, but he could not fly out of the fog. "What? How can this be?" Li Wei exclaimed in disbelief. Xing! Suddenly, a strand of saber chi appeared in front of Li Wei, charging at him. Humph! Acting all mysterious. Li Wei showed a ferocious expression as he swung his sword. Ziying! 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 Suddenly, strands of saber chi hundreds of meters long appeared in all directions, surging towards Li Wei. The threat of death startled him. "No, that's impossible," Li Wei exclaimed as he quickly sent out a manifested sword. "Nothing is impossible. You are just ignorant." Gu Hai's voice accompanied the saber chi as it charged at Li Wei. Boom! In the fog, there was a loud roar. Outside, countless gamblers goggled as they stared at the beast arena. The surging fog had already covered the surroundings. No one expected the situation to change like this. Innate realm? How can he lay a ritual array? Many cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. At the summit of a mountain, the 9th young master's pupils constricted as he said, "The heavenly saber death match." Chapter 85. Beast Arena. Montez looked at Feng Ling weakly as he vomited blood. Feng Ling walked over bit by bit, holding her head with a pained expression. In the outside world, the battle between Gu Hai and Li Wei did not seem to affect the two of them. Feng Ling cough, cough, cough. "Don't you remember me? You said that we were going to find a place where no one was and live forever." "I'm Yu Yao. I'm brother Li Wei's woman." Feng Ling held her head and muttered to herself in pain. "You can remember. You're Feng Ling. You're Feng Ling, the Feng Ling who has always followed behind eldest senior brother." I'm eldest senior brother Montez. I'm your husband. I'm Yu Yao. Feng Ling held her head in pain as if she was unwilling to admit it. Feng Ling got closer and closer to Montez, her eyes still filled with struggle. Slap! Meng Tai did not know where his strength came from, but he grabbed Wind Chime's hand. Feng Ling was so frightened that she wanted to shrink back. However, Montez did not let go. Uffed! Montez spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly dyeing Feng Ling's hands red. Feng Ling immediately revealed a look of horror. Feng Ling, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you well. I'm about to die. You must live well. Montez said weakly. No, you can't die. Feng Ling revealed a panicked expression. Montez's eyelids slowed down, and he gently closed them. The hand that grabbed Feng Ling suddenly loosened, as if he had lost all signs of life. This scene shocked Wind Chime so much that she shuddered. No, you can't die. You can't die. Husband. Feng Ling suddenly burst into tears. She grabbed Montez's right hand and refused to let go. She became anxious. However, Montez did not make a sound. He did not move at all. Wake up. I remember now. I'm Feng Ling, husband. I'm Feng Ling. Feng Ling suddenly burst into heart-wrenching sobs. Just at this moment, Meng Tai's body twitched. His eyes twitched, and he suddenly opened them again. Wind Chimes, you remember me? Montez was pleasantly surprised. Wind Chimes widened her eyes as she watched Montez wake up. Sob. Husband. Feng Ling laid on Montez and cried. Wind Chimes, it's good that you remember. Montez's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Rumble. In the distance, rumbling sounds came from the fog. Ah. Li Wei's screams rang out in the fog. Immediately, countless gamblers and cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. Although Li Wei had fought with Montez and was severely injured, he was still a member of the Yuanying state. Shouldn't the Yuanying state be able to defeat all Golden Core and Xiantian realm cultivators? But now, he was actually trapped in a grand formation by a higher Heaven Realm expert. It seemed extremely tragic. Heavenly Saber death match. That's impossible. How can so many people know the Heavenly Saber death match? Could it be? On the mountain peak, the 9th young master's pupils suddenly constricted. 9th young master, what did you think of? One of his subordinates asked, feeling curious. No wonder I could not find him. No wonder I found him so familiar. So it is him. So many cultivators on 9-5 Island searched, but they could not find any clues. So he was hiding here? The most dangerous place is the safest place, the 9th young master said in shock. Inside the Heavenly Saber death match, Li Wei's manifested sword desperately clashed with the Heavenly Saber. At this moment, the might of Gu Hai's ritual array was weaker. However, it was enough to deal with Li Wei. Li Wei's manifested sword could chop down one Heavenly Saber. However, Gu Hai's Heavenly Saber seemed endless. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as motes of starlight appeared around him. They looked like ghost stones dancing in the air. In the past, the fake 9th young master did not fully understand the Heavenly Saber death match. He only knew how to lay a ritual array with a treasure. However, Gu Hai was different. Gu Hai had a thorough understanding of the Heavenly Saber death match. He could adjust where he could cut or add. Immediately, hundreds of Heavenly Sabers chopped down on Li Wei. Boom. Zi-ing. Zi-ing. Arg. Arg. Li Wei screamed miserably. Many bloody wounds appeared on his body, and blood spurted everywhere. With Gu Hai laying the ritual array, he could clearly see Li Wei. However, Li Wei could not find Gu Hai. At this moment, the 2,000-odd evil men followed behind Gu Hai. They could also see the scene before them. Although the evil men swore loyalty to Gu Hai and knew of his strength, they only acknowledged Gu Hai's abilities. However, most of them only acknowledged Gu Hai. They did not think that Gu Hai was that unreachable. They did not worship him. For a while, they might still be loyal to Gu Hai. However, as time passed, they would inevitably have their own thoughts. However, after seeing this scene, no evil man dared to underestimate Gu Hai anymore. That was the Yuanying state. At this moment, the Yuanying state's experts looked like they were being cut into pieces by 1,000 blades before Gu Hai. Many heavenly sabers cut them into pieces before everyone's eyes. This dismemberment chilled all the evil men's hearts. How unobstructed was that feeling? This was the Yuanying state. Upon hearing Li Wei's miserable scream, the evil men all looked at Gu Hai, who was at the very front. As they looked at Gu Hai's back, nearly all of them gulped. Their acknowledgement of Gu Hai immediately soared. Perhaps following this boss won't bury me. However, if I betray this boss, will I end up in an even more miserable state? When this thought formed, the evil men's expressions immediately turned solemn. CI. A large number of heavenly sabers landed on Li Wei's body. Soon, Li Wei became a bloody mess. Many of the wounds were so deep that one could see his bones. Li Wei had already tossed out his sword. He was already at the end of his rope. He no longer resisted. Yu Yao, my lover! Li Wei revealed a mournful smile, as though he was waiting for the final, fatal blow. Gu Hai stared at Li Wei's expression and extended his hand. Boom! The heavenly saber death match suddenly broke, and the fog scattered. Gu Hai punched, and a huge manifested fist struck Li Wei. Bang! Li Wei fell into the beast arena and landed on the ground. His body turned into a bloody mess as he fell limp to the ground. Gasp! The Yuanying state, that innate realm cultivator, killed him? That group of evil men is really horrifying. The countless gamblers on the surrounding peaks revealed shocked expressions, feeling a chill in their hearts. At the very last moment, Gu Hai did not kill the evil men. Whoosh! Whoosh! The evil men slowly let go of their hands. After sending in a large amount of veritable energy, the evil men felt somewhat drained. However, they recovered quickly. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. After the earlier battle, Gu Hai's prestige had increased. "Milord!" Gao Xianji called out with surging emotions. "Li Wei is still alive. Immediately interrogate him to find out how to remove the mask." Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the evil men immediately shouted excitedly. The mask, we can finally remove the mask." Inside the beast arena, Li Wei fell not far from Montez. He fell with a loud crash, his flesh mangled as he lay limp on the ground, unable to move. When Li Wei fell to the ground, he happened to see Feng Ling crying over Montez. Montez hugged Feng. Li Wei showed a horrified expression. "Yu Yao, my Yu Yao." However, Feng Ling, who was lying on Montez, suddenly trembled. She stood up and turned her head to look at Li Wei, showing a pained expression. "Yu Yao, my Yu Yao." Li Wei suddenly showed a sad smile. After a moment of silence, Feng Ling suddenly started crying. "Elder brother, Li Wei. Elder brother, Li Wei." The expression of Montez, who was on the ground, changed. "Feng Ling, you are Feng Ling. Don't be fooled by him. Feng Ling." "I am Feng Ling." Feng Ling held her head. "No, you are Yu Yao. My Yu Yao." Li Wei called out anxiously. "I am Yu Yao." Feng Ling held her head again. No. Feng Ling, you are not Yu Yao. Yu Yao died long ago." Montez shouted. Feng Ling held her head. "I am Feng Ling. I am Yu Yao. Feng Ling? Yu Yao, don't think about it, my darling. No matter who you are, don't let yourself suffer so much. Li Wei said, his heart aching. However, Montez struggled to his feet. He looked at Li Wei with a ferocious expression. You are the one who put Feng Ling in such a miserable state. Only when you die can my Feng Ling return. After saying that, Montez walked over to Li Wei step by step, revealing a cold, murderous intent on his face. No, don't kill my elder brother Li Wei. Don't. Feng Ling cried out in fear. Feng Ling, you are mistaken. If I kill him, you will return to Feng Ling. Let me kill him. Montez shouted. Whoosh. Suddenly, Gu Hai blocked Montez. Division Master Meng, I have fulfilled my promise to you and helped you escape from danger. What about your promise to me? You said that you would help me find a way to remove the mask, but now you want to kill Li Wei? Gu Hai stared at Montez and said coldly. Montez stared at Gu Hai, his face contorted for a while as if he was considering whether to fall out with Gu Hai. After twitching for a while, Feng Ling suddenly shouted, Husband, I remember now. I remember now. I am Feng Ling. I am not Yu Yao. I am Feng Ling. Yu Yao died a long time ago. Meng Tai immediately looked at Feng Ling with joy on his face. Feng Ling, you remember now? You are back, Montez said in surprise. Yes, Feng Ling cried and laughed. Two extreme emotions strangely intertwined. Whoosh! Montez hugged Feng Ling. Feng Ling, it's great that you can remember. Husband, the two of them hugged each other tightly. On the other side, Li Wei watched this scene with wide eyes. In the end, he revealed a sad smile. There was helplessness, despair, and a dead heart in that smile. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. Yu Yao, I am coming for you. Li Wei revealed a dead heart. Wang. Suddenly, Li Wei's body emitted a fluorescent light. His wounds quickly healed, but his skin slowly turned old. His hair turned white in an instant. Not good. My lord, Li Wei has melted his nascent soul. He wants to die. Shang Guanhen suddenly exclaimed. As he spoke, Shang Guanhen stepped forward and jabbed his finger at Li Wei. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Feng Ling, who was in Montez's arms, suddenly trembled. Montez quickly hugged Feng Ling tightly, not letting her move as if he was afraid that she would disappear. How is it? Gu Hai called out in a deep voice. Shang Guanhen's expression was very ugly. My lord, Li Wei's life is saved, but Li Wei wants to die. He might not wake up, or he might never wake up. Comatose. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Is there a way to wake him up? Shang Guanhen shook his head. No, a person whose heart is dead can't be saved unless he wakes up himself. Forcefully applying external force will only cause him to die faster. Perhaps in the next moment, there will be no sound. In Montez's arms, Feng Ling kept trembling. Montez hugged her tightly. Gu Hai turned to look at Montez. Montez was so weak that he was about to die, but now he was much better. Was he pretending to be dead? Or was his injury really that serious? More importantly, did Montez really try his best to help him remove the mask? No, he did not show any signs of keeping his promise from the start. Division Master Gu, I'm really sorry. I tried my best, but I did not succeed. I can only wait. The mask will fall off in 50 years. Montez said while shaking his head. The evil men in the surroundings all showed extremely unsightly expressions. They were so close to removing the mask. In the end, they failed at the last step. My lord, the evil men felt extremely dispirited. Gu Hai did not console the evil men. Instead, he took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Montez and said, 50 years? I can't wait that long. Oh, Montez felt slightly stunned. I have a way to remove this mask. Gu Hai turned his head, no longer looking at Montez. What? Montez's expression suddenly changed. How can this be possible? The evil men's eyes lit up as they looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Is that true? Milord has a way. Chapter 86. I have a way to undo this mask. Gu Hai turned his head, no longer looking at Montez. What? Montez's expression suddenly changed. How can this be possible? Montez's eyes flickered with uncertainty. However, the evil men's eyes lit up. If it were before, the evil men would not have believed it. However, after experiencing the earlier battle, they had much more confidence in Gu Hai. Furthermore, at this moment, they could only believe it. However, how do I undo it? Gu Hai no longer bothered with the crowd. Instead, he started searching the beast arena. He continuously flipped over rocks. "Milord, what are you doing? Should we help you?" The evil men called out. "There's no need. Just stay where you are and don't move. Don't break that thing." Gu Hai said seriously. The group of evil men nodded. However, Montez hugged the trembling Feng Ling as he narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. He wanted to know if Gu Hai was boasting or not. After all, even he could not undo the mask. Even Gu Hai had only learned about it recently. Xiao Chun was the one who told Xiao Chun, the principal behind the mask. There was no way to undo it. Gu Hai carefully flipped over piles of rocks. Suddenly, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Joy flashed on his face. However, he quickly turned serious. He carefully moved aside the rocks around him and slowly revealed a bronze mask. "Isn't this the mask that Feng Ling wore earlier?" Montez said in surprise. It was not just Montez. The evil men and the gamblers on the surrounding peaks all stared at Gu Hai with wide eyes. They did not know what Gu Hai wanted to do. Gu Hai carefully removed the mask. Gao Xianji, Chun Tianshan, Scar, and Shangguan Hen quickly stepped forward. A large amount of dust had fallen off the mask. However, there were a few fingerprints on it. "Hey, these fingerprints," Chun Tianshan said in surprise. "Although they are blurry, we can still make out that Li Wei left them," Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Li Wei left it behind. The hand seal for removing the mask. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. However, there are 11 finger marks on it. Who came first? Chun Tianshan asked in shock. Gu Hai pointed at them and said, "These 3 are the first batch of true energy input points. These 4 are the second batch of true energy input points. And these 4 are the last batch of true energy input points." Oh. Everyone was slightly stunned. "My lord, is this some kind of oil?" Shangguan Hen asked in surprise. Gu Hai shook his head and said, "It's a type of glue that I concocted. The characteristic of this glue is that it will solidify when it comes into contact with air. The outermost layer solidifies into a layer of skin, which will isolate the air. The inner layer of the glue will remain in a liquid state until a force acts on it and shatters the outermost layer of skin." "There's a lot of this kind of glue," Chun Tianshan frowned. "That's right. Glue is very common. However, it's fine as long as it has an effect," Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. "I understand." Milord brushed a layer of glue on the surface so that it did not solidify. At first, Li Wei did not understand the situation. When he quickly pressed down, it would suddenly slip, resulting in these 3 long fingerprints. When he pressed the second time, it was much better. However, there were still some slips, but they were much smaller. When he pressed the third time, he paid more attention, and there were no more slips, Gao Xianji said with a change in expression. Gu Hai nodded. "Milord is really far-sighted." Shangguan Hen immediately sighed. "Scar," Gu Hai said. "Present. Go to the Beast Arena's warehouse. There are a large number of bronze masks there. Bring them over and let the great Feng Mafia family disciples wear them. Then use them for experiments Guhai said. Yes. Scar answered. The evil men rubbed their palms together, feeling exceptionally excited. However, Montez, who was at the side, stared at Guhai. Shock flashed in his eyes as he narrowed them in thought. Soon, Scar brought over the bronze mask. No, don't put it on me. That great Feng Mafia family, Disciple exclaimed in horror. Clack! The mask was put on. No, no, no. That great Feng Mafia family, Disciple trembled in horror. He keeps moving around. There is no way to undo it. Knock him unconscious. Guhai said seriously. Yes. Boom. Scar attacked, and that great Feng Mafia family, Disciple immediately fainted. Buzz. Veritable energy immediately surged out of Guhai's body to protect him in case the mask failed and ended up exploding. Everyone stared at Guhai. The evil men felt their heartbeats accelerate as they gulped. Guhai followed his understanding of the situation from Montez. Then he extended 3 fingers and placed them in fixed positions. Buzz. Suddenly, 3 strands of veritable energy entered the mask through his fingers. Crack! 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 The mask gave off soft cracking sounds. The first batch is right, Scar said excitedly. Everyone held their breaths. Guhai extended 4 fingers, and the second batch of veritable energy entered the mask in 4 different directions. Crack! 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 The mask gave off soft cracking sounds again. The second batch is right, Chun Tianshan said excitedly. Not far away, Montez's eyelids twitched wildly. The surroundings fell silent. Countless gamblers on the surrounding peaks showed curious expressions. What are those evil men doing? Guhai narrowed his eyes and changed the positions of his forefingers. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and sent in 4 more strands of veritable energy. Buzz. After Xiao Chen sent in his veritable energy, the surroundings fell silent, leaving only the sound of rain falling. Kacha! A loud cracking sound rang out. The bronze mask fell off. Roar! All the evil men cheered loudly. This scene instantly turned the originally quiet beast-fighting arena noisy. Some of the evil men even jumped up and down in excitement, venting the excitement in their hearts. Are those evil men crazy? Why are they making such a commotion? The surrounding cultivators showed confused expressions. Montez stood at the side. As he looked at Guhai, his gaze turned complicated. Our luck is pretty good. We succeeded. Follow the order, and I'll remove the masks for you, Guhai said with a smile. Yes, my lord. All the evil men roared loudly. Guhai smiled faintly. The first was Gao Xianji. Guhai repeated the process, continuously removing the masks. Kacha! Gao Xianji's mask fell off. Gao Xianji showed wild joy on his face. Many thanks, my lord. Move aside. Move aside. Chun Tianshan excitedly pushed Gao Xianji aside. Kacha! Chun Tianshan's mask fell off. Move aside. Move aside. Scar pushed Chun Tianshan aside and stood before Guhai excitedly. However, Guhai looked at Chun Tianshan and said, Chun Tianshan, go to the great Feng Mafia family's inner region and call everyone over. Escort those great Feng Mafia family disciples over as well. Yes, Chun Tianshan said excitedly. Chun Tianshan quickly left. Then, Guhai continued removing Scar's mask. After Scar, it was Shangguan Hen's turn. After the 4 legates, it was the Centurion's turn. The Centurions excitedly stood before Guhai, looking at him gratefully as they waited for Guhai to remove the masks. Sob! 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 It's off! It's off! Some of the evil men actually cried bitterly after removing their masks. Even now, they still found it unreal. It was like a dream. Some of them had already given up all hope in the past. They had never thought that they could recover their cultivation one day and remove their masks. Now, all of this was given to them by Milord. As all the evil men looked at Gu Hai, they no longer felt fear, respect, and worship. They also felt deep gratitude. The evil men lined up to remove Gu Hai's mask. Not far away, Montez carried Feng Ling to the side to rest as he quietly watched this scene. Gu Hai, what a good move. Even though you have a way to remove the masks, you are not willing to let others help you. You are trying to win the hearts of the people. Montez narrowed his eyes as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was indeed trying to win the hearts of the evil men. Personally helping them remove their masks and telling them how to do it were two completely different things. As Gu Hai looked at the grateful gazes the evil men gave him, he understood that he had achieved his goal. In the Great Feng Mafia family's inner region, 500 evil men were escorting the Great Feng Mafia family disciples. At this moment, when they heard the sounds in the distance, they felt very anxious. Do you think we can remove the masks? I don't know. Only Li Wei knows how to do it. That Li Wei is not a fool. Li Wei is from the Yuanying state. Can Milord force Li Wei to do it? He should be able to. Milord is so strong. We are not a match for him. However, Li Wei is from the Yuanying state. He is from the Yuanying state. The evil men felt very frustrated. Look, someone is coming. Suddenly, one of the evil men's expression changed. Then, he saw Chun Tianshan approaching from afar. Walala! The evil men immediately raised their weapons and pointed them at Chun Tianshan, showing fighting spirit on their faces. What are you doing? Don't you recognize me? Chun Tianshan shouted. The evil men immediately recognized Chun Tianshan's voice. Legate? It's the legate's voice. Is it really the legate? The legate's mask is gone. The mask can be removed. The evil men immediately goggled and exclaimed in shock. What are you looking at? Escort the Great Feng Mafia family disciples and come with me. Milord is removing our masks. Quickly! Chun Tianshan shouted. Yes, the evil men roared excitedly. At the Beast Arena, at this moment, the 1,000-odd Great Feng Mafia family disciples were tightly detained. The evil men stared at them ferociously. It seemed like they would immediately teach anyone who dared to move. On the other side, the evil men moved the ceiling stone platform over and sealed the cultivations of the Great Feng Mafia family disciples. Have a taste of the ceiling, too. He. The evil men busied themselves happily. On the other side, Gu Hai removed the masks of the evil men. By the time the final evil man's mask was removed, a large mirror had been moved to Gu Hai. As Gu Hai faced the mirror, he slowly placed his right hand on his mask. All the evil men immediately stopped what they were doing. They wanted to see what the Lord that they feared, worshipped, respected, and felt grateful to looked like. The 10,000 gamblers on the surrounding mountain peaks also goggled, wanting to see what this evil man's head looked like. Even Montez stared at Gu Hai. Crack, 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 crack. Gu Hai's mask slowly slid off. Gu Hai's appearance as a mature man was immediately exposed before everyone. What? That is. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from a distant mountain peak. Whoosh! Whoosh! He is Gu Hai! A gambler suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai! Whoosh! The voices of countless cultivators on the surrounding mountain peaks immediately exploded, causing an uproar. Is that really Gu Hai? The Gu Hai that I have been searching for so long? He is the evil man king? Found him! Found him! We found Gu Hai! So Gu Hai is here. Ha 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 ha. As the countless gamblers looked at Gu Hai, their eyes slowly turned red. Didn't I come to 9-5 Island for Gu Hai? The innate realm Gu Hai. I found him. The Century Lifespan Immortality Peach. He has the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach. The nearly 10,000 cultivators immediately turned restless. Chapter 87. Whoosh. Gu Hai's face was like a huge earthquake, causing a huge commotion among the 10,000 cultivators in the surroundings. Even from far away, and despite the heavy rain, the Great Foam Mafia family still clamored. Many of the cultivators in the VIP area did not come. However, when they heard the commotion, they all came out of their residences. Senior brother, quick, come quickly. We found Gu Hai. Master, quickly come to the beast arena. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai. After a series of shouts, the sound of the door opening could be heard. Nearly all the cultivators in the VIP area rushed to the beast arena without asking what was going on. At the beast arena, Montez stood in a corner while hugging Feng Ling. He goggled at the commotion in the surroundings. This uproar was like a huge explosion, exploding in all directions. What's going on? What did Gu Hai do to incur the wrath of the heavens? Why is everyone looking at him with bloodshot eyes? Chun Tianshan and Gao Xianji revealed bitter smiles. However, the other 3,000-odd evil men appeared confused. Is Milord's face really that exaggerated? Why did this group of people, who were as quiet as quails earlier, suddenly go berserk? Not only was there a commotion, but many cultivators also rushed over. They all drew their weapons and looked at Gu Hai with bloodshot eyes. More people arrived. It's really Gu Hai? A red-clad man who just came over from the VIP area wanted to step forward. Don't. Master, wait. Another person immediately pulled him back. What are you waiting for? Gu Hai is just an innate realm cultivator. Can he run? The red-clad man said while glaring. No, Master, you were not here earlier. That Gu Hai just killed a Yuanying state cultivator. Ah, perhaps he is not dead yet. The red-clad man immediately stopped after taking a step forward. Then he looked at his disciple in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? He is just an innate realm cultivator, and he killed a Yuanying state cultivator. It's true. Many people saw it. If you don't believe me, ask Junior Brother. Many people surrounded them, but at the same time, many people had fear in their eyes. Gu Hai was truly too ferocious earlier. The brutality of the villains was still vivid in his mind. If he were to charge at that group of thugs, wouldn't that be? Even though many people were afraid, there were still many people who gathered around. At this moment, the 3,000 evil men quickly surrounded Gu Hai. They all showed ferocious expressions as they looked at the people charging over from all directions. The 3,000 evil men did not care about the evil intentions of others. Right now, they were filled with all sorts of emotions. Their loyalty to Gu Hai had already reached a new height. Now, if someone wanted to harm Gu Hai, that person would be their enemy. Wallalala! They all raised their blades and pointed at the Xiozha coming from all directions. As Gu Hai stood in the center of the evil men, he looked around and revealed a cold smile at all the people who targeted him. Things were different now. He was no longer the Gu Hai who only knew how to run away a few months ago. Gu Hai, is the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach still with you? A cultivator shouted. With this shout, all the cultivators stopped and waited for Gu Hai's reply. The cultivators at the very front showed complicated expressions. As they looked at the ferocious evil men, they actually hoped that Gu Hai would answer that the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach was gone. If they could avoid fighting, they would do their best to avoid fighting. However, Gu Hai smiled coldly and said, "The Century Lifespan Immortality Peach? It is still with me." Huh. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed. "You want it? Come and get it yourselves." Let's see if you are capable of doing so, Guhai said coldly. As Guhai spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a jade box from the space in his small authority token. Then, he opened the jade box before everyone, revealing a dazzling golden immortality peach. When everyone saw the immortality peach, they held their breaths. On one hand, they were excited to see the immortality peach. On the other hand, they were shocked by Guhai's actions. What is Guhai doing? If you say that you ate the immortality peach, we might not charge anymore. Guhai stared coldly at everyone. He did not reveal the century lifespan immortality peach because he liked to show off. After all, Guhai was already past that age. He had his own reasons for revealing the immortality peach. Everyone attack together. It belongs to whoever snatches it. Attack! Boom! A large group of cultivators charged at Guhai. Guhai showed a cold gaze as he stood where he was, not moving. He did not need to move. When the cultivators charged over, the 3,000-odd evil men immediately unleashed their ferocious nature. Roar! The 3,000-odd evil men roared as they charged over. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the two sides started fighting. The evil men's combat prowess allowed them to fight against 10 strong cultivators each. When they fought, they were extremely ferocious. In one move, they knocked hundreds of cultivators into the air, vomiting blood as they fell to the ground. Oh, my arm! Cruel villain, Rumble! In just one round, hundreds of cultivators fell to the ground, howling in agony. The first person to shout, "Charge!" had his 4 limbs grabbed by the 4 evil men. With a ferocious tug, the evil men tore him into pieces, spraying blood everywhere. Gasp! The many cultivators in the surroundings who wanted to charge paused slightly. They all showed horror as they watched the battle before them. This was too ferocious. Of course, many more people did not have any intention of joining the battle. They only watched the battle, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The battle suddenly stopped. The surroundings fell silent, except for the sound of rain and sweat. Guhai smiled coldly. Clack! Guhai closed the jade box. The sound of him closing the jade box sounded like he was mocking all the people charging over. Guhai swept his gaze over all the cultivators. Under his gaze, many cultivators did not dare to meet Guhai's gaze. Some with weaker mental fortitude even took a step back. It looks like you will not be able to take it away today, Guhai said with a cold smile. With a flip of his hand, he placed the jade box into the compressed space in his authority token. Countless cultivators stared at Guhai with complicated expressions. They all showed complicated expressions. After taking a deep breath, Guhai suddenly said loudly, "From now on, we will take over the Great Fong Mafia family. In 3 days, the Great Fong Mafia family's Beast Arena will be open to everyone again. Those who want to gamble, prepare to bet." Huh. Many people in the surroundings goggled. What? Guhai is not going to flee? He is going to settle down here? After wiping out the Great Fong Mafia family, he wants to inherit the Great Fong Mafia family? Many cultivators could not understand what Guhai was thinking. However, they were certain of one thing: Guhai would not leave for now. It was fine as long as he did not leave. The people who rushed to their deaths earlier were not organized at all. If they reorganized, perhaps, no, definitely, they could snatch the century lifespan immortality peach. Scar, get the Profound Legion to put masks on all the Great Fong Mafia family disciples. Seal their cultivations and escort them back to Evil Men Valley. Restore Evil Men Valley to Evil Men Valley, and the Beast Arena will reopen in 3 days. Guhai instructed Scar. Yes. Scar roared excitedly. The Profound Legion's evil men also roared excitedly. The situation is reversed. Everything is reversed. Back then, when they were slaves and sent to the beast arena to fight to the death, these great Feng Mafia family disciples could do whatever they wanted. Their lives depended on their mood. Today, the situation was reversed. 3 days later, the beast arena urging the great Feng Mafia family disciples to fight to the death. Just thinking about it made the evil men feel incredibly excited. How could there be such a pleasurable way to take revenge? This was even more pleasurable than killing these enemies. I will let you all suffer the same pain, as I did. The evil men felt excited, looking forward to the beast arena fight in 3 days. Qin Tianshan, get the Earth Legion to repair the beast arena and wait for the bets to begin in 3 days. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, all the Earth Legion's evil men immediately cheered. Gao Xianji, get the Heaven Legion to search the great Feng Mafia family. Don't miss any corner. Search every place. We will divide the gold in 2 days. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, the evil men immediately said excitedly. The division of gold meant giving everyone a salary. Although they were already loyal to Gu Hai, they would be even more enthusiastic if they could still receive spirit stones. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Montez, and Feng Ling, Division Master Meng, why don't you and Feng Ling stay in my great Feng Mafia family and recuperate first? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Montez raised his eyebrows. Your great Feng Mafia family? I was the one who opened up this great Feng Mafia family back then. However, Montez did not argue with Gu Hai at this moment. He already had nothing. Gu Hai had built everything in the great Feng Mafia family with his own hands. That's fine. Montez nodded. Montez turned his head and looked at the vegetative Li Wei not far away. Then he said seriously, Division Master Gu, since you already removed your masks, there is no need for this Li Wei to continue living, right? Feng Ling, who was in Montez's embrace, suddenly trembled. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and shook his head. Then he said firmly, Division Master Meng, I was the one who defeated Li Wei, not you. Montez frowned. Gu Hai's meaning was that it was not up to Xiao Chun to decide on his matters. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Division Master Gu, you are truly an extraordinary hero. Montez guffawed, showing some discomfort in his eyes. Likewise. By the way, during the 20 years you were imprisoned, there was another division, Master Montez, in Elite Hall's Earth Division. Gu Hai said seriously. Oh, there was another Montez? Huh, it must be that old bitch Ding Rue's doing. She found someone to replace me? Humph. Many thanks to Division Master Gu for telling me. I will deal with it myself. That person did not cause any trouble for Division Master Gu, right? Montez asked after taking a deep breath. Gu Hai shook his head. Then he stared at Montez and smiled. Trouble? Not to that extent. That Montez schemed against me, so I killed him. Montez's pupils suddenly constricted. Gu Hai's words seemed to be stating a fact. However, they also seemed to have a double meaning, a warning to Xiao Chun. Ha 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 ha. That's good, then. Montez smiled with a strange expression. The recovery of the beast arena might require Division Master Meng's guidance. How about Division Master Meng stay near the beast arena? If Qin Tianshan has anything he does not understand, he can ask Division Master Meng for guidance, Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai was not letting Montez stay in the gang's territory. Montez's expression changed. When he looked at his injuries, he felt frustrated. However, he still smiled and said, That's fine. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. Then Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the comatose Li Wei not far away. Then he instructed Shangguan Hen, Bring him along. Yes, Shangguan Hen answered. Under Gu Hai's instructions, the evil men started moving. However, the countless cultivators in the surroundings did not step forward at this moment. When they saw Gu Hai strutting around, They cursed in their hearts. We are here to snatch your immortality peach. We are here to kill you. Why are you not afraid at all? Why are you treating us like air? F***CK your sister. Chapter 88. Some cultivators surrounded Guhai outside the beast arena. However, there were also a large number of cultivators who did not move at all. This included the 9th young master and his subordinates. Cough, cough, cough. The 9th young master covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. However, he narrowed his eyes. 9th young master, is this Guhai crazy? To think that he took out the century lifespan immortality peach in front of everyone. What is he trying to do? Wouldn't it be fine if he just said that the century lifespan immortality peach is gone? A subordinate asked, feeling confused. Huh, what do you know? The 9th young master retorted with narrowed eyes. Huh, you only see the century lifespan immortality peach, but not his deeper intentions. Although he showed the century lifespan immortality peach, he mobilized all the cultivators on 9-5 Island for his use. The human heart. He is an expert at manipulating the human heart. Cough, cough. The 9th young master coughed while covering his mouth. Mobilizing all the cultivators on 9-5 Island for his use? 9th young master, this subordinate does not understand. He is protecting his family. Or rather, he is protecting his 2 adopted sons, Guqin and Gu Han, the 9th young master explained. Oh, with Gu Hai not appearing for so long, the cultivators waiting outside the Gu residence slowly lost their patience. However, now that the century lifespan immortality peach appeared, their patience returned. They are waiting for Gu Hai to walk right into their trap. Hence, they need to remain unharmed. Not only will they not harm Guqin and Gu Han, but they will even do their best to protect them. Waiting for Gu Hai to walk right into their trap, the 9th young master explained. Gu Hai is mobilizing all the cultivators to protect Guqin and Gu Han, and the price he is paying is just to show the century lifespan immortality peach. That subordinate showed a strange expression. Although he has not matured yet, he has the air of an ambitious and ruthless person. Standing there, the surrounding cultivators clearly want to go up and snatch it, but none of them dare to. With just a wave of his hand, the surrounding cultivators are restrained. Good scheming. Good courage. The 9th young master narrowed his eyes and observed. 9th young master, should we make a move? The 9th young master shook his head and said coldly, Remember, I have never been here before. There is no need for me to make an appearance. Inform Luo Tianga. Isn't he nearby? They want to be my substitute. Let's see if they have the ability. Yes. Gu Hai led a large group of evil men away from the beast arena. The surrounding cultivators could only watch as Gu Hai swaggered away. Among this group of evil men, Gu Hai trusted Gao Xianji the most. Hence, he handed the important task of searching to Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji was extremely efficient. First, she isolated and interrogated the Great Feng Mafia family disciples. At the same time, she sent people to isolate the Great Feng Mafia family disciples, preventing outsiders from getting close. Finally, she started a comprehensive search. Shang Guanhen's Yellow Division followed Gu Hai. Shang Guanhen took out a ring from the vegetative Li Wei. This is a storage ring? Gu Hai looked at Shang Guanhen. Yes, my lord. There is a small space in it. However, this ring does not seem to be particularly good. At most, it has only about 3 meters of space. Hand it to this subordinate. This subordinate will be able to undo the seal in 2 days and take out the things in the ring, Shang Guanhen said with certainty. That's good. Gu Hai nodded. The heavy rain continued pouring. The evil men settled down for now. However, The cultivators at the periphery continued to keep an eye on the Great Feng Mafia family's area, fearing that Gu Hai's group would leave. At the same time, some cultivators rushed around to spread news of Gu Hai's presence. When evening fell, the four legates gathered at Gu Hai's place again. This was the palace where Li Wei used to live, the Dragon Tortoise Palace. A group of evil men stood guard outside the Dragon Tortoise Palace. Gu Hai stared at Gao Xianji. "My lord, the confiscated items are in the palace at the side. This is Li Wei's treasure trove." This subordinate already found the mechanism, Gao Xianji said excitedly. "Oh, crack, 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 crack." Gao Xianji activated the mechanism of the Dragon Tortoise Palace, and a small door immediately appeared in a corner. This small door seemed to lead underground. Gu Hai exchanged looks with the four legates. Then he slowly walked down step by step. When they reached the bottom, night pearls illuminated the surroundings. "You've hollowed out the entire mountain." Scar's eyes widened. "There are ritual arrays all around the mountain to reinforce this huge cave, to prevent outsiders from entering?" Shangguan Hen said gravely, "Spirit stones. There are so many spirit stones." Chen Tianshan exclaimed excitedly. It was a huge space, and at this moment, it was filled with densely packed spirit stones piled up into a small mountain. "I knew it." Gu Hai revealed a confident smile. "My lord guessed right. The Great Feng Mafia family must have accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. Even if they send tributes, they still have a lot left." Gao Xinji said with a smile, "Since there are enough spirit stones, let's use them to lay a ritual array." Gu Hai said seriously, "Lay a ritual array?" Everyone looked at Gu Hai. "That's right. Strength reigns supreme. Do you still remember the spirit spring that I laid in the innate puzzle world? I'll lay a huge spirit spring for the 3,000 of us to use. Everyone has been in Evil Men Valley for so many years and should have some hidden injuries. Let's recuperate first." Gu Hai said seriously. Then, how many spirit stones will that exhaust?" Chen Tianshan exclaimed. "Ha ha ha ha, no matter how many, it will exhaust." Gu Hai laughed. "Yes." Gao Xinji said excitedly, "Spirit spring." Scar and Shangguan Hen revealed shocked expressions. "Aside from the spirit spring, I will lay a large ritual array. During this time, you all take turns helping me lay the ritual array. Try to finish it by tonight. We will have a fierce battle after this," Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes," everyone answered. Chen Tianshan, "Are there any movements from Montez's side?" Gu Hai asked gravely as he looked at Chen Tianshan. Montez? Montez has not made much of a move. He has been recuperating. I even chatted with him. He said that Feng Ling has suffered for the past few years and that he needs to take good care of her," Chen Tianshan said, shaking his head. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, "Did you tell Montez about our situation, including everything about the innate puzzle world?" You can't say it? I only mentioned it a little. The main thing is that Montez asked about it, so I just casually mentioned it," Chen Tianshan said, shaking his head. Montez asked about it. Legate Chen still underestimated Montez. Montez is not an easy person to deal with. He was just trying to get information out of you. He should have gotten everything out of you, Shangguan Hen said, shaking his head. That can't be, right? Chen Tianshan said, feeling confused. Never mind. Those are not secrets. It should not be difficult for Montez to find out. Gu Hai said seriously. My lord, are we biased against Montez? I heard everything from him. Meng Tai was a man who cared about his feelings. For Feng Ling, he was imprisoned for 20 years, but he still loved Feng Ling deeply. For such a passionate person, are we? Chun Tianshan said, feeling confused. Passionate person? Huh. Gu Hai smiled coldly and shook his head. I admit that Montez is a capable person. However, if you say that he is a passionate person, then you are wrong. Oh, isn't that so? A passionate person would not betray his friends and family. He killed Yu Yao, whom he grew up with, just like that. For the sake of his future, he did not care about his relationship with his fellow disciple. He also did not care about Li Wei's feelings when he killed Yu Yao. Would you kill your family for the sake of some future? Gu Hai said indifferently. Chun Tianshan's expression changed. Furthermore, this person is too good at acting. Back then, before I returned to Evil Men Valley, he was already so weak that he could not move. However, even after so long, he could still fight with Li Wei. When he awoke Feng Ling's consciousness, he pretended to be dead at first. Then, he still had the strength to kill Li Wei? Gu Hai said seriously. Perhaps. There is no perhaps. He is the Earth Division Master, my colleague. I will not target him as long as he does not scheme against me. However, I do not have much of a relationship with him. I helped him obtain freedom in exchange for his promise to help us retrieve the method to remove the masks. However, he forgot about it from the start to the end. He immediately forgot the grace of saving his life. Do you think he is still loyal to his feelings? Gu Hai said indifferently. Chun Tianshan's expression changed dramatically. Legate Chun, this Montez is not a simple person. He is extremely scheming and has a cold personality. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Perhaps he is just pretending to be pitiful. Perhaps he is baring his bloody fangs at you under that pitiful appearance. Gao Xianji said solemnly. Scar and Shangguan Hen at the side nodded. Yes, I got it. I will be careful. Chun Tianshan nodded. My lord, what about my authority token? Gao Xianji looked at Gu Hai. Xiao Chun had obtained the Earth Division Master's authority token from the fake Montez. This was Elite Hall's token. Gu Hai shook his head and said, just keep it. Hey, however, what if the Hall Master finds out? Chun Tianshan asked out of curiosity. So what if she finds out? We are not obligated to help Montez find what he lost. We spent a lot of effort to obtain it. Why should we give it to him for free? Since my lord said so, I'll keep it well, Gao Xianji said solemnly, after some silence. Gu Hai said with a frown, I keep feeling that Montez is hiding something from us. Oh, everyone felt slightly stunned. That's right. My lord, it does seem unusual, Shangguan Hen said with a sullen expression. Oh. Scar and Chun Tianshan looked at Shangguan Hen. Earlier, at the Beast Arena, even if my lord did not fall out with Montez, at the very least, he distanced himself from Montez. Given Montez's scheming, he definitely figured it out. Under normal circumstances, Montez would have taken Feng Ling and left the Great Feng Mafia family. However, he did not do so and chose to stay here, Shangguan Hen said. The Great Feng Mafia family still has something that Montez wants. Gao Xianji's expression changed. Is it Li Wei? Scar asked in shock. Keep an eye on Montez at all times. Guard Li Wei strictly. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, everyone answered. All right. Pick out the people who know how to lay the ritual array from your subordinates. I'll immediately draw the blueprint. Prepare to use a large number of spirit stones to lay the ritual array according to my blueprint, in case the entire family's in a region in it. Gu Hai said, yes. Everyone answered. With the support of the surging spirit stones, Gu Hai started working. Chapter 89. The Great Feng Mafia Family. After Gu Hai revealed himself, the cultivators' focus changed. Gambling was no longer important. The focus was on Gu Hai. When Gu Hai entered the Great Feng Mafia family's territory, evil men guarded the surroundings, preventing the cultivators from getting close. However, it did not matter if the cultivators did not get close as long as Gu Hai was around. The many cultivators were secretly plotting a major operation. Hence, cultivators kept watch in the Great Feng Mafia family's territory. Fortunately, Gu Hai did not come out. At this moment, a few cultivators stood silently in a valley. The group frowned as they looked at the nearby evil men holding weapons. "Is there any activity?" one of the people asked, seeming to be new. "No, there is a new batch of evil men. However, this group of evil men is incredibly vigilant. We could not get close at all. Actually, they discovered us long ago." Another person said with a frown, "What is Gu Hai doing in there?" "Look, something seems to have happened there." "What?" "Fog. Why is there so much fog suddenly appearing? It's so fast, so much, and so thick. It's still increasing. A fog that covers the sky and sun. It envelopes the Great Feng Mafia family's territory. Ritual array? Is this a ritual array?" The group of monitors revealed shocked expressions. Soon, the distant evil men vanished into the fog. The thick fog churned, looking exceptionally strange. The expressions of the countless monitors changed drastically. Gu Hai laid a ritual array? It must be Gu Hai's. Is he not going to come out? That's not right. That's not right. Do you still remember the innate puzzle world? That was just a cover. Back then, Gu Hai laid a ritual array to make everyone think that Gu Hai was still inside. However, Gu Hai sneakily escaped. "Gu Hai is here again. Quick, go back and inform the others to seal off the surroundings. Don't let Gu Hai escape. Quick, quick, inform everyone." In the outside world, many cultivators started to move. Of course, there were also cultivators who slowly charged into the formation. However, as soon as they entered the fog, Xing! Suddenly, a huge saber chi rushed out of the fog. "Ah!" That Xiozha suddenly screamed, and was immediately split in half. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Miserable cries rang out from all directions of the formation, causing countless cultivators in the outside world to tremble in fear. However, in the end, some managed to escape. However, most of those who managed to escape were missing an arm or a leg. The one with the lightest injury had a huge bloody wound on his chest. Great array? That formation, the Heavenly Saber Death Match. What Heavenly Saber Death Match? He actually learned the ritual array that Gu Hai broke in the innate puzzle world. The Heavenly Saber Death Match. Gu Hai has set up a large formation in the inner region of the sect. Hiss! Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. At this moment, their faces were gloomy and anxious. The moment the Heavenly Saber Death Match appeared, the surrounding cultivators could no longer get close. In a house beside the Beast Arena, Montez hugged the dazed Fengling. Then, he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the large, cloudy ritual array that suddenly appeared in the inner region of the sect. "Gu Hai, you are really bold and daring. Do you know that after this, everyone will move together?" Meng Tai revealed an unsightly expression. On a mountain peak, ninth young master, that Gu Hai laid another Heavenly Saber Death Match. This time, it is even larger, covering the entire inner region of the Great Feng Mafia family. How did he manage to change it so much? A subordinate asked, feeling confused. "It is useless. The ritual array that Gu Hai laid is completed with spirit stones. However, the Heavenly Saber Death Match in the past was laid with the Pavilion Master's spirit treasure. They are not of the same level. By expanding it so much, blocking Golden Core Realm cultivators is already the limit. It cannot block the Yuanying State cultivators. As long as one is not a fool, The Yuanying state cultivators can come and go as they please. Wait for Luo Tiange to arrive. The ninth young master said, indifferently. Yes, inside the heavenly saber death match ritual array. Aside from the evil men guarding the beast arena and Evil Men Valley, all the other evil men gathered in front of the Dragon Tortoise Palace. At this moment, a huge pool had been excavated beside the Dragon Tortoise Palace. The pool was filled with spirit stones, hundreds of thousands of them. It looked like the pool was paved with a layer. When the evil men saw this, they exclaimed at how extravagant it was. The arrangement of the spirit stones seemed to form a ritual array. Surging spiritual energy gathered in the pool, giving off strands of dense qi. This is spirit spring water. How can this be? It really is spirit spring water. Damn it! This great me saw one at Erliu Island in the past. However, I never had the chance to soak in it before. It's real. I soaked in it before. This is spirit spring water. Spirit spring water? Isn't it nurtured by the world? These pits are freshly dug. A ritual array? Using spirit stones to lay a ritual array? When can I soak in it? Damn it! I want to soak in spirit spring water. At this moment, the evil men looked excitedly at the huge pool. Although they felt an intense urge to go in, they endured it. Legate Chun, can we soak in it? The evil men looked at Chen Tianshan, who was at the very front. Milord is busy. For now. Wait here first. I will soak in it for you later, Chen Tianshan called out. Legate Chen, is this spirit spring water? The evil men asked in anticipation. Chen Tianshan smiled confidently and said, Of course, this is spirit spring water. You will know the benefits later. Milord paid a huge price for it. It really is spirit spring water. So many spirit stones. Isn't that fast? Everyone felt incredibly anxious. Listen carefully. Milord said that he would raid the great Feng Mafia family over the next 2 days and divide the loot today. However, everyone will only get one medial grade spirit stone. He will either use the other spirit stones to lay the ritual array or pile them up here. Milord said that he would lay a spirit spring water for everyone to recuperate first and get rid of all hidden injuries. The body is the most important, Chen Tianshan explained. Why do we need medial grade spirit stones? Use them all to support the spirit spring water. An evil man immediately shouted. That's right. That's right. Spirit stones can absorb. How can there be more nourishment than spirit spring water? The evil men immediately shouted. This is Milord's decision. There is no room for discussion. Chen Tianshan said seriously, yes. The evil men immediately showed solemn expressions. As time passed, the evil men seemed to discover more secrets about this lord. How could an innate realm cultivator lay such a strong ritual array? Furthermore, there was spirit spring water. This was the first time the evil men heard that someone could lay a ritual array. The evil men felt even more reverence for Gu Hai. Legate Chen, when are we going to start? I can't wait. An evil man called out. Calm down. Milord will be here soon. Chen Tianshan said seriously. All right, then. The evil men could only look at the spirit spring water with envious eyes, waiting for Gu Hai to appear as soon as possible. At this moment, Gu Hai was in a remote hall at the side. Gu Hai, Gao Xianji, Scar, Shangguan Hen, and another evil man surrounded the vegetative Li Wei. Li Wei's hair had been shaved clean. Everyone frowned as they looked at Li Wei's head. How did you discover it? Gu Hai looked at that evil man. This subordinate used to be a coroner and is more sensitive to the markings on the human body. When Milord had me guard Li Wei, I checked and discovered a tattoo on his head. So, I shaved a little until I saw this tattoo. That evil man said seriously, This tattoo? A peony flower? No, this peony flower is very strange. Not only is it yellow, but it seems like it has not fully bloomed yet, Scar said with a frown. A peony flower tattoo on the head is nothing. However, why does Feng Ling have a peony flower tattoo on her head as well? Gao Xianji said with a frown. Li Wei? Feng Ling? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. I remember that Montez recognized Feng Ling from the tattoo on her head. That is to say, 20 years ago, when Feng Ling was still Montez's wife, the tattoo was already there. My lord, this subordinate has studied this tattoo before. It should be very old. Based on the spacing on it, it should have been there since childhood. Then, as the head grew, there was a gap, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. It was there since childhood. In that case, could it be that all four of them had it? Scar asked with a frown. That can't be. Montez recognized that Feng Ling was not Yu Yao through this tattoo. Gao Xianji immediately shook her head. In that case, why did Feng Ling and Li Wei get this peony tattoo when they were young? How? Scar asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly and said, It looks like the situation of the four disciples of the great Feng Mafia family is more complicated than we thought. Perhaps this is part of the reason why Montez has not left yet. Everyone nodded. After soaking in the spirit spring, continue searching the great Feng Mafia family's territory. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. My lord, this subordinate already cracked Li Wei's storage ring today. However, I have not checked it yet. Perhaps, Shangguan Hen said. Oh, Gu Hai immediately received the storage ring. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen immediately took out everything in the storage ring. There were large amounts of spirit stones and some of Li Wei's daily necessities. However, there were no special treasures. Hey, there's a letter here. Scar picked up the letter. It looks like it has been there for a long time. Open it and take a look. When the letter was opened, everyone immediately read it. There were not many words in the letter. Chapter 90. When Gu Hai's group read the letter in the hall, doubt filled their faces. My lord, rest assured, we will do our best to search the great Feng Mafia family. Gao Xianji said, seriously. Gu Hai nodded. Then he put away the letter. Then he turned his head to look at Li Wei. Later, make a copy of the tattoo on Li Wei's head for me. Gu Hai instructed Shangguan Hen. Yes, Shangguan Hen answered. Gu Hai stepped forward and headed out of the hall. The group followed Gu Hai out of the hall. All the evil men waited anxiously outside the hall. When they saw Gu Hai's group come out, they immediately felt excited. Greetings, my lord, the evil men shouted in unison. Gu Hai nodded and looked at the evil men as he stood in the plaza. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone, following me, Gu Hai, will bring you countless dangers, so dangerous that you will be on the brink of death. Gu Hai said seriously. The surrounding evil men immediately showed solemn expressions. However, I want you to know that with danger, there will be great rewards as well. All the spirit stones obtained from the great Feng Mafia family's raid are here. I will share them with everyone. Gu Hai shouted. Many thanks, my lord. The group immediately shouted. Today, I laid the strongest spirit ritual array in the spirit spring. It will drain all the spirit stones in one go. It will only last us one day or so. Tomorrow, we will start operating the beast arena and prepare to deal with external attacks, Gu Hai said seriously. One day, the expressions of the previously excited evil men changed. Previously, they had heard Chen Tianshan say that the artificial spirit spring drained a lot of spirit stones. However, no one expected it to be so much. There were hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the pool. Among them, there were thousands of superior grade spirit stones. So many spirit stones for one day, this was more than just extravagant. Of course, no one would complain at this moment. Yes, the evil men shouted excitedly. Follow me, follow the order, and enter the spring. Guhai said solemnly. As Guhai spoke, he stepped into the spirit spring. The four legates followed closely behind. Then the centurions, decurions, and evil men entered the spirit spring one after another. Buzz! Within the spirit spring, billowing spirit chi suddenly emerged and drilled into everyone's pores. A great feeling of comfort immediately filled their bodies. Everyone's faces revealed expressions of enjoyment. Bang! Suddenly, a ripple appeared on one of them. It seemed that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Awesome! The evil man immediately said in a carefree manner. There was only one day left, so how could the others have the time to care about it? They were all desperately trying to enjoy the most gentle spiritual energy. Guhai sat on a rock in the middle of a huge pond, absorbing the purple spiritual progenitor chi around him. It was as though there was a small purple dragon swimming around Guhai, absorbing the rolling spiritual progenitor chi. Rumble! As more and more people made breakthroughs, the amount of spirit chi was naturally much more intense than what Guhai had set up before. No one was willing to waste any time. At the western part of 9-5 Island, rumble! Dark clouds covered the sky, and heavy rain fell. The gigantic sea beast, the Bashya, slowly moved forward. Everywhere it went, a swamp appeared. The Bashya slowly moved through the shallow swamp. The 3,000-odd prawn soldiers and crab generals in front opened a path for it. Along the way, more cultivators gathered in the surroundings. All the cultivators looked at the Bashya's group from afar. However, no one dared to get close. Roar! The Bashya reared its head and roared. Immediately, lightning flashed and thunder roared in response to the Bashya's roar. The sea beast Bashya? Why did it come ashore? A cultivator in the distance said with a frown. Along the way, how many ordinary people did not manage to flee in time and drowned in this swamp? What a sin! Could it be that some treasure is about to appear? It is possible. The Shunji Battalion's battalion commander is here as well. Where is he? Why don't I see him? In the sky. Look, that flying ship. As the crowd discussed, they looked up at the sky. Indeed, a gigantic flying ship hovered in the cloud-covered sky. A large banner hung on the flying ship with the words Shinji Battalion. A ritual array enveloped the flying ship. Even if it rained, the flying ship would not get wet at all. At this moment, the Shinji Battalion's battalion commander, Li Haoran, stood at the front of the flying ship, clad in golden armor. He held the railing with both hands as he looked down at the gigantic Bashya. Battalion commander, this Bashya is moving steadily. Did it really sense something? A subordinate asked out of curiosity. Li Haoran narrowed his eyes slightly. We searched according to the map, but we could not find anything. However, it is definitely on this island. Since this beast can sense it, that is for the best. Yes, battalion commander. According to the map, the Bashya seems to be passing by the Great Fong Mafia family, that subordinate said. The Great Fong Mafia family? The Great Fong Mafia family is the weakest of 9-5 Island's 5 major sections. The Don Li Wei is an early-stage core formation cultivator from the Yuanying state. His cultivation is weak. However, he seems to be a puppet of Elite Hall's fire division. He earns spirit stones, but he needs to pay tribute, that subordinate said respectfully. The Great Fong Mafia family? It is just a small, insignificant sect, Li Haoran said, not thinking much of it. By the way, battalion commander, the weakest of the 3,000 prawn soldiers and crab generals following the Bashya is a golden core realm cultivator. However, they are great nourishing ingredients. That subordinate pleaded, "When I find what I want, not just the prawn soldiers and crab generals, but the Bashya can also give you meat." Li Haoran said confidently. "Yes," the Shinji battalion disciples answered. In the Great Feng Mafia family's region, Spirit Spring Pool, Gu Hai absorbed the purple spiritual progenitor around him. The spirit stones under him quickly dimmed. Not far away, Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Hai in shock. "Spiritual progenitor? How can that be? Milord only absorbs spiritual progenitor." Shangguan Hen's eyelids twitched wildly. Ordinary evil men would not understand how precious spiritual progenitor was. However, Shangguan Hen recognized it. If spiritual progenitor was food, then while everyone ate a simple meal, Gu Hai ate the liver of a dragon and the heart of a phoenix. Boom! A loud sound rang out around Gu Hai, and a ripple spread out from Gu Hai in all directions. Innate Realm's 7th layer. Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. However, the spirit spring pool was shaking at this moment. Gu Hai's movements were not obvious. Buzz. Crack. 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 The hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the spirit spring pool immediately shattered and turned into powder. The evil men opened their eyes one after another, looking at the spirit spring pool with reluctance. It had only been one day. I broke through. I reached the golden core realm. Damn, my hidden injuries are all healed. Right now, I can fight my way to the golden core realm. My hidden injuries are all healed as well. The spirit spring is indeed extraordinary. To think that it has such a healing effect. How unfortunate. If only there was one more day. The group of evil men started discussing excitedly, all of them feeling incredibly excited. Chun Tianshan's eyes filled with pity. Milord drained so many spirit stones in one day. This was something that Chun Tianshan would not have dared to imagine in the past. However, Milord used it so casually. Whoosh! Gu Hai slowly stood up from the pool. The spirit spring suddenly fell silent. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai slowly walked to the shore. Along the way, the evil men made way for him as they looked at Gu Hai with great respect. "All right, you have soaked in the spirit spring. Get up and get to work," Gu Hai instructed. "Yes," the evil men answered. The various evil men walked out of the spirit spring feeling refreshed. The Earth Legion, led by Chun Tianshan, walked out of the Heavenly Saber death match ritual array and reopened the Beast Arena. They also paid attention to the surrounding news. As for the remaining 3 legions, they searched every inch of the Great Feng Mafia family's territory. Gu Hai stayed in the Dragon Tortoise Palace. Many of the Great Feng Mafia family's records were placed before him. The Great Feng Mafia family did not have deep accumulations. At the very least, the Don Master was not a scheming person. Hence, there was not much content in the records. Most of them recorded the major events that happened in the Great Feng Mafia family in the past few decades. Gu Hai looked through all the records, no matter how big or small. Outside, the evil men had just made breakthroughs and were in high spirits. They carried out Gu Hai's orders extremely strictly. Outside, the Beast Arena reopened. The evil men reopened the Beast Arena? Is that true? Let's go and take a look. It really is a cycle of karma. Many cultivators stepped into the Beast Arena. They only glanced at the crying Great Feng Mafia family disciples in the Beast Arena before shifting their gazes to the evil men. It seemed like they were monitoring the evil men and trying to figure out what was different about them. All right. Earlier, The 10 great Feng Mafia family disciples cowered and died. Now, there are finally 2 who dare to accept the challenge. Start placing your bets. A voice shouted. However, very few of the gamblers placed their bets. They only watched with twitching eyelids. Montez hugged Feng Ling as he stood in a corner beside the beast arena, looking around with narrowed eyes. 3 days. What exactly did they experience? Why did all the evil men's spirits, energies, and spirits undergo such a drastic change? Could it be that Gu Hai discovered that place? That's impossible, right? Montez said with some worry on his face as he showed a sullen expression. However, Feng Ling remained silent as if she was not interested in anything. Just at this moment, a golden-robed, middle-aged man slowly walked over. Mr. Meng, the middle-aged man said with a smile. So, it is the Golden Horn Gangmaster. Montez said with a faint smile. Many thanks for Mister's guidance. My younger brother, Silverhorn, and I have already organized close to 10,000 cultivators and signed oaths. Everyone will participate in breaking the ritual array. At that time, the century lifespan immortality peach will belong to whoever obtains it first. We are not allowed to kill each other. Everything will depend on each person's luck, the Golden Horn Gangmaster said with a smile. You organized really quickly. Montez said with a faint smile. My brother and I are from the Golden Horn Gang. My younger brother and I are both nascent Soul Realm cultivators. When we arrived here the day before yesterday, we nearly prepared to charge into the ritual array. Fortunately, Mr. Meng gave us pointers. Otherwise, we would have ended up like Li Wei. That would be terrible. We followed Mr. Meng's instructions and gathered the cultivators from all over. Indeed, everyone hit it off, willing to attack the ritual array with me, capture Gu Hai, and snatch the immortality peach. You each take what you need. Others think that you 2 brothers will definitely become Gu Hai's main targets, allowing them to fish in troubled waters. However, they do not know that if all of them participate, they will distract Gu Hai, giving you more chances to capture Gu Hai. Montez said with a smile. Yes, we each take what we need. However, I believe that we brothers will definitely be the first to capture Gu Hai. Unexpectedly, I made such a great harvest the moment I arrived at 9-5 Island. Ha ha ha, Golden Horn said excitedly. When are you breaking the ritual array? Montez asked out of curiosity. We have 10,000 people now. I'll try to fight for more. I heard that this Gu Hai is very strange. I want to wait for 2 more days. We will start after we organize 20,000 people, Golden Horn said after taking a deep breath. You still want to wait? Montez frowned. Golden Horn seemed somewhat anxious. Mr. Meng, I am somewhat curious. Why are you helping me? Aren't you and Gu Hai Elite Hall colleagues? Furthermore, Gu Hai seems to have just saved you, Golden Horn said, feeling curious. There is no why. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Montez shook his head. With Feng Ling in his arms, Meng Tai left Golden Horn, as some evil people were already looking at them. As Golden Horn watched Montez leave, he showed a strange expression. What a strange person. Chapter 91. Great Feng Mafia Family, Dragon Tortoise Palace. Gu Hai sat before a table with 4 legates in front of him. Milord, the people outside seemed to be getting restless. They seem to have organized themselves. From the looks of it, they are going to make a move soon. Chen Tianshan said with a frown. Oh, who are they? Gu Hai asked seriously. This subordinate spent spirit stones to buy information. It is an organization of 2 brothers. One is called Golden Horn, and the other is Silverhorn. I heard that they just entered the Yuanying state not long ago, Chen Tianshan said solemnly. They just entered the Yuanying state. That's good. Guhai nodded. However, milord, why are we waiting for them to attack? Furthermore, why are they organizing an attack? Chun Tianshan asked, feeling confused. I want to make an example out of them. Guhai said coldly. Oh. Chun Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Gao Xianji, who was at the side, explained, right now, people are everywhere on 9-5 Island seeking trouble for us. Milord wants to beat them all up in one go, crippling them. This is a warning to the others on 9-5 Island, telling them not to dream. However, there are 2 Yuanying state cultivators. This subordinate is worried. Chen Tianshan said worriedly. They just entered the Yuanying state. The ritual array I laid is even stronger than the one everyone used at the Beast Arena a few days ago. Since I dared to lay it, I have the ability to block them. Guhai said seriously, yes. How's the operation of the Beast Arena? The Great Feng Mafia family disciples did not cooperate. They kept crying for their parents. My subordinates got impatient and killed half of them. Chen Tianshan said bitterly. Half of the nearly 1,000 Great Feng Mafia family disciples died in one day. How was this gambling? It's good that they died, Scar said coldly from the side. Shangguan Hen nodded and said, that's good as well. Milord opened the Beast Arena to vent the accumulated resentment in our hearts. No matter what the result is, it's good that the resentment is gone. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to our cultivation in the future. When you leave the ritual array tomorrow, hang a sign at the entrance, Guhai said seriously. Oh, trespassers, die, Guhai said coldly. Yes, Chen Tianshan replied. Turning his head, Guhai looked at Gao Xianji, Shangguan Hen, and Scar. How's the investigation going? We've already dug 3 feet into the ground, but we can't find anything unusual. Gao Xianji said with a complicated expression. That's right, my lord. There are no clues at all. Scar nodded. Guhai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shanghai Hen also shook his head. Are you sure you've searched all of them? Guhai asked in a deep voice. They should have searched everywhere, Gao Xianji affirmed. After taking a deep breath, Guhai said seriously, the place you are looking for is where the Great Feng Mafia family disciples stayed for decades. If there is something there, can't they find it? The places I want you to look for are all places they have never been before. Oh, but there is none, Scar said with a frown. However, Gao Xianji and Shangguan Hen felt slightly stunned, entering deep thought. Previously, I checked these records and discovered that most of the places in the family region had people staying there before. However, there is one place that very few people go to. Everyone avoids talking about it. You know of this place as well, the Trash Valley. Have you investigated it? Guhai asked indifferently. The expressions of the 3 legates changed. Guhai looked at the 3 with a sullen expression. When you encounter a place you hate, you avoid it. Remember this. Don't have such a mentality in the future. The more you hate something, the more it is your weakness. When you look at things, you have to overcome your own subjective emotions. Yes, everyone's expressions turned solemn. Let's go, then. Let's go and see how dirty that Trash Valley is for all of you to avoid it, Guhai said seriously. Yes. The group followed Guhai out of the Dragon Tortoise Palace. Then, they headed for the Trash Valley together. A large number of evil men followed behind the 5. Soon, they arrived at the Trash Valley. A stench assaulted their noses from afar. The evil men all showed expressions of disgust. However, Guhai did not seem to feel it. He slowly climbed to a peak and looked down at the valley below. The valley was filled with trash. Countless rats ran through the valley. White bones littered the valley with many corpses and bones from the Beast Arena. The rats fed on these corpses and bones and reproduced. "Milord, the rats that we ate in the past all came from here?" Scar asked, suppressing his disgust. The other evil men did the same, looking at the rats with disgust. Guhai stared at the valley for a while. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "Clean up the valley." "Ah," the evil men exclaimed in shock. "Clean up everything in the valley and dump it in the valley beside it. Go," Guhai ordered. The evil men suppressed their disgust and nodded in the end. They had even eaten rats before. Naturally, they did not care about this bit of disgust. They were just not used to it earlier. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of evil men leaped into the valley, grabbing stone slabs and starting to dig. Boom. The moment they dug, a large amount of stench assaulted their noses. The stench that had been fermenting for decades was extremely horrifying. The evil men endured the stench and quickly dumped the dirt they dug into the valley beside it. Rumble. The evil men worked together, moving extremely quickly as the rats fled in horror. The valley's trash piled up like a mountain. This digging caused everyone's eyes to widen. That was because no one had thought about how deep this valley was. "Something's wrong. Milord, this valley is too deep, like a gigantic abyss. How much have we dug?" "The trash we dug already fills 4 valleys, but we have not reached the bottom yet," Gao Xianji said in shock. "Continue digging," Guhai said seriously. Yes, the evil men endured the increasingly stale stench and continued to clean up the trash in the valley. As they dug deeper, they could no longer see the evil men at the bottom of the valley. They could only hear the rumbling and hear the evil men working below. Guhai and the 4-legged stood on the peak, staring down. The evil men dug deeper and deeper in the pitch-black valley. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the pitch-black abyss. It looked like a small flame had lit up at the bottom. "We dug to the bottom. There's something there. There's something there." Suddenly, pleasantly surprised voices came from the valley. "Continue digging. Quickly dig." The evil men immediately moved even faster. 1 light source, 2, 3, 4, 5. More and more appeared, growing brighter. The light at the bottom of the valley seemed to illuminate the entire pitch-black valley. The evil men could be seen cleaning up the trash at the bottom. After cleaning up the trash, a huge energy barrier appeared, covering what looked like the mouth of a volcano below. "Milord, there's someone below." Suddenly, a shout came from below. Whoosh! Guhai led the 4-leggeds into the abyss. Bang! The group stood at the bottom of that energy barrier. Indeed, it looked like the mouth of a volcano. However, this mouth of the volcano was too bright, so bright that the bottom could not be seen. The group could vaguely make out a golden tail floating above the magma. However, they could only make out an outline. "This is the dragon vein. The dragon vein's tail? Why is it here?" Shangwan Hen suddenly goggled. "The dragon vein's tail?" Guhai's expression changed. Could this be the dragon vein that Ding Rue, Montez, the previous elite hall master, and the first Song sect master were searching for? Was the dragon vein in the great Feng Mafia family? "Look, there's a person there," Chen Tianshan said with a glare. However, he saw that there was indeed an old man above the energy barrier. At this moment, he was shackled by several golden chains. The chains pierced through the bones in his body. The chains locked him in midair, preventing him from moving. The old man's eyes were already blind. He seemed to have lost all signs of life. "Old man!" Scarface shouted. However, with the energy barrier, the people below could not hear anything. The old man remained motionless. Why is the dragon vein's tail here all the time? That shouldn't be the case. Shangwan Hen said with a frown. "Oh, Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. "Milord, under normal circumstances, the dragon vein is constantly changing. The dragon head is fine, but the dragon body is always moving. The dragon tail keeps changing position. I don't know where the dragon head is, but the dragon tail seems to be fixed here. That shouldn't be the case. Who has such great ability to seal the dragon vein?" Shangguan Hen said with a frown. "Do you still remember the letter that Wei Yong wrote to Li Wei? That is the secret of the Great Feng Mafia family, right?" Gao Xianji said with a slightly changed expression. "The Great Feng Mafia family? Feng. No, it should be Seal. Feng is just a homonym. This sect exists here to guard this seal?" Gu Hai said with a frown. "Sealing the dragon vein? That can't be, right? Who is so capable? Even the Yuanying state would not be able to keep this dragon vein." Shangguan Hen said with a frown. "What if it was Old Man Guanxi?" Gu Hai asked seriously. "Old Man Guanxi? That's right. In that letter, Wei Yong addressed the pavilion master as Old Man Guanxi. The Great Feng Mafia family should be one of the pawns that the Sky Chess Pavilion left here." Gao Xianji's expression changed. "In that case, who is this old man?" Scar asked in surprise as he pointed at the chained old man. Gu Hai stared at the blind old man and remained silent for a while. Then he took a deep breath and said, "If I'm not wrong, this old man is Wei Yong." Wei Yong? The Great Feng Mafia family's previous family master? The master of Montez, Li Wei, and the others? Chen Tianshan exclaimed in shock. "That's right. I have been reading the Great Feng Mafia family's records over the past few days, and one of them mentioned Wei Yang's appearance. It should be him. That should be right." Gu Hai said, seriously, "Wei Yang? Isn't Wei Yang dead?" Then it was eldest senior brother Meng Tai who had raised Feng Ling, Li Wei, and Yu Yao. Since Wei Yang is not dead, then who is the one who trapped him here? Furthermore, he is in such a miserable state. He even blinded himself. Chun Tianshan said in shock with a frown. "It was Montez." Gao Xianji's expression changed. "How can that be? He is Montez's master, Feng Ling's father, Montez's father-in-law. How could Montez do such a thing?" Chun Tianshan said, feeling confused. "Legate Chun, you don't understand. You don't understand." Shangguan Hen said after taking a few deep breaths to suppress his excitement. "Don't understand what?" "You don't understand how precious the dragon vein is. One can rule the world with a dragon vein. Old Man Guanxi had a dragon vein back then." Shangguan Hen said seriously. Think of a way to break this barrier first." Gu Hai said seriously. Chapter 92. The next day, Chun Tianshan led a group of evil men out of the ritual array. Countless cultivators stared at this group of people. Everyone's nerves were tense. Only this group of evil men seemed extremely relaxed. When Chun Tianshan walked out, he saw the malicious gazes in the surroundings. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, "Hang it up." Yes, the group of evil men quickly hung up a signboard. "Trespassers of the ritual array, die." When the signboard was hung up, the surrounding cultivators immediately revealed shocked expressions. What arrogant words! Humph! Is Gu Hai really going to make all of us his enemy? What a joke! That day, only 100 people recklessly came forward. Now we have Humph! The surrounding cultivators all showed unsightly expressions as they looked at the signboard. In a corner, Montez hugged Feng Ling and watched from afar. When he saw the signboard, Montez narrowed his eyes and said, "Gu Hai, don't blame me for bewitching them. You are in my way." However, Feng Ling appeared to be in a daze, not caring about anything around her. In another corner, the 9th young master covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed for a while. Cough, 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 cough. Why is Luo Tiange not here yet? He should be here soon. Ninth young master, a subordinate said respectfully. Humph! The ninth young master snorted coldly on a large mountain in the VIP zone. At this moment, two men stood there. One wore golden robes, and the other wore silver robes. The one in golden robes was Jin Jiao, who spoke to Montez not long ago. Big brother, we are almost done organizing. We already have 20,000 people willing to charge into the ritual array with us. The silver-robed man said seriously. Silverhorn, calm down. We will organize them. We cannot let them enjoy the fruits of our labor. I need to arrange a way to break the ritual array, Jin Jiao said seriously. However, we cannot delay any longer. If we delay any longer, the other Yuanying state cultivators will come. At that time, there will be many variables. Silverhorn said with a frown. It should be done by evening. Jin Jiao said seriously. All right, I will inform everyone now. Prepare to charge into the ritual array together. Silverhorn nodded. Jin Jiao nodded. Today, the atmosphere in the bestial battle arena had become even stranger. Chun Tianshan was in charge of overseeing the gambling in the Colosseum. At the same time, he also spent money to buy news from the outside world. Although Goldhorn and Silverhorn had gathered 20,000 people, they were not necessarily of the same mind. It was easy to bribe them. Afternoon, Chun Tianshan found another Xiuzha who was willing to sell information. Goldhorn, Silverhorn, have you gathered 20,000 people? Chun Tianshan's face changed. That's right. I heard that they will start breaking the array in the evening. All right, that's all I know. Don't mention what I said. The cultivator took the spirit stones and quickly disappeared from Chun Tianshan's sight. Chun Tianshan's expression changed. Another 2 hours passed. Legate, something is wrong. Some of the gamblers have scattered. Yeah, they seem to have organized and gone in another direction. We're being watched. The group of evil men said with gloomy expressions. Chun Tianshan looked at the beast arena. Then he turned his head to the evil men and said, All right, according to my lord's instructions, we should return to the ritual array to face the enemy. Yes, the evil men quickly cleaned up the great Feng Mafia family disciples. Then they followed Chun Tianshan back to the ritual array. Is it going to start? Montez hugged Feng Ling and narrowed his eyes slightly as Chun Tianshan and the others retreated to the ritual array. A large number of cultivators surrounded them. They are going to return to the ritual array. Enter the ritual array with them. Goldhorn glared. Along the way, Chun Tianshan and the others showed sullen expressions. More and more people gathered around them. When Chun Tianshan and the others reached the entrance of the ritual array, the surrounding cultivators drew their weapons, waiting for orders. Chun Tianshan looked around and saw 5,000 cultivators surrounding them. The leaders were Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Everyone, Chun Tianshan suddenly called out. Huh! Goldhorn narrowed his eyes as he stared at Chun Tianshan. You see this sign? Chun Tianshan pointed to the sign that he hung in the morning. Milord told me to hang this. Everyone should recognize the words on it. Trespassers of the ritual array will die. Chun Tianshan shouted. You are seeking death. Silverhorn snorted coldly as he swung his sword at Chun Tianshan. Enter the ritual array, Chun Tianshan shouted. Yes, the hundreds of evil men followed Chun Tianshan into the ritual array. Shing! Silverhorn's sword struck empty air. The key to breaking the ritual array is here. Attack together, Goldhorn shouted. Good. The 5,000-odd cultivators immediately shouted. Then, they followed Goldhorn and Silverhorn in a charge at Chun Tianshan. At the same time, a large number of cultivators charged into the ritual array from the other directions. Qin Tianshan, stop right there, Silverhorn shouted as he flew into the ritual array. Rumble! 20,000 cultivators charged into the cloudy ritual array from all directions at nearly the same time. Dang! 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 The evil men who retreated into the ritual array clashed with the swords of some of the pursuing cultivators. However, as long as these people were not from the Yuanying state, the evil men did not fear them. Buzz! The surroundings suddenly turned white as all the cultivators charged into the ritual array. Qin Tianshan, let's see how Guhai can save you, Silverhorn shouted and sent out another huge manifested sword. A ghost stone suddenly appeared in Qin Tianshan's hand as he glared. Xing! Suddenly, a strand of saber chi shot out of the white fog and headed for the manifested sword. Boom! The manifested sword and the saber chi shattered. What? Silverhorn's expression changed. I already hung a sign. All who barge into the ritual array will die. Since you are seeking death, then don't blame me. Heavenly sabers, attack. Guhai's voice immediately spread throughout the ritual array. The expressions of the countless cultivators around the ritual array changed. They had a bad premonition. Senior brother, look, an evil man is charging at us. Why is there a heavenly saber hanging above his head? Ah, he can control that heavenly saber? Oh no, that heavenly saber is coming at us. Block it, block it. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and a huge trench appeared in the ground. An evil man controlled a heavenly saber to chop down, immediately chopping 2 cultivators in half. That evil man held a ghost stone and controlled that saber chi like it was his arm. It was like he was controlling a powerful weapon. At this moment, he appeared incredibly excited. Ha 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 ha! What a powerful heavenly saber! You rascals, come! Milord's heavenly saber deathmatch is not something you can barge into. Do you think that because there are so many of you, Milord cannot split his attention to deal with you one by one? There is no need for Milord to split his sabers. Milord just needs to split his sabers. There are 3,000 of us. Each of us has a heavenly saber. Unless you are from the Yuanying state, you will definitely die. Kill! That evil man shouted. Boom! Using the ghost stone, he quickly controlled the heavenly saber to charge into the crowd. Oh no! Break for me! Break my ass! You are just an innate realm cultivator, and you want to block the heavenly saber? Chop! Boom! Ah! Quickly run! Quickly run! Immediately, the 3,000 evil men each held a heavenly saber and killed everywhere. With the ritual array activated, they killed 20,000 people, causing them to cry for their parents. They wanted to flee, but they could not tell which direction was north, south, east, and west. Dang! 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 Only Golden Horn and Silver Horn managed to block the attacks. When the two saw the tragic situation around them, their expressions changed. At this moment, Qin Tianshan led 20 evil men and slashed their heavenly sabers at them. Break! The 2 Yuanying state men shouted and knocked the heavenly sabers away. Retreat! Ignore them! Let's kill the others! Qin Tianshan shouted. Roar! The group of evil men answered. Where do you think you are going? Silverhorn glared and wanted to give chase. Silverhorn, stop chasing. It is useless to chase them. Let's charge in. Guhai is alone now, Golden Horn said excitedly. All right. Silverhorn's eyes lit up. The 2 immediately rushed into the ritual array. Indeed, the current Heavenly Saber death match could not block a nascent soul realm cultivator. After all, the Heavenly Saber death match was limited by the spirit stones used to lay the formation. The 2 nascent soul realm cultivators ran towards the Dragon Tortoise Palace. Along the way, screams could be heard from all directions. The two Day One budding realm experts' expressions changed drastically. Big brother, did we run in the wrong direction? Why are we not there yet? It's foggy everywhere. Are we lost? The two Yuaning state men looked terrible. Fly up, Goldenhorn shouted. Phew! The two flew up quickly. However, in an instant, the world was turned upside down. It was as though they could not tell up from down. Big brother? Silverhorn asked anxiously. Use the big tree as a reference, Goldenhorn shouted. All right. The two brothers felt their way to the Dragon Tortoise Palace in the ritual array. At the entrance of the Dragon Tortoise Palace, Guhai was wearing a white robe. He sat quietly before a chessboard made of spirit stones. Guhai controlled the entire ritual array through the chessboard. Ah, don't kill me. Help. Evil man, heavenly saber again. No. Screams could be heard everywhere. Once one entered the ritual array, one could not tell east from west. Guhai did not kill them one by one. Instead, he sent out 3,000 evil men to hunt them down. The 3,000 evil men did not need to know east from west. They just needed to find the challengers and kill them on sight. I already warned them. However, birds die for food, and men die for wealth. Guhai sighed softly. Outside the ritual array, there were also countless cultivators who did not join Goldenhorn's alliance. When the crowd heard the screams coming from the ritual array, they gulped. Massacre all those who enter the ritual array? Is Guhai really going to kill all the challengers? The crowd outside had unsightly expressions. They felt very fortunate that they did not join Goldenhorn's and Silverhorn's teams. Outside the ritual array, the words on the signboard seemed like a joke earlier. Now, they were extremely eye-catching. Trespassers of the ritual array, die. While the cultivators outside the ritual array rejoiced, the cultivators in the ritual array despaired. Guhai really dared. He really dared to kill everyone. Was he not afraid of becoming enemies with the large sects of the entire Thousand Islands Sea? Outside the beast arena, Montez hugged Fengling, his eyelids twitching wildly. Under another roof, the 9th young master sat at a stone table, drinking tea as he looked at the ritual array in the distance. Cough, cough, cough. I have not come out for many years. Have the cultivators outside become fools? They dare to casually barge into a ritual array that they do not understand. Do they think that it will be fine as long as they have more people? The more people there are, the more people will die. Cough, cough. The 9th young master smiled coldly as he looked at the miserable screams coming from the ritual array. Chapter 93. Miserable cries rang out endlessly in the heavenly saber death match. Guhai stood in front of the Dragon Tortoise Palace, controlling a go-board made of spirit stones. He drove it with his veritable energy to drive the vast ritual array. Gao Xianji, Shangguanhen, and Scar stood behind him. Greed is the original sin. How unfortunate! Guhai sighed softly as he listened to the miserable cries in the surroundings. My lord, actually, there is no need to feel pity for them. Most of the people challenging the ritual array today are the Thousand Islands Seas bandits. Most of the people in our evil Men Valley were wronged and did not bring calamity to one area. However, this group of bandits is the true calamity, Scar said while shaking his head. Oh, my lord might not be aware of Goldenhorn and Silverhorn, but they are the cancer of the Thousand Islands Sea. They control a group of pirates that specialize in plundering resources at sea. They burn, kill, and plunder doing anything. They even set up checkpoints at some places. If merchant ships do not pay, they will rob them. They even pillage some islands. How did they gather 20,000 people to challenge the ritual array so quickly? That is because most of these 20,000 people are also bandits at sea. Goldenhorn and Silverhorn are extremely famous and respond to their call. Scar said seriously. Bandits? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Milord is eliminating evil for the people. There is no need to feel pity. Of course, there are definitely some sect disciples among these 20,000 people. However, they work with bandits, plundering and killing. They might not be good people. Milord already hung a sign outside the ritual array to prevent them from coming in. However, they still do not care about life and death. In that case, they cannot blame anyone. Scar said seriously. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly as he nodded. I just find it a pity. Goldenhorn and Silverhorn seem too weak, even weaker than Li Wei. If they are so weak, it will be difficult for me to arrange things. This subordinate misunderstood. Scar said, feeling flabbergasted. Too weak? Milord hopes that they can break the ritual array? Shangguan Hen asked with a frown. Indeed. Montez is still waiting, Guhai said with narrowed eyes. Outside the Heavenly Saber death match, countless cultivators looked at the ritual array in fear. The cries and screams coming from inside made the sign outside even more intense. Trespassers will die. Previously, they thought it was a joke, but at this moment, no one could laugh. Guhai, without the support of the innate puzzle world's laws, he can still set up an array formation. There are 20,000 people in the formation, right? Don't tell me they don't have any strength to resist it all? We have to inform senior brother. Guhai is not to be trifled with. Don't do anything at the Gu residence. Either. Countless Xiozha looked gloomily in the direction of the great formation where the screams were coming from. With Feng Ling in his arms, Montez narrowed his eyes as he stared at the formation. Goldhorn, Silverhorn? What a bunch of trash. 2 people from the Yuanying state. How could they not know how to find their way in there? If he lost his 5 senses, wouldn't he use other things to confirm his direction? Trash. On the other side, the 9th young master sat under a roof, drinking tea and watching quietly. 9th young master, Luo Qianga, is here. Do you want him to come over? A subordinate quietly walked to the back. Didn't I say before? I have never been here before. Why does he want to see me now? The 9th young master said coldly. Yes, on a tall mountain outside the beast arena. At this moment, a white-robed man was standing there. Behind him, 5 chains danced slowly. They were like the tentacles of an octopus dancing in the wind. 10-odd subordinates followed behind this white-clad man. All of them showed grave expressions as they looked at the great formation in the distance. The Heavenly Saber death match. The white-clad man's eyes lit up. The group stared at the great formation before them. Some of the surrounding cultivators immediately recognized the white-clad man. Luo Qianga? The Thousand Island Sea's East Sea Pirate King? Someone suddenly exclaimed. He roamed the Thousand Island Sea for 100 years and destroyed many sections. Several people from the Yuanying state died at his hands. Why is he here as well? The surrounding cultivators showed unsightly expressions. This was a great demon, an expert that the various large sects were not willing to offend. The white-clad man, Luo Qianga, had his long hair combed back and looked very handsome. A sinister air flashed in his eyes as he looked at the great formation. Then he looked at a nearby mountain forest. There was a subordinate of the 9th young master in that mountain forest. The 9th young master's subordinate shook his head, indicating that the 9th young master was not willing to meet him. Luo Qianga raised his eyebrows and took a deep breath. Am I not qualified to meet you? if not for the old man Guanxi's inheritance. Do you think I would be willing to be your substitute? Humph. Never mind. Take a good look. Pride flashed in Luo Tianga's eyes. Ah, big brother, I have an idea. Our five senses are distorted, and we cannot tell the direction. However, the rain falls from the sky. Follow the rain to find the direction. Quick! Silverhorn's voice came from the great formation. Where are you running to? A shout came from the great formation. Rumble! Two figures soared into the sky. We are out! We are out! Ha 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 ha! Goldenhorn's loud laughter rang out. At this moment, Goldenhorn's and Silverhorn's clothes were tattered. Earlier, close to 100 evil men had chased after them while brandishing their heavenly sabers. If this were outside, these evil men would simply be seeking death. However, they had heavenly sabers in there. The heavenly sabers were no weaker than their manifested swords. With 100 evil men chasing after them, Goldenhorn and Silverhorn felt very sullen. They could not flee, and they could not find the direction. As more evil men appeared, the two Yuanying state cultivators felt very depressed. However, they managed to escape. After leaving the Great Formation, the two showed unsightly expressions. This was because the miserable cries in the Great Formation had lessened. It looked like the 20,000 cultivators were nearly wiped out. All 20,000 cultivators were wiped out. Goldenhorn and Silverhorn trembled. The two stepped forward and prepared to fly away. Rattle! Rattle! All of a sudden, two chains shot towards him. What? The two's expressions changed as they received the chains with their huge swords. Boom! Boom! The chains and the swords clashed. Goldenhorn and Silverhorn immediately went flying. Bang! The two fell to the ground, each vomiting a mouthful of blood. They looked in horror at the direction where the chains came from. Luo Tiange was still standing on the peak, looking coldly at the two injured by the chains on their backs. The Yuanying state. You are too weak. Luo Tiange sneered. It's you, Luo Tiange, the East Seas Pirate King? Goldenhorn and Silverhorn's expressions changed. Rattle! Rattle! Suddenly, the two chains arrived before the two, pointing at them. A murderous intent surged out from the chains, and the surrounding temperature immediately dropped. You are somewhat trash. However, you are still the Yuanying state. I'll give you one chance. Submit to me immediately. Luo Tiange said coldly. You want me to submit? Dream on. Silverhorn glared. East Seas Pirate King, let's mind our own business. Furthermore, we are also from the Yuanying state. Goldenhorn immediately begged for mercy. Humph! Luo Tiange snorted coldly. Boom! The chains suddenly lengthened and shot towards the two of them. Oh no! The two's expressions changed as they swung their swords again. Boom! Two manifested swords, surrounded by a large amount of sword chi, crashed into the chains. Roar! The two chains seemed to turn into two iron dragons, roaring at the same time. Boom! The manifested swords shattered, and a large amount of dirt and rocks shot up into the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. Bang! When all the dirt and rocks fell to the ground, the scene at the center of the dust cloud slowly appeared. The two chains pierced through Goldenhorn and Silverhorn's heads. The tips of the chains were stained with either brain matter or blood, looking murky. Goldenhorn and Silverhorn stopped breathing. The countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately held their breaths, showing horror as they looked at Luo Tiange, who was on the peak. Reckless fools! It is your good fortune that this king took a fancy to you. To think that you dare to refuse. Humph! Luo Tiange snorted coldly. Rattle! Rattle! The chains quickly shortened and retracted. Pala! Goldenhorn and Silverhorn's corpses fell to the ground. Luo Tiange did not even bother to look at them. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the cloudy ritual array. Guhai, right? Luo Tiange shouted at the ritual array with narrowed eyes. Luo Tiange's voice was not loud, but it seemed to spread everywhere, even reaching the ritual array. I am Luo Tiange. Remove the ritual array now, and let me deal with you. Otherwise, I will make sure that none of you see tomorrow. Luo Tiange said coldly. The countless cultivators in the surroundings goggled at Luo Tiange. You are too arrogant, right? However, Luo Tiange had his qualifications. The countless cultivators did not dare to say anything. Montez looked at the distant Luo Tiange, and his eyes lit up. Finally, a decent one. The ninth young master sipped his tea as he looked at Luo Tiange, who was on the peak. You are arrogant enough. However, how capable you are will depend on your performance. Naturally, Luo Tiange's voice reached the ritual array. The expressions of many evil men in the ritual array changed. Clearly, the East Sea Pirate King had roamed the Thousand Islands Sea for 100 years and was infamous. Most of them had heard of him before. In front of the Dragon Tortoise Palace, "My lord, this Luo Tiange is the East Sea Pirate King." Scar said, "I know. Chen Tianshan mentioned it to me in the past." Guhai said indifferently, "Yes." Scar stopped interrupting. "Guhai, remove the ritual array. Don't force me to make a move." Luo Tiange's voice rang out again. Guhai looked to the front and revealed a cold smile. "If you are capable, then come and break it. If you are not, then don't be so long-winded and noisy." Guhai's voice immediately spread everywhere. The countless cultivators outside the ritual array immediately gaped. Is this Guhai crazy? He is only an innate realm cultivator. Break the ritual array? I heard that Luo Tiange broke many sect ritual arrays by himself. Countless cultivators held their breaths. However, a cold light flashed in Luo Tiange's eyes. You say that I am noisy? A sect on 6-5 Island said the same thing back then. In the end, I killed their entire sect. You speak too much nonsense. Heaven, earth profound, and yellow divisions ignore the noise outside. Continue killing. Guhai shouted. Yes, the voices of the evil men came from within the formation. Humph, you are seeking death. Luo Tiange snorted coldly. Walala! Suddenly, the 5 chains behind Luo Tiange soared into the sky, growing longer. Boundless flames instantly appeared on the chains, looking like 5 fire dragons as they headed for the heavenly saber death match. Under Luo Tiange's control, the 5 fire dragons extended for several kilometers as they descended from the sky, looking like they wanted to bind the entire ritual array. Boom! The 5 fire dragons bound the heavenly saber death match. Break for me! Luo Tiange shouted. Boom! The 5 fire dragons immediately released overwhelming flames, looking like they wanted to burn away the ritual array binding them. Chapter 94. Boom! Surging flames surged towards the heavenly saber death match. The flames instantly vaporized the surrounding clouds. As the flames burned, the heat was startling. The most important thing was that the 5 chains seemed to carry great force as they bound the ritual array. It looked like they wanted to cut the ritual array into 6 pieces. Crack, 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 crack. Many heavenly sabers appeared densely above the chains, blocking them. Buzz. Thousands of heavenly sabers resisted the chains' binding force. Boom. However, some places in the ritual array started burning. The expressions of the evil men changed. Oh no! Let's go to the Dragon Tortoise Palace to meet my lord. The group of evil men rushed to the Dragon Tortoise Palace anxiously. Outside the Dragon Tortoise Palace, Gu-hai controlled the ritual array. Earlier, when the 5 chains were about to cut the ritual array, Gu-hai controlled the thousands of heavenly sabers to crash into them, preventing them from touching the ground. Gu-hai's expression turned sullen. The others also felt anxious. My lord, this is Luo Tianga's flame dragon lock. Its might is startling. He relied on this treasure to roam the 1,000 Islands sea for 100 years. Scar said with a frown. Gu-hai looked at the sky with a sullen expression. The various evil men returned and looked worriedly at Gu-hai. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on some of the heavenly sabers in the sky. Clearly, the flame dragon lock was too strong. The heavenly saber death match could not hold on for much longer. My lord, what should we do now? I heard that Luo Tianga used the flame dragon lock to destroy a sect previously. Even after that sect activated its protective ritual array, it still suffered a crushing defeat, Chen Tianshan said worriedly. Chen Tianshan's worry made the surrounding evil men worry as well. Shut up. My lord will deal with it. Gao Xianji shouted. At this moment, they needed to boost morale. Gu-hai looked at the sky with a sullen expression. As the flame dragon lock spewed out more flames, the clouds in the ritual array continuously evaporated into the air. As the clouds slowly scattered, the ritual array's might weakened. Similarly, the people outside could see the inside of the ritual array with increasing clarity. The white fog that had previously covered the sky slowly dissipated. Slowly, the scene inside could be seen. Corpses were strewn all over the place. The cultivators in the outside world felt a chill in their hearts. 20,000 people, all killed by Gu-hai? What a powerful move. What's so great about it? Look, this heavenly saber death match is about to break. That's right. It's getting clearer and clearer inside. Look, isn't there a group of heavenly blades blocking the 5 fire dragon locks? The heavenly blade is constantly showing cracks. The formation won't be able to hold on for much longer. It's about to break. What a powerful fire dragon lock. Luo Tianga is indeed the pirate king of the East Sea. Gu-hai is dead for sure. Countless Xiozha in all directions were not optimistic about Gu-hai. After all, the facts were right there. The heavenly saber death match was already reaching its limits under the burning of the fire dragon lock. Once the heavenly saber death match broke, what else could Gu-hai rely on? The 9th young master sipped his tea as he watched Gu-hai fight with Luo Tianga. Fire dragon lock? He is indeed quite capable. The 9th young master nodded. On the other side, Montez's pupils suddenly constricted. This was because Meng Tai's gaze could already see the garbage dump within the array. It was a complete mess. He discovered it. Oh no, Gu-hai discovered it. However, Gu-hai should not be able to break that barrier. However, he dug such a large and obvious hole. Luo Tianga will definitely discover it. Meng Tai showed anxiety on his face. That's right. Montez paced back and forth as he turned his head to look at Feng Ling, who was in his embrace. Feng Ling, you must be tired. Rest for a while. Montez softly consoled her. Feng Ling shook her head, but did not say anything. Whoosh! Montez gently blew on Feng Ling's face. You are tired. Go to sleep. Sleep for a while. Feng Ling's consciousness blurred as she said in a daze. I'm very sleepy. If you are sleepy, then sleep, Montez said gently. Right. Feng Ling slowly closed her eyes, looking like she was about to fall asleep. Montez silently carried Feng Ling away and left to settle her down. On another mountain peak, Luo Tianga showed a ferocious expression. The heavenly saber death match It is indeed a pretty good ritual array. Back then, my fire dragon lock did not last this long with the ritual array at 6-5 Island. Let's see how long you can last. Fire, rise. Boom. The fire dragon lock erupted with dazzling flames again, looking like 5 volcanoes spewing out lava, trying to melt the entire Heavenly Saber death match. Crack, 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 crack. More Heavenly Sabers shattered. From the inside, it looked like lava filled the sky. The Heavenly Sabers could not hold on for much longer. The group of evil men showed anxious expressions. Only Guhai's expression did not change. He held the chessboard-shaped ritual array's formation origin in his hand. Slowly, most of the surrounding clouds scattered, revealing Guhai's location to everyone. Everyone in the outside world saw Guhai. Guhai stood in front of the dragon tortoise palace and coldly stared at Luo Tiange in the distance. There was no fear in his eyes. Humph. I hate this expression of yours the most. Fire Dragon Lock, rise. Luo Tiange roared while glaring. Boom. Luo Tiange drove the Fire Dragon Lock to its limits, and its strength soared again. Bam, bam, bam. Immediately, large swaths of Heavenly Sabers shattered with a loud rumble. Clack! All of a sudden, the Heavenly Sabers at one of the chains shattered into pieces. Boom! That chain landed first, splitting the Heavenly Saber death match in half. Surging flames immediately set the surroundings ablaze. The flames soared into the air, filling the sky with a sea of fire. He broke the ritual array. It's over for Guhai! Startled exclamations came from outside. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly entered the sea of fire. This figure moved very quickly. Furthermore, the figure managed to conceal itself amid the vast flames. Most people could not see who it was. Only 2 people managed to see it clearly. One was the 9th young master, who was outside. Oh, it's Montez? The 9th young master goggled, showing some surprise. The other person was Guhai. He finally made it in. Anticipation flashed in Guhai's eyes. Luo Tiange controlled the Fire Dragon Lock to sweep at Guhai. Walala! A large swath of Heavenly Sabers blocked the Fire Dragon Lock. Surging flames surged towards the Dragon Tortoise Palace in the center, looking like they wanted to destroy Guhai. Luo Tiange also soared into the air, pride flashing in his eyes. Surging magic energy poured into the Fire Dragon Lock on his back, continuously burning the ritual array. How much longer can you last? Ha 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 ha. Your lousy ritual array will break soon. How much longer can you last? Luo Tiange guffawed in disdain. Guhai raised his head and looked at Luo Tiange. Don't be so full of yourself. You can't break my ritual array. What's the point of being so noisy? Guhai retorted coldly. The ritual array will break soon. Once it does, I will kill all of you. Now listen up. I will spare anyone who can take down Guhai. Luo Tiange shouted. Was Luo Tiange trying to instigate a group of evil men? Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, and Shangguan Hen stood by Guhai's side, not giving way to anyone. However, the group of evil men only stirred up a small commotion. After that, they stopped caring. Guhai looked at Luo Tiange coldly, not showing any fear. While Guhai paid attention to Luo Tiange, he also paid attention to the junkyard. However, Guhai purposely broke the flame dragon lock there. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from that side. "Milord, the barrier is broken." Suddenly, a loud shout came from a dark corner there. What? Montez's startled cry came from the deep chasm. Clearly, Montez had not expected to fall for Luo Tiange's scheme. Guhai's eyes lit up. He finally managed to trick Montez into breaking the barrier. Guhai revealed joy on his face. He turned his head to look at the sky and said, "All right, Pirate King, Luo Tiange, many thanks for your cooperation. Now, I don't have time to play with you." Huh? Luo Tiange goggled. What do you mean? However, he saw Guhai suddenly wave his hand. Boom! Suddenly, surging white fog came out of the raging flames in the ritual array. The moment the white fog appeared, it covered the surrounding flames. In an instant, the flames extinguished, and the ritual array recovered at an extremely fast speed. Rumble! The moment the surging white fog appeared, it immediately forced the flame dragon lock back. The ritual array reappeared. Now, the fog was even denser than before, covering the surroundings. Luo Tiange goggled, showing a confused expression. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked as well. Guhai fooled Luo Tiange? That can't be, right? Was Luo Tiange breaking the ritual array earlier just an illusion? That's impossible. Wasn't the ritual array about to break earlier? Why did it suddenly recover? The countless cultivators in the surroundings showed confused expressions. The ninth young master's face sank as well. That's impossible. The heavenly saber death matches might cannot increase. Guhai is just an innate realm cultivator. An innate realm cultivator's ritual array can only display so much might. How could it block the flame dragon lock? Could it be that Guhai has advanced to the golden core realm, so the heavenly saber death matches might increased? A subordinate asked, feeling curious. That's impossible. Guhai is definitely an innate realm cultivator. How did the ritual arrays might suddenly increase several-fold? The ninth young master stood up and looked at the distant ritual array in shock. The most depressed person was Luo Tiange. Earlier, he had been arrogant for so long. In the end, he was like a clown helping Guhai. What exactly was in that valley earlier? What was the barrier that broke? Did Guhai make use of him? You bastard! Luo Tiange shouted angrily. The flame dragon lock could not advance any further. Luo Tiange waved his hand, and the flame dragon lock immediately flew out. Then he waved his hand, and the flame dragon lock whipped down like 5 huge whips. Boom! The 5 whips crashed into the ritual array. However, the ritual array remained firm and unshakable. Luo Tiange's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. You clearly can block the flame dragon lock, but you pretend that you can't. Do you think this great me is that easy to fool? You bastard! Guhai, you are dead! Luo Tiange roared furiously. Boom! 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 The 5 chains lashed at the formation with all their might, producing a series of rumbling sounds. The huge vibrations caused the ground in all directions to rumble. That's enough. Luo Tiange, if you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite. Guhai's cold shout came from the churning clouds. Impolite? Come on, come on. Come on, you coward. If you are capable, come on. Luo Tiange continued lashing at the ritual array furiously. Boom, boom, boom. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unrivaled. A loud roar came from the ritual array. Shing! Suddenly, a gigantic halberd appeared from the ritual array. Then, the halberd moved extremely quickly and chopped at the flame dragon lock. Boom, 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 boom. 5 loud sounds rang out. Ah! Luo Tiange shrieked miserably. The halberd in the clouds broke all 5 chains of the flame dragon lock and sent them flying. Bang! The 5 broken chains fell to the ground in the distance. Luo Tiange's spiritual treasure was damaged, and his mind was affected. He immediately flew to the side with a pale complexion. Broken? The flame dragon lock broke. How is this possible? Luo Tiange showed extreme disbelief. The surrounding cultivators also gaped in shock. The fire dragon lock was actually severed. What was that? A halberd? I remember now. Gu Hai executed that in the innate puzzle world. Vast army? Is that a vast army? The 28 line pair world ritual array. This is not the heavenly saber death match, but the 28 line pair world ritual array. Suddenly, startled cries rang out in the surroundings. Some of the people who experienced the 28 line pair world ritual array immediately showed horrified expressions. The 28 line pair world ritual array was a vast army, a nightmare. Could one use spirit stones to set it up in the outside world? Chapter 95. The 28 line pair world ritual array. The ninth young master's expression suddenly changed as he stood up under a roof in the distance. Like everyone else, the ninth young master also felt startled by the ritual array before him. Everything in the innate puzzle world was still vivid in his mind. However, Gu Hai was just an innate realm cultivator. The ninth young master's 28 line pair world ritual array can be set up with spirit stones. What exactly did this Gu Hai learn from us? A subordinate exclaimed. Once the 28 line pair world ritual array appears, wouldn't that Luo Tiange? Shut up! The ninth young master barked with a sullen expression. The subordinates no longer dared to speak. In the distance, the pale Luo Tiange turned his head to look at the ninth young master. Then, he immediately saw the ninth young master's sullen expression. Luo Tiange's expression changed as he flew over again. The chain attached to his back suddenly flew out of his back. Rattle! As the chains flew out, they seemed to form a large net. Then they grew even larger, and surging flames surged out. Fire dragon net, break it! Luo Tiange shouted. Rumble! The chain net quickly grew larger. Although Luo Tiange had chopped it off, it grew longer again. Overwhelming flames surged out of it again, looking like a large furnace descending from the sky and surging towards the ritual array. Boom! The flame dragon net clashed with the ritual array. Flames even larger than before surged into the ritual array. Humph! Did no one tell you? My ritual array is many times more ferocious than before. You are seeking death. Gu Hai's cold shout came from the ritual array. Xiangyu is here. Scram! Another roar came from the ritual array. Then a huge, ferocious general in the shape of a cloud appeared, holding a halberd as he chopped at the flame dragon net. The moment the halberd appeared, it immediately sent out a strong saber wind at the flame dragon net. Boom! Everywhere the halberd passed, it split everything in half. The flame dragon net immediately exploded. Ah! Luo Tiange immediately cried out in pain as the magic treasure pulled his attention. Shing! The saber wind from the halberd instantly sliced through Luo Tiange's chest. Luo Tiange did his best to defend himself. Pooh! Luo Tiange vomited a mouthful of blood. A large bloody wound appeared on his forehead, extending from his face to his chest and to his abdomen. Bang! Luo Tiange fell. He was covered in blood. Although this was only an external wound, Luo Tiange's entire body trembled. Just a little more, and he would have been struck. Pooh, Piu! After vomiting 2 mouthfuls of blood, Luo Tiange struggled to his feet. He looked at the ritual array in horror, but did not dare to charge in again. Hiss! Gasps could be heard all around. 28 line pair, heavens and earth formation? It's too scary. The East Sea Pirate King, who roamed the Thousand Islands Sea, was actually not a match for him. Even the Fire Dragon Lock and Fire Dragon net were destroyed. Cries of alarm rang out in the surroundings. Countless cultivators gulped. They rejoiced that they had not barged into the formation at the beginning. The great array regained its calm. The thick clouds made it impossible for those outside to see what was inside. In the interior, earlier, Xiang Yu, who had condensed from the clouds, arrived at the Deep Abyss's entrance while holding his halberd. At the Deep Abyss's entrance, Montez glared at Xiang Yu with overwhelming rage on his face. At this moment, Gu Hai had already arrived above Xiang Yu's head. He controlled Xiang Yu's cloud beast and held his halberd as he coldly looked at the furious Montez in the Deep Abyss. Gu Hai, you. Good, very good. Montez roared in shock and rage. Division Master Meng, do you still remember what I said earlier? That Montez schemed against me, so I killed him. You are the one who organized the alliance to break the ritual array outside, right? If you did not scheme against me, why would I scheme against you? Humph. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Ha ha ha. Laughter came from the Deep Abyss. It was the barrier that Montez had just removed. The barrier vanished, revealing the mouth of the volcano. Above the mouth of the volcano, a blind old man imprisoned in chains seemed to have startled awake. My disciple, Montez, even you have a time when you get schemed against? Good scheme. Ha 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 ha. The old man guffawed. Montez showed a ferocious expression as he said, Old man, if not for your stubbornness back then, you would not have been imprisoned here. It is all your fault. However, the blind old man, Wei Yang, smiled coldly. Imprisoned? My good disciple, if not for my stubbornness, you would have killed Feng Ling Li Wei, and Yu Yao long ago, right? What a vicious ingrate. Why did I take in an evil creature like you back then? Do you want to undo this dragon vein seal? Are you trying to use Feng Ling Li Wei and the others to threaten me? It is useless. I understand you very well. If I told you everything, none of them would be able to live. I could only keep them alive by not telling you. Evil creature. Montez's expression changed dramatically. He turned his head to look at Gu Hai above. Then he lowered his head to look at Wei Yang below. Humph. Old man, since you are so stubborn, I'll grant you your wish. Montez threw a palm strike at Wei Yang. Xiao Chen's palm. Strike looked like it would kill Wei Yang. Xing. Suddenly, Xiang Yu, the cloud beast that Gu Hai controlled, chopped down with its halberd. As the halberd chopped down, it charged at Montez. Huh. Montez's expression changed as he turned his head to counter with a palm strike. Boom. The impact immediately knocked Montez back. Gu Hai, do you really want to be enemies with me? Montez shouted while glaring. Division Master Meng, I already said that the Great Feng Mafia family is mine. Please scram immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Gu Hai shouted while glaring. Then, he pointed the halberd at Montez again. Montez's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, his injuries had not healed yet. He was no match for the cloud beast. Xiang Yu. Good. Very good. Gu Hai, if I can't have it, you can forget about getting it. Either. You are not qualified yet. Ha 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 ha. Montez guffawed as he immediately soared into the sky. Whoosh! Montez charged to the periphery of the ritual array and quickly flew out. My lord, why did you let Montez go? Gao Xianji asked anxiously at the side. However, Gu Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head, not explaining. The 28-line pair world ritual array was right. However, this ritual array drained a horrifying amount of spirit stones. Back then, Xiao Chen could summon a vast army in the innate puzzle world because he could drive the laws of the world. Now, he only had spirit stones to support it, not to mention a vast army. At this moment, Xiao Chen only had enough spirit stones to materialize Xiang Yu. He could not even materialize the horse that Xiang Yu rode, much less the vast army. He did not have enough spirit stones. The 28-line pair world ritual array drained a horrifying amount of spirit stones. Soon, Xiao Chen would run out of spirit stones. Guhai could not stop Montez. Walala! Shangguan Hen and the others quickly cut off the chains on Wei Yang's body and rescued him. Guhai dismissed Xiang Yu for now. After all, supporting Xiang Yu drained a horrifying amount of energy. This humble Guhai greets old Mr. Wei. Guhai said, solemnly, Wei Yang was already blind. After being rescued by Guhai, he bowed slightly and said, Many thanks, Mr. Good. Are my disciples still around? Guhai frowned slightly. He did not hide anything, simply recounting what he knew. What? Montez married Feng Ling? He killed Yu Yao? Li Wei is now a living dead. Wei Yang frowned slightly. Guhai nodded. That's right. However, Li Wei, I was wearing a mask at that time. I had no choice. Mr. Good, you don't have to say any more. Although I am blind, my heart is not blind. Li Wei became a living dead because his heart died. Evil creature, evil creature. The letter I wrote to Li Wei was read by Montez in the end. Wei Yang said with an ugly expression. Guhai turned to look at the abyss. Now he could see more clearly. There was indeed a pool of magma below. A golden dragon tail floated above the magma. On the dragon tail was a huge tortoise shell. The tortoise shell seemed to have a chessboard on it. It was this tortoise shell that sealed the dragon tail below. Not only that, but there was also a bone on the dragon's tail that was emitting traces of black gas. It was a bone that looked like a long and thin blade. The bone blade was inserted into the dragon's tail, like a nail, making it unable to move. Old Mr. Wei, can you explain to me what's going on with the dragon tail, bone saber, and tortoise shell chessboard below? Guhai asked with a frown. Bone saber? What bone saber? Wei Yang felt slightly stunned. Huh. Guhai looked at Wei Yang in confusion. Wei Yang could not see. Guhai stared at Wei Yang for a while. After a long silence, he described the scene below again. Bone saber? That can't be, right? It didn't exist before. Could it be 10 years ago? Wei Yang's expression changed. 10 years ago, what? 10 years ago, I was locked up like this. Due to the dragon vein, it was extremely hot below. However, suddenly a cold wind blew. It was incredibly cold, and a cold wind appeared out of nowhere. It was like the gates of hell opened, and a voice came from the gates of hell, Wei Yang recalled. A voice? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Yes, I thought it was an illusion. It looks like it was not an illusion. That voice said, the bone ancestor has already turned to dust. This world is mine. Ha 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 ha. Then, everything quickly returned to normal. The cold wind vanished. As if it never happened, Wei Yang explained. Guhai's expression turned uncertain as he stared at Wei Yang for a while, trying to ascertain whether Wei Yang was telling the truth. That tortoise shell below is a seal. My great Feng Mafia family has sealed it for generations. Back then, the pavilion master left it behind. My great Feng Mafia family is responsible for guarding it, Wei Yang explained. Oh, the pavilion master? Is it old man Guanqi? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Yes, my great Feng Mafia family's teachings state that the great Feng Mafia family disciples are not to steal. We have to wait for the fated person to appear, Wei Yang explained. Fated person? What do you mean by fated person? Gao Xianji asked, feeling confused. I don't know. The pavilion master did not say. Wei Yang shook his head. Is it to solve the Go puzzle on the tortoise shell? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. I don't know. However, I can't solve it, and neither can Montez. He thought that I could and wanted to force me to hand over the method to undo the seal. I could only pretend not to tell him. That was how I managed to survive until now, Wei Yang explained. Many thanks, Senior Mr. Wei, Gu Hai said solemnly. You saved Li Wei. There's no need to thank me. Can I go and visit my disciple, Li Wei? Wei Yang smiled bitterly. Gu Hai looked at Wei Yang and remained silent for a while. Then he nodded. Chun Tianshan brings Senior Mr. Wei to visit Li Wei. Yes, Chun Tianshan answered. After sending off Wei Yang, Gu Hai's group looked down at the deep chasm again. Chapter 96. Clack, clack, clack. Gu Hai, Scar, Shangguan Hen, and Gao Xianji jumped into the deep chasm and landed on the tortoise shell. Then, they looked at the huge go board above. The tortoise shell looked like it had been refined, becoming transparent like crystal. It had a dragon tail on one end. Milord, we might not be able to capture this dragon tail. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. Everyone knows that the dragon vein is good. However, do you know how strong the dragon vein is? Even if you undo the seal, you will need sufficient strength to capture it. Furthermore, this is the dragon tail. Once the seal is undone, the dragon tail will immediately flee. The dragon tail possesses overwhelming power. You will not be able to do anything to it, Shangguan Hen explained. What do you mean? Legate Shangguan, even Milord's Xiangyu Cloud Beast cannot do it? Gao Xianji asked, feeling confused. The dragon vein is not formed by 9-5 Island. It should be the entire Thousand Islands Sea. Only the countless sea regions and islands can nurture this dragon vein. Do you know how much strength is needed to capture this dragon vein? Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. How much? Gao Xianji asked, feeling confused. At the very least, you need the strength to hold up an island. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Hold up an island? 9-5 Island? Gao Xianji goggled. Shangguan Hen nodded. However, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. The strength to hold up 9-5 Island? That is a 9-5 island the size of Earth. Shangguan Hen's origins were very mysterious. It seemed like he knew a little about everything. Gu Hai did not ask in detail. However, he could tell that Shangguan Hen was telling the truth. Gu Hai no longer cared about the dragon vein. Instead, he reached out to grab that bone saber. Buzz. The seal on the tortoise shell immediately blocked Gu Hai's attempt. Huh. Gu Hai's face sank. Everyone stretched out their hands to grab the bone saber, but could not. The sealing power of the turtle shell was too strong. This sealing turtle shell belongs to Baxia. Shangguan Hen said in a low voice. Baxia? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, and it's a dragonized Baxia. Baxia has the head of a dragon and the body of a tortoise. It has the bloodline of a dragon and can transform into a dragon, but it's extremely difficult. If Baxia consumes the dragon vein, Baxia will transform into a dragon and then shed its shell. This tortoise shell was left behind by Baxia after it transformed into a dragon. Then, Old Man Guanqi refined it into this magic treasure. Shangguan Hen affirmed. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Back then, when Xiao Chun met the Baxia at sea, did it come to 9-5 Island because it sensed the dragon vein? Looking at the tortoise shell and then at the dragon vein, Gu Hai finally stared at the bone saber that was emitting traces of black gas. He looked at the chessboard on the turtle shell. 29 lines. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. The go board on the turtle shell actually had 29 lines. Black go stones were placed at the side, as if waiting for someone to play. What a complicated go board. Gao Xianji revealed a shocked expression. However, Gu Hai suddenly entered deep thought. To others, this go board was incredibly profound. However, it was still within acceptable range for Gu Hai. He carefully examined it for close to half an hour. Good go board, good ritual array. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he picked up a black ghost stone and slowly placed it. Pa! A chess piece was placed down. Then a white ghost stone suddenly appeared on the turtle shell go board. Clack! It seemed like someone was playing Go with Gu Hai. At the same time, in the Dragon Tortoise Palace, boom! A loud sound rang out as Chun Tianshan was knocked into another palace. Walala! That palace immediately crumbled. Legate, are you all right? The group of evil men immediately rushed over. Wei Yang, what are you doing? Chun Tianshan roared as he climbed to his feet from the rubble. At this moment, the blind Wei Yang grabbed the vegetative Li Wei and flew into the air. Tell Gu Hai that I thank him for saving me. Everything I said to him is true. However, you need to be careful when breaking the seal. You can only win, not lose. Lose a ghost stone, lose a life. Wei Yang shouted. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wei Yang carried Li Wei and flew out of the ritual array. Lose a ghost stone, lose a life. Chun Tianshan's expression changed. No wonder Montez could not break the go board. It was not that his go skills were too weak, but that he did not dare to play. Legate, are you all right? A subordinate rushed over. No, move aside. Oh no, my lord is in danger. Chun Tianshan's expression changed. He could no longer be bothered with chasing Wei Yang. Instead, he rushed to Dragon Vein Valley. Dragon Vein Valley. Smack! Smack! Gu Hai placed ghost stones over and over again. It was like the two sides were evenly matched, neither taking a ghost stone from the other. Good go. A serious look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Clack! Gu Hai placed another ghost stone. My lord, pick a ghost stone. Gao Xianji's eyes lit up. Suddenly, Xiao Chun picked up a white ghost stone. Rumble! It was as if the seal had suddenly loosened a little. Suddenly, the dragon veins seemed to move slowly. It was as if there was a huge earthquake in the surroundings, slowly shaking. My lord, don't play Go. You will lose your life. Only then did Chun Tianshan run over. However, he saw that Gu Hai had already stood up and was no longer playing Go. As the seal loosened, the dragon vein could move slightly. Gu Hai got closer to the bone saber, now able to grab it. Although this Go game was rare, Gu Hai would not lose his priorities because of this Go game. Now that Xiao Chun understood the Go game, he decided to grab the bone saber first. Now that Gu Hai could get close to the bone saber, he looked carefully. He saw spiderweb-like cracks on the bone saber. A bone saber that seems to have shattered? Is what Wei Yang said true? The bone saber shattered, and it recovered a little after absorbing the dragon vein's energy. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Chun Tianshan immediately jumped down. My lord! Wei Yang ran away with Li Wei. Chun Tianshan told Gu Hai everything while panting. I know. I let them go, Gu Hai said indifferently without turning his head. Ah, Chun Tianshan felt slightly stunned. How come I don't know? Do you think that Wei Yang would trust me after meeting me for the first time? Since he could survive Montez until now, he is not an ordinary person. However, I have no grudge with him. How about I let them go? He has a grudge with Montez. He can help me restrain Montez. Gu Hai explained. Ah, Chun Tianshan felt slightly stunned. My lord, be careful. This bone saber is very strange, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded and reached out to grab the bone saber. Buzz. Boundless black energy seemed to come out of the bone saber, strongly repelling Gu Hai. Rise. Boom. The bone saber seemed to weigh 500 kilograms as Gu Hai slowly pulled it out. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the underground dragon vein. Without the bone saber became more nimble. Rumble! The dragon tail struggled intensely, struggling against the seal, as if it wanted to escape. The surrounding lava splashed, and everyone quickly used their veritable energy to protect themselves. Ah! Guhai suddenly let out a painful cry. "Milord!" everyone exclaimed. However, they saw the bone saber's black energy encasing Guhai. An intense evil aura surged out of Xiao Chen's body, preventing everyone from approaching. The instant Guhai pulled out the bone saber seemed to have a mind of its own and started to counterattack. Shing! The bone saber suddenly pierced Guhai's palm and entered Guhai's body from his palm. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Guhai's body. Bastard! Guhai quickly pulled out the bone saber with his left hand. However, the power of the bone saber was too great. It instantly charged into Guhai's body and entered his body. Guhai quickly sat down cross-legged, showing a horrified expression. The reason for that was because Guhai felt a consciousness running amok in his body. Keek. Brat, you are seeking death. I am absorbing the dragon vein to recover. How dare you disturb me? You have to pay the price for disturbing me. Eat you? Oh, what a strong foundation. What a good body. Let me replace your consciousness. Let me become you. Keek. A sinister voice rang out. That consciousness charged straight for Guhai's mind. Guhai's expression changed. He withdrew his consciousness and used all his strength to resist the bone saber's sinister intent. What a strong will. Mortal, you're not bad, but you've met me. Even if I've lost all my strength and my consciousness is extremely weak, I'm still not someone immortal like you can resist. I am God, in front of God. Submit. The bone saber's evil voice rang out again. Boom. The intense impact seemed to want to knock out Guhai's mind. Guhai resisted the urge to faint. This was the first time he realized that death was so close. If he had to do it again, Guhai would never pull out the bone saber again. Rumble! The bone saber's will was too strong. It broke through Guhai's layers of defenses and charged at Guhai's glabella. Boom! It was like a huge skull charging into Guhai's glabella space. It seemed like it would break through all of Guhai's defenses in an instant. Wang! Suddenly, the black chess piece hanging high in Guhai's glabella space emitted a dazzling black light and smashed into the skull covered in black gas. What? How can you have a spiritual treasure? If I were at my peak, this spiritual treasure would not be able to hurt me. No, how can you, immortal, have it? How can you have it? The skull covered in black gas suddenly roared. Boom! With a loud sound, the black gas smashed into the skull covered in black gas. It turned into countless skull fragments that floated in Guhai's glabella space. Guhai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He immediately split off a strand of his consciousness and sent it toward the skull fragment. Whoosh! Guhai's wisp of consciousness quickly devoured the skull fragments. No, you can't devour me. My consciousness, I am the greatest bone ancestor. Even the gods can't do anything to me. I can't let a mortal devour my consciousness. It's impossible. No. An extremely weak voice came from the skull fragments. However, the skull was already shattered by the black chess piece. It could no longer resist and allowed Guhai's wisp of consciousness to quickly devour it. Rumble! That wisp of consciousness devoured the skull fragments along with the black gas. After that, it suddenly jumped out of Guhai's glabella space, as if it had returned to a strange body. Guhai's body was still surrounded by black gas. No one could get close. Within the black gas, Guhai slowly opened his eyes. The black gas came from his chest. At this moment, he tore open the clothes on his chest. Under his chest, the left side was pitch black. Guhai's heart pounded. He slowly touched the left side of his chest. Rib, I have an extra rib. Furthermore, I can feel that it seems to have become a part of my body. My consciousness can control this rib. Gu Hai's eyes widened. After gulping, Gu Hai extended his right hand as if he sensed something. See, Suddenly, a hole appeared in the skin on Gu Hai's chest. The bone inside the chest pierced through Gu Hai's chest, and a sharp bone handle slowly emerged. Suppressing the horror in his heart, Gu Hai slowly pulled it out. Ka, 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 ka. Xiao Chen slowly pulled out a pitch-black bone from his chest. When the bone was pulled out, it automatically turned straight. Furthermore, an even more ferocious black gas surged out. Outside, Gao Xianji and the others were forced back by this black gas, screaming, "Ah! Pa!" They were all pulled out. One was a bone saber, a thin, 4-foot-long bone saber. The bone saber released surging black gas, looking extremely evil. There were also many cracks on it. It was the bone saber that Xiao Chun pulled out from the dragon vein earlier and drilled into his palm. However, at this moment, Gu Hai felt as if he was connected to the bone saber by blood, as if it was a part of his body. No, the strand of consciousness that he separated devoured the original consciousness of the bone saber. It seemed to have mutated and produced a new consciousness. However, this consciousness was under his control. It was a very strange feeling. Holding the bone saber, Gu Hai felt as if he could cut through everything with the saber. It was an unstoppable feeling, a feeling of fearlessness. Looking at his chest, Gu Hai slowly inserted the bone saber. Bzzz, bzzz. The bone saber drilled into Gu Hai's skin and slowly seeped in, slowly turning into an imperceptible rib. Whoosh! Under the control of Gu Hai's consciousness, the black gas suddenly withdrew, instantly vanishing. The darkness on his chest also vanished. His wounds also strangely recovered. Aside from his clothes being torn, it was like nothing had happened. Gu Hai took a deep breath and looked around. The surrounding black gas vanished. The dragon vein struggled wildly, and lava surged into the air. The others had already left the deep cave and were waiting above. The black gas is gone. Milord, Milord, quickly come up. The volcano is about to erupt, Chen Tianshan exclaimed in joy. The black gas earlier was very horrifying. I felt like I saw a hell of white bones. An illusion. It really was an illusion. If I had not fled quickly, Scar revealed a horrified expression. Milord, why are you fine? Gao Xianji looked at Gu Hai in shock. Bang! Xiao Chun leaped up and jumped out of the valley. Milord, are you all right? Where's that bone saber? Shang Wanhen asked in surprise. Gu Hai looked at the group but did not explain. Instead, he lowered his head and looked down. Boom, boom, boom. As the dragon vein struggled, the seal seemed to loosen. The surrounding mountains shook. Perhaps the dragon vein would break free of the seal soon. The dragon vein is about to break free? Scar said with a sullen expression. Inform everyone to leave this place immediately. Gu Hai said. Leave? Where to? Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Didn't you want to inform the Clear River sect to be on guard against the First Song sect? Now, let's return to the Clear River sect and my Gu residence. Gu Hai said. Yes, everyone answered. Chapter 97. Boom. Montez suddenly flew out of the 28-line pair world ritual array. Countless cultivators immediately goggled as they watched. Luo Tiange held his injuries as he watched Montez fly out with a sullen expression. Then he saw Montez fly to a small hut and carry his wife, Feng Ling. Then he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. He did not even look back, showing rage and dissatisfaction on his face. It's him? Gu Hai made use of me to scheme against him? Luo Qianga's eyelids twitched wildly as he felt resentful. The ninth young master sat under a roof, drinking tea as he watched everything in the distance. Ninth young master, Luo Qianga, seems to be injured, a subordinate whispered. However, the ninth young master ignored that subordinate. Instead, he looked at Montez and said with narrowed eyes, "Guhai, what a good scheme." So it was for this Montez? It looks like Montez fell for the trap. Did he undo the pavilion master's barrier? The Great Fong Mafia family? The Great Fong Mafia family's mission is over. Luo Qianga's subordinates appeared confused. Only the ninth young master understood the Great Fong Mafia family's mission. At this moment, he looked into the distance with sullen eyes. The pavilion master's schemes are far-sighted. Even if Gu Hai discovered the dragon tail, he should not be able to change anything. However, this person's potential is extraordinary. A light slowly flashed in the ninth young master's eyes. "Ninth young master, are you interested in Gu Hai?" a subordinate asked, feeling curious. Looking at all this, Gu Hai is indeed stronger than Luo Qianga. The ninth young master did not comment. Boom. Suddenly, another figure soared into the sky. Who is that person? Is he carrying Li Wei? Is that blind? I have never seen that blind person before. He can fly? Is he also from the Yuanying state? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Wei Yang carried Li Wei and flew away quickly. In the Yuanying state, normal cultivators would not dare to stop them. Luo Qianga showed a sullen expression as he watched Wei Yang fly away. At the start, Luo Qianga could have kept whoever he wanted. Now that Luo Qianga was injured, he could not do anything. He could only watch the situation develop in confusion. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the formation. Rumble! Suddenly, the center of the ritual array shook like an earthquake. Immediately, the ground around the Great Fong Mafia family shook. Dragon roar? Why is there a dragon's roar? This dragon's roar is even louder than that of the flood dragon. What happened in the array? Why is there an earthquake? The surrounding cultivators immediately revealed astonished expressions. The tremors did not stop. As time passed, the tremors grew stronger. Some of the more timid Xiuzha kept retreating. What was happening inside the array? Countless Xiuzha watched in bewilderment. Bang! All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, and the 28 heavens and earth formation shuddered violently. Then, the rolling clouds and mist quickly dispersed. Did the ritual array break? No, Gu Hai removed the ritual array. He removed the ritual array? What is Gu Hai trying to do now? Luo Qianga also goggled as he looked in the direction of the distant ritual array. Gu Hai was in an undefeatable position because of the ritual array. Why did he remove the ritual array now? Whoosh! A strong wind blew amid the torrential rain, scattering the clouds and mist. The first thing that attracted the attention of the outside cultivators was not the tremors, but the countless corpses in the surroundings. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses littered the place. The 20,000 cultivators had all died, not leaving a single one. Gasp! When the countless cultivators saw the corpse-strewn area of the Great Fong Mafia family again, they felt a chill. No matter who these 20,000 people were, this massacre made everyone want to stay as far away from Gu Hai as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gu Hai led the group, and the 3,000-odd evil men followed close behind. They slowly stepped over the corpses as they walked out. However, when they came out, the outside world fell silent. No one dared to underestimate Gu Hai anymore. Their earlier thoughts of snatching the century lifespan immortality peach vanished. The century lifespan immortality peach was good, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. How long had this Gu Hai been here? He had destroyed the entire Great Fong Mafia family, and killed the 20,000 cultivators who came to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach. He was even more terrifying than the legend said, even more ferocious than the innate puzzle world. Furthermore, he had 3,000 murderous demons with him. Whoosh, whoosh. As Gu Hai led the group out, the surrounding cultivators quickly moved far away. Gu Hai, to think that you actually dare to come out. Luo Qingge said coldly as he glared. As Luo Qingge spoke, his subordinates all drew their weapons and looked coldly in Gu Hai's direction. Whoosh, whoosh. The 3,000-odd evil men all drew their weapons and looked over with ferocious expressions. As Gu Hai looked at Luo Qingge, he smiled coldly and said, "Mr. Luo, do you believe that I can lay the 28 line pair world ritual array again?" Huh. Luo Qingge's pupils constricted. The earlier halberd had left a deep impression on Luo Qingge. Even Luo Qingge paused, showing uncertainty on his face. Upon seeing Luo Qingge hesitate, satisfaction flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Then he guffawed. Ha ha ha, let's go. As Gu Hai laughed, it looked like victory was in his grasp. Then he swaggered away with the 3,000-odd evil men. Along the way, the surrounding cultivators made way, not daring to get close. Luo Qingge held his sword and saber, showing an uncertain expression. However, he did not step forward. Not far away, under a roof, the 9th young master narrowed his eyes slightly. Is everyone scared witless by Gu Hai? Even Luo Qingge was afraid of such a good opportunity. The group of cultivators sent off Gu Hai's group with their eyes. However, no one stopped them. They just watched as the group slowly disappeared into the forest, vanishing from everyone's sight. Roar. Rumble. Another rumble attracted the gazes of the people who were holding their breaths. Boom. Suddenly, a large mountain collapsed. Then, another large mountain soared into the sky. Roar. The dragon roar grew increasingly louder. Clumps of lava soared into the sky, turning into a rain of fire. What's going on? The countless cultivators exclaimed. If there was an earthquake, the mountain would collapse. However, how could a mountain rise from the ground? Roar. The dragon roar grew louder, and the surrounding ground shook even more intensely. Whoosh. Suddenly, everyone seemed to see a golden image soar into the sky. The golden image was 3 kilometers tall. When it charged into the dark clouds, the light of the golden image filled the sky. Rumble. As the golden image stirred, the dark clouds in the sky turned chaotic. Lightning flashed, and the sky above the Great Foam Mafia family turned increasingly chaotic. Storms and earthquakes worked together to attack the Great Foam Mafia family. The surroundings looked like the end of the world. All the Xiozha fled towards the outside in terror. A golden image? Is that the shape of a 3-kilometer-long tail? A golden tail? A dragon tail image? A dragon tail? What is that? Countless cultivators revealed shocked expressions. We should leave. There's nothing more to see. The 9th young master said indifferently. Yes, the subordinates answered. Then they followed the 9th young master and slowly left. Luo Qingge did not care when the 9th young master left. This dragon tail had completely captured his attention. Dragon vein? A dragon vein! Luo Qingge exclaimed, nearly biting his tongue. Roar. The heavy sound of a dragon vein came from underground. At the same time, the Baxia suddenly stopped 400 kilometers to the west of the island. It seemed to sense something. Roar. The Baxia suddenly let out a loud roar. Rumble. The Baxia's speed instantly soared as it rushed in the direction of the Great Foam Mafia family. The group of ocean fiends had been opening a path at the front. However, the Baxia immediately left them behind. The Baxia went crazy. What's wrong with it? Why is the Baxia in such a rush? Where is it going? Look, Quickly, look over there. In the direction of the Great Fong Mafia family. Quickly, look. Countless cultivators looked up. The Shenzhen Battalion disciples on the Shenzhen Battalion's flying ship high in the sky also goggled as they looked into the distance. Li Haoran's eyes widened as he saw a golden tail in the distant sky. It rushed into the clouds and stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. In that direction, lightning flashed and thunder roared, stirred up by the golden tail. It was extremely dazzling. A dragon vane tail. Quick, go there. Li Haoran glared. Yes. Rumble. The flying ship quickly flew in the direction of the Great Fong Mafia family. Where is that? Li Haoran roared while glaring. It's the Great Fong Mafia family. Battalion commander, it's the Great Fong Mafia family. A subordinate immediately shouted. The dragon vane appeared. Quick, get in front of the Baxia. Li Haoran ordered coldly. Yes. The subordinates answered. Rumble. The flying ship quickly flew past and soon overtook the Baxia. Even though the Baxia ran at full speed, it could not outrun the flying ship. Roar. When the Baxia saw the flying ship overtake it, it roared in rage. Immediately, countless lightning bolts crashed into the flying ship. Boom. A lightning bolt crashed into the flying ship's ritual array. However, the ritual array was strong and managed to block it. Whoosh! The flying ship overtook the Baxia and flew to the front, at the Great Fong Mafia family. At this moment, countless cultivators gradually figured out what it was and rushed over. Scram! You bunch of trash, are you seeking death? Luo Tiange roared. Although Luo Tiange was severely injured, he still had the strongest cultivation. Even without the chains, he still had his sword. The moment he drew his sword, countless sword lights shot out, killing all the cultivators that approached. Boom! When Luo Tiange drew his sword, he knocked dozens of cultivators into the air. You bunch of trash, scram. The dragon vane is mine. Anyone who fights with me over it will die. Ha 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 ha. Luo Tiange laughed maniacally, just as Luo Tiange was feeling excited after knocking back everyone. A sharp sound rang out from the distance. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound came from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a golden arrow shooting towards them from afar. The arrow was ferocious, looking like a rainbow as it arrived in the blink of an eye. Luo Tiange showed a ferocious expression as he swung his sword. This sword strike carried all his strength. The excitement of facing the dragon vane seemed to allow Luo Tiange to bring out even more strength than he could at his peak. Break for me. Luo Tiange roared ferociously. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Luo Tiange's manifested sword exploded along with his body. His body shattered, and a bloody mist filled the air. Ah! Blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding cultivators, startling them. They all looked at Luo Tiange in horror, who was pushing back everyone earlier. Luo Tiange exploded with one arrow. The largest part of Luo Tiange's body was only half of his head on the ground. Buzz! After the golden arrow exploded Luo Tiange, the remaining four stabbed into a mountain peak, leaving a small portion of the tail trembling outside. That was Luo Tiange, the East Sea Pirate King, who roamed the Thousand Islands Sea for 100 years, exploded with one arrow. Everyone suddenly calmed down and turned to look in the direction of the voice with fear in their eyes. They saw a flying ship quickly flying over from the distance. A man in golden armor stood at the bow of the flying ship. He held a bow in his hand and looked coldly at the arrow that shot out. The Shinji Battalion? Li Haoran? Chapter 98. On the flying ship, Li Haoran destroyed the source of the chaos with one arrow. The surrounding cultivators immediately stopped. Satisfaction flashed in Li Haoran's eyes. He enjoyed the feeling of deciding the situation with one arrow. Then, he revealed a faint smile. Everyone, listen up. My Shunji battalion is taking over this place. Everyone, move 50 kilometers away. A loud shout came from the flying ship. The countless cultivators in the surroundings felt a chill in their hearts. That was the East Seas pirate king, Luo Qiange. Luo Qiange could kill Golden Horn and Silver Horn, two strong existences of the Yuanying state. However, Luo Qiange could not withstand one arrow from Li Haoran. When everyone saw the golden arrow stuck in the stone wall, their hearts trembled. Roar! The gigantic dragon tail image was still struggling. However, that arrow extinguished the flames of desire in everyone's hearts. Then, they quickly retreated into the distance. Roar! Behind, the Basha roared and sped up. The Basha did its best to rush to the dragon vein. However, Li Haoran's flying ship arrived in the blink of an eye. When the Basha looked down, it saw lava surging up. The 3-kilometer-long dragon tail was just an image. Furthermore, there was a more solid dragon tail under the lava. There was a tortoise shell on the dragon tail. A tortoise shell seal? The Basha did not sense the dragon vein, but this tortoise shell? A Shunji battalion disciple exclaimed in shock. However, Li Haoran narrowed his eyes. It is just the dragon tail, and not the dragon head. Milord, it is not the dragon head. We cannot collect it. Furthermore, this dragon tail seems to be on the verge of breaking free of the tortoise shell seal. A subordinate said worriedly, "This tortoise shell has been refined. Is it an extraordinary treasure?" "Milord, the Basha is charging over," another subordinate said anxiously. Li Haoran turned his head to look at the Basha. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Be it the dragon tail or the tortoise shell seal, they are both mine. Evil beast, come." As Li Haoran spoke, he raised his bow again and aimed at the distant Basha. Roar! The Basha glared, showing a ferocious expression as it roared at Li Haoran. Rumble! An earthquake rocked the western region of 9-5 Island. The 9th young master led his subordinates to a mountain peak and looked coldly at the center of the chaotic battle in the distance. Li Haoran versus Basha. The battle was fierce, and for a moment, muddy water soared into the sky. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. Only the roars of Li Haoran and Basha could be heard. The 9th young master is Li Haoran. What a powerful arrow! A subordinate said with a frown. The 9th young master sneered. It's not necessarily a good thing to be self-righteous. 9th young master, should we? There's no need for that. As long as he participates in the fight for the dragon vein, he will have entered the game. Li Haoran has entered the game. The trap left behind by the pavilion master. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he would never be able to escape. Let's go. The 9th young master sneered. Yes, in a mountain forest. Montez hugged the awakened wind chimes and stared at the rumbling battlefield in the distance. The Shunji battalion's Li Haoran, you are still so tyrannical. It has been 20 years since we last met. Montez's eyes flashed with a cold light. Gu hai. Humph. Very good. Very good. To think that you can play the 29 horizontal checkerboard that old man Guanxi left behind. Furthermore, you won a go stone. Good go skills. What great luck. If you had continued, you would have been the one to die. Humph. You can run once, but how many times can you run? Montez showed a ferocious expression. When Wind Chimes saw the ferocious expression on Montez's face, she gently helped Montez wipe his face. A complicated expression flashed in her eyes. In another mountain forest, Wei Yang descended with the vegetative Li Wei. He listened to the distant dragon roars and the sounds of a huge battle. Has it started? My great Feng Mafia family's mission is over. Pavilion Master, we have fulfilled your promise generation after generation. Since the dragon vein seal is undone, does that mean that the restrictions on us are gone? Does that mean that I have the right to fight for it? I know that this is a trap. However, I am willing to be Pavilion Master's pawn. Wei Yong sighed softly. Then he turned his head and gently rubbed Li Wei's head, feeling for the tattoo. My disciple, Li Wei, I will wake you up. Your master needs you. Quickly wake up. Wei Yong said softly. Gu Hai had already left with the 3,000 evil men. Gu Hai ignored the dragon roars and the sounds of explosions coming from behind. My lord, this dragon vein, Shangguan Hen said softly. Dragon vein? We do not have the ability to get our hands on it yet. Let's leave first, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, Shangguan Hen nodded. My lord, do you think Wei Yong can restrain Montez? Why did he? Chen Tianshan asked worriedly. This pair of master and disciple are too scheming. They are not suitable for keeping by our side. Don't underestimate Wei Yong. Since he can nurture Montez, is he an ordinary person? He left a message in Li Wei's letter saying that Feng Ling is a key. Don't let others read the letter. However, I believe that given Montez's ability, he has many ways to read this letter. Montez read it long ago. However, Wei Yong seems to have guessed it already. He wrote it very vaguely, hiding something from Montez. Gu Hai said seriously. Oh, Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. If Feng Ling is a key, I believe that Li Wei is a key as well. There are two keys. Montez does not know everything, Gu Hai said seriously. Li Wei too? Do you still remember that tattoo? Chen Tianshan showed an uncertain expression. Clearly, he was shocked by the scheming of Wei Yong and Montez. The 3,000 people left quickly. Along the way, they encountered countless venomous insects in the forest. However, everyone could protect themselves with veritable energy, so the venomous insects could not do anything to them. 10 days later, at the seaside, the 3,000 evil men temporarily set up camp. Starting from Gao Xianji, they started disciplining the evil men. However, Gu Hai silently dove to the bottom of the sea. Gu Hai caught a shark at the bottom of the sea. Then, he stepped on the shark with his left foot and pulled out the black bone saber with his right hand. The moment the bone saber appeared, it gave off strands of black, evil aura. Even though Gu Hai pressed the shark under his foot, it still struggled in horror. Bone saber? I can sense a thirst in you. What effect does it have? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Xing. The bone saber slowly stabbed into the shark's body, leaving only a small opening. Roar. The shark struggled in pain. Whoosh. Surging black energy immediately entered the shark's body from the bone saber. The surging black energy suddenly turned into small skulls the size of soybeans. Then, thousands of small skulls accompanied the bone saber. They entered the shark's body. Gurgle! Gurgle! In the blink of an eye, the small skulls consumed all the shark's flesh, leaving only the skeleton. Whoosh! Suddenly, the countless small skulls turned back into black energy and entered the bone saber. It was like they had never happened before. The bone saber seemed to have consumed some nourishing energy. Furthermore, 1,000th of this nourishing energy slowly returned to Gu Hai's body. Buzz. Gu Hai felt somewhat comfortable, and his eyelids twitched. This bone saber consumed flesh. It consumed energy to repair itself. This was because Xiao Chun refined it. Of the energy it consumed, 1,000th would return to his main body. Furthermore, this 1,000th seemed to have been purified by the bone saber, making it extremely suitable for his needs. What an evil bone saber! Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Xiao Chun carefully checked the shark's bones. Not only did the shark's flesh and blood disappear, but even the bone marrow was extracted. All that was left was a pile of withered bones. Gu Hai took a deep breath and moved quickly at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, he saw a shoal of sharks in the distance. There were about 20 sharks swimming over. Gu Hai moved quickly at the bottom of the sea. Clang, clang, clang. The bone saber sliced through the sharks. Wherever the bone saber left a wound, a large amount of black energy would appear. Small skulls condensed in the black energy and quickly consumed the shark's flesh and bone marrow. After they were all consumed, they turned back into black energy and returned to the bone saber. Ka, ka, ka. 20-odd shark skeletons fell to the bottom of the sea. When all the black energy entered the bone saber, it turned pitch black. Although there were countless cracks on the bone saber, it looked extremely evil. 20-odd sharks contained too little energy. 1,000th was even less. Gu Hai only sensed it subtly and did not see much change. This bone saber is too evil. Everywhere it goes, it leaves behind a sea of bones. There is no life force, only death aura. From today onward, you will be called Life Ender, the Life Ender Saber, Gu Hai said as he looked at the bone saber. Buzz. The black bone saber trembled slightly as though it was happy with its name. Shing. Gu Hai stabbed the Life Ender Saber into his chest again. The Life Ender Saber slowly entered Gu Hai's chest and turned into one of Gu Hai's ribs before slowly vanishing. If not for the withered skeletons at the bottom of the sea, it would seem like Gu Hai had never drawn the Life Ender Saber. From today onward, my weapon is the saber. Gu Hai rushed to the surface of the sea. Bang! Soon, Gu Hai charged out of the sea and swam to the shore. At the shore, Gao Xianji trained the evil men. "My lord, you are back." Scar and the others came over and handed a towel to Gu Hai. All right. Gu Hai accepted the towel and wiped his body. "My lord," this subordinate went to scout first. A huge change happened in the Great Feng Mafia family, and the battle ended. Chen Tianshan rushed over. Oh, Gu Hai turned his head to look at Chen Tianshan. The dragon vein appeared. Li Haoran and the Basha fought over the dragon vein. However, in the end, the dragon vein struggled free of the tortoise-shell seal and entered the ground. Neither Li Haoran nor the Basha obtained the dragon vein. As for the tortoise-shell seal, it was swallowed by the Basha. Chen Tianshan reported. The Basha swallowed the tortoise-shell seal. Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. When the Basha saw that it could not obtain the dragon vein, it started fighting over the tortoise shell and swallowed it in one gulp. That tortoise shell originally belonged to another Basha. However, it was a great supplement to the Basha. The Basha's tortoise shell immediately gave off a golden light. When Li Haoran saw that he had lost the dragon vein, he felt frustrated and wanted to kill the Basha. And then, in the end, the Basha could not defeat Li Haoran on the shore. The 3,000 ocean demons that it brought all died to the Shinji Battalion's arrows. Li Haoran wanted to kill the Basha, but the Basha was in an incredibly sorry state. It kept fleeing, and Li Haoran pursued it all the way to the shore. With the power of the sea, the Basha finally managed to block Li Haoran. On land, the Basha was not a match for Li Haoran. However, Li Haoran could not do anything to the Basha at sea? Gu Hai asked. Yes. After fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, Li Haoran could only give up and return, Chen Tianshan explained. Gu Hai looked at the sea and nodded. This Li Haoran's martial prowess is truly outstanding. My lord, when are we continuing? Chen Tianshan asked. How long before we return to my Gu residence? Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan. Given our current speed, about half a month. Chen Tianshan explained. Inform everyone to prepare to eat and rest for 2 hours. After that, we will continue, Gu Hai said. Yes, everyone answered. Chapter 99. 9-5 Island, Great Chen Nation. In a mountain forest. Rumble. Arg. Arg. Don't come over. This has nothing to do with me. A series of fighting and miserable cries rang out. However, The fighting soon stopped. Dozens of bound cultivators were brought before Gu Hai. Chun Tianshan showed an extremely unsightly expression. "Milord, do you still remember the war between the Chun nation and the Song nation? Back then, the reason for the war was the discovery of this spirit stone mine. Hence, the two sects agreed to compete in the mundane nations. In the end, Milord's plan to destroy the Song nation helped us achieve victory. In the end, this inferior-grade spirit stone mine belonged to my Clear River sect." "These are the first Song sect disciples?" Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dozens of bound first Song sect disciples. "Speak. What happened to my Clear River sect? Why are you guarding this spirit stone mine?" Chun Tianshan stepped forward and glared. "We don't know. It was the sect master's orders." The first Song sect disciples immediately said, "The first Song sect master? Song Pingshan?" Chun Tianshan's expression changed. "Where are the Clear River sect disciples guarding this place?" Gao Xianji asked seriously. "No, they were not here when we arrived." That first Song sect disciple immediately shouted. Everyone glared, and the evil men immediately stepped forward to interrogate him. However, there was still no result. "Milord, something might have happened to the Clear River sect." Chun Tianshan showed an unsightly expression. "Chun Tianshan, bring the Earth Legion to the Clear River sect and investigate the situation. I'll return immediately. If there's anything, look for me at the Gu residence." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes, thank you, milord," Chun Tianshan said gratefully. "There's no need to thank me. The Clear River sect master helped me greatly back then. Bring this group of first Song sect disciples along." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes," Chun Tianshan answered. Under Chun Tianshan's command, the hundreds of Earth Legion members quickly led the group of first Song sect disciples into the mountain forest. However, Gu Hai arrived at the Spirit Stone Mine. There was a cave here. Traces of chiseling could be seen on the walls of the cave. Low-grade spirit stones seemed to be embedded in the walls. "Milord, this is the lowest grade spirit stone mine. It is also the most troublesome spirit stone mine. It needs to be slowly and carefully excavated to extract the spirit stones. Otherwise, if the force is too great, not only will the mountain collapse, but the spirit stones will also shatter. The shattered spirit stones are worthless." Scar explained. "Check the surrounding spirit stones and take them away. Wait for me outside the cave," Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone quickly tidied up the spirit stones. However, Gu Hai reached for his chest and slowly pulled out the Life Ender Saber. "Who?" The moment the Life Ender Saber appeared, it gave off a black aura. "As for spirit stones, can you also consume spirit energy? Give it a try," Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Shing. He stabbed the saber into the mountain. Who? All of a sudden, black smoke surged out of the Life Ender Saber and drilled into the mountain wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more black smoke surged into the spirit stones in the mountain. Ka, 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 ka. The spirit stones embedded in the mountain immediately turned into dust. The surging spiritual energy surged into the Life Ender Saber. Soon, the black smoke returned to the Life Ender Saber. Clearly, the black smoke had drained all the spirit stones' spiritual energy. Ka, ka, ka. The spirit stones in the mountain crumbled, and the mountain shook. Shing. Gu Hai pulled out the bone saber, and a strong force charged at him. Buzz. Gu Hai's body trembled slightly, but his cultivation did not break through. Aren't there too few spirit stones? Gu Hai sighed. 1,000th of the spirit stones in a spirit stone mine was not enough for him to break through one stage. Whoosh! Gu Hai put away the Life Ender Saber. Slowly, Guhai walked out of the cave. Crack! The instant Guhai walked out of the cave, the mountain, which had lost the support of the spirit stones, crumbled. The surrounding evil men revealed shocked expressions. Let's go. There is a horse farm in the town ahead. We can ride for at most 3 days before we reach my home, Guhai instructed. Yes. The group looked at the crumbling mountain before quickly leaving with Guhai. Gu residence, Hulao Pass. Guhai had not returned yet, but news from the Great Foam Mafia family arrived. For a moment, the crowd of cultivators who were waiting for the heir to appear opened their mouths in shock. You are joking, right? Guhai subdued 3,000 evil men? What did you say? Guhai destroyed the Great Foam Mafia family? That's impossible. The Heavenly Saber Death Match is the 28-line pair world ritual array. How could it be set up on 9-5 Island? Guhai forced the Yuanying state to not dare to approach. You are lying. Damn it. Do you take me for a fool? Guhai killed 20,000 cultivators, just like that. For a time, countless cultivators were on tenterhooks. Their original confidence seemed to be slowly wearing away. When the news of the Great Foam Mafia family's tragedy spread, no one believed it at first. How could that be possible? Everyone asked around. More than half a year ago, Guhai was still an acquired realm cultivator. How could he be so capable? However, this was not something one cultivator said. Many cultivators said it. Some were even close friends. There was no need to lie to them. Guhai destroyed the Great Foam Mafia family. Guhai defeated the Yuanying state. Guhai killed 20,000 cultivators. Guhai still had 3,000 evil men as subordinates. The many pieces of news stunned many people. Are we just waiting for a rabbit to appear? However, the one that returned was not a rabbit, but a tiger. Capture Guhai and snatch the century lifespan immortality peach? However, one needed to be alive to do so. This Guhai killed without blinking. He killed more than 20,000 people in the blink of an eye. Some people already started to think of retreating. However, some people's eyes turned red. My sworn brother died in the Heavenly Saber Death Match. I want to take revenge for my sworn brother. My junior brother died in the ritual array as well. Guhai, since you killed my junior brother, I'll kill your son. Countless cultivators felt furious. However, Guhai's massacre was too brutal. Hence, the furious cultivators did not dare to take the risk. Just because they wanted to snatch Guhai's peach, Guhai killed 20,000 cultivators. If they captured Guhai's son, would they incur boundless revenge from Guhai? 20,000 cultivators littered the ground with corpses. When piled up, they would be as tall as a mountain. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they thought about it. Their anticipation of Guhai slowly turned into fear. The atmosphere around the Gu residence turned strange. Those who wanted revenge were also somewhat hesitant. It was as if they were waiting for someone to summon them to attack together. Moonlight shone on the Gu residence. At this moment, the Gu residence had expanded significantly, and countless new buildings had been added. The most special one was a circular building that looked like a city gate tower. At this moment, Guqin and Guhan stood at the top of the city gate tower, enjoying the night wind as they looked into the distance. The surroundings of the city gate tower were extremely spacious, with many flowers and trees planted. Guqin and Guhan held onto the railing as they looked around, listening to the reports from their subordinates. Good. Adoptive father is returning. He killed 20,000 cultivators. The people waiting outside my Gu residence should be frightened out of their wits, right? Guhan guffawed. Guqin also said happily, adoptive father is returning. Furthermore, he is returning with 3,000 evil men. Those people's thoughts of waiting for him to return will be dashed. However, Big Brother, some people outside are getting restless, Guhan said with a frown. Guqin looked outside and said in a deep voice, "Since foster father's news has come, he should be back soon. Don't worry too much. We just need to hold on for a short period of time. Besides, this place is a giant fortress built according to foster father's method. It's not something they can trespass." Guhan nodded and smiled. "How about we learn from adoptive father and hang a sign outside?" "That's fine. Trespassers will die," Guqin said with a smile. Early the next morning, the cultivators around the Gu residence startled awake as they looked in the direction of the Gu residence's fort in shock. A sign had been hung in front of the fort at some point in time. "The Gu residence already has a ritual array. Trespassers will die." Nearly all the cultivators were stunned when they saw this sign. "What kind of joke is this? A ritual array? Do you think this is the Great Feng Mafia family's 28 line pair world ritual array? Only Guhai knows how to lay that. He learned it in the innate puzzle world. The Gu residents cannot have it. There is no fog at all. We can see everything clearly. How can there be a ritual array?" Many cultivators did not believe it. No, they could not believe it. Could this be any more fake? We can see everything clearly. Where is the fog? Where is the ritual array? However, even so, many cultivators did not dare to take the risk. After all, the story of the Great Feng Mafia family was too scary. 20,000 people, not leaving a single one alive, slaughtering them all? Was there really a ritual array? Some of the cultivators who wanted to take revenge hesitated. This continued until a group of 100 white-clad cultivators walked over from a distance. "First Song sect disciples? Why are they here as well?" someone exclaimed. However, they saw the leader of the First Song sect disciples coldly looking at the Gu residents before him. A cultivator quickly leaped out of the group. It seemed like he had been waiting here for a long time. That cultivator stepped forward and said respectfully, "Marshal Uncle Bai, why are you all here?" "Where are Guqin and Guhan?" the leader of the white-clad cultivators asked. "Ah, the sect master has orders to capture Guhai's 2 adopted sons, Guqin and Guhan," the leader said coldly. "Ah, Marshal Uncle Bai, this disciple has been waiting here since 3 months ago. I have been paying attention. Guqin and Guhan are in that strange city gate tower. However, there is a sign hanging outside that seems to be dangerous," that person said cautiously. As the group spoke, they arrived outside the bunker area. Many cultivators in the surroundings turned their curious gazes over. "First Song sect disciples? They are here to capture Guqin and Guhan. Those who barge into the ritual array will die. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. A bunch of people who are not even in the innate realm want to use this to threaten us," the leader said coldly. "That's not it. Marshal Uncle Bai, I heard that Gu Hai hung this sign in the Great Feng Mafia family as well," that person said somewhat worriedly. The leader's eyelids twitched. Naturally, he had heard about the Great Feng Mafia family. The sect master sent him to capture Gu Hai's sons because of the news from the Great Feng Mafia family. However, this place seemed boundless. How could there be a ritual array? What a joke. Where is the ritual array? Are they trying to threaten us? It is one thing for Gu Hai to threaten us, but these 2 brats dare to do so as well? The leader snorted coldly. Refusing to believe it, he gathered the First Song sect disciples and prepared to barge into the bunker. On the bunker, Guqin and Guhan received the news as well. At this moment, they stood on the city gate tower and narrowed their eyes as they watched the noisy group in the distance. "Big brother, are they going to test the ritual array?" Guhan asked seriously. "If they are capable, then come." A cold light flashed in Guqin's eyes. Chapter 100. Guqin and Guhan placed their hands on the railing at the top of the fort as they watched the First Song sect disciples approach with cold gazes. A gentle breeze blew at the surrounding grass. There was nothing in the way. Look, Martial Uncle Bai. It's them. It's them. Guqin and Guhan. The first Song Sect disciple from earlier immediately shouted. The first Song Sect disciples looked up and saw the two brothers above the fort. Men, take them down. The first Song Sect disciples' leader shouted coldly. Yes, the group of first Song Sect disciples immediately answered. Although they still worried about the words on the signboard, there was nothing before them. How could there be a ritual array? Everyone was relieved. Then, the group of first Song Sect disciples followed the first Song Sect disciples into the Gu residence. Look, they went in. There are no traces of spiritual energy at all. Guqin and Guhan, those two liars. Although the first Song Sect disciples' leader entered the Gu residence, they remained cautious. They kept an eye on the fort to prevent arrows from shooting out. Nothing? Martial Uncle, those two kids are liars. Ha ha ha. Martial Uncle, watch me capture them. I'll do it. The group of first Song Sect disciples immediately guffawed. Just at this moment, the first Song Sect disciples' leader's expression suddenly changed due to the cold smile on Guhan's face. Kacha! Suddenly, it sounded like a first Song Sect disciple stepped on something. The sound of flint striking rang out. Flint! Huh! A loud sound rang out among the first Song Sect disciples. Suddenly, there was a big explosion, which made the noisy Xiozha on the outside tremble, and they all retreated with a change of expression. What's going on? Why did it explode? Ah, first Song Sect disciples. 10-odd first Song Sect disciples were blasted into the air as the crowd exclaimed. Their arms and legs immediately broke, and blood splattered everywhere. Thick smoke surged from the center of the explosion, and flames shot everywhere. Arg! 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 A series of miserable cries rang out. 10 first Song Sect disciples died, and another 10 were injured. The severely injured disciples curled up on the ground, hugging their broken arms and legs with horrified expressions. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding cultivators suddenly fell silent. Whoosh! 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 What ritual array is this? It will explode. Whoosh! 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 Martial Uncle Bai and the others, however, retreated. Their expressions were ugly. Martial Uncle Bai, there really is an array formation. A first Song Sect disciple said with an unsightly expression. In the distance, on top of the fort, Guqin and Guhan wore gloomy expressions. We didn't bury enough gunpowder. Guhan frowned. Forget it, there's a lot of gunpowder buried around here. Let's blow it up slowly. Let's go, we should go. Guqin nodded. Guhan nodded. Then, the two of them slowly walked into the fort and disappeared from everyone's sight. The group of first Song Sect disciples remained silent for a while. They treated the injured, not daring to approach for a long time. After a long while, someone looked at Martial Uncle Bai again. Whoosh! Whoosh! What should we do? A first Song Sect disciple exclaimed. Enter again. Protect yourselves with veritable energy. Then we will enter again. Spread out and enter from different directions. Capture those two. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yes, the group of first Song Sect disciples surrounded the bunker. Then the first Song Sect disciples gave the order. Enter! Whoosh! 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 The group of first Song Sect disciples immediately charged in. Kacha! Hong! Kacha! Hong! Kacha! Hong! Loud explosions rang out around the Gu residence, one after another. The explosions shook the hearts of the surrounding cultivators. The first Song sect disciples used their veritable energy to protect themselves. However, they still screamed miserably as their arms and legs were blown off. It was a tragic sight. As the explosions continued, the Gu residence's surroundings seemed to shake. The ground shook, and this shaking seemed to trigger some hidden explosives. Kacha! 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 Countless flints from the earthquake suddenly ignited all the gunpowder in the surroundings. Hong! A loud sound rang out as the Gu residence's surroundings exploded. Even with veritable energy protecting their bodies, the explosions still blasted the first Song sect disciples into the air. More importantly, the explosions also contained countless shards of metal. Shards of metal pierced through a large number of first Song sect disciples in an instant. Arc! 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 Miserable shrieks rang out in the smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust slowly scattered, all that remained was a wasteland filled with injuries. The intense explosion had caused 20-odd first Song sect disciples to lose their ability to move, covering the ground with injured people. Everyone's faces were covered in soot, showing ferocious expressions. Guqin! Guhan! You brats! I'm going to kill you! Whoosh! Whoosh! Search! Capture them! Whoosh! 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 Boom! With one punch, Martial Uncle Bai punched through the fort. The 51st Song sect disciples charged in furiously. In the outside world, countless cultivators swallowed as they watched this scene. It's over. Guqin and Gohan are going to be caught. We can't escape. The crowd of cultivators seemed to have already announced Guqin and Guhan's death sentence. After all, the two of them had just reached the innate realm. Martial Uncle Bai, no. Martial Uncle Bai, I don't have it here either. Martial Uncle Bai, I don't have it here either. Shouts could be heard from the bunker. Martial Uncle Bai said with a gloomy expression, Impossible, I saw them just now. The group of first Song sect disciples rushed in together. Indeed, Guqin and Guhan disappeared. It was not just the two of them. Even the Gu residence's servants in the fort disappeared. Where is he? Martial Uncle Bai held back his anger as he searched quickly. Sir, there's a basement here. Someone suddenly shouted. Hulong. A group of people ran to the basement's door. Martial Uncle Bai's eyelids twitched. I finally found you. Are you going to come out on your own, or do we have to help you? Little brats, scram out here, the group of first Song sect disciples roared. Gunpowder filled the basement on the other side of the basement's door. A flint was connected to the door. Open it, Martial Uncle Bai shouted. Martial Uncle Bai, could it be? A first Song sect disciple asked worriedly. Buzz. Everyone used their veritable energy to protect themselves. Martial Uncle Bai stepped forward and gently pushed. Crack! The sound of flint striking rang out. Oh no! Martial Uncle Bai roared. Hung! A loud sound rang out as the entire bunker exploded. A mushroom cloud seemed to form around the Gu residence. Countless rocks shot out in all directions, injuring many of the cultivators watching from the periphery. Arc! 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 A series of miserable cries rang out. The surrounding cultivators retreated again and again. Smoke billowed out from the bunker, raising everything to the ground. Countless cultivators goggled at this scene. Guqin and Guhan perished together with the first Song sect disciples. Perishing together? That's too ruthless, right? Countless cultivators gulped. When the dust settled, a huge crater appeared. The group of first Song sect disciples could no longer move. Most of them were already dead. Only Martial Uncle Bai, whose cultivation was higher, was not severely injured. His entire body was charred black. How can this be? How can this be? Martial Uncle Bai looked around in confusion. Was the 101st Song Sect disciples that Xiao Chun brought completely wiped out? An underground tunnel. Martial Uncle, there's an underground tunnel. A severely injured First Song Sect disciple pointed weakly not far away. Indeed, due to the huge explosion, an area had caved in. However, the caved-in area was an underground tunnel. An underground tunnel? An underground tunnel? Guqin and Guhan already fled? This was a trap to lure everyone into it. Nearly all the 101st Song Sect disciples fell into the trap. Bastards! Come out! Guqin, Guhan! Get out here! I'm going to kill you! Martial Uncle Bai nearly went crazy. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the distance. Many people turned their heads to look and saw 2,000-odd soldiers galloping towards the Gu residence. Who said that they want to kill my son? Suddenly, a furious shout came from the 2,000-odd soldiers. This furious shout was like a clap of thunder. The explosion caused countless Xiozha to quiver. Everyone turned their heads to look. Rumble! The 2,000-odd horses did not slow down. All the people on the horses wore black clothes and showed ferocious expressions. Before these people arrived, they already gave off a murderous aura. The one in the lead was a black horse. Gu Hai sat on the black horse, glaring furiously as his long hair fluttered in the wind. Scar, Gao Xianji, and Shangguan Hen followed behind. The 2,000-odd ferocious evil men did not stop to rest. They finally arrived at Hulao Pass and returned. Rumble! As the horses galloped, the surrounding cultivators moved aside. They all stared at Gu Hai, who was at the very front, not knowing how to express their emotions. Originally, these people were here to capture Gu Hai. However, no one dared to step forward now. They looked at Gu Hai, the innate realm cultivator at the very front. However, this innate realm cultivator gave off a feeling that he was even more horrifying and dangerous than the Yuanying state. Everyone dodged in all directions, avoiding the path of the horses. Rumble! The 2,000-odd soldiers arrived at the Gu residence in the blink of an eye. Amid loud rumbles, the 2,000-odd evil men surrounded Martial Uncle Bai and the surviving First Song Sect disciples. The black-clad Martial Uncle Bai glared at the 2,000-odd evil men before him. These evil men stared at him ferociously, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. That horrifying pressure felt like mountains pressing down on him. Seated on the black horse, Gu Hai pulled on the black horse's reins. He held a whip in his hand as he coldly pointed it at Martial Uncle Bai. "Were you the one who said earlier that you wanted to kill my son?" Gu Hai asked in a cold tone. Chapter 101. Seated on the black horse, Gu Hai pulled on the black horse's reins. Then, he held a whip in his hand and pointed it coldly at the Bai elder across him. "Were you the one who said earlier that you wanted to kill my son?" Gu Hai asked in a frosty tone. The 2,000-odd evil men reined in their horses and glared ferociously at the Bai elder in the center. As long as Gu Hai gave the order, they would charge forward and tear the Bai elder to shreds. Countless cultivators held their breaths as they watched the sudden change in the atmosphere. The surroundings fell silent. The many cultivators rejoiced that they had not charged over with the evil men earlier. Otherwise, they would be trembling in fear now. Most of the 101st Song Sect disciples were already dead. The surviving ones were severely injured and could not move. They lay there and watched as Gu Hai pointed his whip at the Bai elder. "I said that I would not come. I said that I would not come. Sect Master, save us. Spare us. We will not dare to do it again." The surviving First Song Sect disciples cried out weakly. In the distance, the Bai elder showed an extremely unsightly expression. "You all did not play by the rules. After you beat the young, the old came. I have not beaten up your young one yet. I have not beaten up your 2 sons yet. Half a year ago, the Bai Elder had followed the first song sect master and seen Gu Hai. Back then, he was an ant that the Bai Elder could crush with his pinky finger. Now, Gu Hai pointed a whip at the Bai Elder's nose. Gu Hai's son had killed nearly 100 of the Bai Elder's martial nephews. Yet, the Bai Elder still had to be threatened. Gu, Mr. Good, the Bai Elder said with an unsightly expression. Were you the one who said that you wanted to kill my son? Gu Hai showed a sullen expression. At this moment, Gu Hai did not want to let this matter rest. Many people were watching. Gu Hai wanted to give everyone an impression that anyone who dared to target him or his family would have to pay a heavy price. Yes, but I did not. The Bai Elder still wanted to explain. Profound Legion, kill! Gu Hai shouted coldly. He did not give the Bai Elder a chance to beg for mercy. Ka! 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 Many of the Xian division's evil men immediately knocked their bows. Mr. Good, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Master Bai said anxiously. Release! Scar coldly shouted. Bang! Hundreds of arrows rained down on martial Uncle Bai. The arrows carried their own aura and were exceptionally ferocious, as if they would turn martial Uncle Bai into a sieve in an instant. Hundreds of sword rainbows shot over in a dense formation. Countless Xiozha on the outside felt a chill in their hearts. If it was them, they definitely would not be able to stop it. Martial Uncle Bai was finished. Martial Uncle Bai slashed his sword in a certain direction, and a large amount of sword chi rushed out. Boom! After the violent collision, a large number of arrows rained down. However, there were simply too many arrows, and Martial Uncle Bai could not defend against them all. Gu Hai, you roar! Master Bai glared at Meng Hao in shock and anger. Boom! Suddenly, Martial Uncle Bai's hair turned scarlet. An evil scarlet aura surrounded him. Then his hair suddenly changed. Every strand of hair turned into a small snake. The small snakes could merge. In the blink of an eye, the hair turned into hundreds of long red snakes. When Martial Uncle Bai opened his mouth, the snakes danced around, growing incredibly long as they charged at the rain of arrows. Roar! 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 The small snakes on Martial Uncle Bai's head roared ferociously as they crashed into the rain of arrows. Boom! Martial Uncle Bai knocked aside a large number of arrows. However, a few snake heads snapped off and fell to the ground. Shing! 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 When the snake heads fell to the ground, they gave off sizzling sounds and gave off evil scarlet aura. However, they did not turn into hair. Instead, they were snake heads that slowly withered. Whoosh! The countless surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. Martial Uncle Bai's eyes have become so evil. His long hair has turned into a red snake. It's so disgusting. What a heavy evil aura. Why did his hair turn into snake heads? There are so many snake heads. Countless cultivators watched this scene in horror. The expressions of the 2,000-odd evil men changed. Even Gu Hai showed shock. Crack! 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 The countless snake heads on Martial Uncle Bai's head twisted quickly as they bared their fangs at Gu Hai and roared. Hair turning into snake heads. Roar! Martial Uncle Bai roared and immediately charged in a certain direction. It seemed like Martial Uncle Bai wanted to use his ferocious appearance to scare away the surrounding evil men and take the opportunity to flee. Hundreds of red snakes grew on Martial Uncle Bai's head, fluttering in the wind. No, they brandished their claws and roared ferociously. However, Martial Uncle Bai was charging in the direction of Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji also felt horrified. However, she glared and said, "Don't let him escape. Release the arrows." Roar! The group of evil men roared. Bam! 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 Arrows flew out one after another. The experience of the evil men was not something that ordinary cultivators could endure. Although they were startled by the snakeheads in the beginning, they quickly stabilized themselves. Kill. After the arrows, the group of evil men grabbed their weapons and charged at Martial Uncle Bai. Boom. Martial Uncle Bai was surrounded by the scarlet evil aura. His strength seemed to increase exponentially. He swung the sword in his hand, sending out manifested swords at the group of evil men ferociously. Roar. The group of evil men quickly cooperated and surrounded Martial Uncle Bai. Crack, 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 crack. The snakes danced about as Martial Uncle Bai's white sword surged. Martial Uncle Bai was immediately surrounded, resisting with all his might. Gu Hai sat on his horse, looking coldly into the distance. This is the first Song Sect's Elder Bai. I heard that he had been stuck at the second layer of the Golden Core realm. His current strength, Gu Hai said seriously. His strength is indeed much stronger than before. Furthermore, that head of snake heads. Scar said with a frown. Gu Hai turned his head and looked coldly at Scar. Scar's expression changed. Then, he immediately shouted at his subordinates, "Kill him! Take down this demonic genius!" Rumble! Scar quickly charged into the battlefield. Shing! Suddenly, an evil man in the distance swung his sword and chopped off Martial Uncle Bai's right arm. Ah! Martial Uncle Bai screamed miserably. With his right arm chopped off, Martial Uncle Bai's strength decreased significantly. Kill! Boom! A Golden Core realm evil man suddenly charged forward and chopped off Martial Uncle Bai's head. No! Martial Uncle Bai roared in despair. However, his head had already flown into the air. Boom! The battle stopped. The group of evil men surrounded Martial Uncle Bai. Gu Hai showed a sullen expression as he got off his horse and slowly walked to that Martial Uncle Bai's head. The surrounding cultivators felt curious, wanting to get closer to see what was going on. However, no one dared to get close to the evil men. When Martial Uncle Bai's head fell to the ground, a scarlet evil aura surrounded it. The snakehead struggled in pain for a while before finally going limp. Then, they slowly fell silent. Martial Uncle Bai's head did not turn into hair. It was just a withered snakehead. The evil men's eyelids twitched. Speak. What happened to him? Gao Shinji questioned a First Song Sect disciple who was still alive. I don't know. We don't know. The group of First Song Sect disciples, who were struggling at death's door, shouted in horror. Hair turned into hundreds of snakeheads. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. My lord, this person has already been spirit assimilated. Shangguan Hen said from the side. Oh, you know? Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. The group of evil men also looked at Shangguan Hen. Yes, this subordinate has seen such cases in the past. This person should have been spirit assimilated and is no longer human. He is half human, half spirit, a kind of monster. Shangguan Hen nodded. Half human, half spirit monster? Gu Hai stared at Shangguan Hen. Yes, a spirit ate his human soul and infused it with spirit essence blood. The spirit essence blood modified his body and replenished his spirit, turning him into a new human soul, Shangguan Hen explained. Oh, the heavenly soul comes from heaven, the earthly soul comes from reincarnation, and the human soul comes from the inheritance of one's parents. A spirit ate the human soul and replenished his spirit. In other words, he is no longer a human's descendant, but a spirit monster's descendant. However, he was formed after birth, so he is half human, half spirit. Scar exclaimed from the side. Monster! Gu Hai stared at the head full of snakeheads. A spirit monster's essence, blood, and spirit are extremely precious. They will not easily replenish others. Furthermore, A great spirit monster that can spirit assimilate a person is an extremely strong existence, at least in the Yuanying state. Based on the appearance of his head, it looks like a snake spirit assimilated him. Shangguan Hen said with a frown, "What's different after spirit assimilation? Aside from the earlier transformation, what else?" Gu Hai stared at Shangguan Hen. His temperament is like that of a spirit monster. That scarlet aura earlier is the aura of a spirit monster. After transforming into a spirit monster, his strength can increase 5-fold for a short time. That is incredible. Furthermore, these snake-type monsters like spirit monsters like to eat people's hearts and livers, Shangguan Hen said seriously. No wonder. On my way here, 2 of my junior brothers died for no reason, losing their hearts and livers. We thought that they were eaten by spirit monsters. It turns out that they were Martial Uncle Bai. Martial Uncle Bai? The first Song sect disciple on the ground looked at the monster head of that Martial Uncle Bai in horror. Gu Hai's pupils constricted as he looked at that Martial Uncle Bai's head. His expression turned sullen. Martial Uncle Bai spirit assimilated? Is it just him alone? Or are there many people in the first Song sect? Burn it! Gu Hai ordered coldly. Yes, the group of evil men answered. Adoptive father. Cries of pleasant surprise came from not far away. It was Gu Qin and Gu Han leading a group of subordinates towards Gu Hai. Everywhere they passed, no cultivator dared to block them, opening a path for them. When Gu Hai saw his 2 adoptive sons coming over, he revealed a faint smile. Greetings, adoptive father. Gu Qin and Gu Han bowed respectfully when they arrived. Greetings, master. The group of Gu residents' servants also bowed excitedly. The servants had clearly seen their master's might earlier. When the countless surrounding cultivators saw their master, they all showed fear in their eyes. Is everything going well at home? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Gu Qin smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Han beat him to it. Adoptive father, don't worry. Everything is going according to adoptive father's arrangements. The construction in the surroundings is rather fast, as there has been some danger recently, big brother, and I moved to this fort. Earlier, that explosion was really powerful. The first Song sect disciples were very arrogant earlier. In the blink of an eye, they all exploded. Ha 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 ha. Gu Han felt excited. However, Gu Qin said calmly, Adoptive father, everything is fine. However, there are many cultivators with ill intentions nearby. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn as he turned his head to look around. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were still looking at Gu Hai with anticipation. I am about to lay a ritual array. Those who enter without bowing will be killed without mercy. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Wow. The surrounding cultivators immediately goggled. Chapter 102. I am about to lay a ritual array. Those who enter without bowing will be killed without mercy. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Whoosh. The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. They goggled as they looked at Gu Hai. Laying a ritual array? Laying a ritual array? The earlier ritual array was still vivid in their minds. Of course, while that ritual array kept exploding, it was still within the cultivator's tolerance. Now, Gu Hai was going to lay a ritual array, the Heavenly Saber Death Match. The 28-line pair World Ritual Array, a ritual array that destroyed 20,000 cultivators. The countless cultivators shivered. Some of the more timid ones already started retreating outside. However, Gu Hai no longer bothered with the surrounding cultivators. Instead, he looked at the evil men. Gao Xianji, you will lead the Heaven Legion and patrol the Gu residence's surroundings for now. Kill anyone who dares to barge in without notice. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, Gao Xianji answered. Gu Han, You will assist Gao Xianji in pointing out the patrol area. At the same time, deal with the remaining first song sect disciples, Gu Hai said as he looked at Gu Han. Yes, adoptive father, Gu Han answered. Gu Qin, you will help the others settle in, Gu Hai instructed. Yes, adoptive father, Gu Qin answered. Gu Hai slowly made arrangements for the evil men. After more than half a year of continuous construction, the Gu residence grew increasingly larger. However, Gu Hai still liked his soaring pagoda. After returning, Gu Hai took a hot bath. After feeling refreshed, Gu Hai took out a large number of spirit stones. Then, he started laying a ritual array. The evil men helped bury the spirit stones and started laying a ritual array. Whoosh! Suddenly, white fog soared into the air, slowly encasing the Gu residence's surroundings. Let's go! Gu Hai is laying a ritual array. The Heavenly Saber Death Match. It must be the Heavenly Saber Death Match. It's the 28-line pair world ritual array. The cultivators quickly retreated to the periphery. After all, Gu Hai was infamous for setting up formations. On the soaring tower, Gu Hai looked down at the large array shrouded in clouds and mist, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Outsiders would not be able to see what was going on inside, but standing on the top of the tower, the eye of the formation, they would be able to see everything outside. Foster father, is this the 28-line pair worldly array or the Heavenly Saber Death Match? Gu Qin looked around in surprise. Neither. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh, setting up the array requires a huge amount of spiritual stones. These spiritual stones are far from enough. Gu Hai shook his head. Then what is this formation? Gu Qin was surprised. Empty fort strategy. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. Gu Qin's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Adoptive father is wise. With the Heavenly Saber Death Match and the 28-line pair world ritual array, the cultivators of the outside world might not dare to take the risk. Gu Hai nodded. In a mountain forest far away from the Gu residence. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Chun Tianshan was being carried on a stretcher, rushing through the mountain forest. Cough, 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 cough. Quickly go in that direction. The Gu residence is in that direction. Cough, cough, cough. Chun Tianshan coughed as he pointed into the distance. It was not just Chun Tianshan. A large number of severely injured evil men were being carried on stretchers as they rushed through the forest. Legate, why is your Clear River sect like this? Why did they ambush us? An evil man asked with an unsightly expression. Cough, cough, cough. Traitors. They are traitors. They betrayed my Clear River sect and colluded with the first song sect disciples. Chun Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. Legate, let's kill our way back, a few evil men said while glaring. No, don't go back. Chun Tianshan cried out weakly. My lord, this subordinate cannot swallow this. In this ambush, 300 of us were injured and 15 died. When have we ever suffered such a huge loss? That evil man said while glaring. I know. Cough, cough, cough. I know that I am not very capable. I did not see through their scheme. I am afraid of everything. I am not as smart as Gao Xianji. I am not as ferocious as Scar. I am not as mysterious as Shangguan Hen. However, I know how to fear death. Cough, cough. I fear death. I mentioned this to Milord before, but Milord did not mind. Instead, he told me to maintain it. As I fear death, I do not wish to take the risk. 15 of us have already died. I do not wish for more to die. Let's report this to Milord. Milord will take revenge for us. Chun Tianshan said weakly. Ha! The evil men showed unsightly expressions. The Clear River sect is already destroyed. Ha ha ha. The sect is destroyed. In the end, we came too late. With an inside and outside cooperation, the Clear River sect now belongs to the First Song sect. The sect master's whereabouts are unknown, and his fate is unknown. Is the Hall Master of Class 1 Hall imprisoned? First Song Sect Master, Song Pingshan, you, how bold of you. Chen Tianshan said weakly. Why is the Hall Master of Class 1 Hall imprisoned? What is Song Pingshan trying to do? I don't know. Quick, follow this path and go straight to meet my lord. Quick, Chen Tianshan said weakly. Yes. The evil men showed unsightly expressions as they quickly ran into the distance. Gu residence. There was a small valley beside the Gu residence. At this moment, a fog shrouded the valley. Outsiders did not dare to approach. The small valley was very quiet. A small stream flowed through it, and azalea flowers grew around it. Normally, outsiders were not allowed to enter the valley to avoid disturbing the peace. At this moment, Guhai entered the small valley with a box of food. After passing through the azalea flowers, he stopped before a small grave. A stone stele stood before the grave. It looked very unremarkable, like an ordinary grave. The words on the stele read, "The grave of my beloved wife, Chinxian, Guhai held a box of food in his hand as he looked at the stele, remaining silent for a while. After a while, Guhai gently opened the box of food and slowly took out plate after plate of pastries. Steamed mung bean cakes, secret purple potato glutinous rice cakes, red bean paste cakes. These are all things you like. I have not personally made them for you for more than half a year. Look, have my skills deteriorated?" Guhai smiled sadly as he looked at the stele. Then he slowly sat down and leaned against the stele. "Xian, this old man is back." Guhai sighed softly. As Guhai leaned against the stele and looked up at the sky, he felt much more relaxed. Before others, he appeared very dignified and ferocious. However, when he sat before the stele, he seemed to have let down his guard, turning into a child. "Do you see it? I have become younger. I no longer look like an old man. I've already reached the 7th layer of the Xiantian realm. I've told you that if others can cultivate, so can I. I've done it, and it's getting better and better. I'll reach the Golden Core realm as soon as possible, and reach the Nascent Soul realm as soon as possible. I'll become stronger and stronger, and those who trampled on us will no longer have a chance. I'll avenge you, and I'll slice off the flesh of those who killed you one by one." Guhai's tone was very calm, but his eyes were filled with determination. "You don't have to worry about me. I will live well. I will live better than anyone else, better than our enemies. I already have some clues. Back then, they might have come to 9-5 Island to search for the dragon vein. However, no one found it. I will slowly find them. My wife, my lover." Guhai picked up a piece of mung bean cake and ate it. As he ate, he looked around. After a while, Guhai revealed a bitter smile. "A few months ago, I heard a piece of news in the innate puzzle world. Humans have 3 souls, heaven, earth, and man. After you die, the heavenly soul returns to heaven, and the earthly soul reincarnates. The human soul stays by the grave. Is your human soul there? Can you see me? Can you hear me?" Guhai asked softly as he ate the mung bean cake. "I miss you so much, Xian, 2 streams of tears rolled down Guhai's cheeks. Guhai muttered softly as he leaned against the stele. After some time, Guhai leaned against the stele and slowly fell asleep. A voice seemed to appear in Guhai's dream again. "My husband is an unparalleled hero. He saved an entire nation's citizens. My husband is a great philanthropist who saves the people in distress. Husband, this puppy is so pitiful. Husband, I want to give birth to a baby for you. My husband is the most incredible. He can protect me. With my husband around, no one will bully me. The voice in Guhai's dream was a memory of the past. Guhai replayed it again and again as he leaned against the steel. Even when he fell asleep, his tears did not stop. Rumble! A group of evil men carried Qin Tianshan and a large number of evil men to the Gu residence. The journey was smooth, although many people wondered why the evil men ended up in such a state. No one dared to stop them. Inside the Gu residence, Legate Chen, how did you end up like this? Gao Xinji looked at the injured Qin Tianshan in shock. Where is my lord? Quickly, bring me to my lord, Qin Tianshan said anxiously. The four legates gathered, with Guqin and Guhan at the side. Qin Tianshan felt very anxious. Legate Chen, my father is currently mourning his late mother. No one is to disturb him, Guqin said solemnly. But this is extremely dangerous, Qin Tianshan said anxiously. You can tell us first that my father is mourning his late mother. No one is to disturb him, even Big Brother, and I are not allowed to get close, Guhan explained. Late mother? My lord has a wife, Scar said in shock. However, Guqin and Guhan did not mention anything. Everyone understood from their expressions that they should not ask. Everyone turned their heads to look at Qin Tianshan. Qin Tianshan, what happened? Shangguan Hen asked with a frown. We ran into an ambush, Qin Tianshan said bitterly. You ran into an ambush when you returned to the Clear River sect, everyone exclaimed. Several days later, at a pavilion in the Clear River sect, the first Song sect master, Song Pingsheng, listened to his subordinates' report. Guhai is back. It looks like Elder Bai failed, Song Pingsheng said coldly. Yes, Elder Bai even transformed at that time. However, those evil men still killed him. A subordinate behind Song Pingsheng said respectfully. Humph. Trash. I told him to go as soon as possible, but he insisted on putting on a show. Humph. Song Pingsheng snorted coldly. Sect master, those evil men, Li Wei is trash. That is why those evil men destroyed the Great Feng Mafia family. If it were in the past, I would have been worried. Now, what is there to worry about? You can all transform now, and the rest are still in the process of being modified. Do you still need to fear them? Song Pingsheng said coldly. Yes, this subordinate worried too much. How's the interrogation? Song Pingsheng asked seriously. There is still no news. We used many methods of torture, but the Clear River sect master is very stubborn and refuses to speak, that subordinate said with an unsightly expression. Song Pingsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. We need to force that monk's location out of him. Otherwise, he will be a problem for me. Yes. Chapter 103. The Gu residence. In a large hall, after paying respects to his deceased wife, Guhai returned. His empty mind was once again enveloped by layers of might. He wore embroidered robes as he sat in the host's seat in the hall. Guqin, Guhan, Gao Xianji, Scar, Shangguan Hen, and Qin Tianshan sat on either side of Guhai. Guhai sipped his tea as he listened to Qin Tianshan explain everything with a frown. At the start, you arrived at the Clear River sect. Then, the Clear River sect disciples lured you to a valley. After that, the Clear River sect and First Song sect disciples surrounded you. As you fled, you saw the First Song sect master and 15 Earth Legion disciples die in an ambush. Guhai said seriously as he sipped his tea. Yes, 300 odd of us were injured, and we were pursued along the way. However, my Earth Legion is made up of elites. Unless Song Pingsheng personally attacked, he would not be able to hold us back. Later, as we fled, we captured a Clear River sect disciple. After interrogating him, We learned that Song Pingxing had been plotting to destroy the Clear River sect since he returned from the Great Feng Mafia family. The sect master's whereabouts are unknown. Even the elite hall master was captured, Chen Tianshan said bitterly. Where are the captured people? Gu Hai asked seriously. I brought them back. I did not kill them. My lord, please wait. Chen Tianshan immediately ran out of the hall. Soon, several evil men escorted an azure-clad man into the hall. Let me go. Martial uncle. I was forced to do this as well. That azure-clad man begged as he looked at Chen Tianshan. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly as he turned his head to look at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen nodded and stepped forward. When he reached that azure-clad man, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly extended his hand to tap that azure-clad man's head. Boom! Suddenly, a large amount of scarlet energy came out of that azure-clad man's body. The azure-clad man's eyes suddenly turned red. Walala! His long hair suddenly turned into small snakes. Ah! The expression of the evil men escorting him changed dramatically, nearly letting go. Bang! Shangguan Hen suddenly tapped that azure-clad man's forehead. That azure-clad man suddenly trembled, and the small snakes on his head drooped. His entire body went limp. What's going on? On his head! Chen Tianshan exclaimed in horror. This person probably knew that he wouldn't be able to escape even if he transformed, so he had been hiding it all this time. Heh! Shangguan Hen sneered. It looks like that Elder Bai is not the only one who spirit transformed. Many people in the first Song sect should have been spirit transformed as well. Even the people who submitted to them were spirit transformed. Scar said with an unsightly expression. How were you demonized? Who else? Gao Xinji asked directly. The man looked at everyone in horror. If you don't speak, you'll die? Gao Xinji said coldly. I'll tell you, but I don't know. Master wanted to join the first Song sect, so he brought us to the first Song sect. At that time, I did not know what was going on. Later on, I fainted. When I woke up, I discovered that I had been modified. I could transform. I could no longer turn back. That person said in horror, You were modified in the first Song sect? That means that the Great Spirit should be in the first Song sect. Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Even if they worked together from the inside, the Clear River sect could not have been destroyed in one day. Did the sect master not resist? Chen Tianshan exclaimed while glaring. I'm not sure. That day, Master brought Song Pingxing and a black-robed man into the Clear River sect's protective ritual array. Then, he poisoned the sect master, the various martial uncles, and the elite hall people. At first, they did not feel anything. However, when the black-robed man waved his sleeve, surging red fog covered the entire Clear River sect. Everyone was poisoned, that person said softly. The Clear River sect master and the elite hall master were captured. Now, they are imprisoned in the Clear River sect. What about Venerable Lu Nian? Gu Hai asked seriously. Others might not notice, but Venerable Lu Nian was not to be trifled with. Gu Hai had interacted with him before. He would not make such a mistake. I don't know. Venerable Lu Nian is not there. I don't know where he went. Song Pingxing is still interrogating the imprisoned Clear River sect disciples. That person whispered. Venerable Lu Nian left. Gu Hai asked seriously. Are you saying that all the Clear River sect disciples are still alive? Chen Tianshan's eyes lit up. That person lowered his head, not daring to look at Chen Tianshan. Speak, Chen Tianshan said, while glaring. They are all basically dead. Song Pingxing said that if they could not get Venerable Lu Nian's location, there was no need to continue living. So, that person whispered. Killed them all? Chen Tianshan suddenly sat down. More or less, that person whispered. However, Shangwan Hen narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you kill them or eat them?" "What?" Chen Tianshan goggled at the side. "What does that mean? Eat them?" That person lowered his head, not daring to say anything. "Legate Shangwan, what do you mean? Eat what?" Chen Tianshan asked while glaring. "I'll explain to you later." Shangwan Hen looked at that person again. "Where is the elite hall master? Why did you capture the elite hall master?" "I don't know." However, that black-robed man brought the elite hall master back to the first Song sect. Song Pingsheng stayed behind to continue interrogating the Clear River sect master. That person whispered. "Black-robed man? That great animal spirit, right?" Gu Hai gently tapped the table with his finger. "Adoptive father. Earlier, Song Pingsheng sent people to capture us brothers to threaten adoptive father. This time, Legate Chun and the others escaped. Perhaps Song Pingsheng will come here personally soon. He probably captured adoptive father, not just to take revenge for the great Feng Mafia family, but also to silence you," Gu Han said with a frown. "There is no need for him to come. I will go," Gu Hai said seriously. "Division Master Gu, I already said what I need to say. I was forced to do this. I will definitely be a good person in the future. Please let me go, Division Master Gu," that person said in horror as he knelt. "Xing." At the side, Shangwan Hen stepped forward and pierced that person's forehead with his sword. "You." That person only managed to utter a single word before falling silent. "Drag him away. Burn him." Shangwan Hen said seriously. "Yes." The evil man escorting that monster immediately dragged him away. "Legate Shangwan, perhaps," Chen Tianshan said, feeling some pity. "Legate Chun, don't listen to him. After he spirit transformed, he could no longer turn back. Eating humans is just a matter of time," Shangwan Hen said seriously. "Eating humans? What do you mean?" Chen Tianshan asked while glaring. "After being demonized, they will have some instincts to eat something from humans. I've seen people demonized by bat demons have an extreme desire for human blood. They can't control themselves. They are called vampires, half human, half demon. They are abandoned by the heavens. They enjoy human blood and use it to strengthen themselves. Their existence is like a demon. As for the person in front of you, he is a person who has been demonized by a snake demon. He has a strong desire for a human's heart and liver. Don't believe his words. When he sees a human's heart and liver, he will immediately pounce on it. Do you think we should release such a demon? Eating people's hearts and livers? Then, my Clear River sect disciples..." Chen Tianshan goggled. "You guessed right. A cultivator's heart and livers are naturally great nourishment to them," Shangwan Hen explained. Chen Tianshan's scalp immediately turned numb. As he looked in the direction of the monster being dragged away, he no longer felt any pity for it. Spirit eating humans is evil. Humans eating humans is a demon. Such demons need to be killed. Shangwan Hen said with certainty. "My lord, Song Pingsheng should not be here soon, right? After all, my lord's ritual array is infamous. The Yuanying state will not be able to gain much from it, right?" Gao Xianji asked as she looked at Gu Hai. Gu Qin, who was at the side, showed some worry on his face. This was because only Gu Qin knew that the ritual array outside the Gu residence was just an empty fort. "Gu Qin," Gu Hai said sullenly. "Present." Gu Qin immediately answered. "Bring over an empty visitation card." Gu Hai said, "Yes." Gu Qin left quickly and soon returned with an exquisite visitation card. Gu Han immediately went to the side to prepare a brush and ink. However, he saw Gu Hai pick up the brush and write the words "Declaration of War" on the visitation card. Then, he opened the visitation card and continued writing. "Anyone who offends my elite hall is an elite hall disciple. Everyone has the right to kill them. Song Pingsheng. In a few days, I will lead 3,000 elite hall disciples to the Clear River sect and fight to the death with you. Elite Hall, Water Division, Gu Hai, whoosh. Xiao Qin gently blew on the ink, waiting for it to dry. Clack. Gu Hai closed the declaration of war. Everyone watched from the side, but no one said anything. Gu Han. Gu Hai said sullenly, "Present. Do you know who is a First Song sect disciple among the people in the surroundings?" Gu Hai asked as he looked at Gu Han. "Adoptive father, rest assured. This Hulao Pass is filled with our people. Those cultivators who stayed in the 4 restaurants were recorded and sent over. There is a total of 3 First Song sect disciples stationed here to monitor my Gu residents." Gu Han nodded. "That's right. Hand this declaration of war to a First Song sect disciple and have him hand it to Song Pingsheng." Gu Hai said sullenly, "Yes." Gu Han carefully received the declaration of war and immediately left the hall to make arrangements. "My lord, are we really going to the Clear River sect? When are we leaving?" Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. After all, although the Clear River sect was destroyed, the Clear River sect master was still imprisoned. Furthermore, the grudge of the destruction of the Clear River sect filled Chen Tianshan's heart with boundless hatred. "We are not going to the Clear River sect," Gu Hai said sullenly. "Ah, we are going to the First Song sect," Gu Hai said sullenly. "The First Song sect? That's right. I wrote this declaration of war to Song Pingsheng only to stabilize him, so that he cannot act rashly for now. I need to buy more time for us. Save Long Wanqing first," Gu Hai said sullenly. "Yes," Chen Tianshan could only answer. "During the war between the Chun and Song sects, I helped Chun Liangyi conquer a large territory. He should still listen to you, right?" Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan. "Of course. He only managed to secure the throne in the Chun nation because of me. How dare that brat not listen to me?" Chen Tianshan glared. "It's good that he listens. Immediately send a message to him. Have him prepare 100 blank imperial edicts. We need them all stamped with the imperial seal. Do it quickly." Gu Hai said, 100 blank imperial edicts stamped with the imperial seal?" Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. "I want to temporarily take over the Chen nation. Use the imperial edicts to command the world. I will fill in the contents of the imperial edicts. Go quickly." Gu Hai instructed. "Ah, yes." Chen Tianshan answered. Chapter 104. Merchant City, Chen Nation, giddy up, rumble. A group of armored cavalrymen galloped outside Merchant City, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. At the city gates, Merchant City's city lord led some people to send them off respectfully. "City lord, who are these people? To think that you would personally send them off," a subordinate asked, feeling curious. "These are the Emperor's imperial guards. They are going to the south to handle some matters. They even brought the Emperor's imperial edict. Cut the crap." The city lord snorted coldly. Oh, the cavalrymen galloped quickly. The generals were unfamiliar. However, a group of people hid in the center of the cavalrymen. These people were Gu Hai, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, and Shangwan Hen. "My lord, now that we are disguised and heading south, we should be able to hide from the First Song sect disciples, right?" Chen Tianshan asked worriedly. "There's no need to worry. Since we can come out, no one will discover us. Furthermore, we are now the Chun nation's imperial guards. With the imperial edict in hand, no one will suspect us," Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes," Chen Tianshan answered. "How much longer before we reach the First Song sect?" Gu Hai asked seriously. 5 days. In another 5 days, we will see the First Song sect." Chun Tianshan said, with certainty. Right. Do your best to find Long Wanqing first. Gu Hai nodded. Giddy up. The group of horses galloped quickly. After another 3 days, the group arrived outside a small town. My lord, this small town is very quiet, Gao Xianji said, his expression changing. You know them? Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji. Yes, this subordinate already led an army and camped here for some time. There are several thousand people in this small town. It should be bustling with activity. Why is there not a single person here? Gao Xianji said in surprise. Search, Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The 3,000-odd evil men quickly spread out and started searching house by house. However, there was no trace of anyone. My lord, there is no one. Gao Xianji frowned. Let's settle down first and send people to patrol the area. We'll set off tomorrow. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone answered. Gu Hai and his group temporarily set up camp. The evil men rested until midnight. Then, a sound came from outside Gu Hai's door. Sir, there's news. Gao Xianji shouted from outside the door. Who? Gu Hai immediately got up and opened the door. However, he saw a travel-worn evil man with an anxious expression. My lord, we found the people in this small town. They are in the valley in front. However, that evil man said with an unsightly expression. 2 hours later, the 3,000 evil men and Gu Hai arrived above a huge valley. Everyone laid on their stomachs and looked into the valley. He saw that the valley was brightly lit. About 500 commoners were tied to the ground in a disorderly manner, their bellies disemboweled. About 100 white-clad men and women were laughing maniacally at this moment. Scarlet energy surrounded these people, and their hair turned into snake heads. Crack, 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 crack. The snake heads gave off cracking sounds as they grew longer. Then, they drilled into the chests of the commoners and gnawed at their hearts and livers. The scene was extremely horrifying. The 500 commoners had all died. Before they died, they showed despair and horror on their faces. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't. Ha 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 ha. First senior brother, let me offer you a toast. First senior brother, it is because of you that our batch was placed at the front to undergo the transformation. I feel like my entire body is filled with energy. First senior brother, this feels great. In the past, I did not even dare to see blood. Now, I feel like the human heart is the most delicious thing in the world. With one bite, all the pores in my body open up. No, I feel that the human livers are delicious. Human hearts, human livers. First senior brother, the others were sent to the sect. It is all thanks to first senior brother that we managed to keep these 500. This meal was really satisfying. I still want to eat. What should I do? We'll go look for more tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Let's go again. The group of demons below laughed maniacally as they drank. Is this a bonfire party? Gao Xianji's eyelids twitched wildly. Eating humans? A feast for eating humans? In the past, this great me felt disgusted just by eating a rat. These fellows are actually eating humans? Anger flashed in Scar's eyes. First Song Sect disciples? They are all First Song Sect disciples. Chun Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. Half human, half spirit. They have the bodies of demons. They will become increasingly addicted to eating humans. It looks like that small town will not be able to escape this calamity. Shang Wanhen sighed softly. Gu Hai stared at the valley below, his eyelids twitching wildly as well. Reveling in eating humans? Ha ha. A ferocious look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. My lord. Kill, then. Just leave a few alive for questioning, Gu Hai said with a cold light in his eyes. Yes. The group of evil men immediately drew their bows and arrows. Who is it? Suddenly, a shout came from the valley. Fire! Guhai shouted coldly. Boom! In an instant, 3,000 arrows were shot down. Arg! 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 Miserable shrieks immediately rang out in the valley. Quickly run! Quickly run! Save us! Fire again! Bam! 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 Another volley of arrows rained down. After the arrows were shot, the group of evil men charged down with their weapons, charging at the First Song Sect disciples. At this moment, only 10 odd of the 100 First Song Sect disciples could still move. However, so what if they could move now? The 3,000 evil men waited. Even though their strength had increased 5-fold, they still faced 10 evil men each. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, only 10 remained alive. Who are you? We are First Song Sect disciples. Do you want to die? Let me go. Let me go. The 10 begged for mercy. However, the evil men's gazes had already turned into deep disgust. Guhai's group slowly entered the valley. Scar, present. Bury these 500 ordinary people's corpses. Guhai sighed softly. Yes, Scar answered. The group of Profound Legion disciples quickly went to dig a hole. After they finished digging, they collected the ordinary people's corpses and slowly buried them. Guhai watched this group of cannibalistic First Song Sect disciples coldly. Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan were in charge of interrogating them. We don't know. We were unconscious at that time. When we woke up, we were modified. More than 1 month ago, the sect master returned from the Great Feng Mafia family with a black-robed man. We don't know either. I did not eat people in the past. However, when I see people now, I cannot help wanting to eat their hearts and livers. We did not want to do that either. Please spare us. During the interrogation, this group of First Song Sect disciples did not dare to hide anything. Where is the elite hall master being held? Guhai asked seriously. We don't know. We really don't know. The First Song Sect disciples said anxiously. Guhai narrowed his eyes as he looked at this group of half-human, half-spirit monsters. Then he said coldly, Gao Xianji, do what you did to the Great Feng Mafia family. Get them to tell us everything they can. Ask them about the First Song Sect's terrain and everything they know. Yes, Gao Xianji answered. By the time dawn arrived, the First Song Sect disciples had gotten all the answers they needed. Guhai also obtained a map of the First Song Sect's interior. My lord, the First Song Sect has a protective ritual array. Everyone who enters and exits has to verify their identity. Furthermore, although Song Pingxing is no longer in the sect, there is still that mysterious black-robed man. No, that mysterious snake spirit overseeing the First Song Sect. Chen Tianshan said worriedly. We need to rescue the elite hall master, Long Wanqing. Guhai said seriously. Yes. My lord, what about these half-human, half-spirit monsters? Gao Xianji asked. Guhai looked at it coldly and said, burn it together with the other monsters. Yes. No. Spare us. We won't dare anymore. The monsters begged for mercy. However, no one pitied them at this moment. Eating humans? They deserve death. Xing. 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 After dealing with the First Song Sect disciples, Guhai's group continued on their way. Along the way, the 3,000 evil men showed incredibly sullen expressions. As they approached the First Song Sect, nearly all the towns and villages were empty. The surrounding ordinary people had been brought into the First Song Sect. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The First Song Sect? Were they really unbridled and unbridled? How many people are they going to eat? When they reached a deserted place, everyone removed their armor and returned to their original attire. Then, they rushed through the forest. After another day, everyone stopped and looked into the distance. Boundless clouds and multicolored light covered a large region in the distance. Some First Song Sect disciples could be seen moving in and out. Not far away, groups of ordinary people were whipped into the First Song Sect's ritual array in a valley. "Milord, this is the First Song Sect. The protective ritual array is the gold armor water crystal ritual array. It is incredibly tough. Even if 100 Yuanying state cultivators attacked together, they could not break it. It is the strongest protective ritual array in 9-5 Island." Chapter 105. First Song Sect. At this moment, dark clouds covered a valley, giving the place a sinister atmosphere. A group of First Song Sect disciples in spirit-transformed form moved 100 unconscious people into a small blood pool in the valley. Then, they soaked in the blood pool, revealing only their heads. After doing all this, the spirit-assimilated cultivators looked respectfully at a black-robed man. This black-robed man had dark skin and cold eyes. There was a saber scar near his left eye, looking exceptionally ferocious. Primogenitor, this is the last batch of sect disciples. The blood pool is already filled with human blood. They are already unconscious, waiting for Primogenitor to transform them, a spirit-assimilated cultivator said respectfully. The black-robed man nodded and walked to the side of the blood pool. Then he slowly stepped on it. Just like that, the black-robed man stepped on the blood pool's surface, as if he was standing on flat ground. Slowly, the black-robed man walked to the center of the unconscious people. Then he suddenly extended his hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, 200 thin red energy threads came out of the black-robed man's palms and charged at the unconscious people, entering their heads in an instant. Roar! The black-robed man roared. Suddenly, clumps of green light came out of the unconscious people's heads. These clumps of green light were transparent. They only showed color under the red energy threads. Whoosh! 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 The clumps of green light entered the black-robed man's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man swallowed them all. After absorbing the clumps of green light, the black-robed man slowly forced out a drop of essence blood from his fingertip. Drip! The essence blood fell into the pool and immediately merged with the human blood in the pool. Gurgle! Suddenly, after the human blood merged with the black-robed man's essence blood, it surged and quickly entered the unconscious people's heads. Rumble! After a while, all the human blood in the blood pool vanished. Whoosh! The black-robed man removed the red energy threads from his palms. "Bring them away," the black-robed man said. "Yes," the spirit-assimilated cultivators answered. Slowly, the black-robed man flew to a tall mountain at the side. There was a palace on the mountain, the First Song Palace. Primogenitor, a group of spirit-assimilated cultivators at the entrance of the palace, greeted respectfully. "Did you manage to get anything out of them?" the black-robed man asked. "No. They all have dragon-shaped talismans on them. We did not dare to use too much torture," that spirit-assimilated cultivator replied respectfully. The black-robed man frowned. Dragon-shaped charm? They were the personal guards of Long Wanqing's grandfather. Why were they assigned to protect Long Wanqing? Whether they are dead or crippled, Long Wanqing's grandfather will know the situation. So, don't cripple them, and don't let them die. Hey, however, if we don't do that, our torture will not have much effect," that spirit-assimilated cultivator said with an unsightly expression. "Don't talk to me about the effects. That's your problem. I'm giving you power, not for you to complain about," the black-robed man said coldly. "Yes," the spirit-assimilated cultivator said helplessly. Why is there still no news from Song Pingxing's side? The black-robed man asked in a deep voice. Sect Master should not have found that monk's whereabouts yet, the spirit-assimilated cultivator said with a frown. All right, all of you can leave. I still need to refine the human soul, the black-robed man said in a deep voice. Yes, primogenitor. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately retreated. The black-robed man slowly entered the first song palace and closed the door. Then he sat down cross-legged and revealed a cold smile. Foolish humans. Huh. Outside the first song sect, Gu Hai looked into the distance at groups of ordinary people being herded into the first song sect. My lord, this is the gold armor water crystal ritual array. It isolates the inside from the outside. There is only one entrance. What should we do? Chen Tianshan asked with a complicated expression. There is only one entrance. Are we really going in? Gao Xianji asked with a complicated expression. Not us, but you, Gu Hai said seriously. Ah, Gao Xianji felt slightly stunned. There are powerful fiends in there. Going in to search for Long Wanqing will be very dangerous. Hence, we need to do it without anyone knowing, Gu Hai said seriously. However, there are people checking the entrance. Can we get in? Scar asked worriedly at the side. Entering is easy. Guarding against the powerful fiends is the most dangerous. Hence, I need to lure the powerful fiends out. Gu Hai said seriously. Oh, my lord, what should we do? Chen Tianshan asked in surprise. However, Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji as though encouraging Gao Xianji to think about it. Gao Xianji felt slightly stunned. Then, he immediately understood Gu Hai's intentions. After thinking for a while, he asked, My lord, you want to lay a ritual array? To fight the first song sect's ritual array? Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, That's a good idea. The 28-line pair ritual array? Gao Xianji said after taking a deep breath. Gu Hai nodded. That means that it requires spirit stones, a vast amount of spirit stones. Gao Xianji's expression changed. That's right. Spirit stones. Gu Hai nodded with certainty. Spirit stones? There is a spirit stone mine over there. It is the first song sect's largest spirit stone industry. It is not within the gold armor water crystal ritual array, Chen Tianshan immediately said as he pointed to a spot not far away. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. Not far outside the gold armor water crystal ritual array was a mountain forest guarded by first song sect disciples. Gu Hai's group of 3,000 arrived silently. Then they looked coldly at a nearby valley entrance. Quick, quick! These are the mortals we just captured. They are all youths. Their hearts and livers must be the freshest. I want one too. Quickly, give me one. Don't snatch it from me. There was a small group of people cruelly eating the newly captured Qin Nation citizens. The group of evil men showed unsightly expressions. This is also why I want to kill the spirit-assimilated humans. They get addicted to eating human blood, just like the vampires I saw in the past. They get addicted to drinking human blood. The more they drink, the more they like it. Unless they have extraordinary willpower, very few people can restrain themselves. It is the same for this group of spirit-assimilated humans. They get addicted to eating human blood. Hence, we need to kill them. Shang Wanhen said with a sullen expression. My lord, there are 800 First Song Sect disciples in the surroundings. This should be a large mine. There are also some palaces in the surroundings. From the looks of it, this is where they mined spirit stones and temporarily stored them. Gao Xianji looked at the surroundings. Gao Xianji, you will lead the Heaven Legion. You are in charge of using this opportunity to enter the first song sect and bring out the Long Wanqing or obtain the most accurate information about the Long Wanqing. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Gao Xianji answered. Shangguan Hen, you will lead the Yellow Legion and prepare to lay the ritual array. I taught you this in the Great Feng Mafia family. Later, I will give you the Spirit Stone layout diagram. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Shangguan Hen answered. Chen Tianshan, Scar, you will lead the Earth Legion and the Profound Legion. You will be in charge of these 800 First Song Sect disciples. It will be nearly 2 against 1. Will you have any problems? Gu Hai looked at the two. My lord, rest assured, there will definitely be no problems. The two immediately answered. What I need is silence. Gu Hai said seriously. That's right. Huh. The two felt slightly worried. After all, how could there be no movement from 800 people? You have 1 day. Go through every enemy in detail and make arrangements for your subordinates. Don't panic. Just identify your opponents. When night falls, just charge forward together. Isn't that enough? Gu Hai said seriously. Ah, yes. The two answered. Gao Xianji brought the group of Tian Division members and left quickly. However, Gu Hai took out a brush and paper, giving Shangguan Hen pointers on where to bury the spirit stones after snatching them. In the end, 3,000 people were too many. They nearly got spotted by the First Song Sect disciples several times. Fortunately, the First Song Sect disciples did not realize the danger. While they were distracted, the evil men killed them. The sun slowly set, and night slowly descended. The movements of the First Song Sect disciples slowed down significantly. Many of them went to rest. Gu Hai stood on a mountain peak and narrowed his eyes slightly. It is time. Then he slowly tossed a stone in his hand to the ground in the distance. Thud! The stone landed on the ground. Attack! The evil men's voices rang out in the surroundings. Who is it? Rip! Ah, don't kill me. Who are you? The evil men dealt with the First Song Sect disciples guarding the Spirit Stone mines amid a series of muffled sounds. The evil men moved extremely quickly. The First Song Sect disciples only managed to shout once before they all fell silent. They did not even have time to transform. Kacha! Shangguan Hen led the Huang Legion to break open the doors of some of the palaces and quickly took out a large number of spirit stones. Start laying the ritual array. Shangguan Hen shouted coldly. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of evil men quickly ran through the surrounding forests. They continuously buried the spirit stones. Gu Hai slowly walked to the spirit stone mines and watched the evil men working around him. In just 2 hours, my lord, it's done. Shangguan Hen ran over. Rise! Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! Suddenly, a surging fog appeared around the spirit stone mines. The thick fog was not very conspicuous at night. After laying the preliminary ritual array, Gu Hai arranged for the evil men to continue burying the spirit stones, laying out even more complicated embryonic forms of the ritual array. The evil men busied themselves continuously. The next morning, an evil man wearing the uniform of a First Song Sect disciple led a group of people holding whips, escorting a group of ordinary people. As the evil men headed to the entrance of the First Song Sect, Gao Xianji hid among the ordinary people. Aside from Gao Xianji, there seemed to be a few other groups. These were First Song Sect disciples capturing ordinary people. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone on the ground, illuminating the surroundings. Hey, look! Why is there so much fog over there? It looks like a ritual array. A ritual array? Why is there a ritual array there? Suddenly, many First Song Sect disciples discovered something strange with the ritual array, where Gu Hai was. let's go over and take a look. A First Song sect disciple immediately rushed over. Gao Xianji signaled with his eyes, and that evil man escorted the group of ordinary people to the entrance. Senior brother, these are the 500 people we just captured. They are the best, the evil man said with a smug smile. The guard guarding the entrance frowned slightly as he looked at the evil man before him. He looked very unfamiliar. Which mountain are you from, junior brother? Why do you look unfamiliar? The guard asked, feeling confused. However, at this moment, a miserable shriek came from the ritual array in the distance. Ah, the miserable shriek sounded heart-wrenching, spreading to the 9 heavens. The expressions of the surrounding First Song sect disciples changed as they turned their heads to look. Chapter 106. First Song sect. Early in the morning, when the first rays of the morning sun shone down, countless First Song sect disciples immediately discovered the ritual array that Gu Hai laid. Quick, let's go and take a look. What's wrong with the Spirit Stone mine? What a thick fog. Is this a ritual array? What happened? Junior brother, are you here? 10-odd First Song sect disciples immediately charged in the direction of the ritual array, wanting to investigate. However, when they got close, they suddenly discovered a group of men standing outside the ritual array with cold smiles on their faces. Who are you? Oh no! The group of evil men immediately charged over. Ka, 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 ka. The First Song sect disciples immediately transformed. Their snake heads danced around as their strength soared. Boom, boom, boom. Even though the First Song sect disciples' strength soared, they were not a match for the evil men. They were immediately suppressed. Arg! When a First Song sect disciple's arm was chopped off, he let out a miserable shriek that tore through space. What? The First Song sect disciples in the distance goggled. Kill! Scar shouted. CI, 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 CI. 10-odd people charging into the ritual array were immediately chopped down by the sabers and swords. Enemy attack. The First Song sect disciples suddenly roared. Quickly, inform our martial uncle. Quickly, inform our master. Quickly, inform the elders. A large number of Song sect disciples rushed in and out of the entrance amid a series of anxious cries. More First Song sect disciples immediately surrounded the First Song sect. They all drew their weapons and coldly eyed the ritual array in the distance. The Spirit Stone mine was snatched. I wonder how Senior Brother is doing? Indeed, Junior Brother is in there as well. Who exactly are they? The First Song sect disciples who rushed out felt anxious. At the center of the ritual array, Gu Hai stood at the summit of a mountain peak, looking coldly at the outside world. Toss them out, Gu Hai ordered coldly. Yes, Chen Tianshan and Shang Wanhen answered. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and the evil men tossed out the 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators he killed last night. Bam, bam, bam. One after another, corpses were thrown out like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. When the 800 corpses flew out, the expressions of the charging First Song sect disciples changed. Just as they were about to charge forward, they suddenly discovered who the corpses belonged to. It's Junior Brother? Senior Brother, it's Senior Brother. Master, they killed everyone in the Spirit Stone mine. These demons. The First Song sect disciples immediately cried out in alarm. This impact was too shocking. All 800 First Song sect disciples were wiped out. Who was the person in the array? An increasing number of First Song sect disciples rushed out. More and more First Song sect disciples received the notice and rushed out. All of them showed ferocious expressions as they glared at the ritual array. However, they hesitated, not rashly charging into the ritual array. Who are you? A First Song sect disciple finally shouted. Hua! Suddenly, some of the clouds above the ritual array parted, revealing the summit of a mountain. Gu Hai stood at the summit with Shangguan Hen and Chen Tianshan behind him. Together, they looked coldly at the first Song sect disciples in the distance. Gu Hai? He is Gu Hai? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Didn't he vanish? The Heavenly Saber Death Match. This is the 28 line pair world ritual array. The people who wanted to charge forward immediately stopped and looked at Gu Hai in horror. After all, the tragedy of the great Feng Mafia family was still fresh in their minds. Gu Hai, how bold of you! How dare you kill my first Song sect disciples? The sect master will not let you off. A first Song sect disciple roared while glaring. As Gu Hai stood at the summit, he smiled coldly at that person and said, Are you talking about the first Song sect master, Song Pingshen? There is no need to wait for him. He already died at my ritual array in the Clear River sect. What? That's impossible. The expressions of the surrounding First Song sect disciples changed dramatically. First Song sect, you are really bold. It is one thing for you to cause trouble and form a grudge with the Clear River sect. To think that you dare to target my elite hall? Where is my elite hall's hall master? Hand her over. Otherwise, I will wash the First Song sect in blood today. You can forget about escaping. Gu Hai shouted while glaring. You killed the sect master? That's impossible. The sect master is from the Yuanying state. How can you be a match for the sect master? That person roared in shock. Is the Yuanying state very impressive? No one I want to kill can escape. If not for the hall master, do you think you can survive until now? I could have wiped out your first Song sect last night. Gu Hai said coldly. Don't listen to him. The sect master can't possibly die. Someone shouted. However, he did deal with the Yuanying state before. Someone said anxiously. Charge in and destroy his ritual array. Go on, then. The Heavenly Saber Death Match killed 20,000 cultivators. Although my cultivation increased fivefold, more First Song sect disciples gathered outside Gu Hai's ritual array. However, they did not dare to charge in, feeling incredibly anxious. Quick! Inform the primogenitor. Inform the primogenitor. Someone urged anxiously. Outside the First Song sect, the anxious voices of the First Song sect disciples and the captured ordinary people begged for mercy. The commotion was exceptionally chaotic. Gao Xianji mixed in with the ordinary people and gave a look to the evil man disguised as a First Song sect disciple at the very front. Senior brother, quick! Let me send this group of meat in. Gu Hai is here. I have to inform my master. Quickly! That evil man urged anxiously. At this moment, the First Song sect guards were anxious and irritated. The other side was Gu Hai. Gu Hai was here? Right now, the First Song sect disciples were moving in and out, making it impossible to check. The cries of the countless ordinary people in the surroundings made the guards even more frustrated. Go in. Quickly. That guard urged in frustration. Let's go in. Slap. As the whip cracked, Gao Xianji followed the large group of ordinary people into the gold armor water crystal ritual array. First Song sect, First Song palace entrance. Primogenitor, it's not good. Gu Hai is here. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said anxiously to the closed doors of the palace hall. Gu Hai? A confused voice came from the palace hall. Yes, he is Elite Hall's water division master. He said that he killed the sect master and is here to save the Elite Hall master. The spirit-assimilated cultivator said respectfully. Creak. The doors to the palace hall suddenly opened. The black-clad man, with a scar over his left eye, looked coldly at that spirit-assimilated cultivator. You said he is Elite Hall's water division master. What is his cultivation? I think he is an innate realm cultivator. That spirit-assimilated cultivator whispered. Slap! The black-clad man slapped that spirit-assimilated cultivator's face. You believe that? Why are you not capturing him? Can he kill Song Pingshan? That spirit-assimilated cultivator covered his face as he explained bitterly to the black-clad man. Oh, the black-clad man narrowed his eyes slightly. Primogenitor, this lowly one does not dare to hide it. It is true. Half a year ago, he was still an innate realm cultivator. However, now he knows the ritual array and can resist the Yuanying state. So, that spirit-assimilated cultivator said, feeling wronged. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes and said, Lead the way? Yes. Outside the First Song sect, with the appearance of the black-clad man, more First Song sect disciples came running out. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people surrounded the First Song sect, all of them holding weapons and surrounding the black-clad man. A spirit-assimilated cultivator at the side kept telling the black-clad man everything he knew about Gu Hai. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes as he looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was at the summit of a distant mountain. What a heavy fiend aura! My lord, that black-clad man is a snake spirit. Be careful, Shang Guanhen said in shock as he narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai looked coldly at the black-clad man. When he saw the scar on the black-clad man's left eye, he raised his eyebrows slightly, finding this person familiar. Brat, you killed Song Pingshan? The black-clad man asked coldly. As the black-clad man spoke, he slowly floated up. Black energy surrounded him as he looked at the white fog ritual array before him. I remember now. It's you, Gu Hai said in shock as he raised his eyebrows. As Gu Hai looked at the black-clad man, his expression turned increasingly grave. Oh, you know me? The black-clad man looked at Gu Hai in surprise, his eyes cold. I don't know you, but I recognize the scar on your left eye. Previously, I did not think of it. I always thought that you were a snake spirit. Unexpectedly, it is you, Gu Hai said with an increasingly grave expression. My lord, isn't he a snake spirit? Qin Tianshan exclaimed in shock. The black-clad man looked coldly at Gu Hai and said, With just you, it is impossible for you to know me. Brat, you are seeking death. The one seeking death is you, Gu Hai said with a glare. Huh, the black-clad man said coldly. You don't remember me? Of course, you can't remember me. I did not forget this scar of yours. A flood dragon, a sea beast, Gu Hai said coldly. A flood dragon? Qin Tianshan exclaimed with wide eyes. Back then, when Qin Tianshan returned from the innate puzzle world, he ran into a shipwreck. Back then, it was a battle between a flood dragon and a Baxia. Is this that flood dragon? Qin Tianshan compared the scar on the black-clad man's left eye. The shape of the scar was the same as the flood dragon's. Is it really him? A flood dragon? Shang Guanhen's face sank, showing worry. If it was just a snake spirit, my lord's ritual array could deal with it. However, it was a flood dragon. Could it block it? Suddenly, Shang Guanhen felt that the danger before him surpassed his expectations. The countless spirit-assimilated cultivators in the surroundings also looked at the black-clad man in shock. Primogenitor is a flood dragon? Turning a snake into a flood dragon? You came to my 9-5 island to turn a flood dragon from a flood dragon, right? Gu Hai said coldly. You are really full of nonsense. The black-clad man snorted coldly and waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, surging red, poisonous fog surged out of the black-clad man's sleeve, charging at Gu Hai. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the surrounding ritual array immediately activated. Surging white fog instantly encased him. Bang! The red, poisonous fog instantly arrived at the white fog, looking like it would dye the surrounding ritual array red. Chapter 107. Outside, at the 28 line pair world ritual array, Release the arrows. Scar shouted. Bang. Suddenly, thousands of arrows shot out of the red and white ritual array, heading for the black-robed man in the air. There are still many people left. Go! The black-robed man shouted coldly as he waved his hand. The arrows seemed to form a wall of energy. Boom! The thousands of arrows immediately exploded, and a large number of shards shot into the ritual array. Continue shooting. Scar's voice rang out again. Bam! 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 The arrow rain continued, but the black-robed man blocked it time and time again. Then he looked at the ritual array with a sullen expression. Whoosh! The fog in the ritual array seemed to be spinning. The poisonous fog that the black-robed man sent out could not penetrate the fog. Instead, the fog slowly spun out, blocking all of it outside the ritual array. After the poisonous fog spun out, it scattered in the surroundings, even to the first song sect disciples. Ah! Crack! Crack! Some first song sect disciples clutched their throats in pain, their faces flushed red. Not far away, some ordinary citizens came in contact with a trace of the poisonous fog. Then, they immediately turned purple and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Ordinary citizens would definitely die if they came in contact with the poisonous fog. After a while, hundreds of people died. Primogenitor, I'm poisoned. Save me. The first song sect disciples exclaimed. You all have my essence blood, so you won't die. Humph. Trash. The black-robed man said coldly. The black-robed man turned his head to look at the strange ritual array. The arrows shooting from the surroundings frustrated him even more. Humph. Just a bunch of ants overestimating themselves. Heavens, rain. The black-robed man shouted coldly. Boom. All of a sudden, dark clouds covered the sky and covered the sun. The rolling dark clouds instantly shrouded the formation. Boom. Crack. Crack. Crackle. Crackle. The torrential rain crashed into the ritual array. The berserk torrential rain was like a waterfall pouring down. It's really a flood dragon? Shangwan Hen, who was in the ritual array, changed his expression. Crackle. Crackle. As the torrential rain poured down, Gu Hai controlled the chessboard-shaped ritual array to rotate slowly. Whoosh! The torrential rain stopped outside the ritual array, unable to enter at all. The water level in the surrounding valleys was getting higher and higher. However, they were unable to enter the great array. Good formation. It really is a good formation. Kid, you're qualified to know my name. Remember, my name is Fu Shui. As for the elite hall master, she died long ago. Ha 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 ha. The black-robed man laughed coldly. As he spoke, he finally made a move himself. He stretched out his hand and struck the formation with his palm. A red astral palm condensed in the void and pressed down with a loud bang. It was as if he wanted to shatter the entire formation. When the palm manifested, a surging storm appeared in the fearful void, blowing the rain in all directions. The group of first song sect disciples in the distance showed horrified expressions. The primogenitor is actually this strong? I've never seen such a powerful aura from the sect leader. Can you break the formation? Rumble! Just as the palm was about to hit the formation, the clouds and mist of the formation trembled. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is peerless. A loud shout came from the formation. A halberd soared into the sky. Shing! Boom! A loud sound rang out. Everywhere the halberd passed, the red palm shattered. Then, the halberd charged ferociously at the black-robed man. Fu Shui! Huh! Fu Shui's face sank. Fu Shui punched. Boom! Everywhere the halberd passed, Fu Shui retreated. Fu Shui forced back a flood dragon. Milord! Chen Tianshan cried out in pleasant surprise. Cut the crap. Hurry up and urge everyone to go. This Fu Shui is even more incredible than Montez. Gu Hai turned his head and shouted. Yes, Chen Tianshan answered. Below, the group of evil men was led into the mine. However, Gu Hai slowly stepped onto the 300-meter-tall Xiangyu cloud beast. Buzz. The Xiangyu cloud beast slowly floated out of the ritual array, holding the halberd as it looked coldly at Fu Shui. Fu Shui had just been knocked back, so his expression turned sullen. Roar. Suddenly, a roar rang out. As the roar rang out, the dark clouds in the sky trembled. Then, a bolt of lightning struck the Xiangyu cloud beast. Boom! Xiangyu's halberd soared into the sky. A huge halberd aura seemed to carry the might of splitting the world as it exploded the lightning bolt in midair. Fu Shui roared. Then, his figure suddenly flashed, turning into a 100-kilometer-long black flood dragon. Roar! The flood dragon hovered in the air and roared at Xiangyu. As the flood dragon roared, it exuded a storm-like aura. The group of First Song Sect disciples in the distance knelt down in horror. I already saw your ugly appearance several months ago. Evil beast, come and deliver yourself to death. Gu Hai shouted. That's right. Boom. The flood dragon swung its tail. As it swung its tail, it triggered 5 lightning bolts in the sky. Xiangyu is here. Break for me. The Xiangyu cloud beast roared as it glared. The halberd chopped down again. Boom. The lightning bolt immediately exploded. The halberd's momentum did not decrease as it clashed with the flood dragon's tail. Boom. The huge impact shook the surrounding mountains. The flood dragon's tail knocked back, and so did the halberd. Gu Hai continued glaring at the flood dragon. However, the flood dragon looked at its tail, and its expression turned increasingly ferocious. This was because the halberd's strike had left a small wound on its tail. Although the wound was not large, it did injure it. The flood dragon glared at Gu Hai, huge waves surging in its heart. It had thought that the ritual array was ferocious, but it had not expected it to be so exaggerated. Even with its strong physical body, the halberd still managed to injure it. Although Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression, he felt anxious in his heart. The strength of the flood dragon surpassed his expectations. Gu Hai was certain that he could kill Montez, Li Wei, and the other Yuanying state cultivators with one halberd strike. However, he only left a small wound on the flood dragon's body. More importantly, the spirit stones in this spirit stone mine could not support the Xiangyu cloud beast endlessly. How much longer could the flood dragon last? The flood dragon seemed to be enraged. Roar! A dragon roar rang out as it tried to grab Gu Hai again. Gu Hai waited with rapt attention. I am Western Chu's Tyrant King. How dare you be so impudent? The Xiangyu cloud beast roared. Rumble! The halberd immediately danced about. The halberd looked like heavenly punishment as it chopped down on the intense flood dragon and lightning bolt. Rumble! Rain filled the sky, and mud and dust filled the place. The entire battlefield turned turbid. The flood dragon had the ferocious nature of a flood dragon. The more injured it was, the more ferocious it became. It charged ferociously at Xiangyu, who was in the center, with lightning bolts. As Xiangyu's halberd danced about, it was like a meat grinder, repeatedly striking the lightning bolts and the flood dragon. The battle between the two sides intensified, and some of the surrounding mountains even shattered. Torrential rain poured down, turning the surroundings into a sea. Ah, quickly retreat. Retreat. The group of First Song Sect disciples continuously retreated in horror. They could not barge into the 28-line pair world ritual array. Furthermore, there were arrows shooting out. The shock waves from the battle between the flood dragon and Gu Hai were ferocious and could not be underestimated. Everyone retreated with wide eyes. The battle before them surpassed everyone's expectations. Gu Hai is really ferocious. Fortunately, I did not barge in earlier. If only I could eat his heart and liver. It would definitely be delicious. As the first Song sect disciples retreated, they sighed in shock at this scene. Rumble! The center of the battlefield turned chaotic. Sand and gravel filled the air. The more the flood dragon fought, the more ferocious it became. However, Guhai felt anxious. As the battle continued, the spirit stones in the spirit stone mine would be drained. Once the spirit stones were drained, the ritual array would break, and Xiao Chun would be finished. At this moment, horror filled the flood dragon's heart. There were already hundreds of wounds on the flood dragon's body. That halberd was simply undefeatable. Although they were all superficial wounds, it was rare to see such a desperate battle. The two sides continued fighting, each harboring their own thoughts. As for Gao Xianji, he led his subordinates out of the gold armor water crystal ritual array. However, the exit was now even more chaotic than before. Water surged, and gravel fell from all directions. A large number of First Song sect disciples were in chaos. Gao Xianji led his subordinates, wearing the First Song sect disciple robes that he had just changed into, and took advantage of the chaos to leave. At this moment, even though there were many people, no one noticed. Everyone left quickly. As they ran, they could not help looking at the center of the battlefield. The scene of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking made the evil people gulp. To think that Milord's ritual array is so ferocious, that halberd is too ferocious and unrivaled. Everyone felt shocked. Cut the crap. Let's go and meet up with Milord there, Gao Xianji said seriously. Yes. As the group rushed, they met with some First Song sect disciples questioning them. However, under Gao Xianji's command, everything went smoothly. Soon, they vanished from everyone's sight. Rumble! The battle continued for another hour. Guhai felt increasingly anxious. He could not hold on much longer. The ritual array could not hold on for much longer. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pillar of smoke and fire soared into the sky from a distant mountain peak. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the battle raged. That pillar of smoke and fire was not eye-catching in the surroundings. Only a few people noticed it, but they did not pay much attention to it. However, Guhai's eyes lit up. This was a pillar of smoke and fire that he gave to Gao Xianji. Roar! Xiangyu suddenly roared. My sons of Jiangdong, where's my vast army? Come with me to kill this fiend. Xiangyu's roar shook the place. Roar! 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 Suddenly, roars came from the ritual array. It sounded like a vast army was about to appear. The flood dragon's originally frenzied state suddenly turned serious. Roar! Boom! The flood dragon clashed with Xiangyu again. Then, it immediately fled far away. Whoosh! Xiangyu stopped abruptly. Then, he saw a huge commander's banner emerge from the cloudy ritual array. It looked like Xiangyu was going to summon a large number of soldiers. The flood dragon had heard about this from the First Song sect disciples. A vast army? It could not even deal with one cloud beast. If a vast army appeared, how could it escape? What kind of ritual array is this? The flood dragon roared in bewilderment. Since the vast army did not appear, Xiangyu did not give chase. Xiangyu glared at the flood dragon and said, Evil beast, if you are capable, come back. Don't run. Let's fight another 300 moves. The flood dragon suddenly narrowed its eyes. You can only stay in that area and cannot chase after me? Evil beast, if you have the guts, come over. Guhai shouted. The flood dragon circled the ritual array. Indeed, Xiangyu refused to come out. He could not leave that area of the ritual array. A ritual array will always be just a ritual array. Humph! The flood dragon snorted coldly. The flood dragon had more than 100 wounds on its body. It recognized the horror of the ritual array, but did not want to take the risk. Humph! Coward! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Rumble! Xiangyu slowly led Gu Hai into the ritual array, vanishing from everyone's sight. The flood dragon's figure flashed, and it returned to its human form. Although it was extraordinarily ferocious, it did not mean that it was stupid. What was the point of continuing a battle when it could not gain any benefits? Inside the ritual array, after Gu Hai hid Xiangyu, Scar, and the others surrounded him. My lord, the ritual array is about to run out of spirit stones, Scar said with a complicated expression. How is it? Gu Hai asked seriously. It's open. We started digging a tunnel through this mine last night. It's open, Scar said excitedly. Before the flood dragon can react, let's go, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the group of evil men rushed into the mine with Gu Hai. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the ritual array emptied of people. Outside, the flood dragon surrounded the ritual array, trying to find a way to break it. It watched coldly, but the ritual array before it seemed impenetrable. This gave the flood dragon a headache. The 28-pair world ritual array? From the innate puzzle world? From Old Man Guanxi? Indeed, Old Man Guanxi lives up to his name. I really do not know where to start with this ritual array. The flood dragon showed an extremely unsightly expression. Primogenitor. Oh no, primogenitor. Suddenly, a shout came from the distance. Fu Shui turned his head to look and saw a blood-covered spirit-assimilated cultivator outside the gold armor water crystal ritual array being supported. Huh, didn't I tell you to stand guard? Fu Shui asked coldly. Someone barged into the sect, and into the prison earlier, that person said anxiously. What? Fu Shui's expression changed. Whoosh! Xiao Chen extended his hand and pulled that spirit-assimilated cultivator over. Fu Shui grabbed that spirit-assimilated cultivator by the collar. What did you say? Long Wanqing's servant ran away. Fu Shui demanded coldly. No, they are still here. Primogenitor's ritual array chains bind them. No one can take them away. That person immediately shouted. Get to the point. Fu Shui glared. This subordinate recognizes them. They are Gao Xianji, Gu Hai's subordinate. They led a group of people into the ritual array and killed all the guards. This subordinate survived and fainted. When I woke up, they were already gone. However, the prison was opened. They should have met with that prisoner. That person cried out in horror. Gu Hai's subordinate? Then, what happened earlier was just a ruse to deceive me. Just to enter the prison? I fell for it. Fu Shui said with a ferocious expression. It seems so, that person said bitterly. You can go and die now. Fu Shui shouted. Bang! That person exploded with a loud bang. Fu Shui suddenly charged at the 28-pair world ritual array again. Break! Then he extended his hand and smashed down with a palm strike. A loud sound rang out, and the previously impenetrable ritual array broke. However, the surroundings of the valley were deserted. Not a single person remained. How can this be? The countless spirit-assimilated cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed. Fu Shui waved his hand. Bang! All of a sudden, the ground around them exploded, revealing craters filled with spirit stones. However, at this moment, they were no longer spirit stones. Instead, they looked like fine powder. Countless spirit stones had turned into dust. Only 3 of them had less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones in them. Only this much remained. Was Gu Hai trying to deceive me earlier? He was already at the end of his rope earlier. I just had to charge a little more, and his ritual array would break? Fu Shui said hatefully, showing a ferocious expression. Chapter 108. First Song Sect. Fu Shui stared angrily at the Spirit Stone Mine. The Spirit Stone Mine had collapsed long ago. No, it should have been blasted apart. Based on the spirit stone mine, Xiao Chun did not know where Gu Hai and the others had fled. Search. 3,000 people. It is impossible for them to disappear just like that. Search. Fu Shui roared at the surrounding First Song Sect disciples. Yes, the surrounding First Song Sect disciples shouted in response. Rumble. The spirit-assimilated cultivators quickly ran in all directions. However, Fu Shui rushed back to the sect. Soon, he arrived at a cave in the sect. There were pools of blood in the surroundings. The First Song Sect disciples that rushed back slowly carried out some corpses. Primogenitor, the spirit-assimilated cultivators greeted respectfully. Fu Shui ignored them. Instead, he quickly reached the innermost area. There were 3 altars at the innermost area. The altars released red energy webs that pierced through 3 men. The 3 men were topless. A golden dragon tattooed on their backs looked exceptionally ferocious. These 3 were none other than the 3 servants that followed Long Wanqing in the past. Fu Shui rushed in, and when the 3 saw Fu Shui, they all revealed cold smiles. Smack! Fu Shui slapped one of the men's faces. Speak. What did you leak? Fu Shui roared while glaring. That person spat out a mouthful of blood, but did not say anything. What exactly did you obtain 20 years ago? Where is the dragon vein? Fu Shui roared while glaring. Little black flood dragon, kill us if you are capable. Ha ha ha, you are seeking death this time. My master will not let you off. With a single order from my master, there will be nowhere for you to hide, no matter how big the world is. That person laughed sinisterly. Smack! Fu Shui slapped that person's face again, feeling very anxious. The 3 were like rocks in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. Fu Shui did not have time to speak nonsense with them. He stepped out of the cave and waited for news of the search. At a drill ground in a distant city outside the First Song Sect, a large number of border soldiers were stationed here. When they saw Gu Hai's group arrive, they immediately surrounded them. How bold! You are not allowed to barge into the military camp. The leading general shouted. Are you blind? Don't you recognize me? Chen Tianshan glared. Ah, who are you? That person clearly didn't recognize them. Retrieve the imperial edict. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Chen Tianshan replied. He took out an imperial edict. This is Chen Liangyi's imperial edict. Look carefully. Immediately inform the city lords of the surrounding cities that there are demons causing trouble here. In order to prevent a calamity, organize the people and quickly move away from the south. Move north. Chen Tianshan shouted. Ah, do you know that people have gone missing in a few towns recently? The general asked in surprise. Cut the crap and just do it. This is an imperial edict. Chen Tianshan glared. The general took the imperial edict and looked at it carefully. His expression changed. Was this really an imperial edict? Yes, this general obeys. The general replied. Sir, will Fu Shui find us? Scar looked at Gu Hai. They shouldn't be able to find us, but... Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. My lord, are you worried that Fu Shui will fly into a rage out of humiliation and charge into the Gu residence? However, the 2 young masters are still in the Gu residence. Gao Xianji's expression changed. What should we do, then? Even if we rush back to the Gu residence at full speed, we will not be able to catch up to Fu Shui, Chen Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. There is no time to send a messenger pigeon. Right now, there is only one way to inform them. Gu Hai said with a frown. Oh, what method is faster than Fu Shui? Chen Tianshan said in surprise. Fu Shui was a flood dragon above the Yuanying state. He was incredibly strong. How could there be a method faster than Fu Shui? Where are the beacon towers? Gu Hai asked the general, "What are you planning to do?" The general's expression changed. "Beacon towers? Using beacon towers to send news to Hulao Pass at the fastest speed?" Chen Tianshan's eyes lit up. Fire beacons were the fastest means of transmitting information during wartime. Smoke signals were released during the day and fire beacons at night. There were many fire beacons from the various cities to the imperial capital. As long as one fire beacon caught fire, the distant fire beacons would immediately light up the fire beacons or smoke signals as soon as they saw it. "What are you planning to do?" "Beacon towers can only be used when the nation is in danger." The general immediately shouted, "Where are the beacon towers?" Gao Xianji asked with a glare. "Beacon towers are important weapons of the nation. They cannot be activated. They can only be used when the nation is in danger. What qualifications do you have to use them? Without the orders of the great generals or the emperor's imperial edict, no one is to touch them." "Men! Men!" the general shouted. Immediately, a large number of soldiers charged over. "How bold!" Chen Tianshan said furiously while glaring. "If you want to light the beacon towers, you will have to step over my corpse," the general shouted. "Not bad. You have integrity. In the future, report to my Gu residence. My Gu residence will accept a general like you," Gu Hai said with a smile. The general glared, not understanding what was going on. However, he still stopped the group. "You want an imperial edict, right? Gao Xianji, write it." Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes." Gao Xianji answered. That general felt slightly stunned. What's going on? However, he saw Gao Xianji take out a blank imperial edict. Then, the subordinate at the side ground it, and Gao Xianji quickly wrote it. Soon, she finished writing an imperial edict. You are faking an imperial edict," the general exclaimed in shock and anger. Clack! Gu Hai tossed the imperial edict to the general and headed for the camp. With the evil men opening the way, these ordinary soldiers could not stop them at all. "This imperial seal is real? How can that be?" the general exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! At the beacon tower, Gao Xianji lit the beacon, and a pillar of black Tongtian smoke soared into the sky. Who? 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 In the distance, as though in response to this beacon tower, many beacons of smoke soared into the sky. The news quickly spread in the direction of Hulao Pass. "Gao Xianji, write another 10 imperial edicts for them. Get them to carry the imperial edicts to the surrounding cities and evacuate the citizens. Save as many as you can." Gu Hai instructed Gao Xianji. "Yes." Gao Xianji answered. Before that general's confused gaze, Gao Xianji took out another 10 blank imperial edicts and stamped the imperial seal on them. These were genuine Chun Nation imperial edicts. How can that be? How can that be? That general watched this scene in confusion. Giddy up! Giddy up! After writing the 10 imperial edicts, Gu Hai quickly led the 3,000 evil men back to the Gu residence, leaving behind the general, who held the imperial edicts and watched everyone leave, at a loss. First Song Palace, First Song Sect. Nothing? It has already been 2 days, and you have no news at all? Fu Shui glared at the spirit-assimilated cultivators. Yes, it's like they vanished into thin air. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said carefully. Trash. All of you are trash. Fu Shui glared. However, the spirit-assimilated cultivators did not dare to say anything. Fu Shui suddenly narrowed his eyes. They got the news. In that case, Gu Hai must have gotten some news. Where is Gu Hai? We have to capture him. This subordinate does not know. However, this subordinate knows where Gu Hai's home is. Perhaps we can use Gu Hai's family. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said softly. Oh. Fu Shui's eyes lit up. From now on, seal the mountain and activate the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Do not allow anyone to enter or leave. Fu Shui said, while glaring. Ah, what about the senior brothers outside, who want to return? It was precisely because they wanted to return that Gu Hai took advantage of the opportunity. Get them to wait outside and not let them in. Don't you want to eat people? Can't you just go around and capture people? Fu Shui said while glaring. Yes, the spirit-assimilated cultivators answered. You bring me to the Gu residence. Tell me where the Gu residence is. I want to go there immediately, Fu Shui said, as he grabbed the spirit-assimilated cultivator from earlier. Whoosh! Fu Shui flew out of the palace hall with that spirit-assimilated cultivator, leaving the first song sect in the blink of an eye. Then, he quickly flew north after leaving the first song sect. However, he did not fly for long before he saw smoke signals soaring into the sky in the distance. Oh no! Primogenitor, these are smoke signals. Perhaps, that spirit-assimilated cultivator said, while goggling. Trash! Do you think I don't know how to read it? Quickly point the way. Fu Shui said, while glaring. Yes. 3,000 horses galloped on a public road. Gao Xianji, are you sure it is them? Gu Hai asked Gao Xianji beside him as he rode on a black horse. Yes, my lord. We went in and found the hall master's 3 servants. However, we could not bring them away quickly. We also could not find the hall master. This subordinate managed to gain their trust after much difficulty. They told us to go and find Venerable Lu Nian, Gao Xianji said. Where is Venerable Lu Nian? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. They said that the unborn man came some time ago. Venerable Lu Nian followed the unborn man into the netherworld to search for the soul of the hall master's mother. That was why Venerable Lu Nian abandoned the hall master, Gao Xianji explained. The netherworld? Gu Hai goggled. Yes, that unborn man can communicate with the netherworld and the netherworld. According to them, back in the innate puzzle world, the unborn man suddenly disappeared and entered the netherworld. While we were in the netherworld, he was in the netherworld. That was why he told us that we could not take his path, Gao Xianji explained. The netherworld? Is this the earthly soul that is going to search for the Long-Watching's mother? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Those 3 said that there is a stone at the hall master's residence. It should be very inconspicuous. The unborn man left it behind. As long as we go and shatter it, the unborn man and Venerable Lu Nian will know that something is wrong. They will come back from the stone and get us to shatter that stone, Gao Xianji explained. Gu Hai nodded. He took a deep breath. Using the ritual array to fight Fu Shui was a trick. Earlier, he managed to escape unscathed because he tricked Fu Shui. Otherwise, he would not have been a match for Fu Shui. Xiao Chen also used up all his spirit stones. It would be very difficult for him to deal with Fu Shui and Song Pingsheng. If he could get Venerable Lu Nian, perhaps, giddy up. Everyone spurred their horses on. Chapter 109. Smoke signals soared into the sky in the Chun Nation's territory. 1 turned into 4, 4 turned into 16, 16 turned into 64. In just a moment, the sky was covered with smoke, and the earth was filled with smoke. Chun Royal Palace. The officials rushed to the royal palace and saw the Emperor Chun Liangyi at the entrance of the Royal Assembly Hall. Your Majesty, smoke signals are rising everywhere. Did something happen at the borders? The officials looked at Chun Liangyi anxiously. Chun Liangyi took a deep breath and shook his head. There's no need to worry. We know. Your Majesty knows. However, with smoke signals rising everywhere, how can we not worry? Your Majesty, smoke signals are rising everywhere. Something must have happened at the borders. We need to deal with it properly. The officials felt anxious. We already said that we know. That's enough. Chun Liangyi said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. All of the officials replied in a daze. Naturally, Chun Liangyi felt very anxious. Not long ago, he received news that the Clear River sect was destroyed. The Clear River sect was his backing. If the Clear River sect was destroyed, his Chun nation would not be far from being destroyed. Right now, his great-grandfather was traveling with Gu Hai and asked for 100 blank imperial edicts. Not to mention 100, Chun Liangyi was even willing to give him 1,000. At this moment, Chun Liangyi looked forward to Gu Hai creating another miracle. Smoke signals soared into the sky, reaching Hulao Pass in the blink of an eye. Inside Hulao Pass, Gu Qin and Gu Han saw the smoke signals rising from afar. First brother, before adoptive father left, he said that when the smoke signals come, it means that things have exceeded adoptive father's expectations. There might be danger. Gu Han said with a frown. Gu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly as he nodded. Let's go. Let's hide for now. All right. Gu Han nodded. The two left silently. After another half a day, boom. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from afar. Fu Shui flew to Hulao Pass with a First Song sect disciple. Where? Fu Shui asked coldly. Primogenitor, there, that small town. That First Song sect disciple shouted. Clouds and fog shrouded the small town like a large ritual array. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Fu Shui brought that person close. Thud! Then, he tossed the First Song sect disciple to the ground. Fu Shui flew in the air and looked at the small town in front of him coldly. At this moment, there were still a large number of cultivators in the small town who had not left yet. When they suddenly saw a person flying over, their expressions immediately changed. Yuaning State, are they here to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach? Many cultivators revealed shocked expressions. Who is he? Never seen it before? Is it the Yuaning State of the Thousand Islands Sea? Countless Xiozha pointed and discussed. Fu Shui coldly stared at the great cloud formation before him. Primogenitor, primogenitor, why are you here? Another First Song sect disciple exclaimed from nearby. Fu Shui turned his head and looked over. He reached out his hand and sucked. Whoosh! That person was instantly sucked in. Primogenitor, the sect master asked me to monitor the Gu residents. That person said respectfully. Oh, Gu Hai's entire family is here? Fu Shui asked solemnly. That's right. Gu Hai is also inside. There are also 3,000 evil men. That person immediately said. Is Gu Hai still inside? Fu Shui's face sank. Trash. Yes. That person did not dare to rebut. Let me ask you this. Is Gu Hai's entire family here? Fu Shui asked coldly. Yes. They are definitely inside. This is the Gu residence. However, this ritual array is problematic. That person said bitterly. So what if it is problematic? Gu Hai is not here. What kind of lousy ritual array is this? Fu Shui sneered. As Fu Shui spoke, it seemed like he wanted to barge into the ritual array. This is the 28-line pair world ritual array, that person said respectfully. The cold smile on Fu Shui's face suddenly froze. Fu Shui's stride forward suddenly came to a halt. The 28-line pair world ritual array? Xiao Chun had personally experienced it in the First Song sect. Unexpectedly, there was one here as well. Primogenitor, are you going to barge in? With Primogenitor's abilities, you can definitely break the ritual array. That person at the side shouted recklessly. Scram! Fu Shui kicked that person away. My injuries have not healed yet, and you want me to barge into this ritual array? Ah! That First Song sect disciple went flying. Fu Shui looked at the scene before him, feeling depressed. If this were before, he would have given it a try. However, after knowing the might of the 28-line pair world ritual array, Fu Shui had to be cautious. Xiao Chun looked around with bloodshot eyes. A large number of ordinary people and cultivators gathered around the small town. Fu Shui said with a cold expression, "Good, good, very good. The 28 line pair world ritual array? Don't you humans care about your friends and family? Let's see if you will come out or not." Then he waved his hand. Boom. Suddenly, surging red poisonous fog came out of Fu Shui's sleeve. The moment the poisonous fog appeared, it covered the sky above the small town in the blink of an eye. The red poisonous fog slowly descended, heading towards the small town. Chirp, 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 chirp. The moment the birds in the air came into contact with the red poisonous fog, they instantly died and fell from the sky. "Oh no, it's the poisonous fog." A cultivator suddenly cried out. "Quickly run! Quickly run! It's the poisonous fog." Countless Xiozha fled in terror towards the outside world. "You want to run?" Humph! Fu Shui snorted coldly as he waved his hand. Boom! The billowing poisonous fog instantly wrapped around the town in all directions, and the town was shrouded in the poisonous fog, blocking everyone's path. "Ah, there is no way out. What should we do?" "Hold your breath and run out." A large number of cultivators held their breaths as they rushed into the poisonous fog. Crack! 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 Ah! Miserable shrieks suddenly rang out. The cultivators who ran into the poisonous fog fell to the ground, dying on the spot after getting hit by the poisonous fog. "It's useless. If you hold your breath, it can enter through your skin." "Ha ha 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 ha!" Fu Shui guffawed. "What should we do?" "Senior, we have nothing to do with Gu Hai." "Senior, please let us go." Cries rang out. Fu Shui's gaze turned cold. It looked like the entire small town would be drowned in this poisonous fog. Halfway up a mountain outside the small town, Guqin and Guhan's expressions changed when they saw the poisonous fog encasing the small town in the distance. "Big brother, what should we do? What should we do? We should have informed everyone." "Oh no. Why is that person so cowardly? Won't we know after he breaks through the ritual array?" The two brothers felt anxious, but they could not do anything. Countless cries of alarm came from the small town, along with Fu Shui's sinister, cold laughter. "For your personal grudge, you disregarded the lives of an entire town. Evil creature, you have gone too far." A bell-like voice suddenly rang out. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden gale swept up from the ground. The gale seemed to form a large net, blowing the poisonous fog from all directions towards the center. It quickly swept towards the center of the area. The surging poisonous fog instantly condensed into a huge poisonous ball. Whong! The golden gale squeezed towards the poisonous ball. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the poisonous fog dissolved as if it was detoxified. A great crisis disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Huh! Who is it?" Fu Shui's expression changed. In the distance, Guqin and Guhan's eyes lit up. "Who is that?" Guqin asked, feeling confused. They saw an old man flickering with golden light outside an inn in the small town. The old man wore a kasaya and held a Buddha staff. His face filled with benevolence. However, when he looked at Fu Shui, he did not look friendly. "Venerable, many thanks, Venerable," the surrounding cultivators immediately said gratefully. "Bald monk, who are you? How dare you stop me?" Fu Shui said coldly while glaring. "This humble monk is Lian Sheng. The person you are looking for is not here. Go back to where you came from," the old monk said seriously. "Bodhisattva Lian Sheng?" Guqin's eyes lit up in the distance. He had heard Gu Hai mention some time ago that he met a benevolent monk in the innate puzzle world who had helped Gu Hai. "Humph! Old thing, you are the one seeking death," Fu Shui said angrily while glaring. Then he threw a palm strike at Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. Fu Shui did not recognize Bodhisattva Lian Sheng, but the two first Song sect disciples had heard of him before. After all, they already understood what happened in the innate puzzle world. Primogenitor, be careful. He is Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, one of the first Song sect disciples exclaimed. Bodhisattva? Fu Shui's expression changed. However, a manifested palm strike had already arrived. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng threw a palm strike. Boom! The void trembled violently. Fu Shui's manifested palm strike immediately shattered. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's palm strike did not lose any momentum, instantly arriving before Fu Shui. Boom! Fu Shui defended with all his might. However, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng was too strong, so strong that Fu Shui's human form could not withstand it. Roar! Fu Shui turned into a flood dragon and got knocked back. Rumble! Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. Countless lightning bolts flickered, illuminating the gigantic flood dragon in the air. A flood dragon? He is a flood dragon? A sea beast flood dragon. Countless cultivators goggled as they exclaimed in horror. However, Guqin stared at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. The force of this palm strike actually knocked away a flood dragon. How strong was this Bodhisattva Lien Sheng? Fu Shui also showed horror on his face. Earlier, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's casual palm strike dislocated his internal organs. Even in Gu Hai's 28-line pair world ritual array, Xiao Chun had not suffered such a huge loss. Fu Shui showed an unsightly expression. However, he did not dare to be impudent before Bodhisattva Lien Sheng at this moment. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, this humble one has offended you. Fu Shui immediately shouted. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded, not showing a friendly expression. Many thanks to Bodhisattva for showing mercy. This humble one will take his leave. Fu Shui said. Whoosh! Fu Shui turned around and quickly left. Primogenitor. The two first Song sect disciples called out anxiously. However, Fu Shui ignored the two. While the two felt conflicted, a group of cultivators surrounded them. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. The countless surrounding cultivators bowed gratefully to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Then he turned his head and looked at the waste of a mountain in the distance. The two brothers, Guqin and Gu Han, were standing there. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng discovered us, Guqin said in shock. However, Gu Han frowned as he looked at the distant Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Then he showed a complicated expression. I keep feeling that Bodhisattva Lien Sheng gives me a familiar feeling. How strange. Chapter 110. Giddy up, giddy up. After running for a long time, the horses reached their limits. Some of them even collapsed from exhaustion. The evil men riding them could only abandon them and continue running. Quick, there is a horse farm up ahead. Gu Hai called out. Yes. The evil men followed. Soon, they arrived at the horse farm. An old horse farm owner stood respectfully at the entrance. The 3,000 horses were already saddled. Whoosh! Gu Hai led the horses to a stop. Master, I started preparing when I saw the beacon fire. I received Master's letter a few days ago. These are the best horses we have. Master, do you want to rest? The old farm owner asked respectfully. There's no need. The situation is urgent. Gu Hai nodded. The 3,000 evil men switched to new horses. Then Gu Hai whipped his horse and galloped away, leaving the old farm owner looking in Gu Hai's direction and bowing respectfully. Along the way, Gu Hai's group switched to new horses several times. Several days later, they finally returned. We have arrived at Hulao Pass. Chen Tianshan called out. As the group galloped, the gates of Hulao Pass opened, and the group headed straight for the Gu residence. Along the way, Chen Tianshan's anxious heart slowly relaxed. The town was still the same. Fortunately, nothing happened. Adoptive father. Guqin and Gu Han received the news and came over. It's good that nothing happened. Guhai let out a long sigh. Adoptive father, it is all thanks to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng this time. Otherwise, our town's citizens would have suffered. Guqin said immediately, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng? Guhai's expression changed. He turned his head and happened to see Bodhisattva Lien Sheng standing not far away. When he saw Guhai, he pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Guhai immediately went over to receive Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Along the way, Guqin kept things short, reporting everything to Guhai. When Bodhisattva Lien Sheng approached, Guhai got a rough understanding of the situation. Many thanks, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have died in this town. Guhai said with extreme gratitude, Mr. Good, I already said that we would meet soon. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng smiled. Oh, Guhai's expression changed. Speaking of which, I still need Mr. Good's approval for something. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said solemnly. Guhai revealed some doubt. However, he still waved his hand and said, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, please come in. Let's talk in my Gu residence. All right. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Guhai invited Bodhisattva Lien Sheng into his residence, and Guqin led the evil men back to the Gu residence. The 4 department heads followed behind. However, when Shangguan Hen saw Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, he frowned slightly and moved back slightly, as though he did not want Bodhisattva Lien Sheng to see him. The group entered the array. At this moment, the number of cultivators paying attention to Guhai's group had decreased significantly. Some people had already left the town. After all, the earlier scene was too terrifying. In a large hall in the Gu residence, after Guhai and Bodhisattva Lien Sheng took their seats, Guqin and Guhan poured tea for the 2 before taking their seats as well. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, you have helped me several times, but I am unable to repay you. If Bodhisattva Lien Sheng needs anything, please tell me. I will do my best to help as long as I can, Guhai said solemnly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng stared at Guhai and said, This humble monk has heard about Mr. Good's actions during this period. He defeated the strong time and time again. He is an extraordinary person. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng is too polite. What does Bodhisattva Lien Sheng want? Guhai remained unmoved as he looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. I remember that I once mentioned to Mr. Good that I sensed a familiar aura from you. Now, I found the source of this aura. Hence, I shamelessly asked Mr. Good for a person, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a smile. Ask for a person? Guhai frowned slightly. However, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng looked at Guhan. Guhan? Guhai asked, feeling puzzled. I want to take Guhan as my disciple. I need Mr. Good's approval. Oh, Guhai said in surprise. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, what do you mean by this? Guhan suddenly asked. Guhan, do you feel a sense of familiarity when you look at me? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng asked with a smile. Guhan frowned heavily, but he did not refute it. Instead, he nodded. That's right. I have been looking for you for a long time, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a faint sigh. I don't understand. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng, please enlighten me. Guhan shook his head. Guhai and Guqin also looked at Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. 1,200 years ago, there were 3 monks who recited scriptures and studied Buddha every day. However, the 3 gradually discovered that the Buddhist Tao of the world was very different from the Buddha in their hearts. Only those who gained great enlightenment could become Buddha. Once a Buddha gained enlightenment, one's heart transcended, transcending everything in the mundane world and becoming untainted by dust. That was Buddha's result. Untainted by dust, untainted by dust. Buddha has no 7 emotions. Buddha has no heart and no emotions. All living things suffer and seek salvation from Buddha. However, Buddha no longer has a heart and no emotions. How can he pity all living things? How can he save all living things by treating them like ants? Is this Buddha still the Buddha that all living things want? If all living things do not need it, what is the point of Buddha's existence? Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a frown. Oh. Guhai frowned slightly. Hence, these 3 monks went to the Spirit Mountain's holy land to meet the Buddha and seek answers. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng recalled. Seek answers from Buddha? Yes, seek answers from Buddha. Unfortunately, they did not obtain any. Instead, they were reprimanded as Buddha slanderers. 2 of the Buddha's slanderers met with a mysterious calamity and died. Only 1 person remained, continuing forward in this world at a loss. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sighed softly. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng is the one who survived, Guhan asked with a frown. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Then he looked at Guhan and said, Yes. However, you are the reincarnation of one of my 2 best friends from back then. You share the same earthen soul. Hence, you found me familiar when you saw me. Back then, we visited Buddha together and questioned the Buddha together. Guhan's expression froze. Unwilling to admit it, he turned his head to look at Guhai. Guhai was not in a rush to answer. Instead, he remained silent for a while. Silence reigned in the large hall. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng did not say anything, waiting quietly. Guhai did not know if this story was true or false. However, there was one thing for sure. If Bodhisattva Lien Sheng forcefully took Guhan away, Xiao Chen could not stop him. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng probably really wanted to take Guhan as his disciple. After a moment of silence, Guhai turned his head and asked, Guhan, what do you think? Adoptive father, this child does not know. However, this child still wants to follow by adoptive father's side. Guhan said with a complicated expression. Guhai remained silent for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, I have already entered the world of cultivation. The future is filled with uncertainty. Perhaps it will be smooth sailing. Perhaps it will be filled with danger. One cannot put all their eggs in one basket. Guhan, this is an opportunity for you. Father feels that you should take Bodhisattva Lien Sheng as your teacher. Me? Guhan's eyes filled with reluctance. Guqin did not say anything as he stood at the side. Gratitude flashed in Bodhisattva Lien Sheng's eyes as he looked at Guhai. Guhan stared at Guhai and saw the determination in Guhai's eyes. Adoptive father, I'll listen to you, Guhan finally said after taking a deep breath. Solemnly, he said, Acknowledge me as your teacher, then, Guhai said after taking a deep breath. Guhan stood up and kowtowed to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Master, please accept this disciple's 3 kowtows. Thud, thud, thud. Solemnly, Guhan kowtowed 3 times to Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Good, good. Guhan, in the future, follow Master to continue studying Buddhism and become a true Buddha. Take me as your teacher. Master does not have anything on him, so I'll give this demon-subduing hoop to you first. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng sighed. As Bodhisattva Lien Sheng spoke, he handed over a bracelet. Guhan looked at Guhai. You cannot refuse an elder's gift. Since your teacher gave it to you, just accept it. Guhai nodded. Guhan nodded and carefully received the bracelet. This demon-subduing hoop comes with a small space for storing miscellaneous items, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said with a smile. Yes. Guhan nodded. Many thanks to Mr. Good for granting my wish. Since I have accepted Guhan, I will take my leave. Time does not wait for me. I also sense another close friend reincarnating in the West. That aura appears intermittently. I need to bring Guhan over immediately, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng said gratefully as he looked at Guhai. I'll have to trouble you to wait for half a day. Guhan will be leaving soon. Let me help him pack his luggage and give him some instructions. Guhai said solemnly. That's fine. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng nodded. Guqin ran around, helping Guhan gather large amounts of resources and organize various things. However, Guhai and Guhan conversed in private. "Adoptive father, you want me to take you as my teacher?" Guhan said with a frown. However, Guhai extended his hand and interrupted Guhan. Shaking his head, he pointed to the brush and ink at the side. Guhan's expression changed as he nodded. "Guhan, Bodhisattva Lien Sheng is a kind and compassionate person. Many people I met said this, and he even helped me a few times. He should be a kind person. Along the way, you should properly learn from Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Do not be negligent," Guhai said. At the same time, Guhai started writing on a piece of paper. "I have not interacted much, so I cannot see through Bodhisattva Lien Sheng. Whether he is good or bad, you can judge for yourself. However, he sincerely wants to take you in as a disciple. Learn well and become stronger. The disaster that happened to your mother cannot happen again in my Gu residence. Yes, father, don't worry. I will definitely properly learn from master." Solemnly Guhan nodded. "You will be leaving soon. I got your big brother to prepare many things for you. When the time comes, you can go and take a look. Bring these things with you. At the very least, they will make your life more comfortable," Guhai said. As he spoke, he started writing again. "Remember, everyone has their own desires. I do not believe in people who truly have no desires. You cannot distrust them, but you cannot fully trust them. Think thrice before you act." "Yes, many thanks, father. This child will remember." Solemnly Guhan nodded. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened. "Adoptive father, second brother. I have already prepared second brother's things." Guqin stepped into the room. "Guhan, be careful on your way. We will meet again in the future in the divine continent," Guhai said. At the same time, he started writing on the paper. "I do not know much about Buddhist cultivation. However, I have 6 words here. They might be useful or not. Remember them and comprehend them yourself in the future. Om Mani Padme Hum." After Guhai finished writing, he tossed the paper into the brazier at the side. Om Mani Padme Hum? Confusion flashed in Guhan's eyes. However, he still nodded at solemnly Guhan and said, "Yes." After all the papers were burned, the group walked out of the room. The courtyard outside the room was already filled with items. Bodhisattva Lien Sheng waited at the side. Guhan stretched out his hand and collected all the items into his demon subduing ring. "Mr. Good, I will bring Guhan away. Then." Bodhisattva Lien Sheng smiled at Guhai. Guhai nodded. "Second brother, take care," Guqin said somewhat reluctantly. Guhan nodded at Guqin. Then he turned around and knelt before Guhai. He kowtowed 3 times before standing up. "Let's go." Bodhisattva Lien Sheng waved his hand. Whoosh! Xiao Chun carried Guhan and soared into the sky, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. "Adoptive father, why did you not ask Bodhisattva Lien Sheng for help with the clear river sex problem?" Guqin asked with a frown as he looked at the shrinking dots in the distance. "There are some favors that can be owed and some that cannot," Guhai said while shaking his head. Chapter 111, Adoptive Father. Why didn't you ask Bodhisattva Lien Sheng for help with the clear river sex problem? Guqin asked with a frown as he looked at the shrinking dots in the distance. "There are some favors that can be owed and some that cannot be owed," Guhai said while shaking his head. "Oh," Guqin said, feeling confused. "Furthermore, we do not need Bodhisattva Lien Sheng for the Clear River sect. Why should we trouble him?" Guhai smiled. "However, the Clear River sect has a ritual array protecting it. There is a spirit stone mine outside the Clear River sect. However, Song Pingsheng definitely took away all the spirit stones." Only the mine remains. Who knows how long it would take to mine it slowly? Without spirit stones, how is adoptive father going to lay the ritual array? Guqin frowned. There will be spirit stones. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Oh, have you forgotten what our Gu residence is for? Gu Hai smiled. Our Gu residence. A merchant who borrows chickens to lay eggs? Guqin's expression changed. That's right. Many principles in the world are interconnected. If we need something, why not borrow it? Wouldn't it be fine as long as we pay sufficient interest? Gu Hai said with certainty. However, who are we borrowing from? We. Guqin showed a complicated expression. However, his expression changed in the next moment. Adoptive father, are you talking about borrowing from the cultivators spying on our Gu residence? Borrowing from the cultivators preparing to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach? Guqin looked at Gu Hai in shock. Why not? Gu Hai smiled. But, all right. Guqin revealed a bitter expression. You can view this as a business transaction. If we take over the Clear River sect, won't we have an endless supply of spirit stones? At that time, we will pay double the spirit stones we borrowed. We will still profit, right? Don't feel too conflicted. Just view it as a business transaction. That will do. Gu Hai said. Yes. Quickly go and do it. Use my name and Elite Hall's name to borrow the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach as collateral. I will place the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach in a conspicuous place. Gu Hai said. Yes. 2 hours later. All the cultivators outside the Gu residence received invitations from the Gu residence. Quick, come and look. Gu Hai took out the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach. A cultivator shouted from afar. Suddenly, large numbers of Xiozha heard the sound and gathered around. However, Xiaochun saw that the Gu residence was still enveloped by a fog ritual array. However, at the edge of the grand cloud mist formation was a high platform. On the high platform was a dazzling golden peach. The peach was right in front of him. As long as he jumped, he would be able to get it. But at this moment, no one dared to snatch it. All of them looked at the Century Lifespan Immortality peaches with complicated expressions. Century Lifespan Immortality peach? Is it really the Century Lifespan Immortality peach? Just now, someone told me that Gu Hai wants to borrow spirit stones from us. I'll borrow it for a month. After a month, I'll return you double the amount. Are you kidding me? Gu Hai wants to borrow spirit stones from us. I'll double it in 1 month. With the Century Lifespan Immortality peach as a hostage, everyone can guard it. Elite Hall's reputation should be correct. Do you need to borrow spirit stones? Many Xiozha showed suspicious expressions as they looked at the nearby Century Lifespan Immortality peach. Greed filled their eyes. However, despite their greed, no one dared to snatch it. Now, everyone knew that they could not snatch the Century Lifespan Immortality peach just because they wanted to. Gu Hai wants to borrow spirit stones. Gu Hai already snatched so many spirit stones from the Great Feng Mafia family. Is that not enough? Indeed, he sure wants to get it. I definitely won't lend it to him. Many people were not willing, but some were willing. The Gu residents set up many tables outside the ritual array. Many Gu residents' servants stood at the sides, in charge of writing promissory notes. Some evil men were in charge of protecting them. Is it true that we'll double the amount in 1 month? A Xiozha asked as he walked to a table. You can go and ask around. Since my master said so, when has he ever gone back on his word? An old shopkeeper at that table said, as he rolled his eyes. In that case, I'll borrow 10 inferior grade spirit stones to try. That Xiozha said after thinking for a while. Sorry, my master said that the minimum loan is 10 medial grade spirit stones. We don't want anything less. It's too troublesome to register. that old shopkeeper said as he rolled his eyes. What? The other Xiozha immediately glared. 10 medial-grade spirit stones equaled 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. This Guhai had a huge appetite. I'll return 20 medial-grade spirit stones to you in 1 month. Where else have you encountered such a good deal? Only my master. You don't even trust Elite Hall's reputation? Hurry up. Hurry up. If you don't want to lend, don't block the people behind you, the old shopkeeper said coldly. Indeed, if you don't want to lend, I'll do it, just for the sake of this century lifespan immortality peach. I'm willing to lend, too. Indeed, just for Elite Hall's reputation, I'm willing to lend, too. The group of people at the back started making a ruckus. Some of them were evil men pretending to be ordinary Xiozha. Who says I'm not going to lend? One superior grade spirit stone. That Xiozha said with a glare. 1 superior grade spirit stone. 1 month later, return 2. Sign your name. Go over there and sign the huge promissory note. The old shopkeeper said seriously. That Xiozha signed a bunch of things in a daze. Then he took the promissory note and was led to a large silk cloth at the side. Then he compared the promissory note and wrote his name on the silk cloth again. After that, no one bothered with him. That Xiozha grabbed the promissory note and looked at it. Then he showed a complicated expression. Can I really get it back in 1 month? Senior brother, you actually borrowed a superior grade spirit stone. Can you get it back? A cultivator at the side asked out of curiosity. Nonsense. Even if I don't trust Guhai, do you think I don't trust Elite Hall? Will Elite Hall renege on their debt? 1 month later, it will be 2 superior grade spirit stones. Why are you still not going? Are you fools? That Xiozha shouted. In the blink of an eye, the person who borrowed the spirit stone made up his mind and started encouraging the others to go. With a start, the rest went much smoother. At the top of the soaring pagoda in the Gu residence, Guhai quietly watched the noisy scene outside. Adoptive father, even these Xiozha are convinced by your reputation, Guqin said with a smile. No, I can borrow it, not because of my reputation, but because of Elite Hall's reputation. Elite Hall's reputation is credibility. This is not enough. Next, I used the century lifespan immortality peach to show my sincerity. Next, I put out a large promissory note for them to monitor and lower their guard. Finally, I used the promise of twice the profit every month to tempt them into borrowing the spirit stones. I paid too much. My risk was greater than theirs. This is a great taboo for us merchant clans. However, I had no choice. Guhai shook his head and sighed. 3 days later, the lone deadline came. Outside the Gu residence, a large piece of silk with names written all over it was on display for everyone to see. Next, the century lifespan immortality peach was placed before everyone as a pledge. Countless Xiozha waited, each with their own thoughts. Guhai led the 3,000 evil men out of the Gu residence. Then, he headed for the Clear River sect. At the Clear River sect, Song Pingsheng smashed a vase on the ground. Frustration filled Song Pingsheng's face. Guhai lied to me? The challenge letter was fake. He went to the first Song sect. Song Pingsheng said with an unsightly expression. The group of first Song sect disciples lowered their heads, not saying anything. You bunch of trash. If not for Mr. Fu, I would still be in the dark. Song Pingsheng said angrily. Fu Shui sat on a chair at the side, drinking tea as he watched everything coldly. All right, Sect Master Song. Now is not the time to talk about this. Has that old man, the Clear River Sect Master, confessed? Song Pingsheng suppressed the rage in his heart and took a deep breath. Then he shook his head and said, Not yet. He is very stubborn. Stubborn? In that case, let's put in more effort. Fu Shui's eyes turned somewhat gloomy. Oh, he is from the Yuanying state. Modifying him will consume a lot of my energy. However, for the sake of the dragon vein, we need to get to the bottom of this. Bring me over. I'll modify him. Fu Shui said coldly. That's fine. Song Pingxing answered. 2 days later, in this large hall, Fu Shui and Song Pingxing sat together, both of them showing sullen expressions. He entered the netherworld. That venerable Lu Nian is a problem. There is also that unborn man. Fu Shui said with a sullen expression. He does not know how venerable Lu Nian returned. He only knows that he returned from somewhere in the Clear River sect. How troublesome. If we know where they returned, we can set up an ambush in advance. We can also capture venerable Lu Nian, Song Pingxing said with a frown. Continue searching, then. Search every place in the Clear River sect. Fu Shui said seriously. Song Pingxing nodded. Guhai has Bodhisattva Lian Sheng. However, based on that Bodhisattva Lian Sheng's attitude toward me, it means that he does not want to participate in our matters. This is good as well. However, we cannot barge into the Gu residence. Fu Shui said with a frown. Guhai went to the first Song sect once. Will he go a second time? Given Guhai's deceptive methods, how can the sect disciples not be deceived? Fu Shui's expression sank as he said, That's right. Hence, I need to return. You have to be careful as well. He might come to the Clear River sect as well. I'll guard the Clear River sect, and you guard the first Song sect. It is best to be careful. Had I known that Guhai was so difficult to deal with, I would have destroyed him long ago. Song Pingxing said coldly. Fu Shui nodded. Then he flew out of the large hall and quickly headed for the first Song sect. As Song Pingxing watched Fu Shui leave, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Fu Shui, I am putting the entire first Song sect on the line. Don't disappoint me. For the sake of the dragon vein, any loss is worth it. Chapter 112. Clear River Sect. Inside a pavilion, Song Pingxing looked at a red-clad first Song sect disciple before him. Not long ago, Guhai laid the 28 line pair world ritual array in the first Song sect. Song Pingxing looked at that red-clad disciple. Yes, that ritual array is very powerful. Even the primogenitor did not gain an advantage over it, leaving more than 100 wounds on his body. A flood dragon? Even a flood dragon's physical body could not endure it? Song Pingxing said with an unsightly expression. Sect Master, I think that the Clear River sect still needs to be careful. That Guhai is treacherous and crafty. He has the ritual array, but... That red-clad disciple said worriedly. What are you afraid of? Didn't Fu Shui say that? Guhai needs a large number of spirit stones. Does he still have spirit stones? Back then, he used my sect's spirit stone mine in the first Song sect. Now, he does not have any spirit stones. How is he going to lay the ritual array? If he cannot lay the ritual array, he is just an innate realm cultivator. Song Pingxing said coldly. Yes, the key is spirit stones. Guhai does not have any spirit stones. Report. A white-clad disciple rushed into the hall. Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to monitor the Gu residence? Did something happen at the Gu residence? Song Pingxing asked seriously. Yes, this subordinate is here to report. That Guhai is borrowing spirit stones from all the nearby cultivators. The white-clad disciple said anxiously. Borrowing spirit stones? What a joke. Those people were all preparing to rob Guhai. How could they lend spirit stones to Guhai? Song Pingxing said coldly. However, they did. Furthermore, they borrowed everything they had. The white-clad disciple said with a bitter smile. Song Pingxing. How can that be? Are they crazy? Are they lending spirit stones to Guhai? Song Pingxing said angrily while glaring. The white-clad disciple immediately explained everything. Song Pingsheng. Sect Master, Guhai already has spirit stones. The red-clad disciple at the side said with an unsightly expression. Song Pingsheng quivered. That's right, Guhai has spirit stones. Does that mean he can set up arrays? It is impossible for Guhai to leave the spirit stones at home. He will definitely make a move. He will either go to the First Song sect or the Clear River sect. It's very likely that he's already on his way here. The red-clothed disciple said with an ugly expression. There is no need to worry. It is useless even if they come. The Clear River sect's array is already activated. They cannot enter. Song Pingsheng said. However, the 28-line pair worldly formation is truly powerful. We can't be careless. Back then, it was a heaven-shaking roar that came from the grand array that beat back the progenitor. The red-clothed disciple said worriedly, Don't worry. He definitely won't be able to break the Clear River sect's grand array. By the way, what was the first roar in the 28-line pair world grand array? Song Pingsheng asked with a frown. I can't remember clearly. I think. The red-robed disciple tried to recall. At that moment, a deafening roar came from outside the Clear Stream sect. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is peerless. Hung. A loud sound rang out. Suddenly, the Clear River sect shook like mountains were shaking. The pavilion that Song Pingsheng stood in shook violently. Sect Master, Guhai is here. Guhai broke the ritual array. Sect Master, the protective ritual array broke. Guhai is here. The shouts of the First Song sect disciples rang out in the surroundings. Right. That's the voice. He has the strength to pick up mountains, and his might unrivaled. The red-clothed disciple suddenly shouted. Scram! Song Pingsheng roared while glaring, kicking the red-clothed disciple to the ground. Do you think I don't know at this point? Do I need you to tell me? Bunch of trash. I told you to investigate Guhai's whereabouts. You only discovered it when Guhai broke the ritual array. What is the use of having you? Song Pingsheng shouted, while glaring. Song Pingsheng soared into the air as he roared, flying in the direction of the loud sound. Outside the Clear River sect, within a large ritual array formed by clouds and fog, quickly collect the spirit stones. Guhai shouted, Whoosh! Whoosh! The clouds and fog immediately scattered, and the evil men collected the spirit stones. Then, they followed Guhai into the interior of the Clear River sect. My lord, it's over there. That peak is where the Hall Master used to live. Chen Tianshan pointed in a direction. Let's go. Guhai shouted. Rumble. The 3,000 evil men followed closely behind. It's Guhai. Stop right there. How bold. Guhai, how dare you barge into the Clear River sect? Some First Song sect disciples immediately appeared in the surroundings. They all held up their weapons and pointed them at Guhai. Don't bother with them. They only dare to shout. Guhai shouted. Yes, the 3,000 evil men answered. Indeed, the group of First Song sect disciples who shouted earlier did not dare to go forward. They had heard of the ferocious might of this group of people many times. If they went forward in groups of 2s and 3s, they would be trampled to death without even fighting. Rumble! The group of evil men quickly ran into the distance. My lord, it's Song Pingsheng. One of the evil men suddenly shouted. Guhai! Suddenly, a furious shout rang out in the air. Lay the ritual array. Guhai shouted, his expression changing. Bang! The 3,000 evil men had already received instructions, so they quickly buried the spirit stones. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and boundless fog suddenly rose from the ground. This fog enveloped everyone. Who? Song Pingsheng suddenly stopped in midair. Guhai, you are really bold. To think that you dare to barge in. Song Pingxing shouted while glaring. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might conquers the world. Xing. Suddenly, a huge halberd charged out of the boundless fog. Song Pingxing's expression changed as he swung his sword. Boom! The manifested sword and the halberd clashed. With a loud sound, the manifested sword shattered. However, the halberd's momentum did not decrease as it continued towards Song Pingxing. Oh no! Song Pingxing's expression changed as he moved back. Rip! The halberd chopped off Song Pingxing's sleeve. A large wound appeared on Song Pingxing's arm, causing blood to flow out. After retreating far away, Song Pingxing showed a ferocious expression. Humph! Gu Hai, you are truly seeking death. Are the spirit stones you borrowed enough? I heard from Fu Shui that you drained a large number of spirit stones at the first Song sect. Are the spirit stones you borrowed enough for you? Let's see what you are going to do when you run out of spirit stones. The surrounding first Song sect disciples and Clear River sect traders surrounded Song Pingxing. Song Pingxing, you are seeking death this time. To think that you dare to attack Elite Hall. Are you tired of living? I am here today to take you down. In the name of Elite Hall, Gu Hai said coldly from the ritual array. Humph! Why don't you come? Then, ha 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 ha, you can't leave, right? Your ritual array can only stop in one place and cannot be moved, right? Song Pingxing sneered. The 28-line pair world ritual array could not be moved. Once it ran out of spirit stones, it would be Gu Hai's end. Buzz. The cloudy ritual array trembled slightly. Then it slowly started to move. What? Sect Master, how can this ritual array move? It's moving. It's really moving. Quick, move back. The expressions of the first Song sect disciples changed dramatically. Song Pingxing's expression also changed dramatically. It's moving? That's impossible. Why is it moving? Didn't Fu Shui say that the 28-line pair world ritual array could not be moved? However, the ritual array slowly moved in one direction. The 3,000 evil men fanned out in the cloudy ritual array again, sending their veritable energy forward to Gu Hai, who was at the very front. As Gu Hai stretched out his hand, he sent out boundless clouds and fog. At the same time, 10-odd evil men focused on collecting the spirit stones on the ground. The 28-line pair world ritual array had already been removed. Now, it was the Heavenly Saber death match. The group of evil men supported Gu Hai and slowly headed for where Long Wanqing used to live. Everywhere the evil men passed, the group of spirit-assimilated cultivators dodged in horror. Song Pingxing flew in the air, wanting to barge into the ritual array several times to see what was going on. However, he stopped every time. The might of that halberd was still fresh in his mind. If he had not dodged quickly, perhaps, why can it move? Why can the 28-line pair world ritual array move? Song Pingxing showed a ferocious expression. However, the ritual array continued to move slowly. It slowly headed for a mountain peak. Song Pingxing and the 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded the cloudy ritual array, not daring to go forward. However, they could not just let Gu Hai wander about as he pleased. When would he run out of spirit stones? Sect Master, that direction. They are going in that direction. A spirit-assimilated cultivator suddenly exclaimed. Song Pingxing's expression changed. Isn't that direction where Long Wanqing used to live? That is where I left the Clear River sect to search. Could it be that Gu Hai knows how to find the entrance to Venerable Lu Nian's return? Or perhaps Gu Hai is here to summon Venerable Lu Nian back. Right, that must be the case. Song Pingxing's expression changed. Song Pingxing had never been able to see through Venerable Lu Nian. This person was cultured and refined. However, Venerable Lu Nian had discovered that Song Pingxing had eavesdropped on Long Wanqing's conversations several times. This showed that this person was extraordinary. I have to stop Gu Hai. That's not right. I have a solution. Song Pingsheng narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! Song Pingsheng suddenly flew into the distance, vanishing from everyone's sight. My lord! Song Pingsheng disappeared. Qin Tianshan called out. Ignore him. Go to the hall master's residence first. Gu Hai called out. Yes, everyone answered. The group quickly rushed to the mountain peak where Long Wanqing was. At this moment, Song Pingsheng led the group around Gu Hai and flew to Long Wanqing's residence. Tie him up. Make it look more like it. Song Pingsheng shouted. Yes. The spirit-assimilated cultivators quickly tied a man to a torture rack with chains. This man was none other than the Clear River Sect master. The Clear River Sect master showed a complicated expression. He showed a pained expression. Clear River Sect master, Li Qinghe, you are already on the same side as us. What is there to struggle about? You can't turn back. Song Pingsheng said coldly. Li Qinghe showed an unsightly expression, but he still nodded. I know. I am neither human nor ghost because of you. I can't turn back. However, Song Pingsheng, you will not have a good ending either. Why didn't you say that when you were eating people? Furthermore, Li Qinghe, you are a mutated spirit-assimilated cultivator. Even Fu Shui is envious of your mutated mystical abilities. Remember this. You are spirit-assimilated by Fu Shui. He is your primogenitor. If the primogenitor wants you to die, you will die. What is the point of remaining loyal to Elite Hall? All right, I won't speak nonsense with you. In a while, Gu Hai will be coming over. Pretend to be a prisoner, and then you know what will happen. Song Pingsheng said sullenly. Humph. Li Qinghe snorted coldly. All right, Gu Hai and the others are coming. Let's go. Song Pingsheng shouted. Whoosh. Song Pingsheng led the spirit-assimilated cultivators away, leaving Li Qinghe tied to the torture rack, looking haggard and unconscious. Chapter 113. There were many houses on the mountain peak where Long Wanqing stayed. Gu Hai's group quickly arrived at the mountain peak, shrouded in fog. The spirit-assimilated cultivators and Song Pingsheng surrounded them, all of them watching with sullen expressions. Due to the fog ritual array, everyone felt fear in their hearts. Sect Master, there should be no problem, right? A spirit-assimilated cultivator asked softly. Fu Shui's guess was right. Gu Hai went to the first Song sect and got some information. He knows how to find Venerable Lu Nian. Song Pingsheng said with an unsightly expression, My lord, we are here. Qin Tianshan called out. Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai ordered. Begin. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. 10 odd evil men separated from the group and quickly laid the ritual array using the remaining spirit stones according to the method that Gu Hai taught them. Then, they laid the 28 line pair world ritual array shrouded in fog again. It's done. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. All the evil men let go at the same time. The fog immediately scattered. The instant the fog scattered, everything was exposed. All the spirit-assimilated cultivators' expressions changed. Ah, isn't this the 28 line pair world ritual array? Is this the simplified heavenly saber death match with layering of energy? Many people recognized it. After all, this was what the Great Feng Mafia family used to capture Li Wei. Gu Hai, how dare you lie to me? Song Pingsheng glared as he swung his sword. It was not earlier, but it is now. Rise. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. All of a sudden, rolling white fog rose from the ground and enveloped the entire mountain peak in an instant. Break. Xiang Yu's shout came from the white fog. Xing. Xiang Yu swung his halberd again. Boom. Song Pingsheng's manifested sword scattered. Song Pingxing's expression changed as he quickly retreated, barely dodging the attack. Gu Hai, I won't let you off. Song Pingxing roared furiously. Fog covered the entire mountain peak. The evil men immediately heaved sighs of relief and guffawed. They looked at Gu Hai with even more respect. There was nothing that Sir couldn't do. Search that rock, Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The 3,000 evil men quickly rushed about. Gu Hai also rushed to the room where Long Wanqing used to live. Although Gao Xianji got the news from the 3 servants, she couldn't describe what the stone looked like. Everyone quickly searched for him. Ah, it's the sect master, Chen Tianshan exclaimed in wild joy. Not far away, on a rack, Li Qinghe was being tortured, unconscious. Chen Tianshan was about to step forward. Director Chen, you can't, Gao Xianji suddenly shouted. What are you doing? Chen Tianshan asked, glaring. My lord's order is to find the stone first and deal with Li Qinghe later. I feel that something is wrong, Gao Xianji shouted. But you guys look for the stones, I'll go. Chen Tianshan shouted. Have you forgotten about the innate puzzle world? Gao Xianji shouted. Chen Tianshan's expression changed as he nodded. The group quickly went around the rack and searched the various rooms. Li Qinghe pretended to be unconscious on the rack. However, his face twitched. Li Qinghe did not expect that these people would be on guard against him, even though he already looked so miserable. Did they not have any sympathy for him? What were they looking for? Found it, my lord. Scar suddenly cried out in joy. Oh! Everyone ran out of their rooms. Scar held a stone and walked over to Gu Hai. My lord, quickly summoned Venerable Lu Nian back. Our spirit stones will run out soon, Shang Wanhen said anxiously from not far away. Running out of spirit stones? Everyone's expression changed. Smash it, Gu Hai shouted. In the distance, Li Qinghe opened his eyes and suddenly charged forward. Boom! The rack exploded, and Li Qinghe suddenly charged over. Then, he charged at the stone in Scar's hand. The expressions of the evil men changed. Sect Master, Chen Tianshan's expression changed. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unrivaled, a loud roar rang out. However, Gu Hai was the most alert. He suddenly materialized his halberd. Boom! The halberd smashed into Li Qinghe. Bang! Ah! Li Qinghe dodged by the skin of his teeth. However, the halberd chopped off his right arm. He clutched his right arm, horror in his eyes. Sect Master, what are you doing? Chen Tianshan exclaimed. It's over. My lord, the spirit stones are shattering. The evil man in charge of the ritual array on the other side said, anxiously. Pa! Dao Ba suddenly crushed the stone. Buzz! Space trembled slightly, but it soon stopped. Where is he? Gao Xianji's expression changed. He's gone. Venerable Lu Nian did not come out. Was he tricked? Chen Tianshan exclaimed. No, he shouldn't have been tricked. However, Venerable Lu Nian just received the news and still needs to rush back. He still needs some time, Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. My lord, there are not enough spirit stones. What should we do? The evil men in charge of the ritual array asked anxiously. Ha 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 ha. There are not enough spirit stones. The ritual array can no longer support it, right? Li Qinghe guffawed. Sect Master, we are here to save you. Why are you? Chen Tianshan said anxiously. Li Qinghe's expression changed. Sometimes it was sorrowful, sometimes it was angry. Save me? You only came now. You only came now. What is the point of coming now? What is the point? Li Qinghe shouted in grief and indignation. However, aren't you still alive? Chen Tianshan cried out, feeling confused. Whoosh! Suddenly, Li Qinghe's body was surrounded by a scarlet evil aura. When the evil aura appeared, It was like a storm that wrapped around Li Qinghe. Crack, crack, crack. A spirit-assimilated cultivator. Everyone's expression changed. Is there still any use? Is there still any use? Li Qinghe roared in grief and indignation. Sect Master Li, let's give this matter further thought. Gu Hai shouted. Give this matter further thought. Humph. It is already too late. Turn all of you into stone. Li Qinghe said coldly. As Li Qinghe spoke coldly, his eyes suddenly released a dazzling red light. Turn into stone? Everyone revealed confused expressions. What does that mean? However, Gu Hai's expression changed. He shouted, Don't look at his eyes. As Gu Hai spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might conquers the world. A halberd suddenly appeared out of nowhere and chopped down at Li Qinghe. Ah, ah. As the evil men screamed miserably, their bodies immediately stiffened. Their bodies grew increasingly stiff, and they slowly turned gray. Then they froze in place, motionless. Roar. Li Qinghe punched at the halberd. Crack, crack. As the halberd chopped down, it vanished. Boom. A loud sound rang out as Li Qinghe crashed into the illusory halberd. Bang! The halberd knocked Li Qinghe into the air. Then he vomited a mouthful of blood in midair. A huge gash opened from his right shoulder to his left waist, and his internal organs spilled out. Bang! Li Qinghe landed at the foot of the mountain outside the ritual array. The halberd was also completely shattered at that moment. Now that Xiao Chun had drained all his spirit stones, he could no longer form the halberd. Crack, crack, crack. Aside from Gu Hai averting his gaze for an instant, all the 3,000 evil men on the mountain peak stiffened and slowly turned to stone. Gu Hai stood among the stone statues and inhaled sharply. Medusa? Snake-headed people? Petrification magic power? Qin Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Scar, Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai called out to everyone. However, everyone had already turned into stone statues, not moving at all. No one knew how long Venerable Lu Nian would take to return. At this moment, the ritual array had already drained most of its spirit stones. It could no longer form the halberd, leaving only this hazy white fog. No one knew how much longer the white fog could last. Outside, Li Qinghe landed on the ground, spraying out a large amount of blood. The spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately surrounded him. Li Qinghe, are you all right? Song Pingxing quickly took out a medicinal pill and handed it to him. I am out of strength. It's all up to you. I have already petrified everyone. His ritual array is broken as well. Without spirit stones, he can no longer form the halberd. Quickly go in. They crushed the stone to summon Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian will be back soon. Li Qinghe called out weakly. Li Qinghe's stomach was already ripped open. He could survive only because of his strength. However, he could no longer enter the ritual array. Venerable Lu Nian will be back soon. Song Pingxing's expression changed. Quickly go in. I petrified all of them. The ritual array is also broken. Quickly, Li Qinghe shouted. They are all petrified. The ritual array is broken. Song Pingxing's eyes lit up. Everyone, listen up. Song Pingxing shouted, as though he was summoning all the spirit-assimilated cultivators. Inside the ritual array, Gu Hai suddenly heard Song Pingxing's shout. Knowing that the situation was bad, he immediately stopped inspecting the stone statues and shouted, Song Pingxing, why are you still not coming in and sending yourselves to death? Gu Hai's shout caused Song Pingxing's words to stop abruptly. Didn't you say that everyone was petrified? Song Pingxing stared at Li Qinghe. Only Gu Hai remains. He managed to dodge. Quickly, he is the only one left. Crush him to death at any time. Li Qinghe shouted. Song Pingxing showed hesitation on his face. The ritual array no longer has spirit stones to support it. Quickly, take down Gu Hai, Li Qinghe called out anxiously. Song Pingxing looked at Li Qinghe, then at the ritual array before him. However, he did not dare to take the risk. Li Qinghe was spirit assimilated, and his life force was stronger. Hence, he did not die. If Song Pingxing got hit by the halberd, he would be finished. Is the ritual array really crippled? Song Pingxing felt anxious, as Venerable Lu Nian would be returning soon. They needed to lay in ambush. Hence, they needed to break this ritual array. Everyone, listen up. The ritual array no longer has any power. All the evil men have been petrified. Only Gu Hai remains. Take down Gu Hai. Quickly, take down Gu Hai. Song Pingxing shouted. The spirit-assimilated cultivators looked at each other and nodded in the end. Then, they drew their weapons and ventured into the fog. The 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators slowly entered the ritual array. At the center of the ritual array, Gu Hai looked at the 3,000 petrified evil men with a sullen expression. Indeed, the ritual array was already useless. Venerable Lu Nian had not returned yet. Now, Xiao Chun had to face 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators and Song Pingxing alone. The ritual array really did not block me. The ritual array is really crippled. Ha ha! Quickly, follow me up the mountain. A spirit-assimilated cultivator's joyful voice came from the fog. More spirit-assimilated cultivators entered the ritual array. However, Song Pingxing supported Li Qinghe. His eyelids twitched slightly as he waited quietly. The 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators headed up the mountain. Now, only Gu Hai remained on the mountain. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly as he let out a long breath. Then, he tore open the clothes on his chest. Whoosh! Surging black energy came out of Gu Hai's body. Suddenly, a rib bone pierced through the skin at his chest, and a handle slowly appeared. Life Ender, fight with me, Gu Hai said with a cold look in his eyes. Xing. Xiao Chun drew the Life Ender saber from his chest, and surging black energy poured out. Chapter 114. At Song Pingxing's command, the spirit-assimilated cultivators charged at the ritual array. The ritual array is broken. It is just fog, just fog. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry up the mountain! A spirit-assimilated cultivator cried out in pleasant surprise. It's the same over here. It is just fog. Ha ha! Only Gu Hai is here. Capture him. He can't run. The spirit-assimilated cultivators rushed up the mountain. As they rushed up the mountain, they quickly transformed, covering their bodies in a scarlet aura. Their hair turned into snakeheads, and they pushed their strength to the limits. After all, Gu Hai was infamous. Although the spirit-assimilated cultivators had come on orders, they still remained extremely careful. Outside, Song Pingxing protected Li Qinghe as he looked coldly at the ritual array. Song Pingxing, go in. Quickly. If you go, you can crush Gu Hai to death with just a stretch of your hand. Li Qinghe urged. However, Song Pingxing shook his head and said, This Gu Hai knows how to trick. Wait a little longer. You don't believe me? Li Qinghe asked, feeling depressed. Song Pingxing ignored him, waiting patiently. The 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators rushed up the mountain. Soon, the first spirit-assimilated cultivator reached the summit. Despite the fog, the spirit-assimilated cultivators still managed to see 3,000 stone statues. Stone statues? Is what Li Qinghe said true? That spirit-assimilated cultivator said, his eyes lighting up. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black saber charged over. Oh no! That spirit-assimilated cultivator's expression changed, as he quickly dodged. However, the black saber still managed to open a bloody wound. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large amount of black energy poured into the wound around the black saber. Many small skulls materialized in the black energy. Crack, crack, crack. The small skulls quickly tore at that spirit-assimilated cultivator's flesh. Guhai? Arg. That spirit-assimilated cultivator had just discovered Guhai when he screamed miserably. Countless skulls entered his body, and he turned into a bloody mess in the blink of an eye. Crack, crack, crack. Just as Guhai was about to leave, the black gas had already passed through his body, leaving behind a pile of bones. After consuming the spirit-assimilated cultivator's flesh, the small skull immediately turned into black energy and entered the life ender saber. In the blink of an eye, energy surged into Guhai's body. Phew, so comfortable. Guhai exhaled deeply, as if all the pores on his body had opened up in an instant. Just now, that spirit-assimilated cultivator's scream instantly spread out in all directions. Outside the array, Song Pingxing's expression changed. She grabbed her long sword and put her guard up. The countless spirit-assimilated cultivators in the fog also paused. The snakeheads filled with frustration. Quick, I saw it. It's Guhai. He's the one who killed senior brother. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. At that moment, Guhai slashed his saber at him. Dang! The saber and sword clashed. The life ender saber instantly broke that person's sword and cut open one of the snake heads. Who? Billowing black gas surged out. Arg! 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 That person screamed miserably as he suddenly turned into a pile of withered bones. The miserable cries sounded incredibly horrifying, flustering the others in the ritual array. The fog spread out, and the spirit-assimilated cultivators slowed significantly. The spirit-assimilated cultivators slowly formed groups and headed for the center. The group's vision was not clear. Only Guhai could see clearly. Xing. With one saber strike, Guhai charged into a small group of 5. It's Guhai. Quickly, kill him. Arg. Dang. 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 In the small group of 5, Guhai started a massacre. Fortunately, they were all innate realm cultivators. Guhai was a 7th-layer innate realm cultivator and cultivated a physical cultivation technique. His explosive power rivaled a golden core realm cultivator's. Furthermore, the life ender saber in his hand was a divine weapon. With one strike, he shattered the spirit-assimilated cultivator's manifested sword body. As long as a wound appeared, thousands of skeletons immediately gnawed at that spirit-assimilated cultivator. Arg! 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 What saber is that? No. How long have you been in the innate realm? How can you be so strong? Amid a series of miserable cries, black energy swept out, and piles of withered bones appeared. The miserable cries made the surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators even more cautious. The snake heads on their heads looked around in a frenzy. Guhai, come out. I'm going to eat your heart and liver. I'm going to eat you. Come out. Miserable cries and curses rang out in the fog. However, the group of spirit-assimilated cultivators did not dare to leave. They only stuck close to each other, keeping their guard up. As Guhai held the life ender saber, his body trembled as energy surged into his body. This was an indescribable excitement. Amid this excitement, he felt like he was going to kill everyone. Crack, 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 crack. A large amount of black energy surrounded Guhai, looking like it was encasing him. As more spirit-assimilated cultivators died, the black energy increased as well. Xiaochen rubbed his left shoulder. A spirit-assimilated cultivator's sword had inflicted a wound on his left shoulder while he was killing the demon earlier. However, Guhai did not care about this wound. Instead, he surrounded the stone statue, doing his best to protect it. There are more over there. Guhai glared as he charged at another group of 10 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Guhai is coming. Quick, over here. Come over here together. A spirit-assimilated cultivator suddenly roared, his snake heads appearing extremely berserk. Dang! 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 The life ender saber cut through everything, welcoming the saber and sword as it quickly attacked the group. Shing! Shing! Many saber chi surged out as the spirit-assimilated cultivators did their best to block. After all, Guhai was too strong. Boom! Suddenly, the black energy encased a spirit-assimilated cultivator. In the blink of an eye, countless skulls gnawed at him, reducing him to a pile of bones. Arg! 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 You demon! Demon! The spirit-assimilated cultivator at the side exclaimed. Demon? You are the demons. I am the killing demon, enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Guhai shouted as he continued charging. Kill him! Rattle! Rattle! Suddenly, Guhai swung his saber, and a large number of sabers and swords broke. Without their weapons, they were even more dangerous before Guhai. Arg! 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 A series of miserable cries rang out. Only one spirit-assimilated cultivator managed to escape. Guhai gave chase. Don't chase me! Don't chase me! That spirit-assimilated cultivator cried out. Shing! The saber cut that spirit-assimilated cultivator's head. Then, Guhai turned around and ran, charging at the other spirit-assimilated cultivators. The battle in the ritual array immediately intensified. Outside, Song Pingxing's eyelids twitched wildly. How can this be? Only Guhai? In that case, why are they screaming like that? This group of trash can't even deal with one Guhai? Song Pingxing said with an unsightly expression. Song Pingxing, go. Quickly go. Li Qinghe urged anxiously. Song Pingxing's eyelids twitched wildly, but he still hesitated. Inside, Guhai finally met a golden core cultivator. Boom! The two clashed and Guhai moved back. He did not seem to be as strong as that golden core cultivator. Ha ha ha! You can't do it after meeting me, right? The innate realm is just the innate realm. That golden core cultivator with snake heads roared ferociously. Whoosh! Guhai suddenly charged over again. Again! Chop! The life ender saber chopped down again. Humph! First song sword technique. Break! That golden core spirit-assimilated cultivator roared. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud clash, and the golden core spirit-assimilated cultivator's sword broke. What saber technique is that? The golden core spirit-assimilated cultivator exclaimed. Shing! 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 The spirit-assimilated cultivator's sword chi cut a wound on Guhai's leg. Then, the life ender saber left a bloody wound on his arm. Holding his leg, Guhai turned around and fled, his movements somewhat inconvenient. Don't run, that golden core spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted coldly, wanting to give chase. Whoosh! Surging black energy wrapped around him. Arg! Arg! No! The golden core spirit-assimilated cultivator screamed miserably. Da-cha! In the blink of an eye, only a pile of withered bones remained. After a while, 200 withered bones had piled up on the mountain. The expressions of the people who charged up later changed dramatically. No, how can it be like this? The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators exclaimed. Guhai held the life ender saber as he rushed around. As for the surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators, some of them retreated in horror. Only a few of them continued to charge forward. A large number of spirit-assimilated cultivators fled, causing Song Pingxing's expression to change. Bastards! There are so many of you, but you can't kill Guhai? Song Pingxing scolded angrily. Sect master, senior brother, martial uncle, and the others all died. Did you hear that scream? There was only one scream, and it was gone. It was gone. That spirit-assimilated cultivator cried out in horror. Song Pingxing, quickly go. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Hurry! The ritual array is already broken. Only Guhai remains. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Li Qinghe called out anxiously. Song Pingxing showed a complicated expression. Kacha! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and the cloudy ritual array shook. Oh no! I used up all the spirit stones. Guhai showed an unsightly expression as he stabbed a spirit-assimilated cultivator with his saber. Walala! After draining all the spirit stones, the ritual array suddenly vanished, and the clouds slowly scattered. The spirit-assimilated cultivators fleeing down the mountain stopped and looked up. Finally, they saw Guhai clearly. Guhai held a thin, long saber. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were tattered. Blood flowed from 5 wounds on his body. Black energy surrounded Guhai, making him look like a fiendish demon. Guhai looked like a fiendish demon. Guhai guarded the 3,000 stone statues. Around the 3,000 stone statues, there were piles of white bones lying on the ground. The clothes on the bones were gone. Song Pingxing, Li Qinghe, and the spirit-assimilated cultivators goggled. Where are the corpses? Where are the corpses of the screaming senior brothers, junior brothers, and martial uncles? There are no corpses. Only those 200 skeletons? Looking at the skeletons, everyone quivered. What had happened? The spirit-assimilated cultivators did not even fear eating humans. However, when they saw the people who were alive earlier turn into bones, a chill spread from their feet to their entire bodies. The spirit-assimilated cultivators who wanted to charge up the mountain felt their scalps go numb as they stopped. Song Pingxing's face twitched as well. When she saw the black energy surrounding Guhai, she felt a chill in her heart. Quick! Go quickly! Li Qinghe shouted. All right. Song Pingxing stepped forward and soared into the air. Although Song Pingxing felt a chill in her heart, she knew that Guhai was not a match for her. She had to destroy Guhai first. Buzz! However, at this moment, a ripple appeared in the air not far from Guhai. Huh! Guhai's expression changed, revealing a look of joy. What? Could it be that Venerable Lunyan is returning? Song Pingxing's expression changed. Suddenly, Song Pingxing charged towards the ripple in the air. It looked like she would chop down Venerable Lu Nian the moment he appeared. Oh no! Guhai's expression changed. Song Pingxing was trying to ambush Venerable Lu Nian. Life Ender, chop! Guhai suddenly shouted. Then, he soared into the air and swung his saber at Song Pingxing. This saber strike contained all of Guhai's energy. Surging black energy surged towards Song Pingxing. Song Pingxing's expression changed as he swung his sword to the side. Boom! The manifested sword and saber chi clashed. The strong force knocked Guhai back. Bang! After being knocked back, Guhai crashed into a small house and fell into the rubble. Blarg! Guhai vomited a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a crack seemed to have been torn open in the void, and a white robe emerged from the crack. It's coming out. Die for me! Song Pingxing shouted and slashed out with his sword. Boom! A strong manifested sword shot towards the white robe, looking like it wanted to kill Venerable Lu Nian with one strike. Just as the sword was about to stab into the white robe, a right hand suddenly emerged from the tear in space. That right hand formed a manifested palm. Dang! The sword energy stopped in midair as it was caught by the palm energy. What? Song Pingxing's expression changed. Chapter 115. Dang! The sword energy stopped in midair as it was caught by the palm energy. What? Song Pingxing's expression changed. Song Pingxing pulled the sword with all his might. However, the manifested sword did not move at all, as if it was fixed in place. Slowly, a man in white monk robes walked out of the tear in space. This was Venerable Lu Nian. What a heavy killing chi! If not for the delay, it would have pierced into my body by now, right? Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. Crack! Venerable Lu Nian exerted force in his hand. Bang! The astral sword exploded, and a large number of cracks appeared on the sword in Song Pingxing's hand. Lu Nian. Song Pingxing raised his palm. A huge palm aura was formed and struck out with a loud bang. It was as if a storm had swept up in the void. Humph! Venerable Lu Nian snorted coldly. Then he extended his right index finger and jabbed forward. A manifested finger materialized in the air. Boom! The manifested palm exploded. However, the manifested finger did not lose any momentum, instantly arriving before Song Pingxing. Oh no! Song Pingxing's expression changed as he quickly used his elbow to block. Boom! Song Pingxing was sent flying with a loud bang. Blarg! Song Pingxing vomited a mouthful of blood in midair, showing a horrified expression. Song Pingxing had guessed that Venerable Lu Nian was ferocious, but he had not expected him to be this ferocious. Could it be that he could not resist at all? Let's go! Song Pingxing shouted. Whoosh! Song Pingxing turned around and flew down the mountain, charging at Li Qinghe. Bang! Song Pingxing grabbed Li Qinghe and flew into the distance. Sect Master ran. Sect Master is not a match for him. It's over. Let's go. The spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately turned around and fled amid startled cries. You want to leave? Humph! Venerable Lu Nian snorted coldly as he extended his left hand. A string of Buddhist prayer beads appeared on Venerable Lu Nian's left hand as he waved it at the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, many illusory images appeared on the Buddhist prayer beads. It looked like countless Buddhist prayer beads instantly flew out, encasing everyone in the surroundings. Arg! 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 Suddenly, the spirit-assimilated cultivators were bound by the Buddhist prayer beads. They seemed to be bound to their spots, unable to move. Release me! Release me! The spirit-assimilated cultivators exclaimed. In the distance, several strings of Buddhist prayer beads suddenly rushed towards the fleeing Song Pingxing and Li Qinghe. Song Pingxing's expression changed, and he struck out with a palm. Boom! All of a sudden, he smashed through a group of Buddhist bead phantoms and fled even faster. However, Venerable Lu Nian frowned as he looked around. There were 3,000 stone statues beside him. Not far away, Gu Hai lay on the ground, surrounded by black qi. Clearly, he was severely injured. There was a pile of bones on the ground, and the clear river sect was in a mess. Given Venerable Lu Nian's perception, he discovered that some of the clear river sect disciples' corpses were cut open, their hearts and livers gone. The spirit-assimilated cultivators bound by the Buddhist prayer beads all showed ferocious expressions and gave off a fishy stench. The snake heads on their heads looked incredibly evil. What happened? Where's the hall master? Venerable Lu Nian looked at Gu Hai. Quick, chase them back. The hall master is imprisoned. Quick, don't let them escape. Gu Hai shouted as he pointed in Song Pingxing's direction. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Before he could say anything, he took a step forward and gave chase. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Venerable Lu Nian arrived at the horizon. Cough! 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 Gu Hai vomited a mouthful of blood as he stood up with much difficulty. There were 200 to 300 withered bones on the ground. 500-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators were bound by the Buddhist prayer beads. Gu Hai showed a cold gaze as he hobbled over to a spirit-assimilated cultivator. What are you doing? That spirit-assimilated cultivator demanded in shock and anger. Crack! 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 The snakeheads bared their fangs and roared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai wiped the blood off his lips and revealed a sinister smile. Xing. Then, he stabbed his saber into the spirit-assimilated cultivator's body. Whoosh! The black energy suddenly entered, and the rolling skulls quickly tore at that spirit-assimilated cultivator's flesh. Arg! That spirit-assimilated cultivator screamed in pain. By the time Gu Hai pulled out the life ender saber, only a pile of withered bones remained of that spirit-assimilated cultivator. Pa! The Buddhist prayer bead image scattered, and the bones scattered. What? Senior brother, and the others were eaten by Gu Hai's saber? Eaten? No, I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to. Gu Hai, spare me. Spare me. I am innocent. I was just following orders. The spirit-assimilated cultivators pleaded in horror. Gu Hai revealed a sinister smile as he said, "If you were humans, I could not bear to kill you. However, are you still humans? You are man-eating demons. The people you ate begged for mercy, but did you let them off? Are the hearts and livers of humans tasty? Are they tasty? From the moment you decided to turn into demons, you already stood against humans. Enemies of humans. Kill. SSSS. 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 Arg. Arg. I won't eat humans anymore. Don't kill me." Gu Hai's life ender saber swallowed up the spirit-assimilated cultivators one after another. Gu Hai would not show mercy to these demonic cultivators. If he did not kill them, they would eat even more humans. Kill. 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 Crack. Crack. Gu Hai killed all the spirit-assimilated cultivators. As the life ender saber swallowed up the energy of their flesh, the life ender saber refined 1,000th of their energy and infused it into Gu Hai's body. This was the energy that Gu Hai needed the most. Xiao Chen's earlier injuries quickly healed. A large amount of energy rampaged in his body, rushing to his dantian. Boom! A strong wind surged out of Gu Hai's body, scattering the surrounding withered bones. The innate realm's 8th layer? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. After consuming 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators, Xiao Chen actually used this opportunity to break through to the next layer. As Gu Hai looked coldly at the withered bones on the ground, he said coldly, "Those who eat humans deserve to die. You are not much better off, right?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his head to look. Venerable Lu Nian had already returned. At this moment, he looked at the withered bones on the ground and stared coldly at Gu Hai. Although Venerable Lu Nian did not know how Gu Hai did it, the withered bones on the ground already explained everything. Gu Hai also had some kind of evil secret technique. Venerable Lu Nian questioned Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not fear Venerable Lu Nian. As he held the life ender saber, he kept his guard up against Venerable Lu Nian as he asked coldly, "What's wrong?" Venerable Lu Nian thinks that these human-eating demons should not be killed. Venerable Lu Nian stared coldly at Gu Hai and said, "They should be killed. They should not be killed in such a manner." Should be killed? Your killing technique is just different from mine. Even though our paths are different, you still want to eliminate an outsider? Gu Hai retorted coldly. Venerable Lu Nian stared coldly at Gu Hai, remaining silent for a while. "Gu Hai, the Hall Master, and I still think highly of you. Don't make a mistake." Venerable Lu Nian said seriously. Make a mistake? There is no need for Venerable Lu Nian to worry about my matters. Gu Hai retorted coldly. Venerable Lu Nian stared at Gu Hai silently. For a while, it seemed like he still wanted to reprimand him, but he held himself back. "You caught up to them?" Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. "Song Pingsheng has a dragon-fixing hoop. He used it to escape." Dragon-fixing hoop? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. "What's going on? Can you tell me what happened? Where's the Hall Master?" Venerable Lu Nian asked with a frown. Gu Hai sighed softly and described everything he knew to Venerable Lu Nian. I only left for a while. Song Pingsheng? Good, good, good. You are really bold. Venerable Lu Nian said with a ferocious expression. Right now, the most important thing is the hall master's safety. Gu Hai said with a frown. The hall master's safety should not be in danger for now. Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. Oh, Gu Hai said, feeling confused. I know about that flood dragon. Fu Shui? He knows the hall master's identity. Capturing the hall master is already his limit. He would not dare to hurt the hall master. Unless he is tired of living, even if he obtains the dragon vein, he will have nowhere to run, Venerable Lu Nian said with certainty. Even so, there might be accidents. We need to save the hall master, Gu Hai said seriously. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. That's right. Venerable Lu Nian, my 3,000 subordinates came with me this time. They turned into stone statues because of you. Do you have a way to help them recover? Gu Hai looked at the stone statues worriedly. Venerable Lu Nian looked at the 3,000 stone statues and frowned. Then he sighed softly and said, There is only one way to undo the curse on them. Oh, kill Li Qinghe. When Li Qinghe dies, the curse on them will automatically be removed. Venerable Lu Nian said NLY. Gu Hai nodded and said, Many thanks, Venerable. There's no need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. This time, if not for you, who knows when I could return. This 9-5 island is no longer peaceful. Even if something happens to the hall master, I will not be able to escape the blame. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. Did you find her in the netherworld realm? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head and said, We went to the nearby ghost city, but no, we did not find her. However, we found some clues. We found the earthly soul of a servant of the hall master's mother. He was killed together with the hall master's mother. I was in a rush to return, so the unborn man continued to investigate. Gu Hai frowned slightly, but he did not continue asking. After all, there were still extremely thorny matters in the netherworld realm. Venerable Lu Nian, I cannot leave my 3,000 subordinates to the wind and rain. Can you help me bring them to the Gu residence? Gu Hai asked. All right. Venerable Lu Nian extended his hand, and a huge flying ship flew out of his sleeve. Boom. The flying ship was extremely large. Venerable Lu Nian waved his hand, and white clouds suddenly appeared under the feet of the stone statues. Then, the white clouds slowly lifted the stone statues up and landed on the flying ship. Gu Hai went to the surrounding palaces to search. At the same time, while avoiding Venerable Lu Nian's gaze, he turned the life ender saber back into a rib and hid it in his body. Division Master Gu, what are you looking for? Venerable Lu Nian asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Because of you, I owe a lot of debts. I need to find spirit stones to repay them. Oh, Venerable Lu Nian immediately recalled Gu Hai's earlier description. There's no need to search. We are pressed for time. I will repay your debts. After all, I am the cause, Venerable Lu Nian said. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian in surprise. Walala. Venerable Lu Nian flipped his hand, and a large number of superior-grade spirit stones appeared out of nowhere. Clearly, Venerable Lu Nian had a small space. Gu Hai did not stand on ceremony putting away the spirit stones. Venerable Lu Nian was extremely generous. These spirit stones were actually 10 times more than what Gu Hai had borrowed. What a tycoon. Let's go. Venerable Lu Nian said. Gu Hai nodded and boarded the flying ship with Venerable Lu Nian. Then, they quickly headed for the Gu residence. Chapter 116. On the flying ship, Gu Hai described the situation in detail to Venerable Lu Nian. When Venerable Lu Nian heard this, he frowned heavily. Crack, 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 crack. Suddenly, cracking sounds came from the 3,000 stone statues on the flying ship. Huh! The two turned their heads to look. They saw one of the stone statues trembling, slowly recovering from its gray state. Shengguan Hen. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Black energy came out of the stone statue, and it suddenly trembled. Whoosh! After a long breath, Shengguan Hen recovered. Shengguan Hen, you are fine? Gu Hai asked in surprise. My lord, I'm fine. Where are we? Shengguan Hen nodded. We have already left the Clear River sect. This is Venerable Lu Nian. Gu Hai pointed to Venerable Lu Nian. Greetings, Venerable Lu Nian. However, Venerable Lu Nian stared at Shengguan Hen with a deep frown. How did you break this curse? How did you do it? Shengguan Hen frowned, but did not explain. At the side, Gu Hai asked, Shengguan Hen, do you have a way to help the others break the curse? Shengguan Hen shook his head and smiled bitterly. My lord, I had a special reason. With my current strength, I can't do it for the others. All right, it's good that you can recover. From now on, you will be in charge of guarding them. Don't let anything unexpected happen, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Shengguan Hen answered. Venerable Lu Nian showed a curious expression. However, Gu Hai did not press Shengguan Hen for the reason, so Venerable Lu Nian could only feel helpless. Whoosh! The flying ship moved very quickly, arriving at the Gu residence in 2 hours. A large number of cultivators were currently fighting around the Gu residence. You bunch of trash! Why are you blocking us? The Century Lifespan Immortality Peach is right there. If you don't want it, don't block me. Scram! If you eat the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach, what will happen to my spirit stones? I borrowed a high-rank spirit stone. If you eat it, why would I want it? I'll give you 2 high-grade spirit stones. Get lost. Don't even think about it. You want to eat the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach with just 2 superior grade spirit stones? Dream on. Chaos ensued below. They started fighting among themselves. Venerable Lu Nian frowned. It should be a conflict between those who lent me spirit stones and those who didn't. Conflicts of interest have always been like this, Gu Hai said indifferently. Bang! Gu Hai suddenly descended from the sky and landed where the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach was. Who? Gu Hai. All the Xiuzha looked surprised. However, they saw Gu Hai reach out and close the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach box. Then, with a flip of his hand, he put it away. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Many cultivators rebuked angrily. Everyone, many thanks for lending me your spirit stones. Take your receipts. Someone will come out soon to return your spirit stones. Gu Hai shouted. We can return the spirit stones now. The eyes of many cultivators lit up. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge flying ship in the sky slowly descended into the Gu residence's cloudy ritual array. That is a flying ship. Elite Hall's flying ship. Fortunately, they did not mess around. Elite Hall's people entered the Gu residence. Many people rejoiced. Soon, the Gu residence's old shopkeepers set up the counter again and started giving out spirit stones. You borrowed 1 superior grade spirit stone. Here are 2. Keep the principal and interest. Please sign your name. The old shopkeeper handed over 2 superior grade spirit stones. Good, good. There really are 2. Ha 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 ha. Outside the Gu residence, laughter rang out. Those who did not borrow money showed envy in their eyes when they saw others earn money. Those who borrowed money showed regret. If they had known, they would have borrowed more. How many days had it been? It had already doubled. All of them looked at the Gu residence, anticipating Gu Hai to lend again. Inside the Gu residence, Gu Hai stood at the top of the soaring pagoda, looking at the Gu residence servants quickly burying spirit stones. Master, it's done. Master, I'm done as well. Master, I'm done as well. The voices of the Gu residence servants rang out in the surroundings. Rise! Gu Hai shouted as he reached out and grabbed the spirit stone go board at the side. Boom! Roiling fog suddenly surged in the surroundings. Guqin, feel it! Gu Hai looked at Guqin. At this moment, Guqin was holding a spirit stone-shaped go stone. Adoptive father, is this the 28 line pair world ritual array? I feel that. I feel that I can use a vast amount of energy, Guqin said with wide eyes. It's good that you can control it. Venerable Lu Nian, and I will be leaving soon. You guard the residence. If there is anything you can ask Shangguan Hen, Gu Hai said. Yes. Guqin answered. Shangguan Hen, while I'm not around, take care of these stone statues, Gu Hai said solemnly as he looked at Shangguan Hen. Yes, my lord. Shangguan Hen answered. After giving instructions, Gu Hai looked up at the sky. The flying ship hovered in the air. Gu Hai pushed off the ground. Boom! Gu Hai immediately jumped onto the flying ship. Venerable Lu Nian looked at the foggy ritual array before him. Division Master Gu, what an incredible ritual array. Venerable Lu Nian sighed. Venerable, we had better leave quickly. We have to rescue the Hall Master and find Li Qinghe as soon as possible. Then, we have to rescue my subordinates. Gu Hai said solemnly. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. Then, he waved his hand. Boom! The flying ship quickly flew in the direction of the first song sect. 4 hours later, the flying ship arrived outside the first song sect. This is the first song sect. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. The first song sect before Gu Hai's eyes was different from the one he saw half a month ago. The surroundings were no longer filled with mountains and ridges. Instead, it looked like a vast body of water. The many valleys were now shrouded in water. This is, how many large rivers did Fu Shui open? Did he draw the water over? Gu Hai said in shock. These are not large rivers, but the sea. This place is low-lying, not far from the sea. Fu Shui opened a river channel and drew in seawater. Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. Seawater? Why? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. As long as there is water, he can stir up trouble. He lured the seawater here for this purpose. This vast seawater is his strength, his weapon. When he swings his tail, 10,000 waves surged over. How long can your ritual array last? Venerable Lu Nian asked with a frown. Venerable Lu Nian frowned. Venerable, can you still capture it? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. I don't know. If not for this vast body of seawater, I could capture it. However, I do not know how much its strength has increased by now, Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. Hey, it looks like Song Pingxing and Li Qinghe have not returned yet. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Venerable Lu Nian followed Gu Hai's gaze and looked over. He saw that the first Song Sect's gold armor water crystal ritual array was surrounded by water. There was a sealed valley at the entrance to prevent the water from pouring in. At this moment, close to 20,000 ordinary people were bound in the valley, crying out in horror. Great Immortal, spare us! Spare us! Demons! Demons! You bunch of man-eating demons! Save us! Save us! The ordinary people shouted in horror, as about 20 spirit-assimilated cultivators were currently drinking wine and eating hearts and livers on the other side. Ha 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 ha! Who was the one who scolded me earlier? It's you. This great meat is going to eat you. Ha 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 ha! A somewhat drunk spirit-assimilated cultivator guffawed as he pointed at the ordinary person who scolded him. That ordinary person's expression changed dramatically, appearing scared silly. Boom. Suddenly, a group of snakeheads extended and tore open that person's chest. Then they opened their mouths and ate that person's heart and livers. Arg! That person screamed miserably. No, no! The surrounding ordinary people shouted in horror. The spirit-assimilated cultivators leisurely ate the ordinary people's hearts and livers, not showing any urgency. Clearly, Song Pingsheng had not returned yet. Demons dancing wildly, eating people. Humph! Venerable Lu Nian glared. Venerable, calm down. Gu Hai immediately stepped in front of Venerable Lu Nian. Huh! Venerable Lu Nian frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. I can deal with these 20 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Venerable, gather some fog at the side and make them think that I am here with 3,000 subordinates. Don't expose yourself. Lure Fu Shui out first. Gu Hai said seriously. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. I'll send you off. As Gu Hai nodded, a light energy encased Gu Hai and sent him to the distant valley. Venerable Lu Nian put away the flying ship with a flip of his hand. Then he gathered a large fog around a small mountain above the sea. Who was the one who scolded me earlier? Was it you? That spirit-assimilated cultivator asked with a sinister smile. It wasn't me. I didn't. That bound man said in horror. Then it's you. Ka, 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 ka. The snakeheads suddenly elongated and bit at that man. Ah, save me. That man screamed in horror. No one can save you. Ha ha ha. Just as that person laughed loudly, Gu Hai descended from the sky and punched at that person's head. Boom. The spirit-assimilated cultivator's head exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. It was a tragic sight. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Xing. Gu Hai instantly pulled out the sword at that spirit-assimilated cultivator's waist. Then, he looked coldly at the remaining 19 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Gu Hai? Suddenly, one of the spirit-assimilated cultivators goggled. Xing. Gu Hai suddenly swung his sword at another drunken spirit-assimilated cultivator. When Xiao Chun swung his sword, a huge sword chi shot out and instantly chopped off that spirit-assimilated cultivator's head. At this moment, the spirit-assimilated cultivators reacted. Gu Hai is here. Gu Hai is here. Quickly, inform the primogenitor. Gu Hai is here. Are the 3,000 evil men here as well? No, don't kill me. More than half of the 18 spirit-assimilated cultivators turned around and ran back to the sect. The remaining 5 charged over. However, Gu Hai was already an 8th layer innate realm cultivator. With his external cultivation, he could bring out the might of a golden core realm cultivator. Even if he did not use the bone saber, he would not be a match for these spirit-assimilated cultivators. Boom. After one clash, Gu Hai chopped up the spirit-assimilated cultivator and his sword. The remaining spirit-assimilated cultivators could only flee in horror. Save us! Gu Hai! Save us! The bound commoners in the surroundings shouted. Not all of the 20,000 bound people were ordinary people. Some were cultivators. Too many cultivators came to 9-5 Island to try their luck. Hence, there were cultivators in many cities and towns. The hearts and livers of cultivators were even more delicious. How could the spirit-assimilated cultivators let them off? Naturally, the spirit-assimilated cultivators captured all that they could. Chapter 117. First Song Sect. Inside the sect. At this moment, more than 100,000 corpses were piled up in a huge valley. The many corpses had died extremely miserably. Their stomachs had been cut open, and their hearts and livers had been eaten. Horror and grief appeared on their faces. 5,000 spirit-assimilated cultivators stood above the valley. At this moment, all their snake heads were out, roaring ferociously. The flood dragon, Fu Shui, stood at the front of the 5,000 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Primogenitor, there are 129,600 corpses here. Before they died, their hearts and livers were eaten. If that is not enough, there are 20,000 living people outside who can fill in at any time, a spirit-assimilated cultivator said respectfully. 129,600? That's enough. This is a boundless accumulation of resentment. It is enough to refine a ghost treasure. Fu Shui sneered. Ghost treasure, that spirit-assimilated cultivator asked, feeling confused. Ghost treasures are treasures used to capture dragon veins, refined using their human souls that contain fear and resentment. Continue scaring them. I am going to start. Fu Shui said coldly. Scaring them? Aren't they dead? They are dead, but their human souls are still here. You cannot see them, but they can see you. They died at your mouths. Their human souls remember the fear of dying at your hands. Quickly, reveal your most ferocious sides. Make their human souls feel even more fear and resentment. Fu Shui said coldly. Crack, 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 crack. The 5,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators revealed their ferocious sides. The countless snake heads on their heads stretched out continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, an energy seemed to gather around the valley. Fu Shui waved his hand, and a crystal ball suddenly flew out. Ha! Fu Shui spat out a mouthful of poisonous gas that surrounded the crystal ball. The poisonous gas immediately stuck to the crystal ball and extended many tentacles. Whoosh! 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 Waves of sinister wind surged towards the crystal ball in the valley. Gradually, the sinister wind grew stronger and more numerous, even accumulating into a pitch-black color. It looked like strands of black energy were pouring into the crystal ball from the mountain of corpses. In the blink of an eye, the crystal ball turned pitch-black. The crystal ball turned increasingly dark. What is this? It is not enough grief and resentment. Continue scaring them. Fu Shui said coldly. Roar, 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 roar. The spirit-assimilated cultivators roared even more ferociously. Rumble! Billowing black gas surged into the sphere. Around the sphere, there was a burst of cold air. Not bad. A good ghost treasure. Unfortunately, it's not enough. It's not enough to capture the dragon vein. Fu Shui said coldly. Roar! The demons danced wildly. The black gas exploded once again and was sucked into the ghost treasure. However, after a huge eruption, it became much weaker. It's not enough. All of you go down and eat. Fu Shui said coldly. Ah, eat. Primogenitor, didn't we already eat their hearts and livers? A spirit-assimilated cultivator asked, in confusion. Apart from the heart and liver, let me eat the other parts as well. Continue eating. Fu Shui said coldly. Ah, eat slowly, don't destroy their souls. I still need them to produce an endless amount of grief and resentment. Fu Shui said coldly. Yes. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately jumped into the valley. Facing the mountain valley full of corpses, the snakehead quickly rushed out and slowly tore apart the corpses, swallowing them piece by piece. Rumble! More black gas surged into the ghost treasure, several times more than before. The ghost treasure's surroundings turned increasingly cold, radiating an evil aura. Buzz! The ghost treasure trembled slightly. Sob! 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 It sounded like thousands of ghosts crying out from the ghost treasure, sounding increasingly horrifying. It's alive! The ghost treasure is alive! Not bad. 1 yuan is indeed a wondrous number. Continue. Continue eating. I want it to become even stronger. Fu Shui shouted while glaring. Crack, crack, crack. The snake head continued to wreak havoc. Some of the corpses in the valley slowly revealed their bones. The scene looked incredibly bloody, like hell on earth. Just looking at it made one's heart turn cold. Fu Shui stared at the ghost treasure floating in the air and the spirit-assimilated cultivators in the valley. Then he revealed a satisfied cold smile. Oh no! Primogenitor! Primogenitor! Oh no! Gu Hai is here again! He is here again! Horrified cries suddenly came from the distance. A few spirit-assimilated cultivators ran over from outside the ritual array. Huh! The spirit-assimilated cultivators in the valley felt slightly stunned as they turned their heads to look. Continue eating. Don't stop. Fu Shui said coldly. Crack, crack, crack. The spirit-assimilated cultivators continued eating the corpses. However, the spirit-assimilated cultivator who came to report changed his expression, feeling a chill in his heart. What's going on? Fu Shui turned his head to look. Primogenitor, Gu Hai is here. His ritual array is here as well. His ritual array. That spirit-assimilated cultivator said, anxiously. Gu Hai? He still dares to come? Humph. Fu Shui revealed a cold smile. Fu Shui looked up at the increasingly evil ghost treasure. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, continue eating. I'll go and capture Gu Hai and get his human soul to contribute some grief and resentment to the ghost treasure. Ha 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 ha. As Fu Shui spoke, he pushed off the ground and rushed to the ritual array's exit, outside the gold armor water crystal ritual array. After scaring away the spirit-assimilated cultivators, Gu Hai immediately cut the ropes binding an ordinary person. Many thanks, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. That person called out gratefully. Quickly save me. Quickly save me. Me too. Quick, quick. The surrounding people called out anxiously. Benefactor, cut the crap. Continue saving the others. Quickly. Gu Hai called out. As Gu Hai spoke, he quickly cut the ropes binding another person. As for the rescued person, he quickly untied the ropes binding the others. Soon, more and more ropes were untied. In the blink of an eye, the ordinary people started saving themselves. The ropes were untied very quickly. Soon, nearly everyone was untied. Many thanks, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. Countless ordinary people looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Many people even knelt and continuously kowtowed to Gu Hai. Buzz. Suddenly, it felt like a cool breeze blew at Gu Hai. A comfortable feeling came out of nowhere, filling Gu Hai's entire body. It felt like all the pores on his body opened. Xiao Chen's cultivation did not increase. However, there was an extremely wondrous feeling. Gu Hai revealed a shocked expression. This is Providence. Suddenly, a voice rang out by Gu Hai's ear. Providence. Gu Hai looked at the foggy land not far away in confusion. It was Venerable Lu Nian sending a voice projection to Gu Hai. That's right. Providence. Everyone's sincere gratitude to you is a portion of beneficence. There are 20,000 people here, so that is 20,000 portions of beneficence. That is 20,000 portions of beneficence and providence. 129,600 portions is 1 yuan. Providence is measured in yuan. You have not even reached 1 yuan yet, but there are already 20,000 portions. When one portion appears, you will not feel it. However, when 20,000 portions appear at once, you can finally feel it, Venerable Lu Nian explained. Providence, what is it for? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. What is it for? You can establish a sect or a dynasty. You can live forever and become an immortal. As long as your providence runs out, you will not die. When your providence runs out, you will die, Venerable Lu Nian explained. Oh, could it be that the Clear River sect and the First Song sect rule the mortal nations and rear mortals to increase their providence? No, it should be to harvest providence. Gu Hai's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the fog. You will understand in the future. 129,600 portions of beneficence is 1 yuan of providence. How much did you obtain? In the future, you will understand how profound this providence is. Venerable Lu Nian's voice rang out again. Boom. Just at this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew at the exit of the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Gu Hai. A cold shout came from the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Ah, the demons are here again. They are here again. The 20,000 ordinary people immediately cried out in horror. The people who were thanking Gu Hai earlier immediately fled in horror. Many people instantly jumped into the surrounding water. Fu Shui led a few spirit-assimilated cultivators out of the ritual array and saw Gu Hai from afar. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows as he looked at Fu Shui. Fu Shui looked up and saw the churning fog around Gu Hai. Ha ha, it's the 28 line pair world ritual array again. Fu Shui sneered. Primogenitor, that group of ordinary people is about to run, a spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted. Run? None of them can run. Fu Shui snorted coldly. Boom. All of a sudden, a red poisonous fog rolled out from his sleeves and spread in all directions in an instant. It was like a large encirclement, encircling everyone in it. Don't touch that poisonous fog. If you touch it, you will die. Ah, that poisonous fog that killed our entire town? No, save us. The ordinary people screamed in horror. Fu Shui extended his right hand. Suddenly, a strong suction seemed to pull Gu Hai over. Buzz. A golden manifested finger appeared from the fog at the side and charged at Fu Shui. Rumble. The strong aura made even Fu Shui's expression change. He turned his hand and countered with a palm strike. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and Fu Shui's figure paused. The fog suddenly moved, instantly moving in front of Gu Hai and blocking him. Boom. Boom. Fu Shui showed a ferocious expression as he waved his hand. The ritual array can move. Humph. Are you the only one who knows how to use ritual arrays? 10,000 rivers flowing into the sea, heavenly river breaking. Boom. The surrounding water suddenly soared into the sky, surging in the direction of Gu Hai and the ritual array. In that instant, it was as if a huge tsunami was surging over, wanting to crush the cloudy ritual array in an instant. Amateus. Venerable Lu Nian shouted coldly. Boom. A golden palm appeared. This manifested palm instantly dyed the sky golden. A strong aura spread out as it grabbed at Fu Shui amid loud sounds. That's not right. This is not the 28 line pair world ritual array. Fu Shui's expression changed. Fu Shui waved his hand, and the surrounding water crashed into the cloudy ritual array. Boom. The fog scattered, revealing Venerable Lu Nian in moon-white monk robes. Venerable Lu Nian's golden manifested palm arrived. Fu Shui rushed forward to receive it. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and a storm blew in the surroundings. The storm knocked Fu Shui back, turning him into a flood dragon. Roar. The flood dragon roared, and the surrounding water soared into the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, making it look like the end of the world. Chapter 118. First Song Sect, inside the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Boom. The sound of battle came from outside the ritual array. The 5,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators paused slightly. Don't stop. The primogenitor can deal with Gu Hai. Let's continue eating and increase the power of the ghost treasure. A spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted. Yes. Outside, Venerable Lu Nian stepped out of the white fog. Before him was the flood dragon, Fu Shui, who was stirring up trouble. Roar. As the flood dragon reared its head and roared, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a storm blew. It looked like the end of the world. Lu Nian. The flood dragon goggled. You still know me? Huh. Fu Shui, you are really bold. You even dare to kidnap a hall master? You must be tired of living. Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. Humph. Old Baldy, the winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. If you want to save Long Wanqing, that will depend on whether you are capable of doing so or not. Roar. The flood dragon roared. Boom. Suddenly, boundless seawater soared into the sky, surrounding the surroundings and surging towards Venerable Lu Nian. The flood dragon swung its body, sending heavenly lightning in the dark clouds with its tail. Diamond-bodied Buddhist light illuminating the world. Venerable Lu Nian pressed his palms together. Buzz. A golden, manifested body appeared around Venerable Lu Nian, forming an energy wall that blocked the boundless seawater. Then, two manifested palms appeared in front of Venerable Lu Nian, crashing into the flood dragon's lightning tail. Boom! A huge tremor shook the earth and mountains in all directions. A storm raged, and seawater exploded in all directions. The entire place turned chaotic. Heavy rain and seawater filled the sky, covering the center of the battlefield. The battle between Venerable Lu Nian and Fu Shui intensified. Gu Hai and the others could no longer see the center of the battle. Splash! Splash! Ah! Second brother got swept away by the water. Quickly hide here. Ah! The strong battle forced the 20,000 ordinary people to hide from the shock waves. There was only one safe place, the entrance to the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Gu Hai hopped over. Gu Hai is here. Run! Run! The two spirit-assimilated cultivators who had followed Fu Shui cried out in alarm. Xing! With one sword strike, Gu Hai killed a spirit-assimilated cultivator. Just as the other spirit-assimilated cultivator was about to flee, dozens of cultivators among the ordinary people surrounded him. Don't come over. I'll eat you all. The spirit-assimilated cultivator roared with a ferocious expression. The dozens of Xiuzha shrank back in fear. However, in this short moment, Gu Hai caught up with him. There are dozens of you. Can't you catch him? He is only at the Xiantian stage, and an early stage Xiantian stage at that. Gu Hai said angrily. Xing. Ah. Gu Hai shouted to the dozens of cultivators after killing that spirit-assimilated cultivator with one sword strike. The expressions of the cultivators turned ugly, but they did not know what to say. That was right. That spirit-assimilated cultivator was only at the early stage Xiantian realm. Even if his strength increased fivefold, he would not be a match for them. There were dozens of them. Why were they afraid of him? Gu Hai released a long breath. Benefactor, this flood is getting increasingly horrifying. We can't get out. What should we do? An ordinary person asked anxiously. Gu Hai turned his head to look at the gold armor water crystal ritual array. There is no flood in here. Whoosh! The 20,000 ordinary people took a step back in horror. Benefactor, let's block this entrance. There are demons in there. Many demons. An ordinary person shouted. Yes, block it, block it. The 20,000 ordinary people shouted in horror. As the ordinary people spoke, they went to carry all sorts of rocks, preparing to bet on this 30-meter-tall entrance. Gu Hai frowned slightly. It looked like these 20,000 people were scared out of their wits. Now that they were scared out of their wits, there was no point in saying anything to them. Gu Hai stepped forward and turned his head to enter the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Ah, benefactor, don't! The ordinary people exclaimed. For a moment, the people who were moving the stones stopped. They didn't know what to do. Should they block it? Their benefactor was in there. Not block it. There were many demons in there. After Guhai entered, he immediately jumped to the peak of the nearest mountain. Then, he quickly looked around the first song sect. The few spirit-assimilated cultivators that had fled earlier were fleeing in one direction. The entire ritual array was silent. It was like the spirit-assimilated cultivators were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Guhai's eyes widened. This was because Guhai saw a valley. A black sphere hovered in the air, absorbing the surging black energy coming out of the valley. 5,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators looked like evil spirits. Many snakeheads appeared, wreaking havoc on the corpses in the valley. Those snakeheads ferociously tore and ate human flesh. These were no longer hearts and livers, but human flesh. These snakeheads wildly ate human flesh. It was like a scene from Azura hell. Eating humans? You even eat the flesh of corpses? Can you really eat them? Guhai's eyelids twitched wildly. As Guhai looked at the bloody scene in the distance, his eyes turned increasingly cold. Then, a murderous intent surged out. Bang! Guhai jumped down the mountain and returned to the entrance of the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Benefactor, you are almost out, the ordinary people outside said anxiously. Listen up. Now, block this entrance. No one is to go out unless I say so. Guhai shouted to the 20,000-odd ordinary people. The ordinary people and hundreds of cultivators said in confusion. Then, Guhai turned his head and returned to the valley. Then, he took out 2 coffins containing explosives with a flip of his hand. He buried them at the foot of the mountain near the entrance. After setting up the fuse, Guhai took out a flint. Ta! Ta! A flame appeared, and Guhai quickly lit the fuse. TSS! 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 After lighting the fuse, Guhai quickly jumped into the distance. At the ghost treasure, the spirit-assimilated cultivators continued eating human flesh. The spirit-assimilated cultivators ignored the noise outside. Oh no! Elder! Oh no! A spirit-assimilated cultivator finally ran over. Huh! The spirit-assimilated cultivators turned their heads to look. That old monk, Lu Nian, is holding the primogenita back. What? Venerable Lu Nian? Everyone's expression changed. Where's Guhai? His 3,000 evil men are here as well? No, it's just Guhai alone. He killed several of our senior brothers. That spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted. Just Guhai alone. What are you afraid of? Everyone immediately glared. That's not it. That Guhai. That spirit-assimilated cultivator said worriedly. All right, the ordinary people and cultivators outside are already frightened out of their wits. Go and capture Guhai. That would be the best. However, we cannot stop here. Send 100 people to capture Guhai. That elder ordered coldly. He pointed, and the 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately nodded. The 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators slowly leaped out of the valley. They headed for the valley. Boom! A loud sound rang out in the distance as 2 mountains collapsed. The 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators' expressions changed. Is that the exit? Quickly, let's go and take a look. Everyone anxiously rushed to the location of the explosion. However, they saw that the 2 mountains at the exit had already collapsed, completely blocking the ritual array's exit. Smoke and dust surged into the air. The place was in ruins. The entrance is blocked, a spirit-assimilated cultivator said, his expression changing. What's going on? Is Guhai worried that we will go out and capture him? That must be it. Guhai is alone. He is afraid. The spirit-assimilated cultivators said with ferocious expressions. Look, there's someone there. A spirit-assimilated cultivator suddenly exclaimed. A man slowly walked out of the smoke and dust at the edge of the two collapsed mountains. Black energy surrounded this man as he held a slender, black-bone saber in his hand. The black saber gave off a strange aura. Even from afar, one could sense an evil aura. Xing. The spirit-assimilated cultivators picked up their weapons and goggled at the sound. Gu Hai. That is Gu Hai. Suddenly, the expression of one of the spirit-assimilated cultivators changed. Is he alone? Is he really alone? He blocked the entrance. He can't run. What is he doing? Is he here to die? Who cares if he is here to die? I have been wanting to eat Gu Hai's heart and liver for a long time now. Half a month ago, he killed my senior brothers and junior brothers. Not only will I eat Gu Hai's heart and liver, but I will also eat the hearts and livers of his children, his parents, and his entire family. The spirit-assimilated cultivators slowly surrounded Xiao Chun with ferocious expressions. Not only did Gu Hai not show any fear, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. As Xiao Chun looked at these spirit-assimilated cultivators, his eyes filled with indifference as if they were not humans. In the mundane world, I only learned military saber techniques. Military saber techniques are not flashy. They only seek to kill, a saber technique that kills for the sake of killing. They seek to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. Immortals? No, fiendish demons. Back then, I begged to enter the First Song sect, but failed. Today, I no longer care about it. You bunch of fiendish demons, I will kill all of your First Song sect today to prevent you from wreaking havoc everywhere. Gu Hai said coldly. As Xiao Chun spoke, he burst forth with full power while dragging the life ender saber, charging at the 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators. What? He is charging over? You are seeking death. How bold! Crack! 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 The spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately charged ferociously at Gu Hai, their serpentine heads bursting forth. Before Xiao Chun arrived, a huge saber chi shot out of the life ender saber. Xing. As the saber chi shot over, it tore through the air, startling the spirit-assimilated cultivators. What? How can his saber chi be so ferocious? Didn't he just advance to the innate realm? This saber chi is sharper than a golden core realm elder's saber chi? No, this is an illusion. I don't believe it. The spirit-assimilated cultivator's expressions changed. The spirit-assimilated cultivator at the very front swung his sword. However, the speed of his sword was too slow. Before his sword could strike, the saber chi instantly slashed in front of him, and he was instantly split into two halves vertically. Boom! Gu Hai instantly charged into the spirit-assimilated cultivators. Oh no! Gu Hai is a golden core realm cultivator. That's impossible. Arg! My sword shattered? No. Arg! Black energy! Black energy! There are skulls in the black energy. Junior brother! Junior brother got eaten? Quick, attack together. Kill Gu Hai! Chaotic shouts rang out in the crowd. Gu Hai moved extremely quickly swinging the saber in his hand. Various manifested saber chi clashed with the spirit-assimilated cultivator's sabers and swords. The black energy in the surroundings suddenly soared. All the spirit-assimilated cultivators that the life ender saber cut were immediately swallowed up by the skulls. Rumble! A huge battle started. Arg! Arg! No! Arg! The spirit-assimilated cultivators screamed miserably. The threat of the life ender saber was too despairing. Chapter 119. After a short while, Gu Hai killed or injured 20 spirit-assimilated cultivators. As long as there was a wound, the life ender saber's black energy would enter and consume the spirit-assimilated cultivators' flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, Only 20 withered skeletons remained. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators showed horrified expressions. Some even wanted to flee out of fear. Shing! Suddenly, a sword slashed open a bloody wound on Gu Hai's back, causing blood to spill out. I injured Gu Hai. Everyone attack together. Quick! A spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted excitedly. Shing! With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai chopped off that spirit-assimilated cultivator's right hand. Ah! Attack! The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators shouted. Gu Hai clenched his teeth as he charged at the group of spirit-assimilated cultivators with the life ender saber in his hand. This time, he killed as he ran, gaining the upper hand in the blink of an eye. No, Gu Hai, if you are capable, don't run. Surround him. Surround him. Don't get left behind. Gu Hai is running that way. Attack together. As the spirit-assimilated cultivators anxiously surrounded Gu Hai killed them, causing them to scream miserably. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 corpses were piled up. The spirit-assimilated cultivators, who had been united earlier, immediately turned horrified, thinking of retreating. As the spirit-assimilated cultivators weakened, Gu Hai's chances of success soared again. Like harvesting wheat, he killed the spirit-assimilated cultivators. No, don't. Miserable cries rang out endlessly. Outside, 20,000 ordinary people and hundreds of cultivators blocked the ritual array's entrance while worrying about Gu Hai's safety. Suddenly, the spirit-assimilated cultivators' miserable cries came from inside. Benefactor is fighting with the demons? Those are the demons' miserable cries. Those demons' miserable cries? Benefactor is killing the demons? The ordinary people cheered. The hundreds of Xiozha who had been rescued widened their eyes at this moment. Earlier, everyone was already shocked when Gu Hai killed a few spirit-assimilated cultivators. However, what about now? Gu Hai just blew up the mountain inside the array and blocked the exit. Is he going to fight all the demons alone? No way. Wasn't Gu Hai only at the Xiantian realm? And it was only half a year ago. There should be 5,000 or 6,000 demons inside, right? Gu Hai is alone. How could he possibly deal with 5,000 or 6,000 fiendish demons? But there are indeed sounds of fighting and screams coming from inside. That's right. Those screams are from the demons. Is Gu Hai really only at the Xiantian stage? Hundreds of Xiozha revealed shocked expressions. On the other side, the battle between Venerable Lu Nian and the flood dragon Fu Xuan no longer attracted the attention of the hundreds of cultivators. All their attention was focused on the gold armor water crystal ritual array. His mind seemed to follow Gu Hai to face all the demons. One person against 5,000 or 6,000 fiendish demons. How can that be? Previously, the Great Feng Mafia family managed to kill 20,000 challengers because of the ritual array. However, now, only Gu Hai alone was there. There was no ritual array. Arg! Arg! Demon! You demon! Don't kill me! Arg! A series of miserable cries filled the cultivators' eyes, making them even more confused. What happened in there? At the same time, the 5,000 spirit-assimilated cultivators also heard the screams. All of them perked up their ears to listen. Elder, save us. Elder, Arg. Gu Hai, don't come over. Don't come over. Arg. Gu Hai is charging over. Quickly run. Quickly run. Arg. No. Don't. Arg. Chaotic shouts rang out, followed by a final scream of despair. Then there was silence. Was this the despair of being killed? 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators fled miserably after being chased by Gu Hai. The expressions of the elders in the valley changed. Did something happen? The elders' expressions sank. A portion of the spirit-assimilated cultivators leaped out of the valley and landed on a mountain peak at the side, looking into the distance. Indeed, Guhai was chasing 3 spirit-assimilated cultivators in the distance. There are only 3 left. It's Guhai. Don't let him escape. Capture him. The elders immediately shouted while glaring. Rumble. About 500 spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately charged over like a flood. Arg! 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 Guhai chopped down the 3 fleeing spirit-assimilated cultivators and swallowed them up by the life-ender saber. 2 wounds appeared on Guhai's body. However, they healed very quickly. After the life-ender saber swallowed the flesh, it sent back 1,000th of its energy to Guhai, helping to heal Guhai's injuries. The depleted energy was replenished in the blink of an eye. Kill. Capture Guhai. There is something wrong with Guhai's saber. Be careful. The 500 spirit-assimilated cultivators charged over like a flood. When Guhai looked around, all he saw were fiendish demons. Guhai's face sank. He did not feel fear. Only in battle could he become better at fighting. Earlier, when Guhai fought 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators, he gained a lot of experience. Run. Xiao Chun had an external cultivation technique. After his veritable energy supported his body's strength, the speed and strength he could erupt with were astonishing. In a group battle, he could not fight blindly. He had to use his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He had to find the weak first. When the strong approached, he could dodge and run. He could not get caught in a stalemate, which would be disadvantageous to him. Running was his greatest advantage. Xiao Chun would kill the weak and leave the strong behind, slowly dealing with them one by one. Kill! Guhai shouted as he charged at the 500 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Oh, to think that Guhai dares to charge at him? How can Guhai's explosive power be so strong? This is the explosive power of a golden core realm cultivator. Did he kill all 100 sect disciples? Be careful of Guhai. The group of elders analyzed Guhai's strength. Boom! The closest clash started. When Guhai swung his saber, the other party's sword broke. When the saber moved, that spirit-assimilated cultivator was immediately cleaved in half. What a powerful divine weapon! A spirit-assimilated cultivator exclaimed. Before this bone saber, his saber and sword seemed to be useless. He could not even last one move against the bone saber. Kill! As Guhai ran, he slashed 500 spirit-assimilated cultivators. That was 5 times more than before. Hence, it was 5 times more dangerous. Guhai, eat my sword strike. Suddenly, a huge manifested sword chopped down, and a strong aura charged at Guhai. Guhai's pupils constricted as he quickly dodged. Golden Core Realm? Humph! I'll kill you later. Guhai snorted coldly. Then, he turned and charged in another direction. Don't run. Stand still. That Golden Core Realm cultivator shouted. However, there were too many spirit-assimilated cultivators around. That Golden Core Realm cultivator felt somewhat restrained. Shing! Arg! My arm! Arg! Demon! Guhai, I will not let you off. Arg! Arg! Amid the crowd, Guhai slaughtered his way through. Miserable shrieks rang out endlessly. Some were from Guhai killing them, and some were from the life-ender saber swallowing them up. In just a short while, more than a dozen skeletons had appeared. When the spirit-assimilated cultivators saw the withered bones on the ground, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Hold him back. Guhai won't last long. With how frequently he swings his saber manifests and saber chi, he won't last long. A spirit-assimilated cultivator shouted. That's right. He won't last long. Arg! He won't last long. Kill! Arg! However, what the spirit-assimilated cultivators did not know was that Guhai did not worry about running out of energy. As he killed, The life ender saber replenished his energy. A few more wounds appeared on Guhai's body. However, Guhai still did not care, continuing to kill with all his might. The more he killed, the fiercer he became. At this moment, the group of fiendish demons turned into sheep, while Guhai turned into a demon. Roar! As Guhai roared, he continued charging and killing. The life ender saber in his hand repeatedly clashed with the other party. After 3 more wounds appeared on Guhai's body, he nailed that golden core realm cultivator to death with 1 saber strike. Guhai showed a ferocious expression. I already said that I would kill you later. After saying that ferociously, Guhai pulled out his saber and immediately charged in another direction. The golden core realm cultivator that was nailed to death earlier only had a pile of withered bones scattered on the ground. Surging black energy accompanied Guhai as he charged at the others. Outside, the 20,000 ordinary people and hundreds of cultivators heard the miserable cries from within. The ordinary people cheered. The hundreds of cultivators looked at each other in dismay, revealing horrified expressions. There are already 350 miserable cries. Did Guhai kill so many fiendish demons? Isn't he an innate realm cultivator? Back when we came to 9-5 Island, we seemed to be dreaming of snatching Guhai's century lifespan immortality peach. The miserable cries from within the ritual array made the cultivators' hearts skip a beat, causing them to gulp continuously. At this moment, the cultivators outside felt terrified. As for the spirit-assimilated cultivators inside, they felt even more terrified. Guhai had already killed more than half of the 500 spirit-assimilated cultivators. Although Guhai had many wounds on his body, Guhai did not seem tired at all. No, the more he killed, the braver he became. The more Guhai killed, the more ferocious he became. Stop eating. Stop eating the flesh of these dead people. Quick, come out together. Come out together. Kill Guhai. Quick, quick. The group of elders shouted at the group of devils in the valley. 4,000 or 5,000 spirit-assimilated cultivators stopped eating and quickly leaped out of the valley, looking into the distance. One person, just Guhai alone, chasing down 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators felt their eyelids twitch. Kill Guhai. Be careful of his saber. Be careful of his saber. Attack. Roar. The 4,000 or 5,000 spirit-assimilated cultivators roared as they charged at Guhai at the foot of the mountain. The spirit-assimilated cultivators surged over like a flood. Even though Guhai had been prepared for this, his heart still skipped a beat at this scene. However, Guhai did not shrink back. Instead, he showed a ferocious expression as he charged forward. Boom! He swung his saber, and a ferocious aura spread out. Ah! The saber immediately chopped down another spirit-assimilated cultivator. Guhai charged into the crowd even more ferociously. Demon! 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 Kill! 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 Ha 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 ha! Guhai's sinister laughter came from the crowd of demons. See. Although Guhai's wounds tore open, sending boundless pain to his brain, Guhai did not seem to fear pain. Perhaps it was because his strong will supported his current goal. No matter how great the pain was, it was nothing. As he ran, he killed. Shao Chen avoided the golden core realm cultivators and ran through the innate realm fiendish demons. Demon! Demon! Kill! 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 Guhai's hair was disheveled, looking like a powerful demon. He reaped the lives of ordinary fiendish demons. Chapter 120. Ah! Quickly, kill him! Quickly, kill him! He is running that way. Quick, block him! Ah! 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 Miserable cries reached outside the ritual array. The 20,000 ordinary people clenched their fists and cheered. At this moment, Guhai had already become the strongest hero in their hearts. Everyone cheered for Gu Hai. The hundreds of cultivators sucked in cold breaths at this moment. It has only been half a year, and Gu Hai just advanced to the innate realm. There have been close to 2,000 miserable cries already. Did Gu Hai kill them all by himself? That group of fiendish demons' strength increased fivefold. By himself. When the cultivators heard the miserable cries coming from the ritual array, they understood how intense the battle was. If not for Gu Hai alone, the crowd would not have been able to guess the situation inside. However, how could the cultivators not figure it out now? How monstrous was this Gu Hai? 2 hours later, the sounds in the gold armor water crystal ritual array suddenly stopped. It was like the battle had stopped. On a small hill, Gu Hai's body was covered in sword wounds. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. Surging black energy surrounded him as he held the life ender saber. He showed a ferocious expression, looking like a powerful demon as he stepped on piles of dried bones. Gu Hai looked around coldly as he stood on the ground covered in dried bones. The spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounding Gu Hai suddenly stopped, horror appearing on their faces. Just a moment ago, the group of demons was united. However, they seemed to have reached a critical point. When they discovered that Gu Hai could not be defeated, all the spirit-assimilated cultivators' mentality changed. Gu Hai had already killed half of the spirit-assimilated cultivators. As the spirit-assimilated cultivators looked at the white bones around them, the ferocity in their hearts vanished. All the murderous intent in their hearts crumbled. All of his hopes were dashed in an instant. He cannot be killed. He cannot be killed. His veritable energy is endless. His manifested saber is becoming increasingly ferocious. We cannot stop at all. We are just sending ourselves to our deaths. The spirit-assimilated cultivators looked at Gu Hai in horror. Sometimes, morale was just that mysterious. When morale was high, one's combat strength would soar. When morale was low, one's combat strength would plummet. From this moment on, Gu Hai had overcome the most difficult moment. The most difficult process of fighting to the death was over. Next, it was time to reap the harvest. Run. Help. Boom. The 2,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately scattered. None of them wanted to continue fighting. There was no result at all. No, there was a result. The result was to send themselves to their deaths. When not being afraid of death became being afraid of death. They were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. Even when they were united, they couldn't do anything to Gu Hai. How could they be a match for Gu Hai now? You still want to run? You bunch of demons. Gu Hai glared and charged forward with a ferocious expression. Don't kill me. Help. Don't chase me. Don't chase me. As the spirit-assimilated cultivators fled, they felt endless horror. At this moment, it was no longer everyone chasing after Gu Hai alone. Instead, it was Gu Hai alone chasing after all the spirit-assimilated cultivators. CI. A series of saber chi slashed out, and it was like harvesting wheat. Gu Hai kept killing them, and more skeletons were born. More skeletons appeared, and more spirit-assimilated cultivators were killed. The atmosphere of fear intensified. The more panicked the spirit-assimilated cultivators became, the less courage they had to face Gu Hai. He could only flee. Run. The exit is blocked. No, why is it blocked? Quick, open the exit. Oh no, Gu Hai is here. Gu Hai is here? With Gu Hai chasing after them. The spirit-assimilated cultivators could not break through the blocked exit in time. They could only flee in all directions while being slaughtered. The more Gu Hai fought, the braver he became. Now, the pure slaughter was much easier than before. All he had to do was run around the first song sex ritual array. It's over. Quickly, undo the ritual array. How do we undo the ritual array? Only the sect master can undo the ritual array. We can't. Forcefully break it. Let's try. Boom. Boom. The surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators anxiously attacked the gold armor water crystal ritual array. However, no one could break it. The gold armor water crystal ritual array was the pride of the First Song sect in the past. It was the strongest ritual array of the 5 large sects of 9-5 Island. However, today, it was like everyone's grave. They could not break it. Unable to flee, Guhai captured them like turtles in a jar. Kill, 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 kill. Guhai showed no mercy, killing all the way. At this moment, Guhai seemed to have forgotten everything, becoming just a killing machine. Kill, kill, kill. More spirit-assimilated cultivators died. Guhai did not seem tired at all. Everywhere he went, withered bones littered the ground. After 2 hours, less than 1,000 remained of the 2,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators. As the spirit-assimilated cultivators dwindled, they felt increasingly terrified. No, don't kill me. What should I do? Sect Master, save me. Primogenitor, save me. The spirit-assimilated cultivators were already frightened out of their wits. They could not flee, and could only get continuously slaughtered by Guhai. No, let's gather. Gather again. Some spirit-assimilated cultivators cried out in horror. Perhaps having more people could bolster their courage. The spirit-assimilated cultivators gathered again. However, Guhai had not been afraid when they had the most people and were united as one. How could he be afraid of this cowardly group? It's better if you gather. That saves me the trouble of running around. Humph! Guhai snorted coldly and charged forward. Boom! After charging into the spirit-assimilated cultivators, Guhai immediately started slaughtering them. The black energy grew thicker as more spirit-assimilated cultivators were knocked into the air by Guhai's saber. As they fell, they turned into piles of withered bones and fell to the ground. Bam! 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 Miserable shrieks rang out as bones fell. This was the sound of death's bell ringing again and again, filling the spirit-assimilated cultivators with despair. Don't kill me. I won't eat people anymore. I won't eat people anymore. I won't eat people's hearts anymore. I won't eat people's hearts anymore. I won't eat people's flesh anymore. Let me go. I won't eat people anymore. The spirit-assimilated cultivators kept begging for mercy, accompanied by miserable shrieks. The hundreds of cultivators outside showed confused expressions when they heard this. The 20,000 ordinary people did not know what was going on, not knowing Guhai's strength. However, the hundreds of cultivators did. From the start of the group of demons chasing after Guhai to the group of demons begging for mercy, the cultivators could not take it all in. What happened in there? How did Guhai do it? Immediately, no one paid attention to the battle between Venerable Lu Nian and the flood dragon Fu Shui, even though their battle was more ferocious and destructive. However, everyone only paid attention to the ritual array. The miserable shrieks appeared densely packed. Soon, the screams became more and more frequent. Soon, the screams became less and less, less and less. In the end, the formation suddenly fell silent. There were no more miserable shrieks. There was no sound at all. Countless cultivators stuck close to the ritual array, trying to listen in. However, there was no sound from inside. What happened? What's going on inside? The group of cultivators showed anxious expressions. Inside, Guhai propped the life ender saber on the ground as he panted heavily. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw that the First Song sect was in a mess. Withered bones littered the place, making it look like hell in a ghost city. There was also a small mountain of withered bones under Xiao Chen's feet. First Song sect? Guhai showed a complicated smile. Not long ago, Gu-hai had never imagined that he would massacre the entire First Song sect one day. Back when he was in the acquired realm, he went around begging for immortal sections. When he faced a major faction like the First Song sect, he found it unreachable. Now, this huge mountain crumbled for him. He massacred all the disciples. Hundreds of wounds appeared on Xiao Chen's body. The most serious wound nearly ripped open his stomach. Fortunately, he had the Life Ender Saber. Energy surged into his body, nourishing it and healing his injuries quickly. However, even after consuming so many spirit-assimilated cultivators, his cultivation did not break through. It was not that he did not have enough energy. Instead, he seemed to have reached a critical point. This energy gathered in his body, preventing him from breaking through. As Gu-hai frowned, he stumbled down the dry bone mountain and slowly made his way to the valley from earlier. A pitch-black sphere above the valley absorbed the black energy coming out of the ordinary people's corpses below. What a cruel evil technique, Gu-hai said with a frown. Then he swung his saber at that black sphere. Dang! The ghost treasure trembled as if a hole appeared in it. Crack! 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 The Life Ender Saber's black energy suddenly wrapped around the black sphere. Then, the billions of small skulls wildly consumed the black sphere. It seemed like they enjoyed the strange energy in the black sphere. Crack! 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 The ghost treasure seemed to struggle and even counterattack. However, it had nowhere to run before the Life Ender Saber. It could only get surrounded and continuously gnawed away. Rumble! Surging energy surged into Gu-hai's body. Suddenly, Gu-hai felt an unbearable swelling sensation. The energy gathered, but he could not break through. This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Crack! Suddenly, the ghost treasure let out a startled cry. The Life Ender Saber consumed all its grief and resentment. Then, a crystal ball appeared. Then, it suddenly crumbled into dust and scattered in the wind. Outside the ritual array, the flood dragon's expression suddenly changed. Something happened to the ghost treasure? Roar! The flood dragon roared, kicking up even more berserk waves that surged towards Venerable Lu Nian. Inside the ritual array, Gu-hai felt an unbearable swelling sensation in his body. His face flushed red, and cracks even appeared on some of his scabbed wounds. Blood leaked out. The Life Ender Saber is not perfect. There is too much energy. If I cannot absorb it all, it will be a burden to me, Gu-hai said bitterly, his face flushed red. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to leave, he turned his head to look at the corpses in the valley. Then, he took out a few coffins filled with gunpowder from the compressed space in his authority token and buried them halfway up the mountain. He lit them up. Boom! The two surrounding mountains collapsed, burying all the ordinary people's corpses in the valley. This formed a super grave. You are all undeserved calamities eaten by the demons. However, I already helped you kill all the demons. All the demons died under my saber. I'll set up a grave for you. You can rest in peace now. Gu-hai sighed softly. Gu-hai casually did, as he was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, it felt like a cool breeze blew towards Gu-hai. Hoo! That wondrous feeling came again. Gu-hai's expression changed as he turned his head to look at the huge grave. Gu-hai could not see it, but at this moment, 129,600 human souls stood in the huge grave. As they looked at Gu-hai, they all knelt in gratitude. Many thanks, benefactor. Many thanks, benefactor. Gu-hai could not see the human souls at all. However, this vast sensation kept pouring into him. 129,600 portions of beneficence were equivalent to one essence of providence. One essence of providence flowed into Gu-hai's body. That wondrous feeling suddenly stimulated Gu-hai's dantian. Boom! A loud sound rang out around Gu-hai, and a shock wave surged out. The ninth layer of the innate realm? I broke through? Guhai exclaimed in shock. The swelling sensation from before disappeared. It was inexplicably turned into true essence, helping Guhai break through one layer. Guhai did not leave. Instead, he looked around in amazement. Although he could not see anything, he could deduce the reason. Providence? Is it providence? I helped these vengeful souls kill the demons, helped them bury their bodies, and received their gratitude. Every gratitude is a portion of beneficence. Am I accumulating beneficence? Accumulating beneficence. It turned out that beneficence was also a part of beneficence. Beneficence could not only be obtained from the living, but also from the dead. Providence? Providence actually has such a wondrous use. Guhai sighed. Looking at the huge grave in front of him, Guhai bowed slightly to the huge peak. Chapter 121. Providence. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. Guhai looked at the huge grave for a while more before slowly leaving. Although he still did not understand much, Guhai already understood the mysteries of providence. One thought of a person turned into one portion of beneficence. 129,600 portions of beneficence turned into one portion of providence. If I were the emperor and had hundreds of millions of citizens, would my citizens continuously produce providence when they feel grateful to me? Venerable Lu Nian said that providence can establish a sect, a nation, and longevity. As long as my providence is not used up, can I not die? This time, I have to get to the bottom of this. Guhai slowly walked to a cave. This was the place that Gao Xianji said locked up Long Wanqing's servants. Boom! With one saber strike, Guhai chopped open the door to the cave. Then he slowly walked in. The night pearls illuminated the cave, so Guhai quickly reached the end, which was a huge space. 3 Long Wanqing's servants were locked up by a ritual array. Guhai? The 3 servants showed complicated expressions. The 3 servants had listened very carefully to the screams from the outside world, and their hearts had been pounding with fear. Having been by Long Wanqing's side, they naturally understood Guhai. Not long ago, they had seen him break through to the innate realm. However, now, boom, boom, Guhai struck the ritual array with the Life Ender Saber in his hand. The Life Ender Saber was incredibly sharp, breaking the ritual array in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, a clear aura came from the 3, and the ritual array's energy chains scattered. The 3's figures swayed, and they fell to the ground. Are you all right? Are you all right? Guhai asked. I'm fine. I just don't have the strength. I'll be fine later. The 3 servants said bitterly. That's good as well. Get up slowly, then. I'll go look for the hall master, Guhai said. The 3 servants nodded. Guhai left. The 3 of them looked at Guhai's back with complicated expressions. Guhai searched the outside for a moment, and his eyes suddenly narrowed as he cast his gaze toward the exit of the gold armor water crystal array. Guhai narrowed his eyes and walked over. At this moment, the 3 servants were much better. They supported each other and slowly walked out of the cave. Slowly, the 3 servants walked to the entrance of the cave. As they supported each other, they all widened their eyes and gasped. This is, a servant said in shock. Instead, he saw skeletons scattered all over the mountain peaks. Countless skeletons were strewn about, covering the mountains and plains. It was like a sea of bones from hell, looking incomparably terrifying. Hiss! The 3 of them sucked in a breath of cold air and did not regain their senses for a long time. Outside the gold armor water crystal array, 20,000 people and hundreds of Xiozha stared at the formation, but there was no sound from inside the formation. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. An explosion? Earlier, the mountain peak collapsed and blocked the exit. That was the explosion. What happened inside? Many Xiozha showed puzzled expressions. Flood waters surged everywhere. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The flood dragon and Venerable Lu Nian were still fighting. Roar! Old Baldy, you are really hard to deal with. The flood dragon roared furiously. However, Venerable Lu Nian pressed his palms together and said coldly, Fu Shui, let me ask you again. What did you do to the Hall Master? Is she in the first song sect? As Venerable Lu Nian spoke, he glanced at the nearby ritual array. He had seen Guhai enter. However, he did not know how Guhai was doing. Venerable Lu Nian turned his head to look at the flood dragon again. While Venerable Lu Nian and the flood dragon were in a deadlock, a beam of golden light shot over from the south. Song Pingxing had finally returned with Li Qinghe. The two stood on a golden circle. At this moment, Li Qinghe sat cross-legged with his snake head exposed. He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. After all, it had only been a little more than a day. Li Qinghe had not recovered from his injuries yet. As Song Pingxing stood on the golden circle, his eyelids suddenly raised. Something happened to the first song sect. Song Pingxing's expression changed. Li Qinghe immediately opened his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. As Li Qinghe coughed, he stared into the distance. Venerable Lu Nian, so fast? How did he get here so quickly? A flying ship. Venerable Lu Nian has a flying ship, so he is faster than us. Song Pingxing said seriously. Venerable Lu Nian and Fu Shui. Li Qinghe frowned. It seems like Guhai did not come. It does not matter whether he comes or not. He no longer has the 3,000 evil men subordinates and the 28 line pair world ritual array. He is just an innate realm cultivator. Song Pingxing said coldly. Only Fu Shui and Venerable Lu Nian? Li Qinghe's eyes lit up. We need to keep Venerable Lu Nian here. Since Fu Shui can fight to a deadlock with him, if we make a move. A ruthless look flashed in Song Pingxing's eyes. Where are the others? Where are your first song sect disciples? Li Qinghe asked, feeling confused. When he looked around, he did not see any first song sect disciples coming to help. Where were they? The 20,000-odd ordinary people stared at the exit of the gold armor water crystal ritual array. The exit was blocked, and it was silent. Why are there so many ordinary people? Li Qinghe wondered. Whoosh! However, Song Pingxing stepped on the golden hoop and quickly flew over with Li Qinghe. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the exit. A strong wind blew, and the 20,000-odd ordinary people fell to the ground in a mess. Song Pingxing? The first song sect master. Someone immediately recognized him. Li Qinghe? Li Qinghe turned into a snake-headed demon as well. The group of cultivators immediately cried out in alarm. When an ordinary innate realm or golden core realm cultivator turned into a snake-headed demon, they could not deal with it. Li Qinghe was from the Yuanying state. Plop! A large number of cultivators jumped into the nearby water in horror, wanting to flee. However, Song Pingxing showed an anxious expression. He did not care about the cultivators fleeing, as the situation inside the gold armor water crystal ritual array was too strange. Bastard! Are they all dead? Song Pingxing scolded angrily. As Song Pingxing shouted, he waved his hand, and a strong suction force rushed to the entrance of the ritual array. Rumble! The suction force quickly sucked in shattered rocks. Dust and smoke immediately rose. Rumbles rang out endlessly. On the other side, Venerable Lu Nian and the Flood Dragon also discovered this scene. Ha 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 ha! Old Baldy Lu Nian, Song Pingxing is back. Li Qinghe is back as well. Can you still subdue demons? The Flood Dragon roared. Venerable Lu Nian's eyes turned cold. Then, he pinched the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand and flicked them at the sky. Suddenly, a Buddhist prayer bead flew out of the string of Buddhist prayer beads and soared into the sky. It turned into a gigantic sphere the size of a star, growing increasingly larger as it charged into the churning dark clouds. Boom! The Buddhist beads collided with the dark clouds. With a loud boom, the sky was filled with lightning, and the dark clouds were blown away. Huh! The flood dragon's expression changed. You did not use your full power earlier. Venerable Lu Nian revealed a cold smile. Fu Shui, I gave you a chance. Now, tell me what happened to the hall master. Rumble. In the distance, Song Pingsheng sucked in countless shattered rocks, sending dust and smoke everywhere. It didn't take long for the exit to be cleared. Where are they? Are they all dead? Song Pingsheng scolded while glaring. Whoosh, whoosh. When Gu Hai stepped out, everyone stared at him. Even Venerable Lu Nian, who was fighting in the distance, looked over curiously. At this moment, Gu Hai's clothes were in tatters. Hundreds of wounds covered his body, making him look extremely ferocious. He held a slender bone saber in his hand as he looked coldly at the sky. Gu Hai. Li Qinghe's expression changed. Where are my first Song sect disciples? Song Pingsheng asked while glaring. How can it be Gu Hai? How did he come out? They are all dead. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. What? Song Pingsheng goggled. Gu Hai turned his head and looked in Venerable Lu Nian's direction. Then he demanded sternly, Venerable Lu Nian, are you trying to test my strength? Or do you want something else? Right now, the hall master's fate is unknown. Instead of searching for her, you are competing with me, a division master who just entered the hall. What is the meaning of this? Before the hall master's mother died, she asked you to protect her. Is this how you protect her? The hall master is in trouble, all because of your sudden lapse in defense. Do you still have the energy to deal with the flood dragon? Huh. Nearly everyone's expression changed. Gu Hai and Venerable Lu Nian had an internal conflict. Song Pingsheng and Li Qinghe looked at Gu Hai in confusion. The flood dragon's face sank. Venerable Lu Nian also raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian coldly and said, Venerable Lu Nian, there is no need to look at me like that. Am I wrong? Aren't you the one who neglected your duty? You keep mentioning the hall master's maternal grandfather. I don't know who he is, but I believe that he let her go because he knew that you were by her side. You guessed that they would not target her. However, what if something happened to her? How are you going to account to the hall master's maternal grandfather? Venerable Lu Nian's expression turned uncertain. There is no need to probe me. I killed all 5,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators. Now it is up to you. Gu Hai said coldly. What? Li Qinghe exclaimed in shock. That's impossible. Song Pingsheng exclaimed. How could Gu Hai kill so many spirit-assimilated cultivators alone? He no longer had 3,000 subordinates. With every incense stick's worth of time, the hall master will be in more danger. With every breath, the chances of her dying will increase. Venerable Lu Nian. Gu Hai said coldly. Venerable Lu Nian's expression turned unsightly. Whoosh! Venerable Lu Nian suddenly shot out the remaining 17 Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. Boom! The 17 Buddhist prayer beads scattered, surging towards the flood dragon, Song Pingsheng, and Li Qinghe. Oh no! Song Pingsheng's expression changed as 10 Buddhist prayer beads flew in his direction. When the Buddhist prayer beads flew out, they suddenly enlarged, looking like 10 meteors shooting over. Subduing dragon. Song Pingsheng extended his hand and sent out the golden hoop under his feet. Buzz! The golden hoop released a dazzling golden light as it immediately charged over. Boom! a loud sound rang out, and an overwhelming storm appeared in the air, sweeping through the surroundings. The seawater soared into the air and turned into a tsunami. Blarg! Song Pingsheng vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately moved back. The golden hoop also got knocked back. Li Qinghe also received a Buddhist prayer bead. It smashed over like a falling star. Break! Li Qinghe struck with both palms. Boom! Li Qinghe's hands exploded. The Buddhist prayer bead's force did not diminish as it continued to charge at Li Qinghe. No! Li Qinghe cried out in alarm. Boom! Li Qinghe's body exploded with a loud bang. Gu Hai's face twitched. Although he had long guessed that Venerable Lu Nian's Buddhist prayer beads were incredible, he did not expect them to be so exaggerated. Even if Li Qinghe was severely injured, he was still from the Yuanying state. To think that the Buddhist prayer beads could match the impact of Gu Hai's ritual array's halberd. One prayer bead for one Yuanying state. Li Qinghe died. No. What Gu Hai saw was a beam of golden light shooting out from where Li Qinghe's body exploded, heading straight for his still intact head. Li Qinghe's body exploded, but his head remained intact. He showed a horrified expression. Li Qinghe's head fell to the ground. Then, he stuck close to the ground and quickly fled. Playing dead, fleeing, the surrounding Buddhist prayer beads surged towards Song Pingsheng and the flood dragon again. It seemed like they did not notice Li Qinghe's head fleeing. Where do you think you are going? Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as he quickly gave chase. Li Qinghe's head did not dare to fly high, fearing that Venerable Lu Nian would discover it, so he could only stick close to the ground. Plop! The snake-haired head dove into the water. Plop! Gu Hai jumped into the water and gave chase. Chapter 122. Plop! Gu Hai jumped into the water and chased after Li Qinghe's snake-haired head. On the other side, Venerable Lu Nian seemed to have been angered by Gu Hai. He stopped fooling around and turned serious. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads circled Venerable Lu Nian like 18 stars. The dragon-fixing hoop? Ha ha ha! Song Pingsheng, you are really scheming. The flood dragon roared while glaring at Song Pingsheng. Dang! 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 Song Pingsheng used the golden hoop in his hand to block the attacks of the Buddhist prayer beads. Fu Shui, now is not the time to argue. Let's take down that old baldy first, Song Pingsheng said anxiously. Humph! Song Pingsheng, I was wondering why you were so generous, letting me refine the first Song sect disciples. I was wondering why you were so generous. So, this is what you were waiting for. You were waiting for me to grab the dragon vein before using this dragon-fixing hoop to deal with me? The flood dragon roared. It's not what you think. Song Pingsheng said anxiously. It's not what I think. The dragon-fixing hoop. It comes from the innate puzzle world. It is one of the treasures that old man Guanxi refined in the past. It is specifically used to suppress us quasi-dragons, specifically targeting us. Good, good, good. Song Pingsheng, you are really shrewd. The flood dragon said anxiously. What is there to argue about whether I am targeting you or not? Let's take down this old baldy first. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Song Pingsheng roared anxiously. Humph! The flood dragon snorted coldly as it turned its head to look at Venerable Lu Nian again. Boundless sea, surging 10,000 rivers, the flood dragon shouted. Boom! All the water soared into the sky, crashing towards Venerable Lu Nian. 9-star pearl alignment. Venerable Lu Nian extended his hand and pressed down. Rumble! Suddenly, 9 Buddhist prayer beads descended from the sky like 9 stars, pressing down on the flood dragon. When the water crashed into the 9 Buddhist prayer beads, it exploded. What? The flood dragon's expression changed. Rumble. The 9 Buddhist prayer beads pressed down on the flood dragon. Roar. Under the immense pressure, the flood dragon instantly immobilized. "Oh, Baldy, what kind of treasure is this? What are you doing?" The flood dragon roared in shock. At this moment, the flood dragon was being pressed down by the Buddhist beads. It was as if it would be crushed by the Buddhist beads as soon as it gave in. Even it could not withstand such a powerful force for a while. When the flood dragon's expression changed drastically, Venerable Lu Nian ignored it. Instead, he controlled the remaining Buddhist prayer beads to press down on the dragon fixing hoop. Boom! The dragon fixing hoop released a shield that was like a huge shield and blocked the Buddhist prayer beads. However, Song Pingsheng, who was controlling the dragon fixing hoop from behind, was pale. She looked like she could not hold on any longer. The dragon fixing hoop truly lives up to being a treasure that old man Guanxi refined. Unfortunately, you still cannot completely refine it. This gold armor water crystal ritual array came from the dragon fixing hoop, right? Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. "How did you know?" Song Pingsheng asked in surprise. "How would I know? In the past, there were records of old man Guanxi using this dragon fixing hoop to create a golden armor ritual array with extraordinary might. It is very similar to your golden armor water ritual array. However, it seems like you cannot use it," Venerable Lu Nian said coldly. As he spoke, he pressed down with his hand. Pooh! Song Pingsheng spat out a mouthful of blood. Venerable Lu Nian, when possible, one should be lenient. This was all Fu Shui's doing. Song Pingsheng cried out in pain. "Where is the hall master? Did you hurt the hall master?" Venerable Lu Nian asked coldly. No, how would we dare? We wouldn't dare. Hall master's grandfather should know that even if we obtained 10 dragon veins, we would only be courting death. We wouldn't dare to harm Hall master at all. We really didn't. Not a single hair was harmed. Song Pingsheng immediately cried out, "Humph! I believe that you would not dare to hurt the hall master. However, even so, you are very bold." Venerable Lu Nian said coldly, 20 years ago, the old hall master had already found the dragon vein and seemed to have obtained something. We asked Long Wanqing, but Long Wanqing didn't say anything. We didn't dare to deal with him. We only dealt with her servants, and those servants didn't die. No, really, Song Pingsheng cried out anxiously. Just at this moment, 3 figures slowly staggered out of the gold armor water crystal ritual array's entrance. They were Long Wanqing's 3 servants. Look, they are still alive. They are still alive. Song Pingsheng cried out anxiously. Venerable, you finally returned. The 3 servants bowed to Venerable Lu Nian from a distance. Where is the hall master? I don't know. She does not seem to be in the first song sect. The 3 servants replied anxiously. Whoosh! Venerable Lu Nian turned his head to look at Song Pingsheng with a cold expression. Where is the hall master? Venerable Lu Nian asked coldly. Venerable Lu Nian, we really did not dare to harm the hall master. We handed the hall master over to Division Master Ding. We handed her over to Division Master Ding. Song Pingsheng said anxiously. Elite Hall's Division Master Ding Rue? Venerable Lu Nian raised his eyebrows. Yes. We'll hand it over to Ding Rue. This way, it will be Class 1 Hall's internal problem, and it will have nothing to do with us. We didn't hurt the hall master. At most, we'll just capture these 3 servants. At most, the hall master's grandfather won't pursue the matter because of these 3 servants. He definitely won't. Song Pingsheng said anxiously. Ha. Song Pingsheng, you are really scheming. Do you think that no one will come looking for you just because of this? Humph. Venerable Lu Nian snorted coldly. Ding Rue also knows. She knows what we want to do. She did not object. We listen to Ding Rue. Song Pingsheng shouted anxiously. Ding Rue. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Ding Rue? Is she going against her superiors? Is she rebelling? The three servants in the distance exclaimed in shock. Venerable Lu Nian's expression turned cold as he turned his head. Song Pingsheng, where's Ding Rue now? I. Song Pingsheng seemed to know that he had gotten himself into big trouble. He said anxiously, Venerable, if I tell you, will it be considered redeeming myself? Speak. Venerable Lu Nian shouted while glaring. At this moment, Venerable Lu Nian confirmed that the situation was already out of his control. It was as Guhai said. There was a what if? If the flood dragon and Song Pingsheng had captured Ding Rue, Venerable Lu Nian would not have been so worried. After all, Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather was too terrifying. However, now it was Ding Rue. Was there an internal problem in Elite Hall? Ding Rue knew a lot about Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather. Even so, she still dared to make a move on Long Wanqing. There had to be a huge whirlpool behind this, a whirlpool that Ding Rue could not care less about. Perhaps this whirlpool was the one that caused Long Wanqing's mother's death back then. Long Wanqing is in danger. Speak. Where is Ding Rue? Venerable Lu Nian shouted while glaring. I'll speak. She's. Song Pingsheng was about to speak while trembling in fear. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air came from afar. Suddenly, a golden rainbow rushed over from afar and arrived in front of them in an instant. Huh! Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed as he turned his head to look. That was a golden arrow. Even though it was very far away, it arrived before Venerable Lu Nian in an instant. No, Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed drastically as he tried to stop the arrow. However, the golden arrow was too fast. It instantly passed by Venerable Lu Nian and headed for Song Pingsheng. The golden arrow pierced through the range of the 9 Buddhist prayer beads and headed for the dragon fixing hoop. The dragon fixing hoop's radiating golden light barrier could not block the golden arrow at all. The golden arrow instantly broke through the barrier and entered the dragon fixing hoop's center. No! Song Pingsheng cried out in alarm. Boom! The golden arrow blasted Song Pingsheng away. His body shattered, and he vanished in the blink of an eye. The golden arrow crashed into the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Boom! Countless cracks instantly appeared in the gold armor water crystal ritual array, looking like it would shatter at any moment. When the golden arrow stabbed into the ritual array, it gave off a soft buzzing sound as it trembled. Boom! The 9 Buddhist prayer beads fell into the water. Roar! On the other side, the flood dragon roared. Then it seemed to use all its strength to knock away the other 9 Buddhist prayer beads. Boom! The flood dragon shot off in another direction. Evil beast! Stop right there! Venerable Lu Nian shouted in shock and anger. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flying ship in the distance quickly approached. It was the Xunji Battalion's ship. The Xunji Battalion's commander, Li Haoren, stood at the bow of the flying ship, holding a bow. Clearly, he was the one who shot Song Pingsheng earlier. Venerable Lu Nian, I just came from the Clear River sect. The Clear River sect was razed to the ground. Did something happen? Where is Long Wanqing? Li Haoren frowned. Clack! Venerable Lu Nian grabbed the dragon fixing hoop with his right hand. Then he turned his head and looked coldly at Li Haoren. Li Haoren, you humph! Whoosh! Venerable Lu Nian grabbed the shrunken 18 Buddhist prayer beads with his left hand and quickly chased after the flood dragon. Long Wanqing was missing. Venerable Lu Nian needed to know where Ding Rue was. Li Haoran, did he do that on purpose earlier? Boom! In the blink of an eye, Venerable Lu Nian arrived at the horizon. As he chased after the flood dragon, he summoned a flying ship with a flip of his hand. Then, he boarded the flying ship and moved even faster. As the flood dragon entered the river, Venerable Lu Nian grew increasingly nervous. As Li Haoran watched Venerable Lu Nian chase after the flood dragon, he revealed a cold smile. Battalion Commander, Ding Rue's news is really timely. We were so close. A subordinate at the side whispered. Li Haoran nodded. Gu Hai chased after Li Qinghe's snake-haired head. After passing through the water, the snake-haired head quickly entered the forest. Where do you think you are going? Gu Hai gave chase. Crack, 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 crack. The countless snake-haired heads suddenly elongated and spat out streams of venom. Chop! The life ender saber chopped down, and surging black energy accompanied it. Boom! The small skulls in the black energy swallowed up the surging venom in the blink of an eye. The expression of Li Qinghe's snake-haired head suddenly changed. Bang! The snake-haired head turned around, no longer dealing with Gu Hai. Instead, it continued fleeing into the forest. Gu Hai, you are not done yet. If not for me, would you be where you are today? The snake-haired head roared as it flew in front. I am where I am today because of Long Wanqing. However, you contributed in the end. Originally, even if you turned into this demonic body, I would not target you. However, you wanted to kill me in the Clear River sect. Isn't that so? If not for the ritual array protecting me, I would have died long ago. Furthermore, as long as you are alive, my 3,000 subordinates will remain as rocks. Gu Hai snorted coldly as he continued the chase. At this moment, Li Qinghe no longer had a body. It seemed like he did not have much energy left. Hence, he could not fly very fast or high. Gu Hai could barely catch up with him at full power. One head and one human, one in front and one behind, rushed through the forest.